45, 44, 43, 42, 41. Okay, I'm pretty much done. Okay, sorry about that. We're good to go.
As you said, beating Gen
Okay,
5,
let's skip
the
ahead to the
team
first
that in
match
the last month
because
February have
I don't want to see the
finally beat
yapathon, man.
now
Yapathon's a
just
little too much.
enough. Although you had a little heavy
You know, it really. Oh my god, I didn't realize I was so. Where's the direct?
enough. Although you had
I think they
You
only
even see
just
the
kind
draft
of
in the
came
highlight.
up
Wow.
make a different, as you said.
Now, while we have seen time and time again
Oh,
throughout
there we
the
go.
season, is Lel overs. They've had
Okay, so before we begin, just gonna point out right now that yo, Zerdy, how's it going, my friend? Welcome to the stream. So just a reminder, guys, that Suicune is banned. Suicune is not available for the tournament, and I believe Hoopa is also still banned. Hoopa's still playable, but you just can't play the hyperspace hole, if I remember correctly. I don't know when that's gonna get fixed, truth be told. Like, it's already been a few weeks, if anything. Actually more than a few weeks, but yeah, so Hoopa, Hyperspace Hole is banned, and Suicune is banned, and I think that might be it. Don't quote me on that. I don't know. Also, just a reminder that I will be, like, I am multi-streaming to YouTube, so normally I would be pausing through, like, the ads, of course, but why did they ban Suicune? It's because it's new. It's pretty normal for competitive play. When a Pokemon is, like, new to the game, they usually make sure that it's not playable for tournament gameplay immediately, especially because technically it's still behind a paywall as well. Um, so yeah, but it's because it's behind a paywall. Like my thought process on it, I don't know what the exact reasoning is, but when a Pokemon is new, obviously it's behind a paywall most of the time. So that means that people are not able to really play with it or against it as much as they would probably like to. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can go in like custom like tournament draft mode and just have everything available. But either way, it's just that's usually the reason why. Usually it's the second or third tournament after its release, depending on when the tournament actually happens, that it becomes available. But yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. So yeah, just a reminder, guys. I know we as a collective group have been playing on Remote Stadium for a majority of the time, but keep in mind this is the same meta that we've been playing on Remote Stadium, except it's on Thea Skyrunes. So same meta, same patch, different map. So keep that in mind. I do think that makes a difference, but at the same time, you'll notice by the bans in this tournament that it's pretty much as you expected. Speedsters are a hot commodity. A lot of the things that we have been seeing in Remote Stadium, or we don't want to see in Remote Stadium, are target banned, or not even target banned, just generally banned because they're extremely potent. So you're going to see a reoccurring trend. Like, don't be surprised when you see bans like Talonflame, Yaskrata, Gengar, Snorlax, whatever. Because it happens a lot, at least from the matches that I saw. Like, it was a reoccurring theme, and then sometimes every now and then they got let through. Okay, so I'll talk as the VOD goes on, but essentially, let's just enjoy the matches for what they are and see what the competitive scene has to offer.
had a pretty incredible run this season. Obviously, they have managed to play second during that January Cup, which was quite hype. So I'm curious to see how they face up against first place or nothing here.
Ooh, righty. So one of the highlights we mentioned as the Snorlax has been banned by first place alongside its Talonflame, one of the species that did
I
get
mean, this
that
is not very
special
surprising.
defense
Talonflame and
and
Snorlax,
defense
for obvious
bonus,
reasons, they're
reaching out
banned.
Skarada for class
Um,
here as the first pick, and Lelo is
Bastion is a
with
top lane
Zation
pick,
who wants
is pretty solid
Intelligent. What are your
overall.
thoughts
And
about
keep in
that?
mind, ooh, we got
I'm
ourselves a
actually really
Gengar as well.
surprised that Intelligent is still getting banned. It's just showing despite
Yeah,
the previous
Zacian is a
rise
top lane
of
pick,
the
or even a
speedsters,
jungler.
Inteleon is
Whoa.
still
I
such
prefer
a
in the top
viable
lane. I think it
pick.
makes more
But look
sense
at
just
that,
because it's
straight off
a
the bat,
solid all-rounder.
Talonflame is banned, but then you have the
It's actually
other
pretty
three
damn
speedsters
strong.
instantly getting picked up.
It was
Yeah,
always
that
strong,
Absol
but the thing is,
one
in the
team,
speedster
this is
meta,
a meta that we've
it's
seen
very
sneak on through a little bit. It wasn't
easy
too
for
prominent, but just the double
Zacian to just
speedster meta.
blow them up.
Yeah,
Because
you
obviously
said
speedsters want to
that
get in
there
your
was
face,
a
regardless
heavily
of which one they
recommended
are.
double
Like,
speedster
everyone is the
in
same
right
one
now
except for
because this
maybe
match is
Miascarada, depending on
overcompetitive.
what playstyle
One
goes
side
in.
of first place,
So literally,
they go
if it
for
tries to go on top of
60s,
you,
not 60s.
you pop your Sacred
Yes, they
Sword
go
for a
for
bit of damage reduction, and on top of that, you just
and
stun
although
them.
they were hovering
Um,
a burst wall, you
Especially
could
if you get
get
the
that
jump
for
on them.
60s.
Like, it goes both
Didn't
ways.
select it, might still
But
do it
the
themselves.
thing about the
And
Sky Runes
for
is that
Lelo,
you
they
just have a
probably
lot more
have a
bush
good
coverage to.
composition with the Umbreon to force out that
Yeah, that is it.
front
Oh
line
wait, let me move my
plus
camera.
the disruption
Sorry, I was
for the
playing Alien
Zacian.
Isolation
Right,
last night, so I
who
moved
in
my
first
camera.
place actually go for double defender.
It's funny how we managed to cover all the
There we
speedsters.
go.
You know, talk about these speedsters, talk about Snorlax during the pre-show, as they have received some adjustments during the patch. Well, Espeon was actually another one that received. I guess it was only a little bit of
Dragapult,
a
what
buff,
the
but that
shiz,
Peter
bro?
side, I believe, does end up dealing a little bit more damage than it did before. So whether we're actually going to see future sight picked on up here.
So one thing I will say, and this is before any of the matches even start or as we watch them together, I've noticed that for obvious reasons, the speedsters are just extremely strong right now. I don't have anything to really say about that. It's just everyone kind of knows it. That being said, I've noticed that in some of the games that were drafted, or some of the games that were played that I actually did watch at the end, I feel like there were so many games where teams just tunnel visioned on just spamming speedsters that their team comps were just so unbalanced to the point where yeah, you have a lot of strong individual picks, but your team composition was just so crap that it just made it so hard for you to play the game in certain situations. And obviously, if you're confident that you can play these characters at a high level, then by all means, you're more than welcome to play like whatever you want based on what your team strategy is. But yeah, I saw a lot of games that were just like they lost just based on team draft. And like it was just like I understand that these Pokemon are strong, and yeah, maybe you should prioritize them, but at the same time, you guys are losing just because you guys drafted like 3 speedsters and like 2 attackers. Like that might be a little bit of exaggeration, but it's just like my goodness. Like when if you get put behind, or if you are facing something that is just like something that is somewhat traditionally meta, it's like it gets so hard for you to play the game. And there is a series later on that I want to specifically highlight just because it was one of the few series that I did watch. It was on the NA portion, but it was a prime example of even though the speedsters are very strong, like there was one team that like picked all the speedsters that were like buffed in the most recent patch, and they got absolutely destroyed because their team comp was just so unbalanced. But I'll save that for later. Like I don't want to spoil anything. So let's just watch the
I'm
games.
thinking with the stored power, considering that movement, but this is something that is a bit unusual. Where on earth has this Dragapult pick that Toast has picked up come from?
Nah,
Yeah, I will
don't know.
say that
I don't know. I am, to be honest, looking exactly like those Drippies with the eyes wide open. I'm just like, what is going
we'll
on?
see.
Because they had a Dodrio selected for a good while.
If we can fast forward just a little now that the draft is done.
I know Sean will end up having Soph back momentarily there as we are getting set up for our game first place.
I wonder what the reasoning for the Dragapult was here. I have no idea. Considering Dragapult hasn't even been touched in any of the patches, I genuinely don't know.
Known for their
Then again, I don't know much about the EU players in general, so
paired up with a Hex Sludge Bomb.
it's really hard for me to say.
Because, well, once that
Can you explain Mage Mewtwo build? I don't get it. What do you mean my Mage Mewtwo build?
into our first match of the day. First place going up against Lelovers, who is on that orange side.
Alrighty, Keller, let's get into this. And I'm super excited to see if it's going to be that Dream Eater or the Hex Sludge Bomb you mentioned, because to be very honest, I'm such a Dream Eater fan. Oh, and because of Devil's Pizza, that Ghastly is going topside.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised to see the Ghastly head up into the top side rather into that central area. But I guess they want to try and get that Absol ASAP to level 5. That way they can just keep that early pressure on as it's going and finding its positioning in the tall grass.
Already, as we know.
I mean, I don't know anyone that uses a Mage Mewtwo build.
First little wild Pokemon
Personally,
in the beginning of the game pretty easily, and then I agree with you all around. Having the Absol be stronger in the early game is going to be better. Oh, but they decide to go on different sides. The Swablus have arrived here. They're going to go in, and 30 of that HP and Chaos Energy that's taken there by the side of the Espeon and the KO as well. On the top side, they managed to do the same thing. First place, and they secure 2 KOs in this first early game.
Yeah, 2 KOs, some dunks going on in as they are at 11.20. Kaizen left alone to just try and defend against 3 members pushing that. They did actually manage to stop the dunks from that hoop.
Okay, so one thing that's worth mentioning here is that the Absol took the first jungle clear, and then now they're doing the role swap. So Absol got to level 5, and now that they're level 5, they're going to start laning the bottom lane. And they allowed the Dragapult to do the second clear. Because the Dreepy start off in the bottom lane. So what that means is they're splitting the experience overall. So that allows the Dragapult to get some levels earlier on, but that will also prevent the original jungler from getting level 9 at first objective, unless they're able to just get a large surplus of experience before then. Which I'm personally not a fan of. I would prioritize. I like having a Unite move at the first objective rather than having 2 relatively strong characters.
Flower trick here, potentially that double team flower trick, as it is confirmed going out onto Toast. That's very deep in the back line, but they're still kiting them out pretty well. The War Turtle does manage to get away. The Psyduck will use the surf just to get people away and zone them out, and they decide not to go for the objective immediately as there's still 4 seconds to go.
4 seconds left. We can see the Hoop and Meowscarada making their way downtown towards that bottom objective. It's only the Umbreon left down here as we have Psyduck and Gengar shredding up this Regieleki. But 9Apple on the Blastoise is here, potentially looking for a steal, as first place are able to get a Registeel all for free.
Alrighty. Well, interestingly enough, although you had first place going out for the bottom Reggie, as you said, Kello, and although they have a Hooper in that team, they didn't try to convert into the top side and stop that Regieleki push. Now they're just going to walk towards it and destroy it themselves.
All things considering, it's a pretty slow-paced game right now. Purple team got the bottom Reggie, then the Haunter and the Psyduck 2v1 the Blastoise in the top lane for that Regieleki. Couldn't really be contested because they were by themselves. Psyduck gets caught out right here. I would say it's a pretty slow game overall. I gotta know your thoughts on the draft. Overall, I understand everyone's thoughts on the current meta. Like, speedsters are a hot commodity right now. They're just extremely strong overall. I think one thing that competitive players kind of need to remember is that despite the fact that they're really strong, I noticed that a lot of competitive teams, at least from the NA portion, because I didn't watch any of the EU because it was too early for me, I've noticed that a lot of the competitive teams kind of tunnel visioned on drafting speedsters. Like, I get it. They're strong and they're good picks. They're strong picks, and you want to keep it away from the enemy team, especially if they're not banned. That part makes sense to me. The only problem is that they kind of tunnel vision on those picks, and they just pick team compositions that were just really unbalanced. So if you're ahead, or if you're playing in a position that you're in an advantageous situation, then yeah, you can probably snowball and continue to scale. But when you're playing from behind, or when you're playing against something that's a little bit more traditional, there were teams that severely struggled. What do you think is more broken, first or second pick? It's really hard to say. It really it depends on what's being banned, of course. But I honestly I prefer second pick personally. I prefer second pick. But yeah, from the games that I saw briefly in North America, I did see. I saw the reoccurring theme. Like, they banned the Speedsters and Snorlax. So it was a variation of Meowscarada, Talonflame, Snorlax, um, Meowscarada, Snorlax, Gengar, like Absol, and then they just what they could ban. They banned whatever they could, and then of course, there's only so many things you can ban. So then, no matter what, there's something that's gonna be let through, and you have to prioritize what you want. That's what it comes down to.
Takes another one as the Absol. Snow that was in the back line is getting chased by Clouds, and we know Meowscarada has all they need in that tools. Flower Trick to the head, and boom.
The Dragapult pick to me is so strange. Like, it's like something that was barely played even before then. But on top of that,
you can try and run, you can try and hide, but once that Flower Trick combusts, it's all over, folks.
Oh, it was a mispick. Okay, well that makes sense to me.
If we had that coming out with Future Sight as well on the Espeon, it would be a double time bomb. But
yeah, the Dragapult thing was just weird to me. But if it was a mispick, then that would make more sense. Obviously, I don't know, but yeah, I was looking at it, it was just so strange.
For the next objective fight is going to be huge. Very nice Phantom Force away, dodging out. The Flower Trick goes onto Toast, but they're not going to commit at this point. Still 20 seconds for the objective.
20 seconds until the objective. We are now at that halfway mark. Meowscarada is at level 11, while Lelovers seem to be trotting along a little bit behind. They're not doing too bad considering they do have Absol and Gengar at level 10, but those objectives are about to spawn at the same time as we have a bit of a tussle.
This is such a slow game, though. I'm going to be honest with you.
Dragapult feeling very confident about
both teams are playing relatively passive.
That is okay for them in that box.
Like, barely any points were scored. The objectives were... Neither objective was contested from either team.
Can be scored if they take out this Regieleki that's being started by Potato. Now Toast is going to meet Klaus, but instead it is going to be that double team clone. Now Regieleki is getting zoned there. Potato not in a good position, having to use that Fender Ambush to escape. Oh, and they whiff the combo as well. Potato, that doesn't feel good.
No, they didn't manage to hit both of those moves. Nonetheless, they are still able to make it back behind the lines to safety and not get taken out. The Shredders on this Regieleki. Dragapult just doing what Dragapult does best. However, they need to try and combat these other members from first place as Hooper has gone into the Unbound form.
Oh, that is crazy. The Hydro Typhoon Psychic Select combo was absolutely devastating in first place. With that Hooper Unbound, brings the rest of the team to the top side with that Regieleki in their hands. They're going to score and potentially get a lovely overdunk. 40 into a 50. That is a 41 overdunk for first place, as they are going to try and contest here on the bot side. But Potato and Snow are melting down Reggie's steel, and it's going to be a trade of objectives.
You know what's really common with Ruins? Maybe gold, treasure. There's a lot of Aeos energy on the ground, and I guess that's because they were at 11-0 for so long. Finally, 121-0.
That was incredibly bold of the Blastoise.
Lelovers here, and I think the biggest thing is Potato is
like, even though you are a defender, especially of a Blastoise, you have to remember that, especially when you're playing a more support-oriented build.
Looking at that flower, and I was thinking
well,
it was ready to bloom, and it didn't feel really good for the Psyduck. It's definitely going to cause a headache.
That being a Speedster as a Blastoise without Unite move is not very threatening.
It's not,
especially against any of the Speedsters.
But they haven't really found any.
But at least they get their Unite move energy back, and they lower their death timer, so I guess that's something.
Just not going to really pack an oomph as much as you will like, especially when utilizing those stacking items. But I guess it really just comes down to this.
Okay, so we're about to reach the climax of the match. 121 to 0, so obviously the point difference is pretty obvious without me having to say anything.
The ones that end up getting dove on, but I'm seeing 2 yellow dots missing above the Hooper and the Absol on opposite teams.
Yeah, I know that 1 minute ago that Absol used that Midnight Slash, and it could be, well, just out of cooldown as we speak, so it's going to
It's a level 14 Masquerade. I think it's pretty scary.
10 players ready
And
to
the
go
thing
in
about
scramble in
the Masquerade against a
central
team composition like this is that,
area. Oh, but they get taken
like, literally, as long as the
with that rock
double team gets in a range, like, it's so difficult for them to deal with. Like, look at that. The
is only gonna save them for just a little bit
Oh.
as they're still pushing, and the Midnight Bronze is gonna
Okay, that was kind of a misplay from Klaus. I didn't expect him to actually go in on that.
Is gonna be on the back line as they're still trying to find the damage going onto the defenders. The Dragapult as Snow is chasing people out, but they are caught between a rock and a hard place. 1v3, and Lelovers have 3 members down versus 1 on first place.
What an absolute scramble of a team fight.
Absol doesn't have Unite
These
move.
are the ones that come out on top, being able to pick up majority of KOs, but it's up to Tosi, the last hope. Nonetheless, they end up getting hit, not only with a Rock Tomb, but Flower Trick and the Hooper punches to get rid of that threat, allowing first place to go and take those Rayquaza shields. Lelovers, are they going to end up with a donut here for breakfast?
Well, although delicious, not very satisfying in a game of Unite, and it kind of feels like so. The way that they played here for first place, Kelvin, with that Rock Tomb initiating the fight, catching 2 people out of place, it was just so good for first place. And the damage that also follows up with that Psychic Slayer plus Hydro Typhoon.
This is my first time seeing the games as well.
It was
I didn't get to see anything.
Crustl's one of those defenders that we don't really see very often.
Okay, so we can just go back to the last 2 minutes just because, honestly, this is what I would call, like, a nothing sandwich type of game. Pretty much, it was a pretty passive game overall. Nothing really happened until the last 2 minutes. Like, yeah, they tried to skirmish here and there, but overall, like, no major
Getting dove on,
events really happened.
2 yellow dots missing above the Hooper and the Absol on opposite teams.
Yeah, I know that 1 minute ago that Absol used that Midnight Slash, and it could be, well, just out of cooldown as we speak, so it's going to be ready for...
Of course, in a situation like this, realistically, Lelovers are the ones that have to do something. I always say this, and it's it's just common sense. When you're playing in a position where you're in a position of power, you don't need to go out of your way to do anything. Like, right now, first place, they literally just... is that their team name? Like, I just realized that right now. Like, I was confused about the overlay, but yeah, team first place, like, they're up 121 points. As long as they don't put themselves in a position where they allow themselves to get picked on or engaged on, as long as the enemy team isn't starting Rayquaza, they can literally just sit back, relax, and just watch the show. It's really up to Lelovers to... the onus is on Lelovers to actually make a play, whether it be team fight, back cap, start Rayquaza, whatever. This is like the first thing right here. Hold on, let me pull this up. Like, the first thing you gotta notice is that the Dragapult got caught out here, and then they had to eject over here. So, Dragapult is already too far forward, and keep in mind, Dragapult's auto attack range is relatively short, so they have to be somewhat close to get their DPS off. But already getting caught out by the Rock Tomb and forced to eject button this early on is just really bad. Because the next time this happens, they're just gonna die, and we already saw them die later on. But yeah, that's a kind, like, it's kind of a misplay, but at the same time, it's obviously good for Chelvin to get that resource out of the Dragapult right away.
Taken into a tricky spot with that rock.
This right here, to me, is just a mechanical misplay. The Umbreon. They are... like, some people just... I feel like they don't understand Umbreon's mechanics, but at the same time, it's like, they're playing too aggressive, and now they use, like... whenever you have something like a Wigglytuff, a Blissey, a Crustle on the enemy team, and you're playing Umbreon, you're supposed to be using that Unite move to steal their shield. I honestly loathe when people that play Umbreon, play so aggressive and they use their Unite move because they're about to die. This is like the worst way to use the Umbreon Unite move, and you lose such a valuable resource when it comes to team fighting. On top of the fact, you have to keep in mind, not only are you playing from behind, not only is your team composition just debatably horrendous, but when you are the only frontline for your team and then you use that resource to make sure that you don't die because you're playing too aggressive, that to me is just like, it bugs me. It really bugs me when I see that in competitive gameplay. But moving on, Umbreon Unite move is gone. Crustle obviously got caught out as well because now they're just in the middle and then they ult. Same thing with the Crustle. Like, they're getting caught out, and on top of that, they Unite move literally like 1 second right before they're gonna die. And I don't know if they died too quickly and they got refunded, but yeah, that's like another thing. Something I was talking about right here though, where is it? So what I was gonna say is, like, one of the things that this team comp had trouble oh, how's it going, Mac? Was the Meowscarada clone. The Meowscarada clone is so hard for this team composition to deal with because, obviously, if you deal with the clone and you're in the range or the radius of when it explodes or when it dies, you get stunned. It's so easy for this thing to get on top of this team composition because you really can't peel for them. Like, you only have so much peel on your team, especially because Umbreon is so distracted by other things, and Psyduck is obviously focused on the Crustle as well, that this thing just gets on top of pretty much everyone. But the only thing that was a little thrown off about was when Klaus actually went in and then popped their Unite move immediately. I thought they were just going to let their clone time out. But yeah, then they went in and they kind of just died. Yeah, so they took the clone, they popped their Unite move. You can see that the Unite move didn't really threaten too many people. Like, yeah, it did some damage here and there, but overall, kind of got stuck in the Rayquaza pit and then just died.
The Absol is going to be on the back line as they're still trying to find the damage going onto the defenders. The Dragapult as Snow is chasing people out, but they got...
And then, like, another thing that you see here is that... Oh, I rewind a bit.
For just a little bit as they're still pushing, and the Midnight Bronze is going to come...
Like, the thing about it is, like, yeah, it started looking good for Lelovers, considering they got 2 kills right off the rip. But then you have the front line and then the AoE from Espeon. Like, you can't really do anything about that as long as, like, assuming you're in range. And then because you have a team composition of just, what, 2 speedsters and an attacker, especially when you're Umbreon, who is your main front line that's supposed to be there, like, obviously they kind of died, but...
The backline saved them for Jamaican a bit as they're still pushing, and the Midnight...
Like, you have no peel. And the Psyduck, when the Psyduck is low, obviously they just can't really do much because they don't want to risk dying. So you basically have 2 speedsters and an attacker, and then they can just get on top of you, essentially. And then look how Espeon just does not give a shit. Because it's literally just a support half HP Dragapult, and you already know Absol is off screen because he's running away. Like, normally I would have a bit of reservation when I see an attacker just diving like this, but at the same time it's like, well, what are they going to do? Dragapult tried to get the reset on the Blastoise, they kind of tunnel vision.
What an absolute scramble of a team fight. Nonetheless, first place.
And then, of course, like, yeah, you see the Absol up here. Like, right here. But, once again, guys, like, Absol already burned their Unite move. So, realistically, Absol contesting this objective in a numbers disadvantage situation is just so... It's very unlikely. This is what you would call the Hail Mary, okay? Like, everyone's dead. Well, not everyone, but... You know, you got 2 people dead over here. You got the Psyduck in base. So realistically, there's really not much that you can do here. Like, the fight is pretty much over. And then now you got to go for the Hail Mary, try to steal this objective. But when you're doing this in literally what is going to be a 5 versus 2, 5 versus 1, I'm sorry to say, like, it's just unlikely. Once again, this is part of the issue with the team composition. And like I said, I don't know if Dragapult was a misclick or if that was just an intentional pick. I don't know because I'm not the team. I don't know what the comms are like. But I'm going to assume it was a misclick, and that just made this game so much harder to play. Yeah, the Dragapult just adds nothing to this team composition. Let's put it that way. And because you have 2 speedsters and very little peel and sustain on this team composition, it just makes it hard to play the game. But yeah, it was a messy fight. Also, really keen to see you break down these matches. Yeah, I mean, if it gives me a day to avoid solo queue, then I'm more than happy to take a look at these matches. And then we can fast forward here because we already know the result. You know, they were already down over 100 points, and then now Rayquaza's just gone, so we can just move on to the next match.
There are a couple of things, for example, like the double.
I am interested in, like, you can tell, so I am not fixated on damage stats. Like, I personally don't care. But you can tell how passive both teams were just based on the overall numbers. Like, most of that damage, or most of the damage that came from this game is literally from, like, lane phase and then the in-between skirmishes. But, like, the damage numbers are really low. You can tell how passive both teams were playing overall. And I feel like most of the damages came from, like, that one fight.
But still, I don't feel like there is something in this team that I would say this doesn't work. Even the Dragapult, I think, could have been.
Okay, so we can move on to the next match.
Dragapult, they were trying to be more sneaky. It was just so hard to get out of those difficult situations.
I'm thinking, for example, if you go for double speedster, which
okay, so we got a Zacian ban, we got a Talonflame ban, we got a Gengar ban. So Talonflame was banned in game 1. Gengar was allowed in game number 1, but they banned it this time around. And they're banning Snorlax. So, obviously, what do we have available here? So we have Absol available, we got Meowscarada available, we got, what was the other one? Oh god, my brain is not braining.
I feel like because of Pikachu's very low...
Okay, and then we got Psyduck, of course.
It could probably instantly get...
Okay, if I had to give an opinion, if we're talking about strictly competitive play, I'm going to say I think I rate Meowscarada number 1, Talonflame number 2, if we're talking about the speedsters. I would say Gengar number 3 and Absol number 4. But the thing is, I would say just like in overall value, I will say if we're just talking about early game presence, I think Absol's number 1 because it scales faster than everyone else. Like at level 5, I think Absol has the most value, but I feel like overall, into most team compositions, I think the others have a little bit more viability, if that's what the word you want to use. And then Snorlax. So, the thing about Snorlax is that it's a huge problem. Just because you could go with the offensive build, as in no XP share, and just use it as a primary source of damage or a secondary source of damage, but you don't need to. Because the thing is, Snorlax does enough damage with Flail as it is. So you could literally just put on XP Share and put on whatever build you would normally put on. Something like XP Share, Resonant Guard, and maybe Eos Cookie or something like that. And then you could still be a quote-unquote support or defender. Well, like, you know, it's utility. But at the same time, you don't need to use it as a primary source of damage just because you can still use that normal build and still be a huge threat. And the thing is, I noticed that a lot. Like, there were a few games where Snorlax got allowed into the game. I'm talking about the NA matches, the few that I saw yesterday. There were a lot of matches where Snorlax actually got let through, and so many people had problems dealing with it, because obviously it's a defender, right? So it's a defender, it has a lot of durability, and of course it's Unite move as well. But you guys gotta remember that, yes, it's using Flail, but at the same time, it's not the main damage dealer because it's playing a support build. Like, you still have something like another speedster to deal with. You got something like an all-rounder that you got to deal with. And then now it's just like you got this big chunky boy that is literally just running at you, slapping you in the face. And yeah, it is annoying, but it's not a priority target. It's just really annoying because now you have a defender that outputs a ridiculous amount of damage. That's the problem that they, like, a lot of teams had, which is part of the reason why they're banning it so often. Besides the fact that, like, that fact, hold on, let me move this over here. I think a lot of comp veering away from healers and picking up more CC based support instead. Yeah, realistically, in this meta, if that's what you want to call it, or this like this transitional period of competitive play, there's so many characters or Pokemon that do so much damage right now that most sustainers don't have the ability to sustain the amount of damage that's being output right now. Especially in the speedster meta. Like, speedsters are known for getting up in your face and just doing a bunch of damage, especially in burst form. So most of the time, if they're getting on top of you or any of your priority targets or their carries, they're probably going to be dead before the support can even click Safeguard or Soft Boiled or, you know, Poland Puff, whatever. I think that's part of the reason why they're transitioning away.
Flower trick. At least with a Mew, it does have that agility to make its
Okay,
way out
Masquerada,
of the
Absol.
but also light
Pretty
speed
normal.
as well, and it can attack from a fair distance with that solar beam. So, you know, I guess while Pikachu has that Electro Ball, well, Mew also boasts that move too.
It's true. Stealing people's moves is what Mew does best. And Lelover's here on the side of, on the purple side this time around, as they have swapped. Snow picks out the Meowscarada, and the Zacian plus Gengar is going to be the ban. And first place with the Talonflame plus Snorlax once again. Potato coming in with an Aegislash that was definitely a specialty of February Cup.
Yeah, Aegislash definitely arose in terms of that meta. Having that wide guard to just combat the heavy crowd control that we end up having, but also it's just that HP regen that it can actually have. And the coup de grace, what a great securing tool for those objectives. But I guess because of these bans that we have on out, Resu is able to pick up that Inteleon, and I think this is a good look for them.
Okay, so what do we have here? So we have Masquerada first pick. Honestly, I have no problem with that. Absol, perfectly fine along with the Hoopa. Like, these are all standard traditional picks. On top of the fact they're just strong picks in general. Psyduck and Aegislash. Aegislash is... honestly, I still think Aegislash is overrated. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, even before the Speedster meta, Aegislash was being played. And I still thought it was overrated, but that's just me. Then you got Inteleon and Slowbro. Like, obviously you need a defender, so they pick up the Slowbro. Like, you had options, of course. Like, you have Umbreon, you have Trevenant, you have Blastoise, you have Slowbro. So their choice of pick was Slowbro, and Inteleon, and then you have the Trevenant and Dodrio being rounded out. So the one thing, of course, is, like, just keep in mind, Meowscarada and Dodrio, two speedsters. That obviously means one of them is going to lane. In this case, I'm not sure which one is going to lane because the game hasn't started. And then Blastoise. Blastoise is fine just because they didn't pick the Umbreon, so it's a little bit more potent now. And of course, you just have a lot of peel for your two attacker and speedster. Overall, like this is like the first time that I'm going to be seeing Meowscarada in competitive gameplay. So like, I don't know. The thing is, what some people need to keep in mind as well, because these speedsters are so strong, I don't know how much practice that some of these players have on some of these characters. Like, you would imagine that when they scrim or when they play on their 5-stacks on their competitive teams, most of these characters are probably unavailable because they're being banned, unless for whatever reason they're just playing, you know, casual 5-stacks and they're just being let through. Out of all the characters or of all the speedsters that are available, that are strong, Masquerade is definitely the hardest to play. Like Talonflame, Absol, Gengar, realistically, they're not hard at all. I would say Masquerade requires the most skill. So I don't know how comfortable these guys are, considering I barely even saw them playing this character before the patch update. So we'll see. But
Well, we'll have to see how it goes.
Well, Lello,
yeah, Dodrio too. But I was mainly focusing on the ones that were buffed in the last patch rather than
not the best.
Dodrio.
Obviously,
Okay, so we can just fast forward to the start of the match.
Qualifiers, and it's so lovely to be getting into back UCS because last month I had to take a little bit of a timeout due to
Okay, so it is
personal
Dodrio
issues,
jungle, so it's
and
gonna be
Gala,
Masquerade in
it's
the
so
bottom lane
good to
against
be
the
back here.
Inteleon and Slowbro.
yeah, it does feel
The
like
one
a
thing that you gotta
lifetime
keep
of
an eye on this
fun.
game
Oh,
is,
nice.
But yes,
of
it
course,
is
the
so
pathing of the
good to
junglers
have-
as
you know
well
what? It's so
as
good to have some of these players back
the
on
positioning of the
Esports
Inteleon.
Gaming as well.
Because when you're playing an attacker in
So we
this
are gonna have their Absol go and take that
speedster
top
meta,
area, along with the Doe duo from
like being an
Rebel,
attacker is not fun.
taking
Just
that
because
top
it's so
area
easy
back.
to get dove and
But
piled
I
on.
hear Bob is taking quite a bit of a hating, proccing that
So
first
what I'm going to be
stand
looking
that's
at
not
this
gonna be
game
available
as
for
the game
Sky
progresses,
when
of course I'll be looking
Darren
at everyone.
stands
I'm going to be
spiked
looking
on
at the
the top
junglers,
side
I'm going to be
of
looking at Inteleon.
49 Apple as they are trying, of course,
Especially
to get as much
because
EXP as possible to go Blastoise quickly.
their
But
damage
we
overall
know
is dependent on
that
Absol and
Science
Inteleon.
is
Like,
learning
yeah, you got a
to take
Blastoise
right
as
out
well,
of
but
game
Blastoise
goals.
is
Last
mainly...
time around they went different sides. This time they're going to meet. Oh, and the Drio is completely zoning out, and Toast takes the KO.
Yeah, that's not a good start.
In the second game.
That is not a good start.
You know what? Absol is all about
It goes without saying that Absol
no
is
trouble,
known
but
for
one
its
thing
early
they did
game.
have trouble with
So
is that
when you're getting
Valkyria
1v1 by the
Absol
enemy
had
jungler, like
that
in the literal
defense
sense,
penetration stat.
that is
So
not the
fact
start that you
that
want to
they
have.
came out on top of that
But
fight,
obviously,
that's
it's only
actually
one
lovely
kill,
to
so it's
see.
not the end of the world, but
Crazy.
not
It really
the
was.
start that you
And
want to
that
have
was
on an early
just
game pick.
because of the first attack that was dealt from Toast onto the Absol when they were still in the bush. So they had that first hit advantage, and that made a huge difference.
Yeah, I know. They're going to special attack Blastoise.
9-0
They're not running
is
XP share
currently
because
as
they have the
15
Hoopa.
seconds left until these birds do spawn. Potato is going to dive on in as that do blade, unable to pick a KO up. However, this Drizzile is trying to make
Okay.
it. You have 15
This is kind of what bugs
until
me.
these birds do spawn. Potato is going to
I'm like one thing right here is like when I see this is like why are we on the enemy team's goal with this many points? Like to me, I'm always flabbergasted when I see stuff like that. It's like you see someone okay, even if it is the 2v1, let's put it this way, in a way that is just logical and based on facts. Even if it is the 2v1, because obviously you didn't see the Masquerada because they were up here. What makes you think that the one person that's alive is going to allow you to score 30 points and 16 points? Like, and then they get punished for it, which is perfectly normal. Like, I would expect that to happen, but...
gonna dive on in as that do blade, unable to pick a KO up. However, this Drizzile is trying to make an escape, but the cat does end up catching the lizard.
And Klaus is going to try to avenge their teammates, but Klaus was just a little bit late to this rotation. They managed to get the wild Pokemon though. Now 6Z's is going to try to escape, getting that berry, a nice Astonish, and Potato will be stopped on that track.
Down in that bottom path, Absol is quite low. There are some berries there for them to go and replenish that HP pool. Toast here circling
Yeah,
around
I
into
mean,
Dre, considering they are below half
you're
HP,
facing
it's looking
something
very
that
easy
is
to reach
arguably
as
not a
there is
great
some time
laner.
before
So when
the
you
7 of
give
these birds do
something
spawn.
that isn't necessarily strong in the early game an
an
advantage, specifically Masquerada, you just allow them to scale faster. And then they become a big problem for you. But when you snipe shot them, then maybe they're not a problem.
And this is not going to be a good first push for Lalovis in this bot side. First place zones them out pretty well. 20 energy still left here, and they're going to try to score as much.
Okay,
as
after
possible
Masquerada got
on this
KO'd,
side of the Red Dress.
Yeah, being able to pick up that.
Yeah, I think Dodrio kind of realized they don't want to go bottom lane, so they focused on top lane. They broke the top tier 1, now they're getting the Regieleki.
Uncontested. Up in the top path, it's a different
Unless
story.
Absol Psycho cuts it and pops their Unite move and gets it.
Slash to secure a KO and the Regieleki.
Oh, very nice.
Okay, I stand corrected. First place managed to get both objectives, which is very nice.
Going to really commit to anything more. Regieleki is already taken.
The only consolation was that the Miasgrada got the KO on the Absol, which did get some experience from the Reggie as well as the Regieleki.
Is in a bad position, but managed to do.
So I mean, if you were going to get a KO, at least it's on the person that is the highest level 9 team. But that being said, overall it was just a better series of events for first place.
Potato looking to go up into the top path.
Have you seen anyone using Fluffy Tail tech on Absol yet? No. But then again, I only saw a few games.
Back down here, so.
Ooh, looking good with a Midnight Slash once again. What is the cooldown on that? Klaus is gonna get tagged with the triple trample, and it's a 1-for-1. Make it a 2-for-1 actually for first place, as they're still gonna keep on pushing here, Lelovers. But at the end, a 2-for-2.
Okay, so I just want to point something out, by the way. So Absol used their Unite move to secure the Regieleki, okay? So they used their Unite move at 641, 642, around there. And then if you fast forward down to the bottom,
Back down here, so.
literally less than a minute. Less than a minute and they have their Unite move back. Now keep in mind they did die. So that they did get some Unite energy back when they got KO'd by the Miasgrada. But like this is the thing that as an Absol player, I can tell you guys why this Pokemon is so annoying to deal with. Because it gets its Unite move back so quickly if you have Energy Amp on, and I assure you that pretty much everyone and their grandma is using Energy Amp on Absol because it just synergizes so well, especially if you're playing Psycho Cut, which most people are.
Looking good with a Midnight Slash once again. What is the cooldown on that? Klaus is gonna get.
I do think the Unite move cooldown needs a nerf, like among other things, but yeah, like realistically, if I were on the dev team for Pokemon Unite, that would be one of the things I'd be looking at when it comes to Absol, because it gets its Unite move way too quickly.
Unite moves used, while Lelovers scored 38 on the top side.
Yeah, now they're at 142 to 89. That is going to give Potato another attack weight stack as well, just to go and boost their attack stat. But yeah, I don't know, 2 level 11s already on Lelovers. No Hooper Unite move just yet for 60s though.
Well, there's something very important to point out, because if they miss that mark for the 15 seconds left for the next set of Reggie to spawn, they are close. Oh, there they are. And with the level 9, that Hooper Unbound is going to be able to bring everybody to the bot side if first place wants to rip the top. Reggie Snow, though, could try to go for a double team push. The Hooper Unbound is there, so they're going to go to the bot side, trying to get it with the coup de grace. But a Night Slash once again, and they do it for first place, confirming yet another objective. But on the top side, Inteleon could beat the Miasgrada, and it could spell trouble for them.
Yeah, you've got to give it to that Absol to just go and get the secure. Lelovers, they did end up being able to capitalize, getting that 40 up into that T2. This other...
But one thing that's worth mentioning right here, you don't really notice it because it's happening off camera. And of course, like, some people only want to watch the action, right? But from an analytical point of view, this was so unfortunate for Inteleon just because they wasted so much time trying to do something that...
There they are. And with the level 9, that Hooper Unbound...
Okay, so as you can see, like on the top, and I'll just visually mark it for you guys. So obviously you can see these guys are attempting to go for Regieleki. Of course, Hoopa's down here, which is makes perfect sense because with the Unite move, they can just bring everyone down to the bottom lane. The issue is, Inteleon didn't follow the rest of the team. Now, this would have been fine if they actually got the objective. However, that's not the case. Snow was waiting in this bush for so long that if they didn't get this score, that it would have been like so much wasted time. But they end up scoring. But on top of that, because they show right here, this threatens the Inteleon. because they're the only one that's left over here, but at the end. So basically, you spawn, you show, you go to you go to base, you go top lane, and then you want to go, you know, try to do the objective by yourself. But then the moment you see Masquerada on the map because they're scoring their 40, basically they're wasting all their time because they know they can't do this objective at the risk of losing it to Masquerada. On top of the fact, like, they're not bottom either because they didn't take the portal down. Oops.
Bring everybody to the bot side.
We can fast forward just a little. You can see everyone took the portal down, so it's a 4v4. They did get the Reggie Rock, which is good, but Intellion's kind of just sitting up there, kind of just hanging around. And then they were trying to do the objective, but then they saw Masquerada. It's like, okay, I can't do this anymore.
And it could spell trouble for them.
Yeah, you've got to give it to that Absol to just go and get the secure. Lullovers, they did end up being able to capitalize, getting that 40 up into that T2. This other Reggie Alecki here, could it be a bit of a risk considering, well, Lullovers, they still have that T1 pad.
Pushing here with
I was going to say, despite the early game, Absol has been able to maintain a level advantage over the course of the game, which is good. The only issue that I see is that Absol keeps dying to someone on the enemy team that is one of their carries. So even though they're keeping a level advantage, they keep giving away that experience to people that you don't want to give it to begin with.
As your spy vision will just activate it for the sake of it, as they are not really hitting much, as they have to stay so farther away from this fight. The goal is still going to collapse, and the snipe shots don't really connect. While Kaizen surfs away, and that is one successful push there for Lullovers.
I guess that's a risk of leaving your two defenders up in the top path to try and shred up a Reggie Alecki, is they just don't have the bulk down in that bottom path to go and protect it. They had to keep their distance considering they were quite squishy and give that up.
This is a really tough position for first place. You have to keep in mind that going into Rayquaza, they're almost 200 points down.
To how they handle,
and that is not a number that you can necessarily backcap unless, for whatever reason, Lullovers just decides to fall asleep at the wheel. So realistically, it's going to come down to a team fight, because their team composition doesn't necessarily allow for them to rip Rayquaza unless someone just gets caught out beforehand. And the way things are going, just based on the current trajectory, Lullovers have been confidently winning majority of these skirmishes. So it's not looking good for first place, but of course the game isn't over. It's still possible for Inteleon to get some poke down with their snipe shot and Absol picking someone off.
Risk getting too close to the opponent's team and getting knocked out with quite a long cooldown as well. Otherwise, Rayquaza has spawned in the middle. A great psychic to pull out that Hooper. They do have that burn, but they are able to make it back to safety behind Shelvin on the slow burn. It's really going
that's a pretty good poke on the oh wow.
Ooh, and we know how powerful that Unite move can be, and just really.
Yeah, that was some good poke damage on the Dodrio and the Trevenant. Trevenant keeps getting hit.
Good position for Klaus to come in. The Phantom Forest and the Flourish comes through as well with the Hydro Typhoon that gets them up into the air. And now it's looking good for first place. They have to take in two members. Potato could be going down with a shield. It's not going to be enough. And they get yet another one with only two members of Lullovers. The Triple Trouble goes in through all of them, but they're still going out very, very low. Look at the damage. They managed to take it.
That was a lot closer than I thought it was. Inteleon missed the snipe shot, and I was looking at the HP bar, and I'm like, oh my god, there's no way.
You've got to give it to them. They played that final stretch so well. Being able to get those KOs. I think it was the slow beam landed on the Trevenant, but they were quite...
I'm gonna be honest, I kind of clenched up. I was like, oh my god, there's no way they lose like this.
Get rid of that tanky front line and go and deal the damage to the rest of them. But now...
By the way, I saw assault vets on defenders was a problem for Inteleon. They couldn't do any poke damage.
In favor of first place, and, well, two members of Lullovers are still down here.
I mean, you got assault vest when you have a lot of special attack damage, so if people are using it, it makes sense depending on the comp that they're facing.
Going for the coup de grace doesn't actually hit onto Apple as they're still pushing on. Lalovas trying to find any.
Okay, so we can just go back to the start of the fight, or the start of the 2 minutes, and then we'll go to the next match.
Going into final stretch.
Yeah, Klaus definitely doesn't want to risk getting too close to the opponent's team and getting knocked out with quite a long cooldown as well. Otherwise,
okay. So, despite how things went, I'm not a fan of how Lelovers are playing this endgame. Like, I always say this so many times, when you have a significant lead going into the endgame, you don't need to go out of your way to force something that you don't need to do. Like, you can see that they're playing relatively aggressive. Because, think about it like this. If you look at the map, just cut it in half. Pretend it's a nice big pizza, okay? Most of these guys are on their side, okay? Like, you have purple team side, and then you have orange team side. You can see if you cut it down the middle, you know, cut it in half, that pretty much everyone on the purple team is on the opposing side. Like, going towards, you know, their side of the map. Now, if you had an advantage and an obvious one, then it's fine if you play aggressive. But, like, there's really no need to play this aggressive when you have, like, such a big lead as it is, okay? Like, 275 to 89, you're almost 200 points ahead. And I get it, you're riding the momentum of being ahead, but you need to kind of dial it down and make sure that you don't throw the game. Which I feel like they kind of did, considering how far ahead they were. Anyways, besides that, let's just keep it going.
Rayquaza has spawned in the middle. A great psychic to pull out that Hooper. They do have that burn, but they are able to make it back to safety behind Chelvin on the slow burn. It's really going to...
So yeah, Marv is just playing really far forward. And I get it, you're the defender, you want a front line, you want to get vision. The problem is, you're playing too far forward without the support of your team. And you can see right here that they were so far forward that basically with the Inteleon and a few auto attacks, they got chunked out to less than half. Now, because he is busy potentially recalling, or I don't even remember what happened here, but because he's so low, he needs to kind of reset so that he can be healthy for the upcoming fight, which is inevitably going to happen.
Come down to whether they can utilize their slow beam on that prime target.
Ooh, and we know how powerful that Unite move can be and just really turn the tables. Chelvin, slow beam, going out.
Once again, Marv gets poked out by a snipe shot. Obviously, at least he wasn't too far forward this time. It's just unfortunate they got poked out. Dodrio almost died in the bottom right bush, and they had to recall as well. And keep in mind, they don't have a hoop on their team. So every time they recall, they gotta run all the way back to make sure that they're there for the upcoming fight.
Trying to get into a good position for Klaus to come in. The Phantom Forest and the Flourish comes through.
All right, let me rewind it just a little bit.
Chelvin, slow beam, going out with the Surf, trying to get into a good position.
So, yeah, they thought they saw an opportunity where they can engage, but I'm not exactly sure why, and I say this objectively. I'm not trying to like flame anyone, but like this to me just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So sorry, let the Muskrat play. Like, you are uniting the worst targets on their team in the literal sense. Like, you're uniting a Slowbro, a Hoopa, a Blastoise, and yes, a Blastoise is their supplementary damage. Like, they're not support Blastoise, they're special attacker. So yes, I get it, they're a threat. But you got to keep in mind, these are the two people that you want to be focusing on right here. Like, number one, number two, in no particular order. These two are not even being touched. They're full HP. They're literally just in the bush waiting for stuff to happen. And literally, once you commit on this play, it's so hard for you to really backpedal and make sure that you kind of like stay alive. So now it's like, okay, you committed on this play. What's going to happen now? Well, we'll see what happens. So Slowbro united the Trevenant. Masquerada's ulting. They didn't get the kill, and of course, Blastoise, when they get low, they're gonna Hydro Typhoon, which they did. So not only that, they hit basically 3 people. No, 4 people, because they ejected forward.
And the flourish comes through as well with the Hydro Typhoon that gets them up into the air, and now it's looking good for first place.
And then, of course, just keep in mind, Absol and Inteleon were in that bush the entire time. Snipe shot lands. Inteleon pops her Unite move. Absol pops her Unite move as well. So Absol picks off 2. Inteleon is just free auto attack with their Unite move. And then that's that.
Another one with only 2 members of Lobos. The triple trouble goes in through all of them, but it's still going out very, very low. Look at the damage. They managed to take it, actually. So first place, guaranteed.
And this is like when Lelovers were in a position where they were just winning the game definitively. But they chose to take a fight for reasons unknown, and then they kind of just threw the game.
Allowing the other members to just go and shred them up, get rid of that tanky front line, and go and deal the damage to the rest of them. But now, 40 seconds left to go, 275 to 507.
And then we can fast forward, because 507 to 275, 30 seconds left. Like, realistically, 607, yeah, they're not scoring.
Coming that first hurdle, being Lovers, I mean, for this team that has only...
And then it really sucks, because in game number 1, they had that Dragapult pick, which I'm just going to go with the assumption that was a mistake. So, you lose game number 1 because of a unfortunate misclick or, mispick. And then game number 2, you were winning, but then you chose an unfortunate... You made a collective poor decision, and then it just backfires on you. Which is really unfortunate, but... That's how it goes sometimes. But good on first place to kind of capitalize on the fact that the enemy team made a bad call.
Second here on the Absol, and just doing so.
And then of course the damage numbers. I'm not fixated on this stuff, but low damage on the side of Lelovers overall. And then like this is what I say, guys. It's like, damage doesn't necessarily mean anything. So keep in mind, Blastoise was the special attack build, okay? They were doing the build where they're the secondary, or in this case, just supportive damage. Now obviously they didn't do a lot of damage, but they fulfilled their role by taking resources from the enemy team, as well as just making sure that they're frontlining for the 2 characters. Like, Blastoise doesn't need to be the main source of damage. And of course, I know some people are going to be like, Omega lol, 18k damage Blastoise, report this guy, blah blah blah. But to me, that doesn't matter, because it did its job as a frontline. As long as Klaus and Resu in this case are doing the damage that they need to do, that's all that really matters. And of course they win.
In guaranteeing them to begin with, Resu again, first game with the Espeon, second game expecting to see 60s on it, but it's not what we saw in the previous
Okay,
match.
so who do we got here? Gen 5 and Ashen Rebirth?
Rebirth versus Gen 5 Gengar. No surprise whatsoever.
Gengar ban, Blissey ban, Talonflame ban.
And a Blissey to start things out here for Ashen Rebirth, and the Psyduck.
Oh, okay. So, just to point out, guys, this is a tough choice for Gen 5. Keep in mind, you have Meowscarada, you have Snorlax, you have Absol. Like, you can only pick one of them. And depending on what you pick, there's a chance that you give the other 2 to the enemy team. Now, of course, Ashen Rebirth went for the support bans, which is different than the other approach from the other teams. So it's really interesting to see what's going to happen here.
Blissey in the meta, just you do not want to let that healer.
Okay, so it's Meowscarada.
It's just the safeguard that it provides, but this does.
So did they pick up the Snorlax? They're taking the Absol.
And there we go. Both.
There you go. So that's going to be the first Snorlax pick of the competitive play that we've seen since the patch.
We pointed them all out in the pre-show. Snorlax, just such a good Pokemon for the defender role currently. We know that sometimes the Blastoise is also coming in, but the staple of UCS 2025 of defenders has been Umbreon. No difference into this game for Gen 5. They pick it up. Might be going for a double defender here, but I don't think that is where we are
Okay,
currently.
Inteleon and
Instead,
Umbreon.
we
Umbreon's
will go
perfectly
for the
fine.
Inteleon.
Oh, we've seen Lunderon and Inteleon as well. Inteleon, I think even despite the amount of dive that
Mewtwo,
this
Wine,
species
Sableye,
have,
okay.
is just still up there as one of those prime picks. But, oh, Ashen Rebirth. They've selected
Gengar that good
Sableye,
now?
So I'm wondering whether this was more just
I
to
mean,
prevent Kranix from picking it up.
I personally think it's
Sometimes if you
manageable.
can't ban it, you've just got to pick it up yourself, right? So just going and being the...
But that's just me.
It's true.
It also
And
depends
I
on
really like it, actually,
what is
because
drafted
it's one of
when that...
those Pokemon
So
that
the
could-
thing about it, though, is that although Gengar does a shit ton of damage, most of the time, you guys gotta remember, if one of these picks is left available, and that means it's not being banned, most of the time, you're gonna see in the first rotation of picks. Whether it be your purple team or orange team, like, it's gonna be in one of those picks most of the time, because you want to make sure that you get it. The downside to that, though, is that you're blind picking it. Like, I would imagine that 99% of the time, you're probably going to be blind picking it, so you don't necessarily know what you're going to be facing, which is something I don't really like when playing a character like Gengar. Because, yeah, it's a strong pick, but you can draft around it. It's just that whether the team knows to draft, like how to draft around that, then obviously
be like
who knows.
a card up your sleeve for Gen 5, but because they have played it yesterday, as you said, Ashen Rebuff has kept an eye on it and stolen it for themselves. Let's talk about the fact as well that we have
Oh, we got ourselves a Zera here. Okay.
With the Absol and the Zeraora, but Zeraora is not included in the defense and special defense penetration buff that we got this last patch. And one thing that I feel like is a little bit separate from everything in the Ashen Rebuff squad is this.
One thing I'm going to say right now is that under the assumption that Snorlax goes Flail, which I don't know what they're going to choose, but under the assumption that Snorlax goes Flail, if they go that moveset, Ashen Rebirth doesn't have a lot of utility to peel for their speedsters and attacker. Like, realistically, it's up to Mewtwo to, like, it's up to everyone individually to kind of make sure that they're positioning in a way that they don't allow themselves to get caught out or blown up immediately. And if I was playing Umbreon, I would play Mean Look indefinitely. Like, I would 100% go Mean Look here. And if I see foul play, so help me God, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Control on the side of Gen 5 so they can execute the damage with those snipe shots coming out by the Inteleon and Ashen Rebirth with a double speedster composition. Keller, I want to see how that Zeraora is going to do. One thing that's different though from what we saw in the double speedster compositions is that both.
Oh wait, sorry, I want to check. Did the Absol go Energy Amp or Attack Weight? Oh, they went Attack Weight. Okay.
How my Florigard, the cutting edge that they have here in early game.
Yeah, I guess that is the downside to Meowscarada. It does go into that Sprigatito, Florigado, and then obviously becoming that fully fledged cat.
A lot of people go Attack Weight for Night Slash. I do not like Night Slash.
On the purple, Ashen Rebirth on the orange, and ooh, looky here.
I feel like it's such a linear moveset.
Invade action.
I find it boring to play, but on top of that, I actually just think Pursuit is better in pretty much like most cases. The thing about it though is that the one thing that Night Slash has better than, well, actually two things. So when it comes to Night Slash, one, your damage is basically flat damage. Oh.
But Kranix, so confident in the Swinub, goes in with the eject button.
That was unfortunate. Swinub thought they could get the KO there, and not only did they not get it, they'd allow themselves to get caught out by the jungler.
Sometimes, you know, yeah, you want to get it a bit aggressive, but, I mean, with an Absol lurking about, sometimes you end up getting punished. Nonetheless, they are still up here ready for those.
Yeah, it's not like Night Slash is a bad move. I just personally don't like it. That being said, the advantages that Night Slash has over Pursuit is, like, number one, in comparison to Pursuit, in order for you to get your maximum value of Pursuit, you always have to get the proper angle. Like, obviously, you know, when you're in your pursuit animation, you have to get, like, a certain angle so you get the cooldown reset as... Well, not reset, but the cooldown reduction as well as the potential, like, maximum crit value. For Night Slash, you just need to hit them. Like, you don't need to angle it or anything, you literally just need to hit them, and then you get your second activation, which is, you know, the second part. So you can hit multiple enemies. It's easier to play. Plus, you get more lifesteal. And then they changed it as well. In the most recent patch, they changed it so that... Oh.
As they can just guarantee that damage per second, keeping up with it, but that evolution
you just slashed?
Well, actually, that Mega Evolution will have the extra damage necessary to take down Utel, although it took a little bit longer. They are still coming out on top for Ashen.
Yeah, I believe,
yeah, you've definitely got to give it to this side.
So they raised the crit, and I think it has more armor shred now.
That damage over time with
so
those
in layman's terms, it just...
stun that ends up coming at
you do more damage, because you resist less.
As if a Sableye nuisance or a heavy slam nuisance wasn't enough.
Oh, yeah. 5 seconds for the Regis to spawn. Eagle is...
Believe it or not, I actually hate Sableye overall. I feel like the Pokemon got gutted. It used to be so good, but then after several nerfs, it just got...
And they take it. Gen 5 already with 1 KO to that side, and Ashen Rebuff is gonna try...
Sorry, I got distracted because I'm watching the fight.
Scraps out of this fight, Gallo. Maybe Eagle is caught in a bad position, as Gen 5 will guarantee the bottom rating for themselves, the Midnight Slash, just to keep them invulnerable for a little bit, and it almost gets sniped out on that snipe shot, but Skull is still gonna be left standing, but they use their ability to go back. Maybe they're still gonna go for another push. Krenix might have been a little bit too eager, and they're gonna pay for it.
I think despite
okay, sorry, I was focused on the fight because so I didn't want to talk over it. What I was gonna say is, back in the day, of course, if you were playing the earlier seasons of Pokemon Unite, Sableye was one of the most notorious supports you have ever seen in the game. Back in the day. Of course, after a long while, they finally nerfed the Pokemon and gutted it so that it's more balanced now. The irony is, I actually think in this meta, like, Sableye actually goes up in value for me because of how many people are playing speedsters. Especially because of its passive of you going invisible, and you're not in... As long as you're not in enemy range and getting spotted, despite it being a fragile support, you can actually get on top of speedsters relatively easily and just set up a play. But not like that. I am not even sure what just happened here. Like, I blinked and I, like, what did you guys think was gonna happen in this play? Okay, so I think I understand. I think the concept was, like, they saw 2 people up here, so they knew it was a 5 versus 3. Which makes sense, but I think the problem was their execution on how they went about this was just unfortunate, is all. Yeah, they knew it was a 5v3, so they tried to take advantage of it, but the problem is they didn't execute it properly, and then it just went horribly wrong. So Sableye missed their Unite move, Mewtwo popped their Unite move as an engage. Obviously not the greatest way to use it. Absol tried to unite someone. Zera died without uniting. Yeah, that was just painful to watch, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Losing a 5 versus 3 in competitive is just such a it's a gut punch right there. And considering you burned 3 Unite moves for that and didn't get anything, that's what's even worse. Those are the types of plays where, like, you gotta mentally reset and make sure that doesn't tilt you.
Such a good pad defender.
especially when you have an Ice Fang to keep them in place. They're going to keep on pushing here for Gen 5 as Ashen Rebirth is not in the position to even try and contest this Reggie Rock. He was taken just underneath their noses. The
Okay.
doesn't connect.
So now the problem is, okay, so let me just level with you guys. So the orange team, Ashen Rebirth, they made a bad play. Okay, it's not the end of the world. Like, the game's not over, but they need to mentally bounce back. So you just lost a 5v3, you respawn. The problem is here, like, Absol doesn't have Unite move, Mewtwo doesn't have Unite move, Sableye doesn't have Unite move, and Sableye is not even bottom because they're backcapping top lane. They're scoring, they're scoring their 30. So you have 3 Unite moves off the table. Snorlax doesn't even have one because he's not even level 9 yet. The bottom Reggie spawned. At this point in time, if you lost the 5v3 with Unite moves on the table, there is no reality, and this is just me being objective, like watching this from a viewer point of view. Like, yes, it's more tense when you're playing the game, I get it, but you just need to be rational, okay? If you lost a 5v3 with Unite moves on the table, there's no reality where, like, 99% of the time you're probably going to lose this situation. So now you got a 5 versus 4, and you're the 4. You're playing for the objective, and they got Unite moves on the table over here. Well, 2 of them at least. You might as well cut your losses right here. Like, forget this. Don't even entertain the idea of fighting this fight. You break top, and you get the Regieleki. Like, you guys were dead anyways. You had the spring. Like, just go top lane. At the very least, you're being productive, and you'll get some experience between scoring and getting the Regieleki. But because they decided to go bottom lane to try to contest this, they just fall even further behind than they already were. Like, you gave up a bunch of experience. You're already down in levels, okay? You're down in levels. You're down in... Oops. You're down in points. And then now allowing yourselves to get wiped again for a second time in, like, less than a minute, it just makes the game even more unplayable for you. Granted that the enemy team doesn't make any major mistakes.
As Ashen Rebirth is not in the position to even try and contest this Reggie Rock. He was taken just underneath their noses. The snapshot doesn't connect, but it doesn't matter when all of the CC is going to guarantee the rest of the damage. With that pad also collapsing, Ego has to pop that XP to try and get away. But Krenix with a flank, it's just too good. Going out once again, and the coup de grace to finish it off as well. Gen 5 is feeling comfortable, but they actually traded 1 for 1. Now Cascade is in a good position to keep on going. The Memo Smash is going to buy some time as Gen 5 is going to try to escape. Now Heavy Slam to say we actually committing to the fight, and Ashen Rebirth now with a Floral Flourish going onto the back line with a Midnight Slash as well, and they are capitalizing. Ashen Rebirth feeling much better about this fight. Going out to the defender.
Okay. It's funny because I was just talking about, like, I don't even know what just happened. Okay, so things were looking so good for Gen 5, but then they make the most unnecessary play I've ever seen. Well, not they as a collective group. I feel like some of them just got a little too... They were too gun-ho about their lead. So they get the Regirock, they get the kills, they got 2 kills, they got the goal. They're perfectly fine right here. Like, this is, like, you're in a prime position of just resetting and then, collectively regrouping and then going top or doing some collective push. But then, like, some of the members of the team split off. Like, they're tunneling on the Sableye. And then, like, you can see right here, this is where, like, I feel like the communication just got lost. So, 3 of them are on this side, going for the Sableye, or diving the enemy team. You can see, like, all this right here. And then you have your attacker who's like, okay, let's go to Regieleki, guys, or let's get that farm. Masquerada's down here. And they're full HP. Like, they're kind of just chilling. Like, I don't think they realize, oh shit, my team is fighting. Like, what's happening here? So the rest of the team is going in, while these guys are literally just, like, like I said, I don't know what the call is, but, like, something's going on here. So they got the Sableye, okay? So I guess that's a dub in their book. But they lost the Aegis Slash, so guys, trading for a level 9 Sableye while you're level 12 Aegislash, when you're the second highest level in the game, on top of the fact everyone in the enemy team is 2 to 3 levels down, with the exception of Absol, that is really bad. Okay, I'm sorry to say, you might think that's worth that you got the Sableye, like style, like these guys are going for the 420 style points, alright? But you just traded for someone that's 3 levels under you, not worth.
One for one. Now Cascade is in a
And then
good
Mamoswine's going in, like, okay, somehow Umbreon's like, okay, I'm out, boys, like, cut our losses, let's go. Mamoswine didn't get the memo. They're still diving the enemy team by themselves with their Unite move.
Going to buy some time as Gen 5 is going to try to escape. Now Heavy is Lamb to say we actually committing to the fight. And Ashen Rebirth.
And then here, and then what makes me laugh is like, they're just like, okay, you know what, guys, we already committed to it, let's just go for it. So they get the Snorlax, they get the Zera, but then they trade for the, okay, so it's 3 to 2. They got the Sableye, they got the Snorlax, they got the Zera. But then you traded your level 13 Meowscarada, which was the highest level in the game as of this moment, and the level 12 Aegislash. And then you lost your Mamoswine as well, who is also level 11, who is also still higher than everyone on the enemy team except for Absol. So you traded 3 for 3, and that was nowhere near worth.
And that is huge. 3 for 0 for Ashen.
I just find it funny. Like, I'm not.
Fight was over, and Gen 5 were trying to get away.
And that is huge. 3 for Midnight Slash. Some time.
No, it was 3 for 3. Aegislash died, Mamoswine died, and Meowscarada died. And then on the enemy team, it was Zera, Snorlax, and Sableye. It was 3 for 3, not 2 for 2.
Now Heavy's Lamb to say we actually committing to the fight. And Ashen Rebirth now with a Floral Flourish going onto the back line with a Midnight Slash as well. And they are capitalizing Ashen Rebirth, feeling much better about this fight. Going out to the defender, takes 1, and that is huge. 3 for 0 for Ashen Rebirth.
Just when you thought the fight was over and Gen 5 were trying to
Okay.
get away.
That being said, though, despite that questionable play, being polite about it, despite that questionable play, keep in mind Gen 5 are still very far ahead. Everyone is still higher level. Okay, with the exception of Absol, overall the team is just significantly ahead. And on top of that, they almost have a 200-point lead. Almost. So they're still in a very comfortable position. They just need to make sure that they don't allow those types of plays to keep on happening.
Rebirth the chance to go and pick up those much needed KOs. We now have those 2 level 11s over on their side, being Mewtwo and Zeraora, and Absol has also reached all of their plus movements, reaching level 13, but Regieleki is now on the watch, as we do have Ashen Rebirth securing that snipe shot, wasn't able to make the distance for a steal.
We're looking at the top side with a push that is successful by Ashen Rebirth. And unfortunately, that Gen 5, they had a good lead early game.
Your
Maybe
e-girl.
Overestimated how much they could keep on continuing a fight. But there is one thing that's called overextending that can happen. In this case, no, it was just a Snorlax who got caught off.
Okay, well, Sableye scored 40, so they closed the gap. So that almost 200-point lead is now less than 100. Which is good for them, going into Rayquaza. But they're also significantly underleveled. Like, Mewtwo just hit level 12, so they're not going to be level 13 anytime soon. Zera just hit 14. Sableye just got cut out, so now you're dead for Rayquaza.
Such a good position to go for a flank. They take 1, could take Yasuo as well, as they're still trying to push with the nap time coming in to get as much HP as possible back into that front line on Ashen Rebirth. They are all on top of the pit. They're trying to get there, but they are not really in the best position. Ego is going to get caught off.
Oh. Sableye just ran into 2 of their carries, and on top of that, they burned their Unite move as well. They're going for that death timer speed run.
But but they know that they are ahead in points. They're trying to play it slow. Oh, the snipe shot lands.
The game is not over though.
But gets a very nice knock
In
on
terms
that.
of overall
Hit that
points, like it's a
Anderson,
close
but
game. It's just
going to be not enough. They're still pushing out to the
okay.
ground.
Okay, well,
Another KO for Gen 5 as Azelito is trying to get away, but Megu is in the pit. You still have that Aegis
They're
Lance
still alive. Oh,
to
but they died.
steal it. They steal. Oh, they guarantee it. It doesn't even matter. Gen 5 with a numbers advantage and the points are still going to continue forward.
Okay, well,
They didn't actually need to start that Rayquaza.
and I was a little bit hopeful.
Numbers advantage. You might as well take that win condition away. You definitely got to give it to Cascade there.
Yeah, Absol and Zera both died without uniting. Like, Absol got caught out, and Zera tried to go for a Hail Mary steal, but they weren't close. Like, there's really not much for me to say about this game, so I'm not gonna rewatch it. Like, everyone just got caught out, with the exception of Zera. Zera was playing safe, but there was not much they could do. So yeah, normally I would kind of like break down what happens in the last 2 minutes, but I feel like this match overall was just kind of one-sided, so let's go on to the next match. Roll the tape. Oh, by the way, it was a heavy slam Snorlax, it wasn't a flail. So, they were still more utility than anything else.
They did, and because again we have
they banned Mamoswine, really.
As priority, as we know that leaves the Absol still open for the opposition, and that could be something that Ashen Rebirth does, and it is indeed. I think the Snorlax was still a very nice pick. What I felt like was missing was, as you mentioned,
so as of right now, Snorlax has a 0% win rate on broadcast.
And if you're going for the Mewtwo Y, have something that can actually boost out those auto attacks.
Yeah, and that's where a Trick Hooper comes on in. But instead, it looks like they're going to pick up Psyduck. So I guess it does end up playing a very similar role to say what a Sableye does, but I guess it is a little bit more tankier than a Sableye there, so able to sustain in those fights a little bit longer, but also
I would have been excited.
The headache to just go
honestly, if I saw Charizard, I would have been excited, but at the same time, they already have Inteleon and Meowscarada, so it's very unlikely.
That could create a lot of space for Ashen Rebirth here.
I'm loving that we have that Blaziken on the side of Gen 5. I know that Utah plays it to perfection when we've seen them play it before, so I'm excited about that. But Ashen Rebirth...
You have to remember, though, one thing about being the second pick, so in this case it's the orange team, yeah, the Mamoswine is a questionable ban. I personally wouldn't ban it if I was playing competitive. I don't think it's, like, ban-worthy. But the benefit of not banning something that is strong is that you leave more things on the table. So keep in mind, like, yeah, first pick will always get the first pick of the litter, but when you're the second team, you get 2 picks. So if you're leaving like 3 strong picks up, the first team has to prioritize which of those 3 they want. And then when you're second pick, because there's not enough bans to go around, it's like, okay, yeah, you take that one thing, but we get the other 2 things. So it's not like the Mamoswine ban is kind of like whatever. Like it's not the most OP thing you've ever seen, but it still allows the Snorlax and the Absol to go through.
Goes for an all-rounder of their own with the Machamp, but again, I just feel like the composition is a little bit weird. The Mewtwo Y is not as ranged as other attackers like the Inteleon. The Machamp is gonna have to be into the thick of it for all the fights, and they're not super sustainable, at least.
Sorry, I gotta open up a pack today. I'll do this right now really quickly.
Yeah,
give me my first God pack!
This Machamp pick, I mean, if we're trying to figure out what they're cooking, I guess in terms of submission, it does provide that displacement tool, say it for that Blaziken or Meowscarada, but obviously it's going to be Lunda that is the biggest threat that they need to try and wrap their arms around.
Most objectively and obviously for a Machamp with many of those arms for sure. But right,
I mean, it's 4 arms.
I got
so
nothing.
If the first 2 fail, maybe you could just grab it with the second 2. I mean, that's a pretty strong grasp, you
It
know?
is. They're
Inteleon
pretty
isn't
swole.
exactly,
Okay, I can put this away.
you know, bulky per se. They're quite slender.
It's true. But inside Ashen Rebirth on the orange.
And it is match point for Gen 5. If they do win this match, they will progress on through to those losers semi. And it does mean we're going to say goodbye to Ashen Rebirth. But, oh, okay, sticking to the walls. Oh, Spring
I thought these guys are lagging, but they're bro, that is so funny. I was looking at the Machop and I'm thinking to myself, I think they're lagging. But then I realized they're not lagging. They're trying to sneakily go to the other side so they can backcap, or like not backcap, but get their one stack.
And it does mean we're going to say goodbye.
That shit is so funny.
But, oh, okay, sticking to the walls. Oh, Sprigatito does.
Oh no, bro, that's so sad.
Yeah, it's those claws. They are pretty sharp. Oh, using the XP there. Ow, but they've broken it. Wait.
Oh my god, you can't make this up, man.
But he did K opener for the very, very stylish Psyduck with the J.
That's part of the reason why I say, like, please remove stacking items from Pokemon Unite. Or at the very least, every time you die, you lose half your stacks.
We have an Umbreon online. We do have Absol joining the party along with that Blaziken.
What's the best build for Flower Meow?
For the moment, making sure to just out secure these.
Oh yeah, these guys have the ability to read each other's minds.
Very stylish.
That was hilarious. Honestly, that's the funniest thing I've seen in a while.
Oh, and it's Gen 5 who guarantee most of it, with Lunda getting
What's the
second
best
evolution.
Flower Meow build? I'm probably not the best person to ask, I'm gonna be honest. I barely played Meowscarada. Like, even now when it's strong, I barely play it.
Side of Ashen Rebirth here at the bot lane, as they can continue to go on pushing, but Combuskin Utah is around. It will be a 3v2 as Elita is exposed. They're going to take damage, first one to fall, and they're continuing further with the slingshot as they are...
Careful, guys, here comes the Absol.
For Gen 5.
You've definitely got to give it to Utah there, rather than going back for those buffs to go and assist those team members downstairs. Ashen Rebirth didn't really calculate that. They lingered a little bit too long close to that bottom pad. And after all, they ended up paying the price for it.
Well, at least we saw Krenix as well staying a little bit over their welcome and also getting taken down themselves. So Ashen Rebirth gets the KO, goes to the central area, takes the Swablues, and could go and going for a push here on the bot side. Krenix is going to get potentially also knocked out as they are Utah getting the nom-noms on the berries. The overheat does so much damage, but with the surf, ooh, very nice dodge there on the snipe shot. The Psyduck does get away.
I mean, given that we have 4 members of Ashen Rebirth here for the basement objective, still the other 2 from Gen 5, they do have the numbers advantage. The thing is, they have to try and play it.
It's unfortunate, but
chipped away at some HP.
if you guys ever seen the Chinese Pokemon Unite, Machamp actually evolves at level 7.
Crazy.
And of course on the global version, like, you evolve at level 9.
Going to start the Regirock here for the side of Gen 5.
The one thing I don't like about Machamp in our version is that it feels like it takes so long to scale. Like, depending, like, most of the time, you're not going to be getting huge advantages in the early game. Oh. Oh, she's like Sarah Connor from Terminator. Actually, wait, no. I mixed them up. But basically, she traveled to the future to warn us about the impending danger of UCS.
And see, this is the risk that Ashen Rebirth have. They just cannot get a hold of Lunda.
Happy Mario Day?
Stinger utilization to get themselves
Happy
out
Mario
of the way.
Day?
The thing is, it also
What's that?
giving them those diamonds.
Is there a Happy
allow them
Luigi
to
Day?
with a snipe shot or even an auto attack. It deals out crit damage. There's just so much burst.
It is. It's so powerful. And Luna is just playing exquisitely well with... Look at that! Look at that! So much damage that even when the fight is not even started yet, they are able to disengage. Krenix, though...
That Psyduck skin makes me laugh.
Much on the offensive with this,
I don't know why, it reminds me of Austin Powers.
well, just how much
Or
someone can heal back.
it makes Psyduck look like a pimp.
3v2 though could be a little bit dangerous. They're still going out.
Yo, that
well.
Psyduck drip is so funny.
Eagle on the
Oh.
top side, a speedster is gonna be maybe Cascade. Can you escape? Oh, getting slowed down.
Oh.
There is your flower trick.
Yeah, having that focus blast to go and slow them down, just allowing Megu to land that flower trick.
I kind of got distracted from the bottom, but it's worth mentioning that Absol popped their Unite move on that Reggie that happened like 2 minutes ago, and they lost it to the Blaziken, which is really unfortunate.
Do have that jump pad, so Gen 5 they don't want to continue sticking around.
But I was like I was distracted by other stuff.
Rather aggressively on the top side, still Gen 5, as Eagle is gonna get taken down on the bot side, and Luna can start initiating that Reggie. But we also see Cascade coming in. While on the top side, as we said it, they just ripped through the Reggie Aleki. Now bot side Action Rebuff is trying to do the same. Regice has reset for a brief moment. The Azure Spy Vision is going to allow some space. Oh, and what a nice eject button, but they are still going to get taken down by Cascade, so Luna's out of this fight.
That is insane.
Who got the objective?
So one thing, like, this is very important, but like, it's actually crazy that this objective took so long, because I feel like there was just split focus, okay? So keep in mind, like, Miasquerada and Blaziken are top. They're doing the Regieleki, and they got it. And then, of course, you have the rest of the, the rest of the team trying to do this Regice. Now, obviously, Snorlax is going top lane to defend, and then you got Machamp on his way bottom. Also, Machamp doesn't have Unite move, keep that in mind. Neither does Mewtwo. But yeah, they're trying to do this objective, but then Absol shifts his focus from objective to, fighting. The problem is, they took so long to do this, that Blaziken was literally able to rotate from top to bottom and still have a positive influence on this bottom objective. Like, if they had a Hoopa, then of course that would make sense. But this character that's up here in the top lane should not have the ability to rotate and still contribute in the objective before it goes down. Like, that to me just shows how much time they're, I don't want to say wasting, because obviously they're contesting it, but man, like, Miasquerada and Blaziken are on their way. Regice is at half. They don't have the damage because they're getting, yeah, and then they lose it on top of that.
Who got the objective? It was Gen 5 once again on the hands of the Umbreon, as they're gonna keep on pushing further. And another 2K.
And then, of course, you got to keep in mind, Machamp doesn't really have much value because they don't have their Unite move until after they die. Mewtwo doesn't have Unite move. Absol went for the KO attempt on the Inteleon. And yeah, they get the kill on the Inteleon, but they lose the objective for it. So, like, you have to ask yourself, is that kill on Inteleon more valuable than the Regice? Considering how things played out, I would say no. Because, yeah, they get the, they get some experience, enough experience to get them a level 11. And that is a level 12 Inteleon. So on an individual level, like, yeah, they got a shit ton of experience. They basically got a full level. So if they're able to utilize that experience that they got for themselves to translate that into a lead or an advantage or something beneficial for the whole team, then you could say it's worth. But considering they died and the rest of the team died and they lost objective, as of right now, no. That is not worth. Like, they could have used that Unite move to rip the Regice and get that for their team, and maybe they'd have enough time to, kite backwards and survive. Maybe. It's not guaranteed. It's like all hypothetical. But yeah, they tried to go back on the Regice. They didn't have enough time. They died. Umbreon actually gets it, and then they lose the goal on top of that.
Keep on pushing further, and Another 2 KO streak that goes for Megu. The goal collapses and Gen 5 is on top of the world.
Yeah, that is a 30
Gen 5 is a
there,
good team from EU now?
273 to 38.
Yeah, didn't they
As
win the
all
last
of
tournament, I
Gen
think?
is slowly chipping
I don't
away
remember.
at this Reggie
I
Elec.
know
This is
they were at least
going
top
to
2 at the bare
provide a
minimum, I think.
distraction for Gen 5 to go and take away some buffs, and also just any wild Pokemon that is available. I mean, they have that advantage in terms of those levels. 3 level 13s now on their side.
Oh, that is beyond powerful, Kello. Beyond powerful.
Oh.
Speechless. Lunda.
Are you reviewing whole weekend
swear
today? Yeah,
this
probably.
Inteleon, it's just calibrated to
I could use the break from solo queue.
all the snipe shots landing every single time the flow approach is used. Oh, and Skull gets taken down. 2 KO Shriek goes again for Megu as the block will just stop them for a brief moment. Psychic also disrupting Krenix, but this engage on the side of Gen 5, it's just always so powerful.
Yeah, they're just being
I mean,
able
the whole
to
stream was
take
what,
strides,
like 12 hours,
overall
but
to
it
the
doesn't
top
take me as
of
long because I
squad
can
as
skip
well.
to the
They have
matches.
both of their
So it'll probably
teams
take me like
lined
half
up
that time
and still available.
if I'm watching every
So
single
that
match.
means Ash and Rebirth, they really have their backs up against the wall, especially considering we have another Reggie Alecki that spawns before the final stretch. So even though they have the tier 2, you do not want to let Gen 5 take that because that's that potential for those double points to be scored.
And that is
Yeah,
exactly
Gen
what
5 right
happened.
now are
Gen
just
5 completing
cleaning
the
house
Mega
right now.
defenders were just
They've
zoning out
I
the
think they've
intensity
secured every single
between
objective.
Ash
They're
and
winning the
Rebirth and getting to the
fights.
top side. Nobody's going
They
to
have
wait with 9
more
seconds to
than
go on the bottom
almost
IG, as
almost a
Gen 5
300-point
decide to
lead going into
take all the wild
Rayquaza.
Pokemon in their own central area. Now Luna
Like,
trying to go on the
oh,
outside
and
in.
Psyduck just gets
Chat
destroyed.
says, well, that is my coin to flip, and we're gonna keep on pushing further with the block on the opposite side of the map. Sazuro actually dodging that ability from the
To put it
side
simply,
of
the only way
Gen
Ash and
5.
Rebirth
As
win this
they
game is
defend
with the
that
help
position,
of
gets caught out by the
Rayquaza.
overwatch, and they don't have a
But
speed
considering
step,
Absol's
as
dead,
it's
pop their
back
Unite
to
move,
Skull
Machamp doesn't have
trying to
Unite
sneak a
move,
100 burger,
and everyone's
but they're
getting
not
picked
gonna be able
off
to do so.
left,
Gets
right,
the
and
dog
center.
go for the side of Gen 5.
I don't want to be that guy, but I'm pretty sure this game's kind of over.
Is gonna get them into the air, but it only delays the inevitable as they are still gonna get taken down.
Oh?
Gen 5
Oh! Team player Rayquaza doing more damage than everyone else on Ash and Rebirth. It was a good block from Snorlax, though. But unfortunately, there's no one alive to capitalize on the fact that Meowscarada is dead.
Minimal HP, but this is going to give a chance for their team members to come on back. There is no Meowscarada,
Oh?
there is no Blaziken available. They do have the Rip, considering they have that Mewtwo White. The thing is, they don't have the Mega available.
No, you guys gotta get the Rayquaza! You gotta get the Rayquaza! Guys! Rayquaza! Oh my god! Oh, okay, it's over.
They're able to put up the defenses here as Snorlax is trying to push
You
them
let it
through.
reset. You guys don't have the time. You don't have the HP. You had to commit on it. It's Jover now. Oh, and you got sniped too. Jesus. Nice snipe shot.
Mewtwo down, and the KOs are raining for the side of Gen 5. Now,
Guys,
Echo trying to escape,
you guys gotta stop. These people have
as now Skull is
families. They have husbands and wives. They're just dying over and over again.
By Lunda, really an MVP to this game. Midnight Slash.
Ooh, yeah, that's a...
about it, but they are not even going to touch the Rayquaza.
You gotta go for broke. You gotta risk it for the biscuit. Unfortunately, because this is the loser's quarters, that means Ash and Rebirth is out of this tournament. And Gen 5 move on to the semis in the loser side.
So great, even though they ended up losing
Adios,
some
amigos.
members, just for the other members to
in that Talonflame straight out the gate feels like a better
Okay.
option than Dragapult.
So we're watching the loser side again. Loser's quarters, the second, like the other half. So we got Lelovers versus BH3 Esports. Now we saw Lelovers over like earlier today, but I have not seen BH3 Esports. And it's worth pointing out that this is the first. No, actually, no, that's not the first. We got the Snorlax. Oh no. First Talonflame game we're seeing on broadcast. Sorry, I misspoke. First Talonflame game we're seeing on broadcast, and then we also have the Gengar and the Snorlax.
To lock in that Slowbro, and looks like Psyduck will join the front line.
Yeah,
For the games
these
that
are
we've
EU
seen
teams.
So far, this draft has had a pattern.
Wait, are they?
First pick team
Yeah, they are there.
speedsters
This is the EU
being
portion.
forced to pick up one of the 2 speedsters available, with the second pick team
Bow, chicka, wow, wow.
if either of
Guys,
these
I need a
two
haircut.
out, and then
That.
the last
My hair's a
speedster.
mess.
I feel like that first 2
Haircut,
picks are
please.
so strong for the second pick team.
Yeah, Toast, of course, looking for the dive with the Brave Bird, and it'll be the job of the likes of Fizzy and Greg picking up that Eldegoss to protect Mifil on the Inteleon. Mifil, of course, absent from EUIC. That's bold, considering the
I'll give myself a buzz cut on stream and donate my hair to charity.
That fell stinger to great effect, one would hope. Lelova's going to run it back, though, to a more traditional comp for what we've seen from this team. Double rounder for the Snow Potato combo, Mimikyu and Aegislash.
Goodbye, my friend.
To that with Volto's ace.
You have a good one. Thanks for stopping by.
So this feels a little more in line with the comps that we've seen previously, minus the 2 speedsters, of course, with that Talonflame and that.
Oh! Look at the Snorlax build, guys. Eos Cookie, Buddy Berry, and Focus Band. We got ourselves a Flail Snorlax, the first one on broadcast. The other guy was playing Heavy Slam. He was boring.
Dream Eater, Shadow Ball. I do like the scaling for BH3. They have pretty good early game between the Snorlax. I mean, all of these 5 Pokemon, pretty decent early game. Gengar most likely going into that central area, with the rest of the team having a really strong impact on either of those 2 lanes. I do really like the Mimikyu pickup here on the side of Lelovers. Mimikyu and like a lot of other.
Brother, I am not clicking that suspicious link.
Pretty strong into these speed.
I don't know what virus that's gonna give my computer.
Slow bro. Sometimes even Charizard might make an appearance today.
Indeed. Little fly over Thea Sky ruins the arena of combat as we continue on with our final stretch play-ins. Lelovers consistent.
That's okay.
Going into today, BH3 consistently top 8, but have failed to make the top 8 on previous occasions.
How's it going, Martins?
Game 1 of potentially 3 Lelovers in the purple and BH3 in the orange.
That's a rule once again, Relic. Our first cast together. Putting the 2 speedsters into that central area again. Haunter at level 5 has been devastating for the 850 birds that spawn at that point. In the bottom path, we do.
What is that? Oh, wait. Pause. What are you guys cooking with this? Do you guys think that you can literally put XP on anything and then it makes them a support Is this the day and age we like? I could give you guys. Is this the day and age we like? I could give you guys a pass on the Ninetale. Okay, I think it's okay. And no, it happens from time to time. But, I think it's okay now. I didn't end stream. Yeah, once in a while my internet just dips out. Okay, well, I think the stream should be up still, despite the hiccup. But, yeah, my internet tends to dip out every once in a while, so sorry about that, guys. It happens. See, the support in Teleon broke my internet. Even my internet was just like, I can't believe I'm seeing this.
Moving back onto Pant here. It's picking up both of their citrus berries early, Lelovers. Strong damage from BH3 on both sides of the map.
Both speedsters in this bottom path. One thing I do want to point out, Relic, this is an EXP share in Teleon. You don't quite see this very often. We may see something like
Relic. I said pause because of the XP share in Teleon.
Fizzy, but they're going to be moving away and out of there because, quite frankly, the damage was too much that even if they had flailed, they wouldn't have found a KO. That's a nice snipe from the water gun. Sees Marv Evo onto the slow bro. And that's good timing as well as Toast moves into that backline with the acrobatics, but eats a bunch of damage in return. That passive from Mifil almost finding the K opener, but to no avail.
This might be the first time I've seen Flaylax in a UCS event, really leaning into the bulkiness of this Pokemon, but can also go toe-to-toe with some
Yeah,
of the
but
speedsters doing more damage.
really? Inteleon?
Unfortunately, getting taken out by Lelo.
Inteleon of all things? Come on.
But of course, gotta make sure this Talonflame doesn't get to level 7, or at least hinder that as long as possible.
Double invade from BH3, good communication, and they do, although they lose the Snorlax, they do walk out with the orange buff off that Escavalier. We now got Japer just that one level away from finding that Gengar, looking towards the Phantom Ambush later on down the line at level 9, 2.5 minutes in, and no scores to speak of, but BH3 certainly starting to scale a lot better now, Draco.
30 seconds before the first major objectives on the field. Still waiting for level
It works
7.
on everything, but it doesn't belong on everything.
Impact at level 5, but really want to get to that Fly and or Brave Bird variation. Level 6 on Volto, having access to at least Superpower, will get Smackdown in just a little bit.
Surf. And here's Snow joining the fray. Finally, our K opener, and that's an Evo one to the Talonflame for Toast as well. And Japer's caught in the middle of CC Central. And now we're taking the train to Trouble Town for BH3. Big rotate onto top bar. 30 goes down. Here's another 30 and more. Are they going to get the 50-point over dunk? Oh, they're going to do no. They wait for the 20 over dunk.
No.
Waited a little too long as Volto.
Alright, give me 1 second, guys. Something just screwed up on my end. Frickin', I need to get permissions to my stream deck. There we go. Okay, good, we're back.
Volto's been able to deny this score for the moment, and now
You click your own lane.
Kaizen falls to Greg 22, 70-0. Lelover's trying to do maths, but the maths fight back.
Support Inteleon presses left trigger and it sees everybody.
Of this tier 1 goal zone Regieleki on the field, defenders holding that bottom path. BH3 has really good positioning here, but you'll have to be sure of this Talonflame in the wings, taking to the
Damn, look at that support Inteleon, bro.
Flame sweep catches 2. Volto sliced, diced, and the fly down.
Oh my god, support Inteleon just got 2 levels, man. Thing's cooking.
KO streak of themselves, and because of all of that team fight exploding in and out and around them, Snow's just been able to go to work on this Regieleki.
When the support Inteleon is the highest level, actually no, not anymore.
South Pass, looking downstairs, Draco. It's our first.
Well, tied for the highest level in the game, you know, it's oh well, Talonflame just got level 10.
On down through that speed flex zone, really get secure again on the side of Lelover's. Registeel brought down to 50%, and I think the Snorlax is going to go ahead and retreat back over to the tier 1 goal zone. This Registeel.
Oh my god. He got stunned by that Psyduck and dragged.
Gorgeous Psychic and Trick Room Mimikyu worth mentioning as well. Definitely looking to counter that speedster threat from the Gengar getting in close, and indeed the Buzzwole. Of course, Mifil looking to provide that backline threat. Has had a couple of opportunities denied for the moment. You imagine that a few more will go his way as this game continues to rumble on. But as we head towards the halfway mark, Draco, it looks like this. 70-27 in favor of Lelovers, who also lead the lobby with levels. 3 double digits for them, just the 2.
Ooh.
Needs to take to the
Close,
sky,
but no
especially
cigar.
Dream Eater to the wings. Still a massive amount of damage, even if it's not an attacker. Of course, that damage pen doing more to attackers, still generally to Pokemon with lesser defenses like these speedsters. Buzzwole trying to do a combo onto this Aegislash, going into that.
They banned the weed kitty?
And the
Yep.
oppression for BH3 continues.
Unbelievable play from Volto, who's been able to find the KO on the Aegislash at last. Kaizen poking, but look at the shield pickup from Volto, the flame sweep into the backline.
Oh.
Another 2 KO streak for Toast, who's starting to cook, and now they're able to rotate onto this top path. Maybe a 30-point overdunk? Yeah, they're going to nail it. Really nicely done. So we think back to that 20-point overdunk that was spurred.
I think the Gengar Dream Eater into the damage. Let me see. Hold on.
Shield pickup from Volto.
Slam, and the oppression for BH3 continues.
Unbelievable play from Volto.
Okay, so they got hit by the fly there.
Been able to find the KO on the Aegislash at last. Kaizen poking, but look at the shield pickup from Volto.
What just did so much damage to them? I'm very curious. I can't see because all the animations are stacking up with each other.
Unbelievable play from Volto, who's been
They
able
got hit
to
with the
find
fly
the
there.
KO.
They got
The
auto
Slash
attack. They
allows
got
ties
crit.
and poking, but look
I know they dream metered and it landed, so
at the shield pickup from Volto.
oh, it was the Unite move from Talon.
To the back line, finally takes down
Honestly, for a second I was like, it's not the superpower because
to cook, and now they're able to rotate onto
because the
top
Buzzle's on their
30
team.
point overdunk. Yeah, they're gonna nail it. Really nicely done. So we think back to that 20-point overdunk that was spurned. It's actually worked out better in the long run for Lelovers. A silver lining as they take the next set of birds in Central.
Finally, a massive win for Lelovers in that top path, bringing that Tier 1 goal zone tower down. Regieleki is going to take the long way to the Tier 2 goal zone. KO going in the way of BH3. 4 minutes remaining in this game, a 100-point lead by Lelovers. They're looking pretty good. Talonflame now level 13. They will get that damage, or not damage reduction, but they will get a knockup with every fly they land.
Lovely. I want to shout out to our wonderful second observer for today, John Icarus, who's done a wonderful job of capturing that moment where Snow was isolated and caught out, and so that T1 zone on top.
Oh my god. Gengar just went into the bounce house and wasn't allowed to leave.
Marv providing the frontline threat. Here's Mifil looking for the snipe away with the snipe shot eaten by this Aegis Slash. Block goes up. Here's the fly. Coup de grace.
Nice secure.
Securing a second Reggie steal for Lelovers. Are they going to try and get a little more value out of this? No, Volto on defense, absolutely massive. Here comes Gengar now into the backline, but it's a 2 KO streak for the Aegis Slash.
It's really unfortunate, but the Gengar and Snorlax are falling so far behind. And keep in mind, Gengar was the jungle, and Snorlax is like a primary source of, or a secondary source of damage. But they're level 10. Like, Snorlax doesn't have XP share. They're not playing your usual defender build. They went for the Flail-Axe build. And right now they're just struggling. They only hit level 11 just now. So they're nowhere close to the level threshold that they need to be going into Rayquaza.
40 seconds left before the final stretch.
Even without that 14, 3-13s going into Ray is pretty mighty indeed. They're going to pick up this final Altaria. Oh, lovely wide guards from Japer there. Oh, sorry, not from Japer, my apologies. From the Aegis Slash. Japer was definitely deterred from going in to try and find one more KO before we head into Ray. There'll be no more Reggies, and look at that, no yellow dots on the map. So for the moment, a reprieve, Draku.
To answer your question, it's not a target ban. Muskrata is just that strong.
Final stretch, of course, Talonflame, where they decide to jump on. There are a number of Pokemon that will not love to take a fly to the knee. There is 2 boundary Unite moves on the side of Lelovers as well. Can make a huge impact. We all know how strong Slowbro's Slow Beam Unite move is. Landing that onto the Gengar will spell doom for BH3.
Plenty of adventurers here on Thea Sky Ruins. They better be awake, though. It's a good time to be. As set up shop here. BH3 on the top side of the Ray Pit. Lelovers, meanwhile, they don't have to press the issue, Draku. They got a 120-point lead right now.
Headwinds are strong for Lelovers. 2 level 13s, 1 level 14. A struggling level 12 on the Flail-Axe. I was quite excited to see this Pokemon, but has not really found any entryway, or both in EXP or in KOs. Only level 12, quite far from...
Talonflame's going for a potential back cap, but now they're...
point lead by Lelovers. BH3, gotta make the first move.
hiding in that bush by the spring off screen.
Really slow. Really patient.
Now they're going for a flank.
Starting to poke.
Nobody knows where they are right now. Eldegoss might have spotted them, but...
Misses out with the Shadow Claw. Meanwhile, on the top
oh, there goes the support.
Lovely play from Potato.
Lubro united the Gengar, but
CC, the Cotton Cloud crashes, the coup de grace, Super Swell Slam, and the Power Nap both go down to try and add a little more shielding to this front line.
Oh.
There's Kaiser with a pickup on Volto. So that's 2 down now. There's the third as Japer falls to toast. Fizzy with the flail didn't eat enough damage to truly look for
Snorlax
the
can't auto attack anybody right now.
Second KO for Toast, which just leaves Greg all on their lonesome. Sliced by Potato is a 3 KO streak ultimately for Toast. And now looking for the scores on pad. Will it be a 100 burger? It might be even better. 4 KO streak as Mifil, who had just respawned, has been taken down immediately. Lelovers with the patience of the Arceus.
And this
yeah, that was kind of painful to watch, but I mean, It is the first Talonflame game, so I guess I'll just rewatch this one-sided massacre, if that's what you want to call it.
And make a huge impact. We all know how strong Slowbros, Slow Beam.
I mean, there's not, like, Gengar and Snorlax are so underleveled right now. They're not even level 13. Buzzwole's the highest level in the game right now, so he's just trying to put the team on his back.
On, say, Sky Ruins. They better be awake, though. It's a good time to be.
120 points is not the biggest lead ever, but at the same time, you're just bleeding in terms of levels. So realistically, you don't have a team composition for pulling Ray, on top of the fact that you're just down in points.
Headwinds are strong for level,
and you don't, like,
level 13,
you can't really backcap, but you can't pull Ray, and you don't want to team fight because you have the worst team comp, and on top of that, you're underleveled. Like, this is just not a good situation to be in any sense of the word.
Almost a 200-point lead by Lelo versus Beach 3. Gotta make the first move.
Yeah, they've already wasted a minute here. Really slow, really patient. Finally starting to poke, maybe.
I mean, so here's the thing. Despite that Lelovers being in a really good position, I like the fact that, you know, Talonflame is taking the initiative to hide off screen and just set up for a play, even though they don't necessarily need to force anything. But obviously, when you're a Talonflame and they just have a very fragile backline, and it's funny because it's the support Inteleon, right? But it's funny because the other two damage dealers are not really threats. So they take out the guy that is quote-unquote support first out of everyone. And they can't do anything about it to really... Like, with this team composition, you can't really peel for your Talonflame. Like, Eldegoss can't sustain the burst damage that Talonflame is going to be outputting. And then on top of that, Flail-Lax is down here, not even close to where this guy is. And even if they were close enough, you can't really do much for the Inteleon. Like, you just have to hope to God that either Talonflame misses, or Inteleon is able to just eject one away from the fly damage.
Volto, there's the Scold. Misses out with the Shadow Claw. Meanwhile,
but of course they got Sacred Sworded and it was just free pickings.
Lovely play from Potato. Wide guard, Volto, CC, the Cotton Cloud crashes, the coup de grace, Super Swole Slap, and the Power Nap both go down to try and add.
And then over here,
Potato.
Like, everything is going wrong because now as soon as they pick up the Inteleon, getting Slowbro United, literally getting caught out. Psyduck is literally away from the team over here. Like, this guy cannot get to the other side unless he just pops an eject button. And then, yeah, it's going downhill from here, like, very fast.
Wide guard, Volto, CC, the Cotton Cloud crashes, the coup de grace, Super Swole Slap, and the Power Nap both.
Like, Psyduck is trying so hard to be useful from the other side of the pit. And the only, like, they were able to... They gave the Gengar means of escape, but it didn't last very long because they just got ejected on. And then, yeah, here is just everyone's dead, everyone's dying, they're all scrambling. There wasn't much else to do.
For Toast, and now looking for the scores on pad.
Of the Trick Room, very difficult for maybe Gengar to get going as well. These secondary abilities, I think, in my opinion, really shines for Lelovers in that game.
Well,
what
a day. What a day, folks. I think that kind of says it all. All Speedster bans, all Death Pen bans. And quite interesting, actually, to see BH3 banning their own Gengar, Lelovers banning their own Talonflame. It does mean that we will probably have a more normalized draft compared to what we've seen previously.
I said this before, but I never thought I would see the day, or like, I never thought there would be a time where people would be banning 4 speedsters in competitive play.
Patch, throw everything you know out the window for drafting in Pokemon Unite. Who would have thought? You would have told me 3 weeks ago, even 2 weeks ago, that these 4 Pokemon were going to be at the pinnacle of drafting in Pokemon Unite. I would have laughed at you. These are some of these speedsters quite literally never picked in the most recent months. Now seeing 4 particular bans. Love to see it.
Well, because 4 speedsters are being banned, that basically just means that, with the exception of Snorlax, depending on what moveset they go, you're going to have a more traditional game. Something that you would probably see before the speedster update.
Slowbro. To be fair, that Slowbro Psyduck combo looked pretty spicy and should work well into what is so
But honestly, I don't even have a problem.
tanky competition.
I don't have a problem seeing speedsters from a viewer perspective, because it kind of changes the dynamic of how people are playing the game. Like, I feel
the Garchomp for the hyperscaling late game.
Before the speedster update, yeah, there was a speedster update where they just buffed a lot of characters, specifically speedsters. Absol, Talon, Meowscarada, Gengar, Snorlax. There was a few other things in the patch as well, but basically before that update, it was kind of, I don't want to say boring. It was just what's the word I'm looking for? Repetitive.
The company which it keeps on BH3 is by far and away the squishiest.
Yeah, they got buffed.
You could look for.
They all got buffed,
We are almost certainly
making them stronger picks.
Gonna have to land those shots because there's a lot of health bar to eat through, especially once we hit that late game. Let's not forget, of course, the Fizzy Snorlax block, which of course received that huge buff in the most recent patch. But I think that Lelover's here, leaning into comfort, leaning into what has worked before within the case of this series. BH3 was something a little bit different, Draku, which honestly, at this point, with your tournament lives on the line...
Okay, we can fast forward this just a little.
This game is going to be a game of attrition.
It's game 2. We've switched sides. Are we going to see a switch up in the play without the 4?
Oh my god, is my internet dying again?
Primary beneficiaries of the patch. You'd imagine so. And BH3
no, it looks okay.
Here on this bottom path, Toast forced back to pad. Fizzy also had a lot of damage. Same for them. No 0-0 until the 3-minute mark. An early score here for this tiny little Preets arena. Snow running away into the central, chased down by Greg. It is an Umbreon, not one of the more aggressive EVs. Here comes Potato to maybe help them out, focusing on their own buffs before giving up the chase, Greg.
Able to make it back to a Citrus Bear, healing back 1,500 HP. Actually, that's a fact that I found out very, very recently. But nonetheless, this Gible, one of my favorite all-rounders in the top path, exerts pressure at all stages in the game, even when they're at their first stage evolution.
Sounds like a job interview to me. 0-2, first minute gone. And our first set of birds on Thea Sky Ruins. Watch out for that water gun. For that very reason, double Evo for Lelovers. And rotating top path. Ooh, a Potato in the low EXP, and therefore the Evo to Volto onto the Gabite. Kaizen ensuring that there will be no more threats to their zone.
Yeah, jungler dying to the Gible.
And although the Evos have been
not a good start.
Not much else really to speak of.
Not only do they have the Evo on the side of BH3, but take a look at those rotating auras underneath Volto on their Gabites. That red buff, auto attacks, it's going to be very difficult to get away from. You can already see it here. Kaizen kind of struggling to get back to their tier 1 goal zone. Let's go.
I mean, bad and good is subjective, so...
You see Drizzle really close to that level 7, where they get their stage 3 evolution. Back up here to the top path.
Mean look! Mean look!
Once again, by BH3 getting the evolution into the Umbreon.
And it took 2 minutes, though, which I think is a great credit to Lelovers and how much they've been able to deny.
I hate foul play, guys.
From BH3, who now
I hate foul play with a passion.
Yeah, 14-2. Lelovers were leading.
And it grinds my gears when I see every single competitive player on this planet playing foul play Umbreon all the time. Oh my god, yes! Yes! Finally, someone with some common decency. It's a mean look. Thank you. Alright, who is this? Who is this person of culture? Who is this beautiful soul?
Lots of members, Lelovers in this bottom path, going to score 8. They are going to let this 28 go through. Not sure what Fizzy was doing there. Maybe taking.
Wait, I need to pan the camera to this Umbreon player. They're restoring my hope in humanity. Where are they? Who is this beautiful soul? It's I can't see. God bless you, Greg. Oh, don't use the me luck on the Reggie Rock though. You're not even gonna auto attack it. Oh my god. Okay, it's okay. You know what, Greg? I'll give you a little bit of a slack.
Any funny ideas about encroaching up on that T1 zone, and it's a quick rotate.
Greg, I believe in you. My hopes and dreams that you win this game and make it a best of 3 series. Look at that, beautiful. Look at that. The problem is they have no. Oh, you went heavy slam Snorlax. You do no damage, bro. Okay, well.
Regieleki off of the field. Aegislash pivoting up to the tier 1 goal zone. BH3 now, they are hovering around this tier 1 goal zone.
Ooh, nice body block.
The defense of Lelovers.
Yawn from Fizzy. Big snipe shot finally found, and Japer has to run away to the back line. You can see Snow with the drop kick trying to find their way through. Livid outrage now on the back of the mean look.
Oh no, Garchomp, not like this! Not like that!
Toast in Dalion.
No! Oh my god, the dying.
It's a 3 KO streak now.
Guys, call an ambulance. BH3. They're kicking and screaming. Oh my god, a quadra kill. Don't let him get the penta. Oh my god.
Toast is popping off in a huge way.
Damn, they got a 39 overcap and a penta kill. God damn, bro. These guys are cooking.
I hate to say it, but I think Toast is making the other team look
Foul play wins this. You know what? You're right. Screw the mean luck. It's Jover now. I'm just kidding.
12 on the Inteleon. These snipe shots are going to be doing massive amounts of damage. Halfway through the game, though, the score line is not too much in favor of Lelo.
Does anybody remember the patch notes? Like this? Oh my snipe shot! Jesus Christ! What did they do to Snorlax specifically? Like, what was the update for that Pokemon?
One of those days. Infinite Cyburn locks down the Aegislash. Queen ascended onto Volto. Midnight Prance takes it away.
Block is bigger, more HP. Is that it?
Yet somehow is able to rotate to this Regieleki, where they'll slash this down in quick order. Bottom path, though, given over to Lelovers, who will continue to expand that level lead. Let's see what BH3 can do on this top path, though, Draco.
Here we go, Regieleki with a 4-player push as Umbreon going to the central area. Looked like BH3 was maybe looking to push this Regieleki.
Because doesn't Flail scale off
going to make it very difficult
HP
to push onto a tier 2 goal zone specifically. 174 to 99, 4 minutes remaining, 2 minutes remaining before the final stretch. Let's go ahead and take a look at the field state.
I don't like.
Again, pretty quiet game in this mid game. Level 12 on the Inteleon.
It's interesting to see that people are first picking Snorlax, but they're going the heavy slam build. Like, I'm not saying heavy slam is bad. It's just that it doesn't seem like the heaby slam moveset. Oh my god, who's this Inteleon player, bro? Look at this aimbot. Toast is hitting everything, man. Almost everything. You missed right there.
Why wouldn't you? You're going to get that Unite move back. Half the health bar of Greg taken out in one snipe shot, and it wasn't even from that far away. Toast is looking ominous.
Unbelievable performance by the Inteleon.
Okay, guys. I need Greg to eject button mean look the Inteleon, and then Urshifu and or Garchomp pop their Unite move and send that thing to the Shadow Realm.
A couple of things that can maybe counter this Inteleon in the late game. We have one bounded Unite move. The Urshifu can lock in onto the Inteleon, but of course getting to the Inteleon
they can still win. They just need to execute a bit more. This time around they actually have levels too. It's not like they're so far behind that they can't win. Like, Mewtwo's gonna be level 13, or Shifu's gonna be level 13, Garchomp maybe gonna be level 13. I can't see their experience bar.
You can see what Lelovers fancy, just Fizzy, with the speculative interest in whatever is going to appear. For Lelovers, they'll be hoping for a steel or a rock. We've had 2 rocks up until this point. Regieleki on its bike, and it is a Regi Steel. It could not have gone any better for Lelovers, who are well set up for the Ray Pit.
They definitely played well in the game corner because they got a Regi Steel. Shout out to our picture-in-picture production there in the top right corner of your screen.
Whoa, guys, that's not how you engage. No! Your Shifu is backcapping. Same with your Garchomp. Oh no. Not like this, team. Not like this. Yeah, it's not over. They're winning, but... Guys, Umbreon, get to the chopper. Get back to the mid lane, quick.
Perhaps a misplay on their part. Marvel's eating damage. BH3 sitting pretty on top half now.
I think Snorlax does have vision on the
Izzy,
backline, but gonna be put
I'm
to
watching
sleep
you.
by the
Not,
Yawn.
don't
They're
do
gonna
it.
be harassed by the Snorlax very well, but that is one member of the team, not with the rest of the team that's pivoting around this top path of the Rayquaza pit.
Japer, lying in wait with that single striker. Shifu, the correct Ebon fist on.
Umbreon needs to either mean look Serena or Inteleon. You can mean look the Aegis Slash, but only if they're trying to get on top of you, or you're engaging on them.
Poking on the Rayquaza again. BH3 wait, and now Lelova's
Oh.
going for the rip.
Snorlax unite! Snorlax unite! Snorlax, you didn't unite!
Even at Cyber, no.
Serena's dead though, didn't unite.
Is BH3 going for the throat? Big boosted auto onto Marv.
Oh, okay.
Eventually, that's
Volto getting the damn. Volto, stop hitting the Rayquaza.
Volto now out of the rape pit, finds Potato. BH3.
Good stuff, boys. Good stuff. No, you're letting Psyduck score. Defend the bottom lane. Okay, good stuff. See, mean look wins that. I'm a believer. You see that? Foul play doesn't do shit there.
It's an incredible.
Also, I don't know what happened. That was like the most chaotic, sloppy fight I've seen. that was just like I don't know what happened. I generally don't.
Find that second KO. You gotta roll with them punches.
Okay, let's go back here, okay, shall we? There's a lot of stuff that was going on there, and I know it was a little chaotic, but
Caps have been able to take the lead, but they're at a numbers disadvantage, not for long. Umbreon back on the map, and with that Midnight Prance too. Lelova's the straight rip, perhaps a misplay on their part. Marvel's eating damage. BH3 sitting pretty on top half now.
I think Snorlax does have vision on the Inteleon in the backline, but going to be put to sleep by the Yawn. I think they're going to be harassed by the Snorlax very well, but that is one member of the team, not with the rest of the team that's pivoting around this top path of the Rayquaza pit. Japer, lying in wait with that single striker. Shifu, the correct.
okay. So Snorlax comes back. Slowbro was resetting. Mewtwo got hit by a snipe shot, and they are at less than half HP. That thing chunks. But at least you have a Wish Umbreon to at least give you some sustain.
They've got them on lock, but 60 seconds left. They need to do something. Lelovers poking on the Rayquaza. Again, BH3 wait, and down.
Okay. This is where things look like they were going to go wrong, but somehow they still work out. So, Snorlax took a lot of poke. They got hit by a snipe shot from Inteleon. They had the Wish on them. Now, it's very confident of them in a bad way, or like kind of overzealous for them to not use their Unite move when they're less than half HP, especially when literally 4 people of the enemy team are right in front of you, like in plain view. Yeah, and then they didn't get their United move off, which is very unfortunate.
There's a big old triple.
But then this right here, beautiful Mewtwo Unite move. Like, you hit everyone, on top of the fact you KO'd the Serena before the Unite move, which is huge. So, that's 2 misplays from both, from 2 separate players on the opposing teams. Like, Serena didn't Unite move, Snorlax didn't use Unite move. And then, Slowbro popped their Unite move on who? Alright, I'm trying to see who they united.
There's a psychic. There's a big old triple axle. There's even a cyber. No, 1-for-1 currently is BH3 going for the throat. Big boosted auto onto Marv.
I think it was their Shifu. They ulted their Shifu, right? Alright, like the animations are kind of overlapping with each other.
BH3 wait, and now Lelova's going for the rip. Fizzy. There's a psychic. There's a big old triple.
Okay, there's the Mewtwo Unite move.
There's even a cyber. No, 1-for-1 currently as BH3 going for...
Yeah, okay, it was Urshifu, sorry. Like, I had a hard time seeing it initially, but it was
And
Urshifu.
now Lelova's going for the rip. Fizzy, there's the
Okay.
psychic, there's the big old triple...
The Mewtwo
absorb.
Unite
They're
move,
giving it
Umbreon Popster Unite move.
1-for-1 currently as BH3 going for the throat. Big boosted auto onto Marv.
Honestly,
There's
the
a big
Garchomp
old
here
triple
came up
absorb.
clutch. Like, very good Unite move from Mewtwo, of course.
Giving it side
And
by
then
though.
the Garchomp follow-up on the main target. Because everyone, like... The issue right here is that literally you have two people stuck in the pit. One person is over here. Like, they are using their Unite move, but at the same time, they are kind of immobile. Because, yeah, they're dealing with their Shifu, but at the same time, because you're not really contributing besides the Unite move, there's no peel for Inteleon. Like, Inteleon is left to try to do the damage on this Garchomp, which is really unrealistic in the Unite move animation. So, unless they have a eject button or they're using their Fell Stinger to run away, the only thing they can do is try to get as much damage as they possibly can on this Garchomp before they die. But yeah, of course, misplays here from these two players.
1-for-1 currently as BH3 going for the throat. Big boosted auto onto Marv. Japer falls to the Aegis Slash. Eventually that's Arena.
And then you get the main damage dealer, which is the level 14 Inteleon. And then nice, very, very nice eject button play, which I don't even think Potato was expecting. But yeah, gets the CC down, followed by the Meluck. Not that it matters. And then they're winning this fight.
With their tournament life on the line, they're gonna go for a score on the tier 2.
And the game is pretty much over here.
Should be stopped.
It's the eye-blinding Hollowware? Yeah, it was.
Tournament life is
Too much sparkling animation, too much drip for me.
It's an incredible show of strength from BH3. Everything was in favor of Lelovers, but as soon as they took down that Umbreon, I'm sorry lads, you gotta find that second KO. You gotta roll with them punches, because if you let BH3 back off the ropes, they're gonna suck a punch.
I hate the flare on the Holloware. It's like looking into the sun.
Unneeded.
Advanced pro player tactic. Use sparkling skins to blind the enemy.
That BH3 is going to land on Lelovers. This is
I see the hidden tech right there. I've seen it all.
The fight, quite literally. Come back, or at least maintain.
Okay, so this is I think this is like the first series that went to best of 3. Because most of the other series have been
Night move is cancelled the hard way. But we won't see a 4 speeds to ban
2 O's, I think.
around. Oh no. Absol first up. And BH3 gonna deny Kaizen.
Okay, we got an Absol ban, we got a Psyduck ban, Urshifu ban.
No Urshifu for Japer. The Talonflame, our final ban. Meowscarada and Gengar let through draft.
Okay,
Let's see.
so we got Meowscarada, we got Gengar, we got Snorlax. I'm assuming it's going to be a Meowscarada first pick, but that is just me, of course. Meowscarada.
Well, most likely, yes, Meowscarada, and then most likely Gengar plus a defender here. Snorlax or Umbreon are on the table. Be very surprised to see Mephil let the Gengar go through here. Gengar, in my opinion, might be the best of the 4 speedsters. Maybe not the most consistent. I think Talonflame is the most consistent. Wow. A pretty conservative start. They are going to round out their supporter core with Snorlax and Hoopa.
I mean, the thing is, I don't have a problem with this. Like, you have to think about it like this. Yes, you don't pick up the Absol right... Oh, sorry, you don't pick up the Gengar. And it's not like Gengar's a must-pick anyways. But if they pick... So, they pick Hoopa and Snorlax, which are obviously very strong picks in their own right. Yeah, they don't pick up the Gengar, but they don't necessarily need to. If Lelovers pick Gengar, it just makes their team composition a lot more unbalanced. So they're kind of like giving up the... Like, they might not even want to play to begin with.
Lelovers straight up can pick up Gengar and Inteleon right now. They don't.
Like, running 2 speedsters is high risk, high reward. Like, you have a lot of potential to do a lot of burst damage, but you expose yourself to being a lot more fragile.
I think they might be a little deterred to go into the Gengar pick there. Gengar, of course, does a massive amount of damage, but can be locked down by a slow beam quite easily if you're able to hit that Pokemon specifically. It's going pretty far into the draft, getting to the 4th and 5th picks for either side. Espeon coming out to play. In my opinion, Espeon a pretty decent counter into Speedsters. The ability Stored Power, a point-and-click non-skill shot ability can lock into highly mobile Pokemon.
Blissey for the first time today. And it hasn't even been banned, I don't think, or at least I can't remember it being banned. And actually, Gengar's just going to fall all the way straight through the bottom of draft. Wow. There will not be a Gengar. Japer, who was on that Gengar game...
I think that, honestly, I think that's perfectly fine. So you have to understand... I think so. I don't... Like, I know Hoopa's been picked a bunch, but I don't remember seeing Hyperspace Hole. I've seen Trick a lot. But, the thing is that I'm glad they didn't tunnel on the fact that Gengar was available. Because if they pick Gengar early, you're picking it into Meowscarada and Slowbro and Aegislash. And just those 3 Pokemon alone, with the exception of Meowscarada, in the early game, yeah, you can play Shadow Ball and Dream Eater relatively confidently because they're pretty fragile. But as they scale, it makes it much harder for you to one-shot those Pokemon for resets. And then if you go with the Hex Sludge Bomb moveset, yeah, you can still get the DPS off, but now they have Blissey. So if you pick it blindly, then you run into the problem of, oh, now Blissey can run Safeguard, and then you don't get those resets off potentially. Granted that they're using that move properly. So it just makes it a lot more difficult to play that Pokemon. And of course, if you're a really good Gengar player, then you can still play it. It's just...
sorry, game number 1 as well, I should say. So, on the one hand...
It gets more difficult. We're just going to fast forward to the game start. Oops, too far.
It's a risk that will be run nonetheless in our decider to go on and face... Gen 5 in the lower semifinals. It's Game 3.
Game 3, and not only a Game 3, but an elimination game for both of these teams. Of course, we were talking about earlier on in the broadcast, these two teams very close in level, and they are making our predictions very much true. Volto in the top path going against the Sprigatito. Really good last hitting for Snow on the Sprigatito, but the auto attack pressure from the Gibble is always something you don't want to scoff at. Something you don't see very often is a Blissey scoring behind the rest of the team.
Well, they're stacking with their special attack specs. But look at that, taking down Snow.
Yeah, that Gibble was not respecting the meow meow.
Perspective, but Mephil already on Espeon, not so hot.
Also, you really got one.
Potato, just about.
Sorry, I was looking at the sword. You really want to avoid stuff like that in the early game.
Positioning here by Lelovers is actually getting a evolution from either side. Volto pushing forward, having that red buff with some slow. They're going to continue to press on forward. The only one left standing here. Kaizen can stay alive. Really nice Astonish fall.
That was really lucky. That could have been really bad, but...
And no application on the finish either. That's going to be so frustrating from Snow's perspective. We would have thought that the damage scale from the Evo would have been enough to no avail. Greg looking for a stun. They get the level 5 anyway from the EXP pickup behind. Volto level 6 now, heading towards that Garchomp. Central area though, Lelover's got control.
We saw it really briefly there. It is a Psyshock Espeon and most likely a Snipe Shot.
Yeah. I mean, in this day and age, back in the day, I didn't used to like Stored Power. Sorry, not Stored Power. Oh, wait, no, yeah. Back in the day, I didn't like Stored Power, but nowadays, I feel like there's no reason not to play it. Like, unless you're just really on point with your skill shots. He's trying to avoid the sick. Oh, Fancy Fee Hoopa!
Hitting with the Shadow Sneak is what we're doing here.
Oh my god!
Surviving for longer than I thought.
Dude, what a gamer. He actually lived.
We're doing here. Strong rotate onto bottom path, then for Lelovers, that 16 goes down, and the Meowscarada is diving.
I'm sorry, I gotta go back to that. That was honestly funny. So you would think to yourself, okay, Hoopa's getting caught out. They popped the X speed for the movement speed.
As this is again an elimination game. What are we doing here?
What are we doing?
Juke
Missing with
the Sacred Sword. Then the rest of the team shows up to clap him.
Is what we're doing here, and Potato somehow survived.
Wow. Yo, give Greg a pat on the back for that one. Give this man a raise.
Rotate onto bottom path, then for Lelovers, that 16 goes down, and the Meowscarada is unlocked alongside Toast. 30 score from that Inteleon, so although BH3 lead, Lelovers keeping it close.
Dancing with wolves or dancing with swords in the top path? 125 to 80.
Oh, but yeah, what I was saying about the Espeon was that back in the day, I didn't like stored power. It's not like Psyshock is bad. It's much harder to play, especially if you know, they got a lot of mobility. They got a lot of like shields or damage mitigation, whatever, or CC immunity. Like, there's a lot of things. Stored power is just a lot easier to play, and it's safer too. Like you have longer range, debatably. You can hit multiple targets. You get the movement speed on top of that. So it's just safer.
Look, Lelovers have just left. They've just abandoned station completely. As Inteleon was taken down, BH3 roar into a lead.
I mean, if you can land those side shocks, they can be potent.
Because
it does up more upfront burst as well as you get the stun as well.
Situation doesn't look too bad, but BH3 now with that level 10
but that's completely dependent on whether you land it or not.
Shadow Sneak once again drags that Aegis back towards the zone. There's the coup de grace taking down the Mimikyu, who was caught a little bit astray. The Livid Outrage will take down the Slowbro. Snipe shots left, right, and center, but BH3 do enough.
BH3 gaining some momentum. The middle point of the game, 168 to 85.
Yeah, Toast is really on point with the snipe shots, though. Like, they have consistently been able to
trying to lean into their macro.
Land that poke.
On their side of the field, but this is a trick Hoopa. So really leaning into, again, that burst healing instead of the Hoopa hyperspace portal halfway through the game. There's a couple of Pokemon starting to scale into their Unite moves. This Garchomp, level 10, will be level 11 very, very quickly here. We'll get faster auto attack speed and their first plus ability.
And just for the audience, I know there have been a couple of questions. Yes, Hyperspace Hole is available for use today. We just haven't seen it, and especially with the Speedster threat. Is there enough time to even use it? I feel like this why we're seeing a lot more tricks. Sacred Sword now, the block goes up. And Volto given cover there by the snipe shot from the Inteleon, 85 to
like, look at those snipe shots. It's hitting Espeon, hitting Mimikyu, hitting Snorlax.
Battle going on.
Like, Inteleon is doing
a 4v4. The Hoopa having
a really good job.
Unbounded Unite moves can bring that guard.
It's up to the rest of the team to be able to just capitalize on that damage.
On the tier 1 goals, and you can see that picture in picture. Reggie Steele on the field, and the battle starting to ensue.
Marv not level 9. There's no slow beam.
Damn, Espeon's less than half HP. They gotta reset.
Reggie Steele has
the good thing is, though, they got that trip for that portal back.
They're scolded for their troubles, and this snipe shot gonna miss. Bit of impression on the top path as Snow goes against Volto. Here's the Unite move, though, from Greg22, and the Power Nap as well. Knocks up Potato, backline poke from Mimikyu, who's able to rotate out. It's a big old coin flip for the Reggie Steele.
Oh, I think Blissey stole it.
The Aegis Slash stunned into oblivion, and now.
Oh no! Oh, bro, Espeon missed their Psyshock.
It's a big old.
Like, unless they were trying to hit the Mimikyu for damage instead, then I can give them, like, oh man, that's painful. Like, I'm not sure. Maybe it auto-targeted. It's hard to say, because obviously I don't know exactly what happens. So, either they were trying to... So, either one of two things. Or one of three things. It auto-targeted. They prioritized the Mimikyu over the Reggie. Or they missed. And then Blissey stole it with an Egg Bomb.
Coin flip for the Reggie
Steele. That's a whoopsie daisy.
Stunned into oblivion, and now the Bliss assistance. Well, that's not going to do much at all because they're up against the wall. They're pinned.
Okay, that's the type of block you want to see. Nice block, nice block.
Not see the 3 red dots on any of the members of BH3.
And then you got a 38 point overcap on the bottom lane.
Earned by the Registeel going over to BH3, able to wipe them off the battlefield in the bottom path. We weren't able to see the fight between the Meowscarada and the Garchomp. I believe the Meowscarada did use their Floral Flourish Unite move in that picture-in-picture, breaking that Tier 1 goal zone. A really close game between the two teams. Not so much in score, but definitely in levels. Two teams having 2 level 12s, 1 level 13, though, on that Mimikyu is going to lead them ahead.
Oh, there's the slow beam at last. Absolutely no chance for...
I mean, okay, so here's the thing. I don't think it's the greatest target, but it's the last time they can use Unite move before Zapdos. So, I mean, it's better for them to use it sooner rather than later. Hopefully, they just don't get punished for that.
Totally annihilated. 2 points? How many points can you score? Wow, they're not taking any chances, Lelovers. They had 40 for a potential 38-point overdunk. They decide to go for the 24 themselves. That brings them back within 30, and they've been able to take the Regieleki. Of course, a weighted decision earlier on. We're now seeing the after effects of this, where the Unite move brings Volto to the bottom path, means that Snow takes down the T1 zone, means that the Regieleki now goes over to Lelovers, and means the Potato can do stuff like this. The flower trick will not take down Greg. BH3 put up the defenses on the T2.
Lord of the Sword, the dragon slain by the sword. Once again, that myth coming true. Once again, 30 seconds before the rendezvous at 2, also known as the final stretch. Let's go ahead and talk about some of our win conditions. Once again, that Floral Flourish Unite move from the Meowscarada landing on multiple members can be the difference maker with that damage penetration. Slow beam from the Slowbro was used around 3:15.
I mean, Mimikyu has not changed at all.
Feed the Slowbro, a couple more wild Pokemon
So,
to get that Unite move back online. On the side of BH3, again, it is going to be up to Volto to find the Inteleon. In
nice
the
snipe shot. Lands on the Espeon.
See if they can do it again. Level 14 on the Mimikyu.
For Marv, who do you use this slow beam on? The Mimikyu and the Hooper, good targets. If you're able to find Volto, arguably even better.
Close game. This is probably the closest endgame that I've seen so far today, in terms of just points and levels.
Fizzy tries to source out Lelovers, and Toast tries to source out Fizzy with a snipe shot. Some pokes onto the Rayquaza to block up. And now potentially looking for the rip Lelovers. No, just an invitation to BH3.
That's because most of the time,
Be very careful of Toast and that snipe shot. Rayquaza slowly being
massive.
put down here. Big block, able to pull away Marv back to the team. Another Scald finding its way onto the Snorlax.
okay,
Again,
time
high
start. Oh, a
tempo.
check button Unite move on Garchomp.
Find a slow beam
Yep.
on the exact target, able to stay alive though.
Oh,
with
no way.
The buddy barrier. We're going directly into their livid outrage. They are not gonna like that one.
He lived?
And there goes the Mimikyu.
How did he live?
Potato puts up the white guard just in time. The Espeon Mefield takes down Toast, and the Aegis falls.
How did he live?
Coup de grace, big shadow sneak onto Marv.
Oh
Tries to
my
avoid the
God.
Scald. A little bit of amnesia there, a little bit of health regen. Where's Snow? Where's Snow? He's on bottom part. Scores 18 is not enough. They're 10 points short. Jayfano going for the Hundo Burger. Kaizen on that back cap. Denial with the egg bomb, but they still don't have a points lead. Bottom path.
It's
There's the
Jover.
Hooper. They're gonna double
It's
it up.
Jover, boys.
And that is surely going to secure BH3 the win here, Draku.
How did Garchomp live?
Is going to be eliminated.
I don't understand.
Final stretch play-ins. BH3 will be seeing Gen
I need to
5.
rewatch that, bro. The fact that Garchomp lived long enough to get their Unite move off and get a kill secure on top of that is insane to me.
Dominant Game 1 just could not find their footing. BH3 completes the one.
Okay, hold up. Oh my god, my internet.
And now potentially looking for the rip Lelovers. No, just an invitation to BH3.
I'm gonna pause it right here. Guys, it's my shitty internet. My shitty internet. I can't do anything about this. It's driving me nuts. Okay, no, it's back. Sorry, guys. It's literally like it dips out for like a couple of seconds or like a few minutes and then it's back. Okay, so The U.S. taxing Canadian Wi-Fi? Yo, facts, bro. I pay an arm and a leg, and what do I get? Canadian dial-up, that's what. Okay, so I could play from here just because,
Careful of
not much was going on
and
until
that
then.
snipe shot. Rayquaza slowly being
massive.
put down here.
So it was a nice engage from Snorlax right here.
No, just an invitation.
Well,
to
not
engage.
even an engage, just like, you know, good mouse
Very
CC.
careful of Toast and that snipe
Like, you landed onto 3, and you also get the full heal from Aegislash, which is huge.
shot. Rayquaza slowly
Get side shocked.
being
massive.
put down here. Big block, able to pull away Marv back to the team. Another Scald finding its way onto the Snorlax. Again, high tension.
Okay, see, the thing is here, although Snorlax went for the engage onto Garchomp, I don't know if the team was prepared for that or not. Because keep in mind, like, Meowscarada is up here, Inteleon's over here, Aegislash is over here, and he doesn't have any stacks for his passive. So he doesn't get those, like, strong empowered auto attacks. Now, your main damage dealers are kind of split off. Yes, you got the Unite move onto... Well, actually, there's a Meowscarada clone right there, so you can teleport to that and then pop your Unite move, but... Yeah, either way, it doesn't seem like the team is prepared for it. And, like, just from how it looks.
Oh, there it is.
But then Meowscarada goes in with the Unite move. Well, it teleports to their clone, then pops their Unite move. They're still getting united, by the way. Look at how low their HP is. You can barely see it. But they got shielded.
Game, they find a slow beam
Yep.
on the exact target.
And then Dragon Rush, they're still... Look at that! How? And then they managed to get their Unite move off, live a little longer, get the damage down, onto Slowbro, gets the KO onto Blissey.
Directly into their livid outrage. They are not gonna like that one. Blissey,
Mimikyu pops her Unite move onto the sword.
Come play with me. Potato puts up the white guard.
Okay, this right here,
Stay alive,
like, while all that's going on,
barrier, going directly into their livid outrage. They are not gonna like that one. Blissey, the first to fall.
And there goes the Mimikyu with the come play.
yeah, this guy literally walked it. Well, not really. It's like, I don't know if they knew they were there or not, but Espeon lines the Side Shock and the passive on Inteleon, and they just get blown up.
With me. Potato puts up the white guard. Just
Like, literally, Side Shock, passive, auto attack, just dead. In one, like, rotation of skills.
in time. The Espeon Mefield takes down Toast, and the Aegislash falls as well without using the coup de grace. Big shadow sneak onto Marv, tries to run away the skull.
I genuinely cannot believe that
Where's Snow?
Garchomp
Where's
lived
Snow?
that.
He's on bottom part, scores 18 is not enough. They're 10
I don't think it would...
points short.
Here's the thing. No, it wasn't me screaming, no. Here's the thing. I don't think it would have mattered too much, but still, like, that... It's more so they invested the resources to not secure the kill fast enough before the damage was done. But I don't think it would have changed anything just because, like, whether Garchomp lived or not, it still wouldn't change the fact that Inteleon got nuked by the Espeon in the bush, and then Mimikyu was barely not even touched. Like, if you look at the rest of the team, like, yeah, Garchomp was almost dead. But then...
Yep.
on the exact target, able to stay alive though.
Oh,
with
no
the
way.
buddy barrier, going directly into
Like, Mimikyu is still at full HP. This guy has not been touched the entire time. Slowbro doesn't have their Unite move at this point in time. Potato's less than half HP. Espeon's in base resetting, but they come back immediately because of the portal.
And there goes the Mimikyu with the come play with me. Potato puts up the white guard just in time. The Espeon Mefield takes down Toast, and the Aegislash falls as well without using the coup de grace. Big shadow sneak onto Marv, tries to run away the skull.
Yeah, and I mean, it's hard to say because it's all hypothetical, right? Like, best case scenario, they kill the Garchomp right away, and maybe Blissey survives long enough to provide more utility for the team, like, in the form of heals. But I don't know if that would be enough to really swing the match in their favor at this point in time.
A little bit of health regen. Where's Snow? Where's Snow? He's on
Wait.
falls.
their livid outrage. They are not gonna like that.
Oh, you just actually also... Well, Mimikyu united them, but you just actually also died without uniting as well.
They find a slow beam
Yep.
on the exact target, able to stay alive though.
Oh,
with
no
the
way.
buddy barrier, going directly into their livid outrage. They are not gonna like that one.
Yeah, I had to double check, but
And there goes the
Mimikyu united them and they also died without uniting.
Just in time, the Espeon Mefield takes down Toast, and the Aegis Slash falls as well without using the coup de grace. Big shadow sneak onto Marv, tries to run
So
away with
BH3
Storm.
take the
Look at that
BO3 and the
Legion
losers.
Aerial
They move on to the semis
Where's Snow?
to face,
Where's Snow? He's on bottom
what
pass,
is it,
the ball's
T3?
back in his
Comeback level.
Chop.
And
The
Lelovers
sword
are
over
out.
him, the Gra. Incredible work from BH3 and from Greg in particular.
Their full team name on our purple side. Nouns Esports on our orange side. Nothing too out of the ordinary here, I would say.
Oh, we went to the winners finals, so it's Nouns versus first place.
Teleon Slowbro heading up to that band slot. And those
So this is actually the first time I'm seeing Nouns since the last tournament. Nouns have been having a slippery, like, I feel like they've been stuck in a rut. Obviously, I don't remember who their support was before. I'm trying to remember. Before Indy came in, like, joined the team. Oh, Blaine. Thank you, Bees. I honestly, I wouldn't have remembered if you didn't tell me. So yeah, Blaine was on the team prior to Indy, and then I don't know if it was like a comparative decision or like I don't know what the semantics was behind the decision, but yeah, Indy took over after he moved to EU and became Bruv's roommate or some shit like that. But ever since like the initial probationary period, let's call it probationary period, they didn't get the results that they were looking for. I think so Blaine was still playing for the first tournament, and then afterwards Indy joined. Well, like Indy was already there, but he didn't play for the first tournament. And then afterwards, they started playing together. Long story short, they didn't get the results that they probably want or expected from like a team that used to be known as the best team in EU. They originally had Syria, but he left after LAIC. Okay. Yeah, when it comes to a lot of the major tournaments as well, I feel like the whole roster Ferris wheel or the rotating door thing happens a lot. So I'm not really surprised. But yeah, Indy became Bruv's roommate. They started playing together. They didn't have the immediate results. And after the last tournament, they almost went through like it was spur of the moment, but initially they were looking to disband, but after some time together and kind of bouncing back mentally, they decide to stay together and give it one more chance, I guess. They originally had Sergio, but he left after LAIC. It was 2 days before EOS Cup play-ins or something, so Blaine was never supposed to be a permanent fixture on main roster. I mean, at that point in time, you just gotta work with what you got. It's better to have someone you can play with rather than nobody at all, because otherwise that just opens up a lot more problems. But yeah, I think for a long time, and I compare the current nouns to what TTV was for North America. Like, I'm talking about, like, back in the day. I'm not talking about, like, now, of course. But back in the day, obviously, a lot of people remember TTV. We're talking about, like, Lutano, Indy, Zugrug, and then, of course, they had Otter, I think, and then they had a bunch of other people. Like, at one point, there was Rin. At one point, there was, Goon, Gon, and then a few other people. But the point is, like, for the longest time, TTV was known as the most dominant team in North America for a long while, and then eventually a lot of the other teams got better. Oh, sorry, Goof. I was thinking Goon. I'm sorry. But for the longest time, they were the dominant team in North America. And then, like, the other teams got better. And it was a combination of them getting better and TTV kind of plateauing in a way. Like, they couldn't get out of a slump. And then it reached the point where they decided they need to make changes. And they tried over and over again. And although they were still considered like a top team, after a while they were no longer known as the best team. Because like eventually teams just adapted. Teams got better. Back when Aindrive was here, yeah, they were Team Shiny, I think, if I remember correctly. I don't remember exactly who was on that team. Tune in Latano, quite strong contrasting views. I don't know what went on behind the scenes, of course, but the point I'm trying to make is that nouns are basically the EU version of TTV, where obviously everyone likes them. They're a very popular team, and of course they're a good team, but they're no I don't think anybody can confidently say that they're the best team in EU. Yeah, they're a top team, but they're not definitively the best team by far. Like there are other good there are other teams in EU that are competing for number one, and of course, T3 was one of them, I believe, and then I don't remember the others. But the point is just that it's no longer like a free region for them. Like it's not like they can win indefinitively. Now they have competition and they have to work hard to, you know, get the results that they want. And they didn't get the immediate results with Indy, but yeah, they're working on it, or they're trying to, anyways.
The damage penetration, 3 of them on the table. First one taken out by Klaus.
And it looks like Gengar
It's the familiarity since they've been around for so long. Yeah.
Who's actually
And you know, one thing I will add before I get into the game is like props to them, because although they've had some roster swaps here and there, for the most part they've kept the core roster for a long time. And like that's more than I can say for a lot of other teams that, you know, play competitively. Like I'm not saying there are not teams that keep the core roster or don't make changes. It's just that like they're one of the few teams that have managed to stay together for as long as they have without making so many changes that the team is not recognizable anymore. I feel like LG, of course, LG, they have made changes over time, but you know, as of recently, they've kept the core roster as well, like Slash Can, Overlord. I think I'm trying to remember. Like I know Kyrios was banned for a year, so he was like replaced. Well, I think Kyrios and Slash were banned for a year. So like they had like a different roster for a time, but I think if they weren't banned for the whole account sharing thing, then they probably would have kept the same roster. But that's going into a bunch of other stuff.
Gatlu will be going Gengar now. First place or nothing.
Oh, we got a Slowbro and Inteleon ban, so that let the speedsters through.
Prioritizing the Snorlax over.
Okay, so we got Gengar and Absol.
Rezu will take the quite natural rotate from Snipe Shot Inteleon onto Psyshock Espeon.
Umbreon's still on the table.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't like the Espeon pick into 2 speedsters. Because you need to play very... Like, you need to micromanage your positioning very well when it comes to playing against stuff like that. I actually like the Zacian a bit more. And I'm kind of glad they picked it to balance out their team a bit, but... Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna keep my eye on Resu this game, just because... Like, you see the Absol on the Gengar, it's already locked in. So you opt into picking an attacker into those two. And of course they have a Pikachu now, which makes it even harder, but we'll see.
But Inda is going to instead play, presumably, support Umbreon, the Eos cookie stacks, the EXP share, the attack weight. Feels like that's what we're leaning into. Bruv, though, look at that, the special attack specs. Dracu, so a Spin Stoice potentially on the way.
they are doing their best to enable these two speedsters, Toon and Gatlu, Absol, Gengar, respectively. As
I mean, one thing I will say is that in this situation or in this meta, I do like Umbreon more than a traditional support because you have a defender with utility, but at the same time, that defender also provides heals as well through Wish.
They're also taking away mean look Umbreon.
So you're less likely to get melted by any high burst threats on the enemy team, but you can still be like a pseudo support, even though you're technically a defender, because your skills allow you to do so. I'm a little surprised though. Like I will be honest, something I've noticed, or just like an opinion, I guess. I'm a little surprised that nobody's playing Ho-Oh in this meta. Like I know Ho-Oh kind of fell off after like the changes, but I would have liked to at least. I would have liked to have seen at least like one team try it out or play with it.
Will be your orange side in a meta defined by Def Pen.
So that it can kind of compensate for people getting outplayed or misplayed against like high burst speedsters. Because then you get like a second chance at going for like a proactive play.
First place or nothing. The tech in how they lock down this Gengar and this Absol. First of all, the question really is Gengar, Hex or Shadow Ball. But we're going to say those questions.
Is this 1080p? Or is my internet just bad again?
We can get going. Game number 1 out of 3. Draku, what are we thinking on this Gengar?
It is.
This Gengar is most likely going to be a Dream Eater Shadow Ball. It has an eject button. They're also just leaning in.
Okay, so it is Absol lane and Gengar is in the jungle. We'll see whether or not they roll swap or not, but
or the defense reduction with the Dream Eater followed by a full combo with the Shadow Ball. It can one-shot most of the Pokemon on the side of first place, maybe outside.
So they gave the red buff to Hoopa just for that additional lane pressure.
Strange to say that Apple is the quote-unquote
wait, hold on.
Maybe the damage has an eject button. They're also just leaning into the amount of burst.
Yeah, okay.
Combo with the Shadow.
I want to see if they pan the camera like
most of the Pokemon.
Quote least experienced of the group at this point. Oh, big pursuit, big KO. The K opener for Toon and Sixies is going to get totally swamped here by the Dream Eater Gatlu. Although there's been some success on bottom path for first place or nothing, it has come at a cost. Plenty of scores, top path for Nouns.
Yeah,
they're just overloading that top lane with just so much pressure. And of course, level 5 Haunter and, well, in this case level 6 technically, but level 5 Haunter and a level 5 Absol is just a lot to deal with in the early game. You kind of just have to bide your time and scale before you can start doing anything else.
And Gengar. It's interesting to say that Zacian is going to be struggling against these two Pokemon.
And of course, Zacian needing all of that Aeos energy that can get very much starved in these early moments. 20 points separates the two squads as we head towards the 2-minute marker, but that Meowscarada is starting to cook. Level 7, of course, that Gengar, we won't see that until level 9. Nouns in first place or nothing, just trying to harvest as much EXP as possible, really. Big Dream Eater, though, and Gatlu
oh, yeah.
The spin 180, no.
Here comes the Haunter show, getting the resets.
To find a second KO in quick succession. Third on the way, surely, with Klaus able to run away with a double team, but what a rotate and a flank from Bruv with a water gun. Closed down.
Surely the accuracy from the double team, just not enough to reduce on the Nouns side of Nouns Esports. Gatlu's gonna be
oh my god, that Gengar trick-or-treat skin though.
Central area or their tier
that giant witch hat for the recall. I don't know why I've never noticed that before, or maybe I've not seen that before.
Level 8 on the Haunter, 1 level away from the Gengar.
Sizing up on both paths with 20 seconds to go. Sacred Sword goes down, and I think they've been all stolen away there by Toon, who finds themselves out of dodge. A lovely preemptive wish from Inda just gives them that safety net. Wow! That is a loud electric sound from Pikachu on that Daisu, bringing in the thunder. Stored power with the Espeon, the Volt Tackle, the Flower Trick onto a Daisu. Reggie Rock here now in first place or nothing, seem to have this one locked.
Yeah, Regirock spawning in the lower part of the map, going to be confirmed by the Flower Trick and the Hoopa, making that disappear like a magician. It is 4 members in this bottom path. They're going to score quite heavily. Here comes the Blastoise, tries to defend the goal zone, but unfortunately going to be sent back to the Pokemon Center as well. A KO
Wow.
streak of 2 for the Meowscarada.
Yeah, doing really nice.
And Meowscarada's getting their stacks too. I don't know if they're fully stacked or not, but
Pretty much more
they're getting their Unite
simple
energy back at the very least.
task on the docket for first place or nothing on this top path. 2 KO streak, 4 Rezu, and that Reggie.
Yeah, that, like, it was looking so well for Nouns overall, but then, like, a bunch of, like, things happened over the course of, like, the last minute where things didn't go in their favor. So, it's obvious that they prioritized the top lane. Like, they were already putting a lot of pressure on that top lane, and things were going really well. Is Hyperspace Hole still banned in this? Kilo said it's not. I just haven't been seeing it. Like, I've been seeing everyone go Trick. But she said it was not, so...
Nothing seemed to have this one locked.
Yeah, I want to say, like, the last four, like, 4 different series that I've seen Hoopa, I swear to you, it's been Trick every single time. That's why I was under the assumption it was still banned, but, yeah. So yeah, in the top lane, they're prioritizing the Regieleki over the bottom lane, which is fine, because most of them are already there. It's just that thing, it didn't go the way they had intended. So obviously, with 3 people in the top lane, the Absol, the Gengar, the Umbreon, there's really nobody here to contest this Regirock. So Blastoise and Pikachu are down here, but yeah, you know the Regieleki is being taken, so that allows you to take the Regirock for pretty much free, because you know you have the numbers advantage, and no one's going to contest you, unless someone goes for a Hail Mary attempt.
Yeah,
But then
in the lower part of the map, going to be confirmed by the Flower Trick.
it kind of goes poorly for Nouns.
Like a magician.
So it goes the way you would expect it to go. As in, they score, like after taking the bottom objective, they score bottom, they open up the map, and then they tried to do the same on the opposite side, Nouns did. But the problem is, the team rotated quick enough, and then they get punished for it. So like, Blastoise and Pikachu die on the bottom side, so that's 2 kills on the side of first place. And then you can't really see it because the camera doesn't really focus in on that. Because for some reason, like, also this is like a small problem I have, is like, yes, I understand the Meowscarada got the 1v1 kill on the Pikachu, that's fine. But then when literally there's nothing going on here, I would like them to shift their focus on the other thing. Like, yes, I know that, so, it's not like I'm blind. I know that they have, like, the mini camera right here, like this right here. But, like, to me, it's like, if anything, this should be the big camera, like, right here. And then this, what's going on right here, should be over here, if that makes sense. Like, it should be, like, a camera or perspective, like, reverse. But, yeah, in the top lane, you have 3 people pushing, and they tried to force that Regieleki into the tier 2 after breaking the tier 1. But the problem is, it didn't go in, and the rest of the team that was here was able to recall and then, you know, rush to the top lane to defend that successfully, and to get the kills on top of that. So the lead that Nouns had is pretty much no longer existent because of whether you want to call it poor execution or getting outplayed. I'm like, whichever you prefer. Yeah, they get 4 kills in total, they get 1 objective, and they defend the Regieleki. So overall, first place come out on top in a really big way. And it's up to them to kind of preserve that lead that they got for themselves.
Level-wise, better equity for first place or nothing.
So we head to the halfway point of the game. One thing
How's it going, Bonnie? Sorry, I was busy rambling, but I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream.
A lot of hindrance on the side of first place. There is the Psychic Solaire, can turn off the gravity for but a moment. Unite move from the Espeon, but outside of that, it's going to be rather difficult for maybe this Crustle to lock down these highly mobile Pokemon. Don't know how they're going to do it, but they're going to need to find an answer for these 2 speedsters, and I feel like that's what every Pokemon trainer is doing nowadays. How do you stop these speedsters from getting into your backline? Unite move from the Zacian, try to get some damage reduction off, but they are rather low on HP.
Oh, lovely Rock Tomb. The flank from Chelvin, though. It will be Toon that finds up the KO on the Zacian. Midnight Slash. It turns them invincible, of course, for a brief moment of time, and they're going to use that extra speed.
That was kind of overzealous of the Zacian, I will say that. Like, they used pretty much everything to get away, and they successfully got away. But then they go for the re-engage attempt, and then they get picked off. I will say, like,
low on HP.
that being said, like, even though they died,
From Chelvin, though, it will be Toon that finds up the KO
you did get 2 Unite moves out of that, which is actually really good if you plan to go for that bottom or top lane objective. Especially if it's like it turns into a team fight.
Esports with 3 double digits. Bruv, of course, up onto level 10 with that spin story says our next set of Reggies are on the horizon.
Halfway through the game, 104.
So I do like this from the purple side. They're utilizing their Hoopa. So Hoopa's set up for the bottom, and the rest of them are top lane.
Lots of members for first place.
But if it turns into a 5v4, that's where
maybe the first more significant
it might become a problem.
These two teams, Chelvin is going to avoid both the Dream Eater and Shadow Bubble, but for
you see here, one thing, this is why communication is so important. Because if you look back here, I think the Crustle was afraid of uniting just because of the Umbreon. But if you communicated it properly here, you would know that Umbreon doesn't have Unite move. So I feel like if Crustle was here, like, if Crustle was going to do this, they should have united, at least to stall longer for their team.
Maybe the first more significant fight between these two.
But yeah, I think just because Umbreon was there, they chose not to.
Regieleki bouncing to the tier 1 goal zone. Lightning
Oh, nice Hoopa portal.
And they have a lot of members going to the tier 2 goal zone.
So it saved 2 people.
And here comes the rest of first place.
And look at Chelvin, cognizant to the task that might be ahead.
No, it wasn't a prank. So to
to
answer that comment, or to respond to that comment, they actually genuinely thought about disbanding. But I think it was just because they were not necessarily tilted. They were just disappointed after the last tournament. But after sitting down and talking it over, they decided to continue working together to improve.
Rubble Rouser, and Nouns knew that full well as well. 35 scores in, goes for free with that Regieleki. Still no T1 zone crack, however, and Chelvin will go down once again. And Toon living a charmed life right now, barely getting KO'd at all, I should say, first place or nothing, who have picked up that Regice in the meantime, and the points lead.
First place doing a fantastic job at staying in this game with the score of the Meowscarada and the tier 1 goals are made vulnerable.
I mean,
a lucky that will give them the score lead.
First place are doing a really good job so far, I will say that.
Margin. Still a 1-score game in
Like, despite the early game, like, it looked like they were struggling a bit, but they bounced back, and they actually have taken the lead.
HP reserves on
In terms of levels, it's relatively close, but the fact that they were able to get both objectives and gain a point lead on top of that.
There's two teams who are communicating beautifully. Every action looks direct, it looks meaningful. Phantom Ambush, and Chelvin knows that's a little flame, and that's a beautiful psychic there just to deny Gatlu any further opportunity. The Rock Tomb doesn't catch anyone. What about the double team? Well, they're not going to activate it the second time, Klaus. They're just going to scare Nouns away. I say scare Nouns away. It's a tactical retreat. They know that they're not going to bite off more than they can chew here. First place or nothing, with a strong resilience on this T1 zone bottom path, but with Rayquaza less than a minute away, there's one final set of Reggies to fight over.
Quite literally, this game between these two teams, so close in individual skill level, has come down to a game of macro. It's a game of chess between these two teams. First place winning just narrowly by 30-ish odd points, and this battlefield might be starting to brew here in this bottom path. They are going to separate the two teams with that Rock Tomb, going to put Chelvin in a bubble. And
This is very dangerous because Bastion isn't there. The thing is like, yeah, they have a Hoopa, but you don't necessarily want to pop your Ignite move unless you absolutely have to.
Chelvin caught out. There's the mean look at Daisu on perilously low health. The
Blasted secures it, which was really nice.
To Nouns Esports. It will be Bruv with the secure first place.
Yep, they haven't changed their team. Still the same team as last tournament.
Regieleki, to be fair, that does leave that T1 open to a potential Hundo Burger, but Nouns Esports with the level lead going into Ray.
They also do have that defense and special defense buff given by that Reggie Rock as well. A massive exodus into the central area.
Oh, man.
Gengar gonna be going in
Oh.
deep, forced to use that Phantom ambush. A really nice X-Scissor is going to crowd control Gatlu, but they are on the Rayquaza. 50% on the Rayquaza. You do have the Unite move from the Absol, able to get the confirmation.
Wow.
Is the Gengar.
They were lost in the source first place or nothing either. That or there was an almighty job from whoever was blocking them out. Is going to be free scoring for Nouns Esports. The one silver lining for first place is that there is so much time left on the
They just
board.
lost the positioning on the
Gengar
Rayquaza pit.
exploded.
Like, a team fight didn't even happen. It's just,
Thunderberg
like Nouns Esports capitalized on their positioning, and then they just ripped the
Nouns
Rayquaza.
Esports with the level lead going into Ray.
They also do have that defense and special defense buff given by that Reggie Rock as well. A massive exodus into the central area.
Oh, man.
Gengar gonna be going in deep, forced to use that Phantom.
Here's the problem, though. They allowed the four of them to literally just, like, okay. So it started off okay. Like, they got a pick on Gengar. Even though Gengar didn't die, they forced the Unite move. But the problem is, everyone on the team, or everyone on first place, they are in plain view on the top tier, like, the bottom tier 1 goal. And you know the hoop was there, so there's literally no chance of them portaling to the middle. And then Zacian on the other side, like, Zacian was in this bush over here, but they can't see anything from where they are. So you have literally, like, 4 people down here, you got 1 person up here, and then literally, as long as they have vision of these guys, they can literally just turn. Like, yeah, they technically do not know where Zacian is, but realistically, they have enough DPS to just shred that objective, especially with an Absol. If they're coming on it, they can do it. So then, yeah, it just...
Ambush, a really nice X-Scissor is going to crowd control Gatlu, but they are on the Rayquaza.
And then you can't see it because it's happening off screen, but as the camera is panning towards, like, this way... hold on. Like, as the camera starts focusing their attention onto the Rayquaza, Pikachu down here is using their Unite move and zoning off the entire, like, the 4 people that were down in the bottom. And there's no one here to contest. Zacian's still sitting in the bush right here. You can see them off screen, where the minimap is. So literally no one's here. And this thing's already at less than half HP. And on top of that, Absol has Unite move with Cycle Cut. So with 0 people here and the damage already, like, they put enough DPS in the Rayquaza for it to be this low without Unite moves, it's like, yeah, now it's just Jover.
50% on the Rayquaza. You do have the Unite move from the Absol, able to get the confirmation. Is the Gengar.
They were lost in the source first place or nothing either. That or there was an almighty job from whoever was blocking them out. Is going to be free scoring for Nouns Esports. The one silver lining for first place is that there is so much time left on the board. Gengar.
It's funny because, like, I was saying, first place we're doing a good job up until, like, just now. Like, they kept the game close. Well, first, they kind of struggled at the beginning of the game, but then they bounced back. And then now, like, all that momentum that they had going into Rayquaza, it got lost.
So will Gatlu in short succession, not to mention Ray.
Well, to be fair, Blaine also said Shadow Ball boosted Dream Eater is better secure than Zacian because it will hit multiple people.
Shields still online for Toon and for
Seemed like a horrible misplay by Zacian. Zacian was a non-factor. Zacian was sitting in that bush for so long, and on top of that, they just didn't get any vision for the enemy team. Or for their team, sorry.
Over till it's over. Blastoise going to score on the tier 2 goal zone. Thunder going to be the tool to stop Chelvin with their score. Here comes another smaller score of 22 in double time. 96 from the Blastoise. It is a 3-score game, and I don't know if they have the pockets to do so.
They don't have the Rubble Rouser. 30 seconds left. Here comes the Spin Stoys. Here comes the Pikachu and Chelvin isolated. Midnight.
And this is exactly why. So I know we've been playing on Remote Stadium for, like, we're still playing on Remote Stadium. But the thing is, when you're already ahead, like, the thing that makes Rayquaza so much more stronger than Zapdos is, like, yeah, Zapdos you can instantly score. Granted that you can actually get to the score, to, like, get to the goal to score. But when you have Rayquaza, now you can score faster, But then when you're playing defense, like you got the, so it's like it makes it so much harder for a counter push to be possible because of like stuff like this.
Score game, and,
And of course,
pockets to do so.
if you have the shield still, you can still go for like multiple scores. Granted that if you need to, if the situation like calls for it.
Takes down the Zacian, the Sword Doggo, no chance, floral.
And it's not even like that shield can be stolen by Umbreon either.
Announce Esports, no hesitation, no discombobulation. Ray Quasar taken down in the blink of
I've been
an
saying
eye.
this for so long. Rachel should have a timer like Zap timer on goals, but shorter.
Game 1 with aplomb.
Like you were saying, Relic, Nouns going up 1 game. Does first place or nothing have it in them
Yeah,
to
I mean, like,
sweep one of the best teams in
I personally don't know
Nouns Esports. Well,
how some people can think like in very few aspects Zapdos is stronger in very few aspects, but overall, like I don't know how people think Zapdos is stronger than Rayquaza. It is weird to me.
Showing their prowess, showing their macro knowledge during final stretch fights, taking the attention away from the central area, using the Phantom Ambush to retreat.
Zacian has
back
1
into their
assist.
team and then taking
Zacian,
Rayquaza
Zacian,
in very fast
1
succession.
assist,
And
bruh.
that's off the back of Chelvin
Oof.
catching them out mid Phantom Ambush with an exit. I was like,
I know people are probably like 16k. Like I guarantee you, someone is probably thinking, "Oh my god, 16k damage is Omega lol."
oh my goodness, it's all over.
Ben Chappell.
Somehow,
That was the lowest damage player on their team. Mind you, there was a Crustle, also a Hoopa on their side of the field doing just a wee bit more.
That Meow, I believe
Double Speedster again.
if it's been left on the table, Meowscarada has a 100% first pick rate in competitive so far. Granted that it's available and not banned.
Exactly what to take off the board.
But yeah.
60s to deny into the Hooper. Not that
I'm pretty confident up until now it has a 100% pick rate
stopping first place or nothing
when it's available.
Rezu, meanwhile, no,
Wow.
that's a Miraidon for the first time today. Charge Beam? Gotta be, right?
With that current ability set, yes, we'll see who the final pilot of this Pokemon is after the final preparations, but one of the big things for first place, they struggled in their crowd control. The volume of crowd control across their team. They need to pick something here to hinder these speedsters, or else they're going to run over you once again. I really likes this adaptation from Crustle to the Blastoise. In my opinion, Chelvin was probably the best player, having some really outstanding plays to lock down Gatlu on the Gengar. We saw that really briefly in the final stretch fight. But across the other members of their team, they're quite literally just going damage for damage. Not a whole lot of crowd control. Love to see the save like on that
Sableye.
as well. Pikachu still on the
I'm gonna be honest, I like first place team. Like, just on paper alone, I know they have Absol and Gengar, and yes, they are strong picks, but I do like first place team composition overall better.
On the block, these EX Pokemon are struggling in this new metagame.
I think I would have preferred the Slowbro over the Blastoise personally. I'm just not I'm personally just not a fan of, if I see an Umbreon locked into the enemy team already, I don't like picking something like a Crustle or like a Blastoise that their Unite move provides a relatively big shield. It just seems like a waste. I would rather just yeah, you get a partial shield when you use the Slowbro Unite move, just like any Unite move, but I don't know.
I say that with a bit of hesitation because I know that if I say it full-heartedly...
Student is always stressed in by the look on his face sometimes. The Gatlu situation was important to unwind on Twitter.
But I don't know. I think there was an opportunity for...
The Gatlu situation? What's the Gatlu situation?
Smarter
Oh, right!
going first pick.
I forgot it's banned. I'm stupid.
If they
Don't mind
got
me.
second pick, then Nouns would be restricted to just the one speed. And I know, listen, going second pick, the ban phase could go completely differently. Having that first ban up against second ban, you know, there's some adjustments that could be made. But Gengar and Absol, I mean, in the current day and age, it's difficult to see how Nouns can lose this. especially since I'm not convinced by what First Place or Nothing have done to change their own composition.
Lacking crowd control. It's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
In my opinion, they struggled in game.
Ellie quit his team and changed his mind in 1 week.
X Scissor is not the
Oh,
easiest ability.
they were probably
ability to
tilted.
land, especially on highly mobile characters. Surf plus Hydro Pump, in my opinion, a lot better. So I do like that adaptation. But Zacian top path, 16,000 damage in the last game. Maybe this is just a comfort pick, but we'll see here. This is not an elimination game, but the winner of this game, winners finals, will be moving one step closer to winning that travel award, winning the grand finals.
So if you're first place, what are you looking at? You're looking at your, well, Florgato. That's already a good sign to see that Evo in the first 30 seconds. Squirtle, of course, with the Blastoise denying Bruv. What was a crucial component in Nouns winning.
Might have been a kill. The shield didn't
Good coverage from Sixties, but the lick will
rock on the
drag
goal.
this Hooper towards them. Toon going after it. And that's going to be no KO. The chip. Oh, never mind.
Whoa,
Here's Gatlu
wow.
on the Absol. 9 Apple finds the Citrus Berry. But there's no way they're going to deny this 15 score from going down. And a couple of steals of the Bunnies too.
I don't think I've seen a single pursuit Absol. It makes me so sad, man.
Not going to be here for the central air, the top path birds. KO
Like, I know Night Slash got buffed, but not one pursuit Absol? I'm just sad.
The field in a blink of an eye.
4s, a 6 for this Absol. Interesting to see Gatlu actually going on to the Absol, whereas Toon was doing a mighty fine job previous. Oh, never known. Wait, yes, no, Toon was on the Absol, weren't they? Gatlu was on the Gengar,
Swapped.
so they've so, hey, a nice bit of experience, right? Are they really treating this like an experience game? I guess they've got the one loss that they
I'm glad Miraidon went Charge Beam though.
5-0-24.
It would have been like I would have been very surprised if they went for that Electro Drift. Because you don't want to be anywhere near these damage threats.
Down a Zacian Hoopa in the top half. What a day and age
Oh,
we are.
nice.
Like, look at the damage on that charge
Next
beam.
Prey is found by the Absol, getting a KO on the Meowscarada. That EXP going over to the Espeon, but Miraidon
There should be another kill.
with a KO streak of 2.
Yo, Rezu's cooking. No third for the moment. Gonna throw down the Thunder though. And
This
Lois
Miraidon
is
is
the
getting
KO
so damn fed.
for Rezu. This Miraidon actually looking pretty strong. Toon there with a 2 KO streak of their own. In comes in.
Oh, he got the kill.
Stuns the Thunder again. Catches someone, and Klaus with the rotate means that that's 2 KO pickup. Shadow, Psycho Cut.
Oh my god. Yo, Miraidon is actually cooking these guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Some connections, finding some
Yeah, Meowscarada's level 9.
KOs stacking.
You kind of expect that from a jungler to be like level 8, level 9-ish at first objective. But this Miraidon
will slow them to a rate that
is so over-leveled for where they probably should be.
The KO on the Haunter, almost to level 9. There's a lot of members up here for first place, really prioritizing this top path. Once again, Apple only on level 7 right now, has access to both of its both of its primary abilities. Let's see if they're able to get the confirmation here, and they do. Flower Trick gonna send the Regieleki to the tier 1 goal zone, first place on the run of taking this goal zone off the field.
Such a useful late secure, going not so much all in first place or nothing, but the Floral Flourish buys the space. 2 goes in, and they're looking to try and find just another couple of Eos energy, and that they will. First place or nothing. Won't be able to take the lead, though, as Nouns Esports on this bottom path didn't just pick up the Reggie steal, but look at that T1 zone down to 2, so the overdunk potential massive.
Once again, these two teams playing very cautiously around each other. 1 goal zone down. Not the best overcap, however. 89 points on the side of first place as we head to about the halfway point of the game. Blastoise online at level 7. Apple at level 9. Level 11 for the Meowscarada. Despite being down one of the premier speedsters, they are finding themselves at a small level lead. Fear is going to fear eyes into Apple, force them back to the center part of the map. Very scary, running around with a Sableye on the field.
This Sacred Sword has quite literally the damaging power of a spoon attempting to go through a piece of cardboard.
I never understood
It's not looking
why,
good.
like I get
To
it,
score
but
for Inder.
I never really understood why the
It's
Meowscarada
alive
clone
and well
actually
placed.
moves as fast as
89
it
to
does.
153, and Nouns, although they don't have the leader of the lobby level-wise, that being this Meowscarada, they do have the overall level lead across the team.
Like, if the clone is in range of something for it to, like, chase, that thing moves so damn fast.
A 70+ percentage win rate.
It's 83%.
80%. Despite only being picked a handful of times, the amount of impact this Pokemon gives your team in vision, in scoring potential, knockoff, trying to knock off the Zacian from the tier 2 goal zone. Not a 1v1. Probably this Sableye not going to take, but nonetheless getting a lot of vision for the team is going to allow the rest of the team to the bottom path.
Once again, Nouns Esports aware of the first place or nothing priority, looking over Reggie Steel, Snarl, and here comes the Gengar. Hydro Typhoon way too late, only knocks up Bruv, really. Hydro Typhoon against the wall, the Trick Hooper looking to chase down, but that health bar simply too tankay. First place or nothing. It's just the small L's here or there, Draku, starting to build up.
Mind you, that Reggie Steel was something at like 50.
I wish the clone didn't stun you when your sulky teams hits Pop It.
Shadow Ball, Dream Eater was a massive amount of damage. Of course, you got to continue to respect the securing potential of Psyshock, but same thing with Dream Eater as well. Nouns Esports starting to pick up some headwinds, getting a KO on the Miraidon and the Meowscarada. They do have the jump pad, but here comes Nouns Esports. 4 members up here and 6Cs on the defense.
Midnight Slash, there's the Midnight Prance knocking on the door. 2 KO streak, Floral Flourish. Where they gone? Where they gone, I ask?
Yeah.
Center and Rezu ain't gonna
Unfortunately, this time around, first place are not having
running away with it, Nouns Esports.
the same type of mid game as they were last game.
As a ghost type Pokemon is making other Pokemon disappear, as you can see.
I don't think it would have made much of a difference, but Shelvin also united bottom, so they didn't have it for the top lane counter push, or top lane like tier 2 push,
I don't think they will get another Reggie Alecki, but this lead
because they united late at the bottom lane, and they didn't really get much out of it either.
Compile on top of each other, Sableye in the wings, scoring on the tier 3 goal zone. They need to find a win somewhere, and first place is going to test the defense of Nouns Esports this time.
We need to go back to this fight, please. Thank you. Here we go. It's Gengar getting chased away. 6Cs. Meanwhile, Klaus on zone takes down Gatlu. Backline, Snarl after the foul play, but my goodness, Brother's almost taken down, I want to say, for the first time in this entire game. They have enough energy to take down the zone, but instead they look to turn and burn. It's a Reg Ice, not ideal. Spin Stoice. Here's 2 looking to snipe, but no snipe to be found. At last, some joy for first place or nothing.
Some momentum on the side of first place. Again, winner of this either forces a game 3 or moves on to the grand finals. If you're Nouns Esports, 10 seconds, 15
What you said about the Meow, if you're able to outrun the double team, would it be
position
useless?
in the central area? Again, Apple needs to find a footing here. Level 12, they are once again struggling on EXP, but Meowscarada, like we were talking about, that Unite move can be devastating, landing on the correct Pokemon.
Spin Stoice into Bruv. Watch out for that Sableye. You can see it lurking. Inder has been confused. The Chaos Flower catches
That's an
6.
early Umbreon Unite.
Again! Nouns Esports run back the rule book.
First place, nowhere to
Has been confused. The Chaos Flower catches 6s. Going for the rip again! Nouns Esports
Come on.
Spin Stoice into Bruv. Watch out for that Sableye.
See, like, that's the thing. While this is happening, Gengar's just hexing down the Rayquaza. While
You can see it lurking.
I don't even know why Meowscarada's down there. It looks like they're trying to go for a back half. Oh yeah. Meowscarada's going for a back half. They are not respecting the Gengar and the Absol.
Inder has been confused. The Chaos Flower catches 6s. Going for the rip again! Nouns Esports run back the rule book.
First place, nowhere to be found in the central area. They still have all of their members on the field, but take a look at that bottom path, that mini-map. Lots of members of first place going to try to score here. 2 members of Nouns Esports. This is still a game, but they do lose their Meowscarada. They have lost their Zacian as well. It is a 2-score game, but extinguished is their momentum going forward.
Nouns Esports hate the debate club. Oh, a miss with the Psycho Cut. 6Cs gets away with it. Bruv, meanwhile, being chased down by Chelvin. Here's Toon Slam. They're going to be sliced up by the rapid spin, but hey,
Like, look at that, bro.
Defense.
That thing just
Damage
shredded that Blastoise. 1, 2,
Rapid
3.
spin, but hey, what's that with it?
Was that a 4? Was that an auto attack or?
Chased down by
One.
Chelvin. Here's Toon Slam. They're going to be sliced
1,
up by
2,
the rapid
3.
spin, but
Oh, 4.
hey,
4
what's
hexes
that
and they're
with
dead.
defense?
With empowered auto attacks as well in between.
Damage penetration.
Because every time you hex, you get your empowered
Should
auto.
not be doing that much into defender-like Pokemon. Well, was not the best example there between the Blastoise
God
and
damn,
the
that
Gengar.
damage.
15 seconds remaining. And I think it's a good time to say, I think this might be our first team to qualify for the grand finals. 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean,
two-score game.
so in the first game, I don't think first place played badly. It's just in the last 2 minutes they made a poor collective misplay. In the second game, which is this one, they looked a little bit more shaky, and then it wasn't the exact same thing, but they gave the opportunity to Nouns to let them rip the Rayquaza. Like, when one of your main damage dealers is just backcapping, and then you see the other 3 people getting zoned off, like, Gengar can pretty much solo any objective. They wouldn't be able to 100 to 0 the Rayquaza in one cycle of, like, hexes, because, like, it's just that they do enough DPS on their own to put it in range for an Absol Unite move. Or an Absol, like, rotation of skills, plus the Unite move.
One more push in them. Sableye waiting in the wings to score on the tier 3 might be the final dagger.
There's no way.
Yeah.
The audacity to score the 56 and then to burn how much?
Okay. I'm going to play an ad really quickly, because this will give me time to use the restroom. So I'm going to keep it playing, but I'll be back in, like, 2 or 3 minutes. You're back, guys.
And hello, everybody. Welcome back to the UCS final stretch play-ins. I'm Callo. This is Soph. It has actually been a pretty incredible day so far, and it looks like the light is shining down upon you, Soph. How are you going? Surely marvelous.
Absolutely fabulous. What a day it has been so far, where we have Gen 5 BH3 fighting now for loser semi-finals. Just such good Pokemon Unite all around. A new meta on competitive with these speedsters. A lot of Gengars being banned, a lot of Gengars being played. The day has been so much fun.
I think that's the really interesting thing is earlier on in the matches that we were watching, yeah, we saw a little bit of Gengar, but it was mainly banned, but they didn't really pop off as much as we had hoped. However, those previous 2 matches, the fact that we ended up getting to see 2 different movesets being picked up by Nouns Esports and really showcasing that Gengar kit. I mean, we have our latest ban rate here. Gengar is at the top of the ban rates, having that 63% ban rate overall.
Oh, and 55% win rate when it is picked.
Damn, that was
still
quick.
above average there, but not like something too crazy. But again,
That
with the
was
speedsters
pretty damn
being
fast.
on
I was
the
gone for
high,
like
Absol
2 minutes.
Talonflame out of the table, so is the Hooper. And I wouldn't be surprised to see the Gengar coming through as the next ban. Instead, a Meowscarada.
Yeah, so this does free up that space for Gengar to be picked on up. Whether Gen 5 are going to capitalize on that, I guess, considering the other three speedsters with the defense penetration not available. Oh, whoa. Prioritizing Snorlax. Interesting call here, don't you reckon so?
Absolutely, especially coming from Gen 5, the team that has been so well seasoned throughout the season. That was not intended, but here we are. In regards to getting into top twos every single month almost. And well, it's not just the fact that they prioritize the Snorlax, it's also the fact that BH3 said, I don't need Gengar, you're fine, just take it. They go for the priority on the side deck plus the Umbreon. Interesting plays all around, but one thing, Keller, that I love to hear your thoughts on is the Inteleon, how it's been constantly being played as an attacker.
I mean, we did see Lunda shine in the previous sets that we did witness through Gen 5, so I'm actually really surprised that BH3 haven't gone in for a respect ban, because I know I would be targeting down that Inteleon, hitting snipe shot after snipe shot, so it'll be really interesting to see what they're actually going to round out their composition with, considering
they're thinking about it.
Last pick, but Snorlax
They're
and
thinking
Inteleon
about
and
it.
Gengar on the same team, and if they pick up a Blissey as well,
Aww.
this composition is looking fierce.
Oh, I think that's a great word, Keller, because I feel threatened by this composition, and I'm not even playing. The fact that Blissey has been allowed to come through with the Gengar, the Garchomp as well, that benefits so well from having that Bliss assistance in the late games, just making sure that the ground shark is gonna be surviving for longer, but it also allows for BH3 to take the Blaziken from Utah that we saw previously today. Mifil has been performing really well on the Espeon too, but I want to see how this composition goes because again, one of the things that I always mention, in regards to ranged, Espeon is kind of mid-ranged compared to Inteleon.
Yeah, I guess it just doesn't have that reach that Inteleon does, but whether we're actually going to end up seeing it go that Psyshock for that secure, or whether it's going to go for more the stored power for the maneuverability. I guess having Volto on the Blaziken, they do have that overheat secure, but I mean, this snipe shot, how is London, I guess, having Volto on the
I mean, most of them are banned
they
to
do
begin with.
have,
Like Masquerade, Talonflame, Absol. You have other speedsters, but the other speedsters didn't really get touched to begin with. The only one that was left up was Gengar, and they didn't prioritize it. They're just like, nah, we'll do things our way.
Doing so successfully so far today, but we need to see how BH3 is going to fare against this strategy because it's a rather straightforward one. So if BH3 has anything new to bring to the table, this is the moment. It's loser semis, and it's the only time that you're going to be able to do it in this series, considering that if you're out, you're out. Gen 5 on the purple side, BH3 on your orange as we get into the first game of this best of three.
And after all, this set, whoever comes out on top is going to go progress into the losers final to go up against first place or nothing, who have a bit of downtime. But we're setting Mimikyu into that central path for BH3 and that Ghastly in that central path for Gen 5. So want to get into that Haunter phase, that level 5 ASAP.
And we know that when the Gengar is behind, it takes a very good time to try and get online, especially because it requires so much resource. Now going here to the top side and trying to guarantee as much EXP as possible, Megu looking to gather those. And on the bot side here, Gen 5 is pretty much in between, even in AOS Energy, as we're still waiting for the 8-minute 50, and the Bumblebees here, they have just allowed them to gather even more EXP.
Also, confirmation, it is actually a Psyshock Espeon there. So providing that stun, but also the secure, the 4-person push up in that top path. However, I feel like they were a little late and they didn't end up getting to capitalize a lot on those birds going over to Gen 5. Plus some Dunkaroos heading into this bottom path as well. Fizzy trying with all their might as a little Eevee just managed to stop the
I didn't tell you I tried so hard to score. Oh my god, it's funny.
Eevee, as you said, still waiting to get the level 4 to turn into an Umbreon.
Third time was not the charm for this one.
Miku is most likely desperately trying to get as many stacks as possible on an attack weight, and we know how powerful a Garchomp can be, though this Combuskin is not in a good position, having to use the eject button defensively to get away. Still going out forward. Greg could pay for it, but none of them actually fall.
No KOs being picked on up. I mean, as the Gabite ended up diving onto the Combuskin ended up diving on out. So really well timed from them. However, what isn't well timed is that Mimikyu diving in as 3 members of Gen 5 founded that central area.
And Utao has that Shadow Ball, so the damage can definitely stack. Look at them go! And level 8 on this Haunter 2KO streak for Utao as they keep on pushing forward, make it 3. And there's no way for BH3 to try to contest this one. Well, I might just eat my words as I speak them. Japer gets 1 KO, but is gonna get taken back down in advantage of Gen 5 in the end. Plenty of numbers for the purple team.
And this is where things start to get really scary for BH3. The fact that we already have a Gengar 2 levels above the highest level on BH3, that early level scaling really just helps it out in that latest patch, and you just do not want to let it get online. Otherwise, a great block coming out here from Kranix to just keep BH3 at bay, while the rest of the team secure themselves a pretty tasty Registeel buff.
Looking good for Gen 5, but at the same time, they have the Garchomp trying to get that final evolution there on the top side and getting so as I speak it. And we know what a Garchomp can do in soloing and tuning down on a Regieleki, but Voltos there is going to contest this one. Plenty of damage onto Greg. That's going to be falling on 50% of their HP. And Gen 5, they know pretty well.
I mean, there's really not much for me to say right now.
But they need to find
BH3 are just
right moment to do so as their defenders on the bot side.
slowly, but
They have to try
they're
and
just
find
steadily
but they are outnumbered currently, and this goal is left on one
losing the
as
game.
well.
Like,
So
they haven't been
Gen
able
5
to,
are
like,
going
get a
to try
foot
and
in the
risk
sand.
breaking it before securing the Regieleki, but it looks like they're going in for the flip. Overheat has charged on up, but Regieleki is going back into its original position.
Yeah, into the alcove they go, and Gen 5 guarantee the objective and can continue pushing forward as well. 1 point on this goal will mean only...
I mean, it's a 19-point overcap, but at least it's the Reggie crashing, so they don't gotta worry about a tier 2 push for now.
Good to take down that tier 1 zone.
I think the benefit.
So besides the
is
Blaziken
here
going
for
down,
the
I mean,
Treants, they
it's
are
not that bad,
in levels.
all
It
things
is gonna
considering.
provide those Indeedis that spawn up on the side. So we have Volto has reached
Oh
level 9,
my
going into
god.
the face of a level 10 Gengar. Nonetheless, the healing and the shielding from that tier 2 goal zone.
The
was
fact
able to
that
protect
Blaziken almost got
Close. It was
one
really
cycled by the
close.
Gengar is
One
just
too close
oof.
for comfort. And Kranix once again using block in the best moments and positions here on the bot side to deny BH3 from getting into
It looks like BH3 are
the
going
bottom
to
objective.
potentially opt into a
As we
team
can
fight
see
or a
there,
contest on the
and
bottom.
that's
But
heavy
Mimikyu and
numbers
Blaziken are not
to
there.
make it
These
up
guys are way
into
too
the
far
into
forward
the
to
Garchomp's claws they go.
be trying
They're
anything
gonna
right
be
now.
able to survive for a little bit. Greg is in the headache mode.
It was a nice side shock, but there's no follow-up.
Kranix is on very low HP, but it's only the Umbreon and Fizzy on the front
Okay,
line.
Umbreon
Yes,
steals
and
the
damage coming
shield from the
Utah.
Snorlax.
Looking pretty good. Another very nice block that gets Japer away on the back line. It's only one defender against 3 members of Gen 5, and BH3 is going to try to get back into the retreat as they don't have.
They just have no
chance to get
damage, so...
people away to the air into the Garchomp's.
Okay, so right now, they're just out of position right now. Like, Mimikyu and Blaziken are not there, initially.
They're going to be able to survive for a little bit. Greg is in the headache mode, just getting people away.
The Gengar popped their Unite move, so they can't be seen. But they just melt the Blaziken.
There's the damage coming from Utah. They're looking.
And then Mimikyu, Mimikyu left and then they came back.
Just getting people away. Kranix is on very low HP.
Okay, so they Shadow Sneaked onto Snorlax. They got CC'd. They were forced to full heal. They got grabbed, or... Not grabbed, because they play off. They popped their Unite move on Garchomp, but they just got melted.
Good. Another very nice block that gets Japer away on the back line. It's only one.
And you gotta remember that majority of the damage that's coming from this team composition is going to be dependent on Mimikyu and Blaziken. So when these two people are dead, like, all you got is a Psy Shock Espeon that isn't really threatening
now,
to
no
begin
numbers
with.
of Gen 5 collapsing, they were able to go and secure themselves that second basement Reggie buff. While it isn't the most optimal one, being that of Reggie,
Yeah, it's not looking good for BH3, that's for sure.
Provides
Like,
that
despite the points being close,
takes it away
the
from
game doesn't feel
BH3.
close, and the
Well,
levels are
in terms
just
of the levels, we already
pretty
have that
self-explanatory. You got
Mimikyu
almost a
up at
2-level
level
difference on
11.
mostly everyone
They
that
have managed
matters,
to get in some little dunk, so it's
or at least the
109
core
to
members of the
69
team
currently.
in terms of damage
Yeah,
output.
not that disparate, I would say, but as you mentioned, the levels are still quite behind on the side of BS3, aside from the Mimikyu, as we have the Gengar, Inteleon, and Garchomp level 12 on the top side. Gen 5 confirms yet another Regieleki. Oh, and here, we, again, Fizzy, just going so deep into the enemy backlines, or just having no backup to do so.
This would be the last time for anyone to unite before Rayquaza, so if there's something gonna happen, it would probably happen now-ish.
Very nice. Doing counts 20 over dunk. And they take down another.
Okay, so they scored 90 bottom, which is obviously
Yeah,
huge.
there's more goals going on in, but it looks like Volto's going to answer back with a 4.
Nice eject button.
They quickly get interrupted by Megu, so that means they are still going to have full pockets on hand.
Oh, the eject button there on Mega, so clutch. And there's still 25 seconds for the next Reggie to spawn as well. And it's been back-to-back Gen 5 guaranteeing those getting their wild Pokemon in their own central area and controlling the map all around, Keller.
Yeah, but you know what? We have some few wild Pokemon spawning on in there. We have Blaziken, who has ticked over to a level 13, so very beneficial for BH3 here. But 30 seconds until the final stretch. Another basement Reggie spawns, but first they need to try and fight it out as Kranix is
Wow, that
working
snipe shot.
with these blocks.
Yeah, they are. They're also paying it with a nice setup.
Like, look how low these guys. These guys should just back off right now while they can.
This one, as Krennic is gonna use the nap time as they go.
Yeah, they just completely overstayed their welcome and overextended.
Solaire is not gonna protect them much further. Espeon does manage to survive, but the rest of BH3 doesn't. With those Rayquazas spawning as we speak, it's a rip.
Yeah, it's now or never. You've got to rip it, considering they are currently have the numbers here. But Fizzy isn't going to give up. They end up using their Moonlight. Fizzy, well,
There's not much to
they're
say
on
about
the
this
run.
game
They don't
overall.
wanna get
Be it
punished.
Gen 5 were just in control the entire game.
The only thing that they can do is run, but they're chasing.
And then, of course, here and kind of just like break it down. It was just a very suboptimal team fight to even... Like, they shouldn't even entertain the idea of this team fight. But my internet...
30 seconds until the final stretch. Another basement Reggie spawns, but first they need to try and fight it out as Kranix is putting the work in with these blocks.
Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna pause it and hopefully this passes in a couple of seconds, hopefully. Just because it's being hiccupy. Okay, we're back at 4 bars, so we're fine. Like, it dips out for like a few seconds and it goes back to normal, so we're fine. But yeah, going back to here, like, it was just a very...
Yeah, they are. They're also paying it with a
Basement Reggie spawns, but first they need to try and fight it out as
Like,
Kranix
Psyduck
is
here gets
working
taken a
with
half
these
health.
blocks.
Mimikyu's passive gets taken out right there. So they actually got hit, but it was the passive that...
they are.
Then, on top of that, Blaziken gets hit, taking less than half HP. On top of that, they get stunned by the Regirock
They're
as
also
well.
paying it with a nice setup that BH3 had. Oh, even the Regirock
It's actually
playing
very-
Gen 5 on this one, as Krennic is gonna use the
Blocks.
yeah, they are.
Like,
They're also paying
interesting
it
in
with
a
nice
bad
setup
way that they
BH3
chose to
had.
continue
Oh,
playing
even the
aggressive.
Regirock is playing with
And then this
Gen
entire
5
time, Garchomp was just waiting in the top right bush for a potential flank, or a dive in this case.
one, as Krennic is
And then
gonna
they
use
just...
the nap time as they go in the back
They
line.
CC2
Yes,
them, they
another
KO the
knockdown for
Blaziken, then on top of that,
Slayer's
just
not gonna
dive everyone else.
much further.
And there's really no one else
Does
to
manage
really
survive,
do anything
but
about
the
it.
rest of BH3
So now with 3
doesn't
people
really
dead right after...
Ways is spawning as we speak.
Right after Reggie, it's like, okay, you know, collective group effort, we force Rayquaza, and even if we lose Rayquaza, we just KO them.
But Fizzy isn't going to give up. They end up using their Moonlight Prince. Nonetheless, Utao on the Gengar was the one to get the secure for Gen 5. And Fizzy, well, they're on the run here. They don't want to get punished. they've decided that Utah on the Gengar was also another big threat, along with Kranix on the Snorlax. So those are going to be these two bans this time around, but that means we have 3 speedsters available for pickup. So a massive switcheroo here. Absol, Talonflame,
I know Masquerade is going to be first pick.
are available. What a BH.
Oh, I stand corrected. Talonflame.
The bird. Bird is a word.
Yeah.
They
You
broke the
definitely tried
cycle.
bird.
Someone
Absolutely.
prioritized the
And Gen 5
Talonflame over the
is a surprise.
Masquerade.
Ooh, actually, a surprise there because today I haven't been so impressed with the double speedsters composition, but I'm pretty sure that if Gen 5, if anyone is going to impress
Get better
me, it could
internet
be
for
Gen
Canadians?
5,
Bro,
going for the Absol and the
I'm never going to
Masquerade
get better
with a
internet.
punch, while BH3,
This crappy
I'm
internet that
really
you see is the
surprised
best internet I
if
can
they
possibly
go
get
for
over here.
something similar in regards to
Which is
double
quite sad.
thunder
It
than what
doesn't
I've
get
been
better
seeing
than this.
previously.
It only gets
Psyduck
progressively
has
worse over
arrived.
time.
I think this is a really great pickup. Picking up Slowbro, we know the lockdown from the slow beam can be so effective, but also the fact that it does have such a high HP pool, the defenses and special defense.
Sableye, Comfey, which we have been, I would say,
Oh,
hearing
this
about
is the
about
first
how
comfy
good it does with the speedster scaler.
I've seen all day.
Yeah.
At least on live
We've
broadcast.
seen
Or at least the VOD broadcast. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind.
could prove to be lethal here, but I think it's interesting to see. We were talking about in Lunda's Inteleon, ban it out. It's didn't actually end up getting picked up here. I guess knowing the threat of the Talonflame, they have.
Guys, someone called Trump so I can get better internet. Guys, I'm lagging. Help.
Have opted for what looks to be more like an attacker Blastoise here, rocking the choice specs, the Slick Spoon, and they have just switched on over to a focus ban just for a
No, I have to
little
set
bit
it to
more
Wumbo.
sustain.
Yeah, you really need the safety when you're a Squirtle. You need to guarantee that you can at least survive the early game and get the XP for the evolutions. But I think you have such a great point there. If you have a Talonflame, no one can expect the Inteleon to survive. So in this case, Gen 5 just goes for pure aggression.
Okay, we can fast forward to the
As
match.
we saw Gen 5 do, this could turn into a game 3. Now, BH3 on your purple side, Gen 5 on your orange for game 2.
No, right now it's set to M for
I
mini.
think what's really interesting,
But I have to set it to
these two
W for
different-
Wumbo.
Two different comps. Gen 5, I would say, are more on the squishier side, especially with.
Tell that to
Lunda's
Rogers, man.
item
I used to do it all the time.
going for more that
Now
attack
they don't
side,
let me
but
anymore.
I am a bit worried in terms of the burst that a Talonflame could potentially bring, but one thing to definitely slow it down would be a Sableye invade here.
Oh, getting close. They know that they're not gonna steal it. Krenix has to pop the XP away, and Japa is gonna hunt them down for just a little bit longer, but they don't have the movement speed. Oh, they're gonna be in trouble because they have backup coming. Utah will use their ability, but not really able to gap closure enough. Now, Japa will manage to escape. Now, Krenix, in a terrible position. And that level 2 evolution there for Japa is confirmed as well, as Utah is going to get incapacitated for the moment. Yet another pull in and a 2 KO streak for Japa.
Yeah, this is massive for Japa just to try and get those levels, and now they're able to soak up all of those birds as well. We do have Mephil, who hasn't reached that level 5 to pop that mega, but otherwise up in the top half, it's looking all BH3 here as they managed to get 2 KOs and Duncan some points, leaving this pad on 34.
Yeah, Greg is showing the Psyduck is a priority for a reason. Now, Krenix trying to steal once again the objective.
Oh my god, the Sableye invade, bro.
Away. I tell you, the cooldown on this is...
Oh!
You know, it's not quick. Well, it kind of still is. 2 seconds to get back from the Pokemon Center. That
oh man, bro, you're playing with a comfy...
Now, Greg You're passing.
Bro, can
Is
at
that
least
right?
one person
Not
play
powerful
Pursuit?
enough
Like, I
against
want
Jen,
one person
and
to
that
play
is not
Pursuit
good.
Absol.
No.
Just so you know, for a little bit of diversity, please.
Going to outnumber the one there, so unable to sustain that. Otherwise, we do have that slow bro getting taken down. Mefield does have that level 6. They're really close to actually reaching that mega evolution, but up in the top path, it's a 3-person push from Gen 5 as they're able to get in a few little dunks here and there, but Greg is putting up a great defense with this surf.
Ooh, and Fizzy comes through as well, helping out pretty massively. As they're still gonna push onto Greg, and they get taken down. Gen 5 have the number advantage here, 4v2, as they could try to keep on pushing, but they know they need to respect when the enemies have Japer coming through as well. Now, Voto.
Oh, they dodged the fly with the Unite move. Nicely played.
Get this one turned back around with a Night Slash, and Utah with a comfy around their neck, feeling very stylish indeed.
The way Gen 5 have managed to turn this around, we already have Utah at level 10, just as those first objectives spawn. Being able to break that tier 1 pad is going to send this Reggie Alecki a massive threat towards that tier 2, and we only still have a Gabite there to defend, but down in the bot path, BH3 are outnumbering Gen 5 here.
Ooh, Krennic's trying to be sneaky about it, but the fly will take it. It's not going to be this time that the sneaky supporter is going to steal. So BH3 at least trading objectives there, and because they have the Garchomp, as you said, on the top side, they were able to stall and wait for...
One thing about Thea Skyrunes in comparison to Remote Stadium is, like, when you see people play on Thea Skyrunes competitively, you can see how some people, like, some teams will prioritize bottom Reggie over Regieleki, and then there's some teams that will just say, screw the bottom Reggie. Like, whether we're winning or losing, it doesn't matter. We'll go for Regieleki. Because they try to go for the point advantage. I like the fact that teams have the ability to be a little bit more flexible with what objective they choose to play for. But when it comes to Remote Stadium, besides the fact that objectives are just pieces of paper in terms of how quickly you can take them,
on the side of BH3, they're pushing out.
I think most people objectively understand that Dreadnought just has more value than Rotom. So, like, when you play your solo queue games or whatever, most of the time people are just competing for that, and Rotom's kind of just left on the side.
Look, you've got to say Absol is the Doom bringer after all, and Utah is definitely bringing the doom and gloom, especially with that Comfey pocket. Some incredible maneuverability there. Greg popping their headache, not getting KO despite being on 1 HP. But the thing is, BH3, they had that good early game presence. They are managing to keep on up. It's not too much of a difference in terms of points, but I think Utah is just so much of a threat, being level 12 already.
Yeah, this Absol is just deadly on the battlefield. Now here on the top side, Krenix manages to get some points in, as a Sableye should do, while that team takes down Regieleki again. Yet another pressure move, and that makes the enemy team go to the top side and defend, while they transition to the bot side. Krenix is already there with Lunda, and they take the Mewtwo wide down, and they're gonna stop this Reggie steal, and there's nothing really that they could do. The Talonflame is still too far away.
The Talonflame is nowhere in sight, and you've got to give it up to Lunda on the surfs to go and ward out those from BH3 with there. Otherwise, a Flame Sweep is going to catch out 3 members, but they end up getting taken down instantly. No members of Gen 5 have been taken out yet.
Yeah, no knockouts on your screen. Greg is going to be the next one, though, but it's on the side of BH3. Keller and Gen 5 is feeling so comfortable about pushing on this bed, but here comes the Livid Outrage. They're going to push in forward, take one of Gen 5's members. They could still go forward. There's Fizzy using the slow.
Nice Unite move from the slow bro.
Huge. And now, with that, Comfy has to change their target and go into Megu, but they are on numbers disadvantage now on the side of Gen 5, and BH3 could continue on pushing. Now, Mayfield can do damage, and indeed they do, pushing them in.
I really like the focus from BH3. Like, they're piling their damage and their skills on whoever has the Comfy. And you gotta keep in mind that whoever has the Comfy, like, regardless of who they are, they're playing for 2 people. If the person with the Comfy dies, chances are Comfy dies shortly after. Because, yeah, they can reattach themselves to somebody else, but at the same time, if the damage is fast enough and consistent, they won't have the time. Especially because Comfy is literally just... If attackers are like a piece of paper, Comfy's like a piece of toilet paper. Like, it's thin and it's gonna get shredded.
But one thing is, we have another objective on the map. It is going to be a Regieleki here.
Top side is the focus for Gen 5 as they can definitely melt down with two speedsters. This Regieleki, and again, Krennic's doing so well and always zoning people around. And in this case, being a Sableye, just being a ward around the map and guaranteeing vision into where the enemy is and what their position is. Going here into central area with 15 seconds to go, and they're all over central already.
Yeah, making sure to just get eyes on where their opponents are hiding. Greg checking that tall grass as Krenix has triggered, hasn't actually revealed.
It's funny because you can tell that that Masquerada that's running in your jungle at that point is the clone, but you can't outrun it.
There it goes, Soph.
Oh, that is crazy. Mega so exposing to the enemy backline. They're gonna use that double team to get away, and Japa has survived on that flank. Now, ooh, Krenix is gonna use their Unite move onto Greg as they're gonna be sent back to base, so no side duck for this fight in particular. Utah's on the back of the pit, and Voto has been caught between a rock and a hard place. The Hydro Typhoon will catch 3 into the air, and Luna is crazy about that. But then there's a slow beam onto Utah, but nobody else to do.
Oh!
They're still gonna try to keep on pushing forward, and Japer
Uh-oh.
with a 2-KO.
Absol saw his Unite move, though.
Up, down, and they dunk as BH3 is the top.
Oh my god, they got greedy.
Has Utah and a Comfy on that back to continue pushing forward, but
Oh! Absol kind of greeted there, too.
is gonna be able to take down this objective. Sazuro.
Oh my god.
Close, but it's not gonna.
It's not over just yet, though. Not over.
I think my heart just stopped as soon as Japa got taken down by that Rayquaza, thinking Sazuro on the Comfy, gonna secure it for Gen 5, but no, still ends up being Greg on the side to lock in those shields. Now they do have the points advantage. 300.
It's not over just yet. Like, there's still a chance. But it's unlikely. It's very unlikely.
But with 30 seconds left to go, it doesn't even look like they're going in for this push here.
Yeah, they're not going.
Might be, but
They accepted fate. They're like,
well, it's a double
next
team
game,
now,
boys.
so it could be a distraction, but it doesn't look like that because Gen 5 is still very much in the comfort of their own zone. They're going to just decide this is it for the moment as BH3 take your game 2, bringing us into a match point in the best of 3 loser semis.
It was so back and forth between that match. BH3, they had such early game presence, except during that mid-game, they tended to fall off, but a great push down in that bottom path, getting those 3 KOs and securing that pad really turned things around. So, I mean, we can see why the Talon Flame has pretty much been banned every single time today. 9 KOs and 3 assists for J-Par there, but after all, it was that team effort for BH3 to take this to a game 3.
It definitely was, but as you said, Japa was insane on their last 2 picks.
All right, let's go to the next game.
Able to
as well because you had Mewtwo Y and Garchomp on the side of BH3 Keller, and you didn't even have evolution.
Yeah, the Ice Fangs there.
Okay.
To go and lock him down.
Okay, Absol ban, Snorlax ban, Talonflame ban, Gengar ban, Miasquerada first pick, followed by Umbreon and Psyduck, Inteleon and Hoopa, Mewtwo Y and Garchomp, Blaziken and Mamoswine, and then Urshifu.
And there are 2 melee all-rounders on the side of BH3. I'm surprised they actually decided to round out this composition with an Urshifu. No Blissies in sight this time round, actually.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this because you already have your all-rounder there, melee all-rounder with the Garchomp. You have mid-range with Mythil on the Mewtwo Y. I guess you're going...
Honestly, considering you first picked the Umbreon, and then they didn't pick Blissey. I'm a little surprised they didn't pick it up on their second round of picks. I personally like Blissey more than the Psyduck in this case, because it synergizes really well with the Mewtwo Y and the Garchomp. And you like, if you're gonna have them as both your quote-unquote carries or like your main damage dealers, like at least you can be flexible with who you want to pocket rather than... I mean, Psyduck is still good, but I'm a little surprised.
To guarantee the confirming objectives with the Dark Bear, maybe that's the case. I don't know. I just feel like every single time when there is an Inteleon for Gen 5, I feel like BH3 is just not picking the very ranged options. Even
Keep in mind that is the special attack build
I think it's just they don't really
from the Mewtwo. They went double glasses and Slick Spoon.
The dive to try and take down Lunda. Obviously, they're going to have to prioritize their positioning.
Back to no
maybe,
Speedster?
You know,
Back to no Speedster.
Volto hiding out in that tall
Well, there's a
grass
Masquerada.
to come out from behind and catch Lunda off guard. But I feel like Lunda is so switched on already that they're likely not to get caught off guard, especially when you have a Hooper that can utilize that Phantom Force to actually bush check as well.
Bush check, keep people at bay. Final game of losers semis. Gen 5, purple team. BH3, orange team. And Kello.
So whoever loses this is out.
In regards to how they are going to deal on the side of BH3 against Lunda's Inteleon, we'll see what the answer is going to be like.
Well, one thing is for certain, we have a little bit of a supporter showdown here as Sazuro was going in for the invade, but both Psyduck and Fizzy have decided to answer that Cubthru's calls because we know Cubthru in that early game phase isn't exactly the greatest.
No, it is not. Oh, I love that Sazuro just waited enough to be able to steal that berry with a magic trick, but they're still going to go down themselves as they had assistance jet for Japer, as they're still going to take the buffs themselves. Now here on the top side, because of all of that switch around, BH3 was able to guarantee plenty of that AOS energy. Second evolution for Volto, looking good for that 850.
Yeah, it's just a matter of these birds coming on up. It is going to be a 3v3 up in that top path as those birds end up getting melted. We do have Megu dunking in 4 points, even though they end up getting taken down. But sometimes, you know, you've just got
Oh
to
my
take
god,
the
these
risk
stackers,
of
bro.
getting that attack weight stack before getting punished and sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Well, it's true. Sometimes it's just worth it. And in this case, for the Hooper, Sazuro is running the highway. And because of that, we're not going to see that extra bit of...
Yeah, how's it going, Shogun?
...from the trick on the Hooper.
What's
and
good?
the attack boost. But that's all right.
Just looking
As we
at
know,
the quote-unquote new meta for competitive. At least until the next major patch update, whenever that is.
Already trick Hoopers come on through. I feel like it pairs in well with a Meowscarada, even with a Blaziken, but I guess with no speedster threats on the side of BH3, Hyperspace Hole can benefit Gen 5 to go and get those resets, as demonstrated there.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Teacher Callow. I appreciate when things are very much visual so I can learn better. Oh, Fizzy steals that berry, and Krenix is going to defend this Sazuro together with them. Going to defend against this 3v2 push with 25 seconds for the basement Reggie and top Reggie to spawn. Mefield taking some damage, but Krenix, you are just a pillow swine, and it's not going to look good for you. Lunda was still getting around with double eject button used here by Fizzy and Luda together. None KOs.
Oh no, but you've got to give it up to Sazuro to try and stop these dunks. No 6 points from Mefield is going to go in, leaving that on 1. Otherwise, we do have a juicy Reggie steal here. That wicked blow Urshifu to try and get the secure Kranix.
This Pilot Spawn's going for the Hail Mary.
However, they are met by Fizzy and pushed
never mind.
against the wall, so they're not able to even attempt a steal there.
Yeah, with a wicked blow, you gotta be careful. Gen 5 decides to focus their attention on the Reggie Alecki, as you mentioned, so it's gonna be a trade of objectives all around. The difference here, though, is that Gen 5 focused on the top tier 1, so they got the gold down, and the Reggie Alecki is gonna go.
Oh man, they actually went
Inside
bottom?
BH3, they do the same on the
I thought they
bottom,
would have,
and is also down.
Yeah, I think
I
that
thought
is
they
really
would have
gonna
stayed top,
benefit
considering they
BH3
saw 3
and
people
just
bottom.
shut down Gen 5's teleportation. Create that space for that second basement, Reggie, as they no longer have that flux zone speed. Otherwise, Megu already at the double digits highest level on the board so far.
And we know how dangerous Megu is on a Meowscarada. And so far, we haven't been seeing anything super inspiring in regards to gameplay or flashy plays.
No, I
But
thought it
doesn't matter
was.
because we know that,
Like,
you know,
because I wasn't
Gen
seeing
5
it,
is
like,
Pokemon
I know, like, it was banned last
versus
tournament, and I,
Nintendo
like,
EXP.
for the
Now
beginning
still going for the side
series
Gen
of
5
this
with two
stream,
level 10s
it wasn't picked
in
for
their
so long that I was
squad.
under the
They're
assumption
just
that it was
waiting
banned, but
around to catch somebody off
yeah.
guard. Oh, and here they go with the flower trick as well. But here goes the livid outrage, and into the portal they go to go back safely to the Pokemon Center.
I mean, they managed to at least bait out that Garchomp Unite move, so not going to have it for that next fight. But the thing is, I mean, we're looking at the scoreboard here, Soph. It's only 1 point difference. So definitely, I guess it's a risk worth taking, considering BH3 didn't have those jump pads, and they managed to get the Unite move, but nothing really ended up coming to fruition for Gen 5 there.
It's true, but I think what you mentioned on the Unite move cooldown, I think that is just enough. But it doesn't look like they are preemptively on the bot side for that Reggie. They're trying to catch off guard here. Greg on the side, take quite a chunk of their HP buff, but BH3 is happily and content taking Reggie. Steal down, Krenix is going in, but there's Azuro with a Hoover unbound. Oh, and it could be able to steal it, but it's not going to be the case as Miffil will guarantee this one for BH3. So Azuro is going to be taken down as we speak, as on the other side, Krenix is also following up for BH3, and the Flowery Flourish goes into it, but we mentioned it also makes Meowscarada very vulnerable. The Azure Spy Vision will get Lunder away. Still, gotta be careful. Into the pad they go, and they survive. So this, Fizzy.
I feel like Gen 5 didn't have an idea of what they wanted to do. Because they didn't commit to any side. Like, I know Regieleki in the top lane wasn't going to spawn at the same time as the bottom Reggie. But at the same time, it's like they didn't commit on the bot lane either. It was kind of like half-half. And then in the end, they didn't really...
Be interesting to see what Gen 5 end up answering back with. BH3, they still have that bottom tier 1 pad to go and dunk in.
Yeah, rotations are going to be interesting right now because with the wild Pokemon respawning, and especially a lot of them on the side of BH3, especially there on the top lane, we got to be careful into looking about those rotations. Gen 5, not really focusing at anything in particular in regards to lane priority so far. Maybe looking to catch somebody off guard, especially with Utah and the sneaky overheat in the bush. Now Volto have to use that jump button away.
Maybe also I tried to go for the aggressive play and he whipped his skills. Oh my god.
30 seconds on the
You know, A for effort.
30 seconds on the board.
D for execution, though.
Stretch. Only 1 point difference between
That was a
these two
disaster.
teams. And even then, looking at the levels, they are pretty much on parity with each other. So it is such a close match. It's really going to come down to what Basement Reggie ends up popping up here. And
I am going to
and
sit like my
these
gremlin
teams are
self.
looking to actually go and fight for it big time.
Ooh, Miffil already not looking to
This
fight
could
for
be the
this
last
one.
fight of the game, depending on what they do. Oh, never mind. They're not contesting.
Everybody away on BH3. They decide to not contest it at all, going for a preemptive rotation to the central area with 20 seconds for a
I mean, despite everything, there's literally a one. This is as close as the game will get in terms of points.
Yeah, the extra
In terms of levels, BH3 have a slight level advantage. Oh!
a great pushback onto Kranix. That way they're not able to take the hyperspace highway, popping their mammoth mash. The thing is, they end up getting taken down. They're not here for the final stretch as things are about to be...
Oh my god, they got caught in the choke point. Miasgrata got stunned and DPS by the Garchomp and stunned by the Mewtwo Unite.
Now Utal, they have the damage with the overheats to try and
Oh, Nitro on the Mewtwo. Why? Garchomp is dead too. That's 3 for...
That goes for Lunda. This
Uh-oh.
Inteleon is absolutely on
Uh-oh.
fire.
Urshifu's still alive. They got vision too.
Maybe could land that blow. Oh, close. Lunda had the right idea, but very, very close to revealing where Japa is. Rayquaza is still untouched. Could reset while we speak. But going on to the back line, Gen 5 has been able to find their enemies. And it doesn't matter that Rayquaza is not being made.
They lost their window.
Need the overheat snipe shots, and Lunda has the damage for
Oh!
and another one.
Oh!
And Megu takes another one down.
That was an
That
absolute
is
disgusting
unfortunate.
combination. Ice Fang, overheat, and snipe shot to just go and wipe them out. And Gen 5, they know they don't actually need to secure this Rayquaza. Instead, they're just going to go in for some back caps. The thing is, BH3 have 45 seconds left on the clock to try and make a comeback. But oh my gosh, we have Mewtwo being taken on down once again.
Well, the reality is that if they had 50 gubbins, maybe BH3 could turn this around. But now going to another fight with the Hoopers Unbound as well. Gen 5 is going low on numbers as BH3 has found an opening. They're going to rip
They're going for it. They got a Garchomp, they have DPS, but I don't know if they can finish this. They also don't... Oh, it's over. It is Jover.
They take this one down. They have to run so fast, but they don't have enough time. 5 seconds, and Lunda takes them down, stopping them on their tracks, and it doesn't matter. Gen 5.
And for good measure.
Finals.
Hello, so Zero on the hoop.
All right, let's break it down, guys. Let's break it down. We'll start from the 2-minute mark.
They end up getting...
Actually, no, wait, it started beforehand.
Ways to spawn, and having that extra buff, now it's looking good for Gen 5.
I mean, the problem right here, just even before anything even happens, the problem with the problem with Gen 5 right now is, like, they don't have any vision. Like, the good thing about BH3 right now is that they have positioning on the Rayquaza. Yes, they're a little split up, like, you got one person here, you got one person there, you got one person there, and then of course you got the other 2 people just up top over here. But at least they have the element of surprise. Like, yeah, you can see the Psyduck, but obviously these 2, you don't actually know that they're there until they show up or until you see them. The other 2, can't see them. But so that's like the first thing that comes to my mind.
Yeah, the extra defense and special defense buff for them. That way they're able to just sustain these team fights. Otherwise, a great pushback.
So, right here as well,
Good for Gen 5.
Hoopa tried to put the portal down for the Mamoswine. Very nice for Garchomp to catch them out. There's a side shot. There's the Mamoswine Unite. Umbreon counters the Mamoswine Unite with their Unite. Not the most ideal Unite move, but obviously they just want to get rid of the Mamoswine, so makes sense.
Popping their mammoth mash. The thing is, they end up getting taken down. They're not here for the final stretch.
Urshifu pops her Unite move onto Miasgrata and gets a single strike right there, which is huge. So that makes it a 2-for-0 in favor of BH3. But
they're not able to take the hyperspace highway, popping their mammoth mash. The thing is, they end up
nice snipe shot from Inteleon onto the Umbreon.
Things are about to be popped.
So that's going on. They trade 2-for-1, 2 in favor of BH3. Umbreon goes down to Inteleon. Empowered auto attacks from their Unite move.
Vision to get them safe, as on the other side Voltor has used a Livid Outrage as well, and Japer is on the other side of the pit. Now Utal, they have the damage with the overheat.
Mewtwo Y got sniped by Lunder, so that's another kill for Gen 5, so it's a 2 versus 2 overall. 2 for 3, because Garchomp gets taken out by the Inteleon as well.
That goes for Lunda. This Inteleon is absolutely on fire. Trying to get Greg's as well. Japa is in the bush. Maybe could land that blow. Oh, close. Lunda had the right idea, but very, very close to revealing where
Then right
he's
there,
in the bush. Maybe could
you got the
end
back cap.
that blow. Oh,
Back cap from
close.
Hoopa puts them in the
Lunda
lead.
had the
So
right
now
idea.
now it went from a 1 point difference of a game to we're up 101 points, and we don't necessarily need to do anything unless they force us to.
But very, very close to revealing where Japa is. Rayquaza is still untouched. Could reset while we speak. But going on to the back line, Gen 5 has been able to find their enemies. And it doesn't matter that Rayquaza is not being made. They don't need the overheat snipe shots. And Lunda has the damage for days. And another one with a Flurry Flourish as well. And Megu takes another one down.
And then one thing I didn't wait, hold on.
Gen 5 has been able to find
Okay, Urshifu was in that bush. Meowscarada comes back through the portal. Meowscarada is chasing after Mewtwo. How did they know they were in there though? Like I know, like that's the one thing I don't get. I don't think at any point Meowscarada actually saw their Urshifu physically. Was that just a prediction or like? Did he?
Their enemies, and it doesn't matter that Rayquaza is not being made. They don't need the overheat snipe shots, and Lunda has the damage for days. And another one with a doesn't matter that Rayquaza is not touched. Could reset while we speak. But going on to the back line, Gen 5 has been able to find their enemies, and it doesn't matter that Rayquaza is not being made. They don't need the overheat snipe shots, and Lunda has the damage for days. And another one with a Flurry Flourish as well. And Megu takes.
I don't know. I'm still a little confused by that.
To the back line, Gen 5 has been able to find their enemies, and it doesn't matter that Rayquaza is not being made. They don't need the overheat snipe.
Like yeah, like I know even if you don't have vision, like legitimate vision, you can see the shield animation of the goal. But like, how did they know they were in the bush though? Is like my question. Because even if you step on the goal, it doesn't necessarily mean you go in that bush, right?
For days, and another one with a Flurry Flourish as well, and Megu.
Oh, wait a minute.
Don't need the overheat snipe shots, and Lunda has the.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Flourish as well, and Megu takes another one down.
I don't know why. Okay, so here's the thing. Like I don't know why my brain was thinking. For some reason, I was thinking to myself, like, Urshifu's on the purple team. Like, how did they get vision of... Like, how did they get vision of their own goal type of thing? But then I realized that it's fucking orange team. I'm trolling.
That was an absolutely disgusting combination. Ice Fang, overheat.
But yeah, if they go near the goal, then they can be spotted.
And Gen 5, they know they don't actually need to secure this Rayquaza. Instead, they're just going to go in for some back caps. The thing is, BH3 have 45 seconds left on the clock to try and make a comeback. But oh my gosh, we have Mewtwo being taken on down once again.
Well, the reality is that if they had 50 gubbins, maybe BH3 could turn this around. But now going to another fight with the Hoopers Unbound as well. Gen 5 is going low on numbers.
And then, yeah, they had the right idea too, like, hold on, where was it?
We speak, but going on to the right idea, but on fire, trying to get and do something about a steal. The Demi, as on the other side, Volto has used a Livid Outrage as well, and Japer is on the other side of the pit. Now Utah, they have the damage with the overheat to try and do something about a steal. The damage comes through in 3 minutes. Inside of BH3, it's a 2 KO streak. That goes for Lunda. This Inteleon is absolutely on fire. Trying to get Greg's as well. Japer is in the bush. Maybe could land that blow. Oh, close. Lunda had the right idea, but very, very close to revealing where Japa is. Rayquaza is still untouched. Could reset while we speak. But going on to the back line, Gen 5 has been able to find their enemies, and it doesn't matter that Rayquaza is not being made. They don't need the overheat snipe shots, and Lunda has the damage for days. And another one with a Flurry Flourish as well, and Megu takes another one down.
That was an absolutely disgusting combination. Ice Fang, Overheat, and Snipe Shot to just go
Yeah.
and wipe them out. And Gen 5.
That was one of those
they
unfortunate
actually
endgames,
need to secure
too.
this Rayquaza. Instead, they're just going to go in for some back caps. The thing is, BH3 have 40.
Pineapple feeling that they just did.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm not a fan of the Mewtwo Y special attack build just because, like, in order for you to output your damage the way, it's just like, you're kind of dependent on your skills. Like, when you play Mewtwo Y, the attack speed build, you're literally just A pressing. And yeah, like, you use your skills as well, but at least you get more overall DPS in a safer fashion, I guess.
Yeah, Draku just seems. Rezu, comfort pick for the Inteleon.
Okay, Gengar first pick, Snorlax and Inteleon second. Well, first pick for the purple side, orange team.
Bizarre to me.
Hoopa, Umbreon, Zacian,
Zacian again.
Hoopa and
Psyduck.
Team here. They're
Okay.
pretty good.
Ooh, Glaceon. That's the first time it's picked today.
Their team. Big question.
There's Aegislash and then Blaziken. Okay.
To Utao's path with that sacred sword, knock up, and with that ability to take out a number of the more squishy targets. We'll see Sixes on that top path, probably joined by Nine Apple. And I don't want to rag on Nine Apple here.
So wait, this is the losers finals, and then whoever wins this will face Nouns Esports in the grand finals, and then we're in North America. So it's going by pretty quickly. How long did it take us? Not including the internet hiccups.
Different play style, different
Yeah,
players,
so it's going in within like
maybe Nine Apple feeling that they just did not do well.
the expected amount of time.
I hope for their sake that it works. I want to be proven wrong on this occasion, but I think the Gen 5's draft simply
right into the losers final. Winner of this set will be meeting Nouns in the grand final and one step closer to winning that travel award to NAIC in New Orleans.
It's game one. Your chances of redemption, they truly start here, and on bottom path, Rezu and
I'm gonna be honest though,
move into
from what I've seen so far, like all of the games that have had Snorlax have been so underwhelming. Like not the games themselves, like the people that are playing Snorlax, I feel like they've had very little to no impact in these games. Whether they play, and I think most of them have been playing Heavy Slime regardless, but there have been a few with Flail as well.
Blasts them the way with the headache and ultimately Sixes with the K opener.
This is a really good start for Nine Apple, able to get a KO on the Hone Edge. Arguably a much
Speaking of
easier
Snorlax, they're dead.
A Hunter or a Ghastly earlier on against Nouns Esports, but Utah rotating down to this bottom path. It is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Moving up now into the clouds. Both central area players moving onto the bottom path, and Nine Apple feels a little bit better here at the moment, already stealing away a bunch of EXP. The evolution onto Doublade, though, not denied. Beautiful use of the Surf to buy Nine Apple the space to move back onto pad. Meanwhile, they'll pick up the Baltoy here. Gen 5, more EXP into the pool. No scores, though. First 90 seconds eclipsed.
Yeah, very conservative on either side. You can see the Haunter rotating to
Does Rapidash just suck too much to even play now?
Been seen by just
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've even seen Rapidash in competitive play. At least from like the matches that I've watched personally, I've not watched. I've not seen Rapidash
the
play.
Dream Eater, Shadow Ball, Haunter, or Gengar once again, really trying to get some stacks to their name. They do have a special attack specs. Lots of members coming to the central area to take these birds off of the battlefield. Really nice water gun, pulls a couple towards Resu. Look at that damage coming in from the Icicle Spears. Almost able to KO the Drizzile.
Gen 5 with really strong communication and rotating. Oh, catches the Psyduck. Sent them napping.
Oh no!
Sacred Sword, although they do a lot of damage across all three Pokemon, the numbers game plays
Bro, this guy
of Gen 5
got to the pad only to get Dream Eatered and absolutely wrecked. And what's even worse is like when you have someone die right beside you to a Haunter, like allowing them to reset is just like, oh boy.
Decide to do so. Birds on the field. Overheat able to maybe take the larger Altaria. Lots of members in the top path. We do now have a Gengar on the battlefield.
And Apple forced back to the T2. Our first set of Reggies on the way. They will leave Megu on top path, as is tradition for Gen 5. Oh, Chelvin trying to body slam away. They're not going to escape the clutches of Utao. But Klaus into the backline with the overheat catches the Hooper. Unfortunately, they're going to be taken down. A bit of a waste there. On
Oh,
the
nice snipe shot.
Is it a waste, really, if they're able to take the Reggie steal? Mind you!
That was actually pretty close, too.
The basic auto
Inteleon almost got that
just
Reggie with an
stolen
auto
that.
attack.
It is Lunda with a secure on the Reggie.
Lucky that Galatian secured it with a
Had
spear.
that same impression as well. Perfectly timed auto attack. Don't know if it had a crystal to ensure a critical hit on that auto attack. Nonetheless, first objective, that Reggie steal, going over to Gen 5, giving them that temporary damage boost to both their attack and special attack. Utah was doing a lot of damage before. They're definitely going to be doing a lot of damage now. Apple going to start to work on this Regieleki in the top path. First place needs to find a win here, and it might be with this Regieleki.
Yeah, that Blaze going to course with the overheat. One of the best secure tools, if not the best secure tool
Nice.
in the entire game. Big slam onto the Gengar. Lost a little bit in the source, and the block is going to isolate Lunda. This is going to be a second KO picked up. The focus blast in the end, the deciding factor. Wide guard, and here's the Psychic to move Megu off the pad. Sorry, Sacred Sword picks up the berry thanks to the Magician's tricks there. The Hooper coming in clutch. 6 Cs. Here's the block again from Snorlax. Klaus into the overheat. That's a double KO, and here's the Phantom Ambush.
Oh, oh!
No ties to be turned.
They didn't get any kills for the reset.
Lunda will eventually bite back, but that Regieleki is hit zone, and look at this Snorlax scoring for fun.
Yeah, Snorlax, the hero of that last play, Phantom Ambush going
Big
into
boy.
3 members of first.
I mean,
place,
pretty
trying
good
to
block
get
overall.
for themselves.
And the Regieleki went in, and then they were able to score, what, back-to-back 40s?
In response. Finally, first place finding a win in the top path will give them the lead going into the halfway point of the game. Level 11, your Blaziken, level 11s on your Glaceon, and Gengar are your level leaders of the game. Next battlefield is this bottom path for the Southern Roulette Reggie.
Looks like Gen 5 is going to put a bit more pressure on, try and take down that T1 zone. First place or nothing in a better place. But
Nice snipe shot on the Glaceon.
Unite,
Glaceon's getting their spears up, but they're focusing the Snorlax. They're not getting that, like, they're using all their damage on the Snorlax. It's not the... They're still doing it. Oh, but oh my god, but they actually get the Registeel. Damn. Gengar with the... Okay, so Gengar was top lane. They scored. They popped their Unite move, so you can't really see them. Glaceon secures the objective.
Lunda with the Registeel secure 2 KO streak for Zazuro, and Utah going to work a 3 KO streak in the end for the support with a Utah cherry on top.
Gen 5 striking back in the bottom path will break this goal zone wide open. 233 to 100. Somehow Lunda able to find the knockout, the capture on that Registeel once again. Very quick on the rip. Is the Aegis Slash. It's met by so many members, and a coup de grace as graceful as it can be, able to take that one for Gen 5.
Megu says, yeah, I'm just that guy. 1v4, do not give a silly one, as a KO on this Psyduck and the Blaziken will mean that Gen 5 have free space to rotate back into their side of the field and pick up those yellow dots. Big minute for Gen 5.
Yeah, Megu said, don't forget about me. I'm also the other captain of Gen 5. This has been Utah's show on the Gengar, but do not forget about Megu in the top path. Aegis Slash, one of those Pokemon that can really take over the game. Sometimes you can underestimate that Unite move, but it still has that impact of securing objectives, even though it may not have the biggest impact on team fights. This bottom path, first place, maybe hovering to push forward the tier 1 goal zone, but lots of members here for Gen 5. 1 minute before the rendezvous at 2.
They have been tending this goal zone beautifully. Not a single point scored on this bottom zone. And that is a great credit to the Gen 5 squad. Little pokes and prods here from first place or nothing as our final Reggie will arrive. The block attempts to try and catch out Kranix, but
I don't like
the
that they're playing
shield
so aggressive, like right before
evaporated, and
Zapdos.
it's a free reset for Gen 5. A rare look
Especially when they're
at
playing from
Hyperspace,
behind.
but they feel like they've got the
No,
ability
there's an Umbreon mean luck last game.
on the opposite side, a bit of a
Or like last
maybe
series,
for
sorry,
Gen
last
5,
series.
Another glacial stage pretty early, if you ask me, but they're going to make hay while the sun shines. Again, no chance for Klaus to overheat. A third successive Reggie, a third successive
Okay, here's the thing.
If you are a rare look at Hyperspace.
Despite them all dying, there's still time before Zapdos, and Gengar and Glaceon both burn their Unite moves.
But they feel
That is the
like
only, like,
no
consolation
To Gen 5,
about what I just saw.
Oh,
okay.
Path, it is most likely the most valuable of the three that spawn there. Registeel is going to be very handy for taking this off the battlefield, and it might be a very quick rip for the Rayquaza. Already
Dashin, no!
Here comes the coup de
Oh!
going over to the Zacian Apple, finding their MVP moment.
Bro, they just flippity dippity rippity dipped and just.
rotten. It was rotten to the core, and now first place and 9apple get their redemption.
Oh no!
The
Oh
sacred
no!
sword. Was it the sovereign sword? Does it
What
matter
just happened?
Sword? Because they've taken the ray, they're scoring free. Just this single hooper on defense, no chance they defend.
No matter
God
where
damn.
it ended, the sword found the heart of Gen 5.
And just like that, the game's over.
They gotta be
Probably.
very careful here. They do lose Apple, but many members of Gen 5 are going down here, and I think it's pretty safe to call here. First place is going to win Game 1 of this loser's final set. One more game, and they see Nouns Esports once again.
It's very un-Gen 5-like to just go and send it. Even more so, you had vision on 9apple. You had vision.
Why would they
on the
rip it?
sexy Psyduck. You had to imagine that they would just
There, Registeel.
I mean, like going back to here,
evaporated. And it's a free
it's
reset for
interesting.
Gen 5
Like
again.
it's interesting to me that the Orange team are playing so aggressively or confidently, despite them being in a position where they're at a disadvantage.
Hyperspace hold, but they feel like they've got the ability.
Like they really wanted this objective, or at least tried to get it. Glaceon popped their Unite move. Obviously, 2 Unite moves right before Zapdos is a big no-no. Like I always say this, guys. If the only exception of you using your Unite move right before Zapdos or Rayquaza is like, one, you automatically transition towards the objective that spawns at 2 minutes, whether it be Zapdos or Rayquaza, or 2, like, I wouldn't recommend it, but let's say, for example, you have like a really long death timer and you're aware of that. Like, if you think you're about to die, then it's better to use it rather than die right before the main objective. Because then they're just gonna, like, take advantage of that while you're dead for, like, 30 seconds or 25 seconds, whatever.
Pretty early, if you ask
But yeah,
me,
230,
but
two Unite moves, that's like a big no-no. Actually, no, not 2, 3. Gengar, Umbreon, and Glaceon all united.
3 objectives going over to Lunder, but more importantly to Gen 5. Utah getting a KO streak of 3. Not only did they get the objective in the bottom path, it is most likely the most valuable of the.
They tried to go for the Snorlax there, but Snorlax got away.
It's going to be very handy for taking this off the battlefield, and it might be a very quick rip for the Rayquaza. Already brought down to 50%. Here comes the coup de grace with the secure going over.
This right here, like, is insane to me. Like, I was so worried because I saw Zacian.
And it might be a very quick.
Like, I saw them double Sacred Sword here, so I'm thinking to myself, like, they're not gonna have any skills for the objective.
Quick rip for the Rayquaza, already brought down to 50.
But then they eject in. I don't even know how they got it. What did they get it with? Look how low it is. Oh, they got it with they got it with their Unite move, but it was so damn low.
Here comes the coup de grace with the secure going over to the Zacian Apple, finding their MVP moment.
They decided to take a leaf out of Nouns Esports book, but the leaf was rotten. It was rotten to the core, and now first place and 9apple get their redemption, the sacred sword, or was it the sovereign sword? Does it matter what sword? Because they've taken the ray, they're scoring free. Just this single hooper on defense, no chance they defend.
No matter where it landed, the sword
Uh,
of Gen 5. They are now down 300 points. They got to be very careful here. They do lose.
well, there's definitely not enough.
Many
Like, they don't get
members,
Unite
no
moves
matter
quick
where-
enough.
Because they've told.
It might be objective.
But as for why they ripped,
most likely the
I don't know, maybe they thought they had
valuable
positioning.
that spawn there. Reggie Steele is gonna be very handy for.
Because the thing is, like, the Umbreon and Gengar are split up, but they have, like, vision of some people. Like, Umbreon can see at least one person there.
And it might be a very quick rip for the Rayquaza. Already brought down to 50%. Here comes the coup de grace with the secure.
Yeah, Aegislash, like, had their Unite move as well, but they didn't, like, they didn't do enough damage, or they mistimed the Unite move.
Going over to the Zacian Apple, finding their MVP moment. And
Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it.
300 points. They got to be very careful here. They do lose Apple, but many members of Gen 5 are going. First pick selection, left side of your screen. Gengar, first pick by Utah. Nothing too different here in game 1. Then game 1.
Indeed, Slowbro. What am I talking about? Snorlax and Hooper running it back the front line from game 1 to game 2. No Inteleon for Rezu. That's an important distinction. Rezu with the Inteleon first pick last time out. Now Lunda takes it away. And Suzuro will lock in the Umbreon. Possibly for Kranix. Although we might yet see a support Umbreon given...
This is probably, like, the most
sorry,
Zacian I've seen
Hooper, I should say,
in a long-ass
from
time.
Suzuro.
Like, I know a few people played Zacian before the Speedster update, but I feel like I've been seeing it a lot more than I thought I would.
Interestingly, who's currently hovering that Blastoise, of which we know that they can do a lot of damage with it. Potentially Blaziken, also an option.
Yeah, really bulking up with their composition here. Interested to see what Resu decides to go for their last pick option. Pulling out 2 swords on the side.
Ooh.
First place.
Gengar and Zoroark, huh?
That we have not seen on broadcast. This speedster, unfortunately, there were a handful of speedsters that did not get the damage penetration buff or stat line added to them. And there are 2 of them now. Dodrio, last pick option for first place. What a time to play Unite.
Methinks that we will have to take this with a grain of salt because... what was it? Kranix was not actively selecting something, so I do wonder whether this is going to be a remake. I mean, the fact that they put Kranix on Gengar, Utah on Zoroark makes me feel that it's definitely remake territory, since I think we're pretty established now that Kranix is... Unless they're willing to let Kranix go wild and they've finally given them the keys. I mean,
I'm
this is
trying
what
to
I was
crack
asking
my
for
middle lower back and it's not
yesterday
working.
was
So if you guys see me leaning back like this,
okay, we have
it's because I have this back roller behind my chair and I'm trying to crack my back.
Will be either a remake up until that point, or a complete remake of the lobby. It would have been exciting to see Kranix on the Gengar and Utah on the Zoroark and a Dodrio from left field, but alas, we waited a little longer.
It does bring about a really interesting conversation of Kranix coming to this Gen 5 squad, right? They excelled rather well on Kamai East.
From
Oh my god, okay, hold on, my bad.
damage.
Jumping on you, don't want to.
There we go.
Also has a lot of the, again, held items that help boost the damage of Green Leader Shadow Ball. Also, Gen 5, again, they have their biggest enemy ahead of them, knock them down to the loser side of the bracket.
It's
Now
funny
facing
because,
elimination relic.
like when people jungle Gengar,
In game 2,
they would,
and 5 requiring the reverse.
they would start with the tongue move, or like they would,
To grind up through
like,
levels.
auto attack before they hit the camp so they can lunge over the wall.
Their bunnies
But,
well
like, even
enough
if you do
to
Will-O-Wisp
seal
and you
their
walk
way.
around the wall,
You can knock on the door, but it might
it still doesn't affect your clear time. You'll still clear that camp before the buff spawn.
Goodness, they were close to the K opener there.
You can see Nine Apple, their confidence has definitely shot up, feeling confident to push on forward onto just a Squirtle and an Eevee, double defender in that top path. And defender down here in the bottom path again. Snorlax really good in this early game, able to confirm last hits for this Froakie, especially in this early game.
I'm not sure. Well, I mean, they certainly didn't have vision on Utah previously. Now they do hit the Dream Eater, but doesn't find the KO. Big eject button from Chelvin, but the oppression will lead to some scores. Oh, big denial on the freeze. Never mind, the 25 does go down, but on top path, first place or nothing, running shop, 2 KO streak for 9apple, who continues to grow in confidence.
Yeah, the rest of first place leaning into Apple. You know, this is the
Yeah, tongue move. I forgot the name of the move.
Some confidence here, trying to gas them up as much as they can. 49 to 24. Very aggressive start for both of these teams. Utah on the hunt.
Pressured back to base, where they find Klaus on the Doublade. Prioritizing this wild.
The lane Greninja, I believe.
Don't blame them.
Strong believer.
Online big
I don't believe in the lane Greninja, but I believe in the Greninja. They're gonna win this game.
The Zacian, yeah, gets stunning. Oh, missing out on that Dream Eater's kind of huge here. Klaus in that level 7 as well. It's starting to become a dangerous territory for this Haunter, only at level 6 at this point in the game. They've done pretty well at limiting them to level 7. They just now hit level 7, and of course level 9 in a couple of levels now. But highest on the battlefield, 2 swords, almost 3 swords on the side of first place. A Greninja fully at level 7. Same thing with the Aegislash. Zacian now having access to both of them.
Oh, they went water streaking, okay.
7, I don't think they were worried too much about the early game. The fact that they've been able to dunk 74 points and hold the point lead as we stand 3 minutes in, that's good enough for them. 4 hyperscalers is going to really run shop in the last 2 minutes, with first place or nothing looking at that Aegislash and Greninja for the clutch up late on. Trick Hooper confirmed then.
Greninja's already pulling the objective.
Set of Reggie's drop.
Mass migration to this bottom path, helping with that trick and increasing the movement speed just a little bit. It is a water shuriken Greninja. Of course, you don't want to use those surf resets on as bulky targets like 3 defenders on the side of Gen 5. Gen 5 taking the Reggie Alecki in the top path. Camera coming on up here. Gen 5 going to test the defense of first place. A really nice surf is going to pile 3 members onto that wall, but a foul play is going to pull some members off of their tier 1 goals on Reggie Alecki into the tier 1.
I'm interested why Suzuru's not dunking these points. Here we go. They've done good maths, actually. There they are. Dunk it now. 36-point overdunk on the way with the Hydro Typhoon for extra shielding and indeed the Surf to claim a second KO for Utah on this top part. You can see that big old stamp. Our first zone is done. Gen 5 lead 165 to 70.
Yeah, really scary to go toe-to-toe with at least for even 2 of these defenders. Surf Blastoise having so much crowd control. Same thing with this foul play Umbreon. I feel like as soon as you get out of the animation of being crowd controlled by the Surf, immediately going into a foul play, and then the cooldown for the Blastoise might be even online once again. These
Oh my damage! That snipe shot just took out his life.
Strong. It's going to be up to first place to try to find a spear for this wall. They have some pretty good damage, but if these defenders are at equal level, it's going to be so hard for them to go toe-to-toe in these 5-on-5 team fight engagements.
Just waiting on Kranix for that final Evo. Earthquake to buy himself space and time. Call in the reinforcements. Again, Gen 5 watching this bottom T1 very nicely indeed. Of course, not that that did them much good in the end for game 1. A potential score on that top path will be denied as 9apple. Well, I say is going to be denied. I didn't see Utah joining the fray, and Utah is waiting patiently. A miss with the Surf. Oh, and a miss with the Shadow Ball. Scores the 15. Not going to score the 25. His 60s to try and help out. Surf away as Gen 5 look to try, but paint to 9apple. Claim the KO. Water Shuriken burst. Look at the eject button. Surfs to help out Utah. And now that's a pretty swift rotate into the Reggie Alecki as well. Gen 5 tactics on point.
Almost clear that these 2 players have played with each other for so long. The chemistry is impeccable. The crowd controlled by Megu directly into the Dream Eater, into another Surf once again. In this bottom path, Gen 5 gonna put their foot on the gas. A coup de grace, trying to find Lunderforce, use that eject button. Regirock
I really dislike this. Like, it's always bugs me so much. Okay, so you see 2 people top lane for doing the Regieleki. Then you see 2 people defending the top tier 2 goal because they know it's going to be taken from the enemy team. Like, I really hate when, like, you try to Hail Mary the objective when you're at a numbers disadvantage. Not even that. It's like you have no secure on your team either. So, like, you're trying to fight a 2v3 with 2 defenders that don't have secure for this objective. Like, thinking this is is going to potentially go in your favor.
Getting sniped in the knee.
And yes, there's always that off chance that, yeah, they successfully steal or like they pull off some cheesy miracle play. But like when it's a 3v2 with 2 defenders, it's like, and on top of that, it's not even flail axe either, it's heavy slam. So realistically, it's like, you go in, you're probably gonna die, which is what happened. I feel like they just died for nothing.
First place or nothing, falling behind in both camps.
This is exactly the position that Gen 5 was in before. They need to make sure they stay composed to punch in game number 1 to keep their tournament life alive. This loser's final set, 221-270, 1.5 minutes remaining. The last time to use their Unite moves are now, I think.
Damn, look at that snipe shot damage. It took up 3/4 of her health. Or its health. And they're dead.
Over to the right side.
Hooper amount. 2 KO streak. Feed me. Feed me well, says you.
Oh my god, reset city for the Gengar, bro.
From Klaus. Where you gonna go, son? Snipe shot, Dream Eater, a 4 KO streak for you, Tao. The ace is on the cards here with 2 Pokemon on pad, but Gen 5 call it off.
There's one thing this Pokemon has been doing all night long. Dream Eater has been eating the dreams of anyone it lands on. The massive amount of damage that it does is incredible. Spectacular, if you may. Still 221-70. 45 seconds before the final stretch fight begins, and this battlefield in the bottom path has still continued to rumble on.
One more Reggie Alecki, and there will be brief seconds for that bottom path, Reggie. I doubt we will see it. No more birds for you, no more clouds for you. Chip damage onto Cesaro. Here's the yawn. Interesting, the Earthquake still able to move Kradix out of danger momentarily. First place or nothing, though. They recognize not just the EXP gains, but also the sort of pressure that they can put onto Gen 5 here. They have secured that Reggie Elect.
I'm like backcapping.
Megu with a couple of chips. Gen 5 ain't even going to bother defending that pad. I think they're confident enough, Draku. First place or nothing won't pressure them.
Relic very tense here in the central area. Final stretch. This might be the elimination moment for Gen 5 if they do not find.
Oh!
Megu! Move very early. Megu in
Nice flank from the Blastoise. They got 2 people, but they got the sword. And they forced a Greninja Knife to actually recall as well.
Or nothing will have their Aegis Slash back online, and with the coup de grace, Gen 5 opting not to go for the rip, and 6Es swerving away out of danger, and with a reset back to the Pokemon Center, they'll be back in the fight nevertheless. Another snipe shot eaten by 9apple. Gen 5 buying time, but they can afford to do so this time. They have the points lead, and it's a mighty one.
261-290, 1 minute 15 seconds remaining. Lots of Unite moves still available.
They need Rayquaza. Unless they win a fight, they need Rayquaza, and Greninja's dead. They just lost their primary source of damage for Rayquaza. And there goes Aegis Slash. 2 of them died without uniting.
That's another 2 Unite moves that won't be used. Look at the low health bars here. The power nap trying to disrupt.
Why is nobody uniting on this squad? Are your left triggers broken?
Will only deny the inevitable. Chelvin taken down. And
Bruh.
now Gen 5 feel that they can go for the rip. Is there another hero playing 9apple? They
Oh my god, like I don't even know what happened here.
I doubt we will see it. No more birds for you.
Okay, we'll play it from here. 229.
Chip damage onto Cesaro. Here's the yawn. Interesting. The Earthquake still able to move Kradix out of danger momentarily. First place or nothing, though. They recognize not just the EXP gains, but also the sort of pressure that they can put onto Gen 5 here. They have secured that Reggie Alecki. Picks up the berry. Megu with a couple of chips. Gen 5 ain't even going to bother defending.
I'm honestly surprised. With them seeing Mammothine backcapping, they didn't play a little bit more aggressive. Like, whether it be, like, engaging on them, or at the very least, like, moving up collectively to take advantage of the double score Regieleki, like, right as Zapdos is, or sorry, Rayquaza spawning. They could have done either or. Because Mammothine would have needed time to regroup with the team. There's the eject button from Zacian. So, there's a lot of things that's going on right here.
I think they're confident enough, Draku. First place or nothing.
They're trying to get position on Rayquaza. Let me hide my camera, just because it's kind of blocking some of the stuff. I'll bring it back after.
Relic very tense here in the central area. Final stretch.
Okay. So, you couldn't really see, but you got the eject button from Zacian, so we'll just put that for Z. You got Mamoswine Unite move. You got this guy at less than half HP. But, like, it doesn't even feel like it's not even, like, a clean team fight because, like, everyone's still split up. Like, keep in mind, Mamoswine is by themselves. Blastoise is up here. Umbreon's over here. Gengar's over here. So, people still need time to kind of get in position to kind of follow up on his play. So, unless he's just stalling, or if he's kind of just talling on the fact that he's, like, he just wants to go gun-ho about this, kind of just weird, but...
This might be the elimination moment.
He also ejects and falls up. Now, the good thing is, though, while everyone's focused on the Mamoswine, really nice flank here, if you engage from the Blastoise. So, you can just see off screen. Just pay attention to where the Greninja and Aegislash are, and the Snorlax, I guess. Nice flash eject, flash eject button into Klaus and Rezu, on top of the fact that Surf lands the Hydro Pump, almost KOs them both, lands the Hydro Typhoon, and then that is enough for Gengar to follow up with the Dream Eater and Shadow Ball just to KO and kill secure. Then they get the reset on top of that. So, Aegislash is out of the fight, Greninja needs to reset, you can see him running off screen, and then now it's a 5 versus 4.
In the pile-up, able to knock up 3 members.
You get that eject button from Snorlax as well.
So the Mammoth Mash and the Hydro Typhoon have been burned. First place or nothing will have their Aegislash back online, and with the coup de grace. Gen 5 opting not to go for the rip, and Sixies swerving away out of danger, and with a reset back to the Pokemon Center, they'll be back in the fight nevertheless.
Snapshot lands on Zacian, taking like 40% of their health. They're forced to reset. The thing is, though, if someone resets, they still have the Hoopa Unite move. Should have come down to it.
1 minute 50
But
seconds remaining. Lots of Unite moves still available for Gen 5. They can take this objective off the map very, very quickly.
okay, Umbreon pops their Unite move. Pushes out the Greninja, so they die.
Lots of Unite moves still available.
Aegislash gets caught out by the Gengar, because Gengar pops their Unite move, so they don't actually know whether they're there.
And that's gonna be disaster for first.
Yeah, Dream Eater, Shadow Ball, pops their Unite move, they're just dead. So Greninja dies, got caught out. Aegislash gets caught up by the Dream Eater. Well, like, to be fair, they were out of vision. They popped their Unite move, so you wouldn't see them anyways, but still. Like, they just get completely nuked.
Losing their Greninja, they're gonna have to watch as Gen 5 can make the first move.
That's another 2 Unite moves that won't be used. Look at the low health bars here. The Power Nap trying to disrupt. Sixie's not going to get on the dodge this time. The Yawn will only deny the inevitable. Chelvin taken down. And now Gen 5 feel that they can go for the rip. Is there another hero playing 9-Apple? They won't get the time.
They cannot make it to the Rayquaza in time. And first place is sent scattering, fragmented in game number 2. 30 seconds remaining, a lot of shields, a lot of points.
They just didn't really have...
Words as casters, we're going to a game 3.
They try to play it cute.
I guess the best way to phrase it is that they just allowed themselves to get picked off and engaged on. And then once one person went down, it was kind of just like a domino effect of... They're trying to stay...
driving their way into a game number 3.
Relatively competitive, but then... Yeah, Gengar's just doing too much damage.
Intense.
Honestly, I don't even know how Greninja even died, to be honest, because I think they just died off screen. Did they? So, I know they reset here, they went back to base, they came back.
To do so this time.
5. They can take this objective.
Yeah, like I technically don't even see how Greninja dies, because the camera wasn't even focused on them. Like, I can see them right here, but in the short time, considering Inteleon has... Okay, you know what I think happened? I think Inteleon landed a snipe shot, and then Umbreon just cleaned up. Because you can see the positioning of Inteleon right here. So what I'm just, like, trying to extrapolate from, like, the limited information that I have, considering this guy got an assist, Greninja's over here somewhere, just like off screen somewhere. You can see Inteleon's right over here. There's no way they auto-attacked from that range. They had to have landed like a snipe shot. And it did enough damage for Umbreon to commit to the play and pop their Unite move for the kill secure. That's what I'm guessing what happened. But if you're getting hit by the snipe shot, then obviously that's just really unfortunate.
And that's gonna be disaster for first place. Losing their Greninja, they're gonna have to watch.
Okay, so Chelvin going...
Okay, Snorlax first ban, Musqueta second ban, Gengar third ban, Slowbro fourth ban, not Umbreon. Absol was the first pick, and then Talonflame and Teleon were second picks. Hoopa and Zacian, Blastoise and Umbreon, Crustle and Dodrio, and then Machamp.
Crustle. I don't know how I feel about that against a Talonflame, which is going to be able to get out of the Rock Tomb with, well, whether it's Fly or Brave Bird, honestly, either works really. Rezu with this Dodrio is wild. That's a wild choice, honestly, in when we contextualize A, what they're running into, and B...
Okay, we can fast forward it here.
I feel like
they do have stacks because you're casting
Utah on this Talonflame will go.
The poor Machamp with XP share. Oh my god.
More than I've expected. Casting a EXP share, this is most likely going to be a submission Machamp. You don't have to worry so much about getting to level 13 to get those cross chop stacks, because your goal is to use submission to submit the speedsters on the other side. If you're able
they stole it. Nice.
Dodrio. They do have the blue buff. You can see the blue aura really briefly there in the tall grass. They were able to take it away from the Absol, but again, Absol having an early rotation to the bottom path.
You know, it's these moments where I feel so sorry for our observers, when it's like, there's a genuine chance of a KO on pad. We need to look at that, but also, good lord, that's a huge steal.
I don't blame him with well.
The 2 KO streak going head to head.
Ooh, you see, that's not what you want to have happen. Like, yeah, the Fletchender died, but they got the experience for 3 kills. That's not what you want to have happen, especially when you're playing.
Once they do have submission,
or like especially when you're playing against a speedster that is already
directly at the speedster. It's particularly important to grab the Dodrio because it inhibits
a big enough threat to begin with.
That is everything about this.
Like, you don't want that thing scaling faster than it should be, because now it's already level 6.
For the moment, but not for too much longer. Kranix ended for the time being. Scores on this bottom path for first place or nothing. Take the points lead, 50-18.
Talonflame almost level 7, heading into the central area to capture some wild.
Okay, so Talonflame is level 7, so we got to keep an eye on what they want to do with this
really start until our Gen 5 team
early advantage.
Still level 4 on the Machop.
But Absol is also tied. After that bottom lane play and the scoring.
Let's take a look at Apple really quickly. Level 6 on the Zacian, kind of stumbling once again in EXP, going up against, I believe it is the War Turtle, the Blastoise.
We don't know whether it's a Fly or Brave Bird just yet, so I'm still waiting to see either the scoreboard or the camera to pan over to Talonflame.
When the surf worked so well last time out, but listen, Gen 5, they want to be flexible, they want to roll with whatever they're going up against, and maybe they do feel like the Spinstoise will just help with those oppressive attacks.
Okay, it is a Fly Talonflame, so we haven't seen any Brave Bird Talonflames just yet today, from what I remember.
Well, it was going to give free entrance for Kranix to score, denied by the Absol. Here's Crustle picking up a KO as well. First place or nothing, roaring back into life.
Oh, the Dodrio Resu saying, remember me? I ruled Thea Sky Ruins for a long time. I still can. Level 9. First Unite move on the battlefield, even though there is a Talonflame on the other side. It is still a very valuable Pokemon by pestering the enemy team continuously, annoying them with these auto attacks from the tri attacks, but also just applying pressure.
Oh wait, I forgot about my camera. My bad.
Regieleki in the hands of first place or nothing. Registeel in the hands of Gen 5. They have prioritized the levels, and I don't blame them because things are very quickly scurrying out of hand. Fly goes up and back down it goes with a snipe shot. That is all Central Clouds in Gen 5's pocket. And a potential free score here on top path. That is going to be a 34-point overdunk. The lead ballooning. Fly. Interesting.
Oh, man.
What a read with the flame sweep. Clouds with the night slash tries to get away. Fly. Denied.
Ooh. So this is just unfortunate. So right here,
And a potential free score here on top path.
like, Zacian missed the double Sacred Sword, which is really unfortunate. Because at the very least, that could have given gave Klaus a bit more time to react. But then
point over Dunk, the lead balloon.
He pops his Unite move just to avoid the fly damage, but then that leaves you exposed to the Unite move from Talonflame, which it does land, which is very nicely timed. And then they try to get away, but of course, you can't.
The Skyward Sword finds the neck of the Absol, sending them back to the Pokemon Center. 176 to 18. Once again, a pretty late game scaling team on the side of Gen 5. I think it's a level 7 specifically for the Machamp.
I don't know how I feel about support Machamp. I'm not gonna lie, I remember a while back, Inder used to play this in solo queue, and honestly, every time I saw him do this shit, I was like, this is like the most troll thing I've ever seen in my life.
I have to say, Kradix believe a relic in the mud right
Bro, XP sure makes anyone a support, man. Like, at this point, I'm gonna see every single character in this game run XP share at some point.
The barrage blow online, lovely CC. And forces out the Sacred Sword just to escape. Megu will head back to base as our next set of Reggies are on the way. Smaller scores for Gen 5. Not disastrous at this moment in time, but they do need this next Reggie phase to go significantly in their favor to find parity.
5 minutes has passed. Anthea Sky Ruins, 10-minute game, of course. 176 to 34 is our current field state. First place up in the top path.
Oh!
Followed by the surf from Megu. Here we go.
Okay, okay.
Here comes the steamroll from Gen 5. This is the win that they need beneath their wings, and this Talonflame is scoring massively now.
I mean, what exactly happened here? So you can see the Regieleki is spawning in about 4 seconds.
Anthea Sky Ruins, 10-minute game, of course. 176 to 34 is our current field state. First place up in the top path.
Damn, they just barely missed out.
Anthea Sky Ruins, 10-minute
So although there were only 3 of them there, like it makes sense. I feel like the only one that was out of position right here is the Crustle. Like Crustle's, like Hoopa's down here because they are setting up with their Unite move if necessary. Like both objectives are spawning like relatively close together. So Hoopa's staying bottom to bring the team down from, you know, with their Unite move. Everyone else set up for Regieleki. The only one that's not doing anything like productive right here is like what are you doing, buddy? Just out of curiosity, especially when you're playing Crustle, like defender support ish.
4 is our current field state. First place up in the top path. Barrage blow followed by the
Yeah, they just barely missed it. Like they just barely didn't have enough DPS. They lose it to Blastoise. Everyone comes to pile on, then it crashes. And you know what's funny? Like, Hoopa pops her Unite move, and nobody can take, like, look at that. It is so unfortunate because I don't think Hoopa was looking at the other side of the map, or at the very least, they thought they could bail the rest of the team out. But they use their Unite move after everyone dies, or just before everyone dies, and nobody can take that portal. Even the Zacian that just spawned, you can see that.
This is the win that they need beneath their
wings. They couldn't take it. They didn't spawn fast enough. Because that Hoopa Unbound portal only lasts for 10 seconds, I think, after the Unite move is activated.
Oh, Lunda, I feel for you, man. That was so close.
XP shot Machamp, now I'm curious.
Unfortunate, but check this out.
Yeah, I'm curious for the different reason, though.
Take the lead for the first time this game. Less than 6 minutes in, and Utah popping level 13 just ahead of that Absol. Gen 5 lead the lobby.
Once again, this has become a game of chess, in my opinion. Not a whole lot of team fights, and those team fights ending very quickly between these two teams. Again, not a whole lot of health on either side, with a lot of speedsters on both sides. 2 of them on the left side. Really nice use of Trick and Phantom Force to pull Klaus back over to their side of the field. It's a very close game. Relic 6 points. Only a quarter left in the game.
Megu going brawling, and there's help on the way here.
I mean, these guys got to bring their A game.
We'll continue to take a look at Megu.
Literally, the last game before Grand Finals. So, you win, you continue on. You lose, It's
not
Jover.
gonna save them. The ASV's been popped.
It's going to come down to who can execute the better play or the strategy, or who makes less mistakes.
First place or nothing, looking for further KOs. They actually decide to rotate out. Interesting submission into the surf. They find the KO, but Kranix will pay for it himself. And now Crustal to rotate out a KO there from both sides.
Love to see that there. Don't love to see those Unite moves being used around the 310 mark. They will need to hyper feed Lunder to get their Unite move back online. They got a lot of yellow dots on their side of the field. Same thing for the Absol. Maybe having that energy amplifier in their pocket as well. Last objective before the final stretch. Regieleki is going to be the next battleground.
Very scary. Very scary. Fly. Oh, wow. That is this duo in effect, but it's invited. First place or nothing to step onto the Regieleki. Half the work done by Utah. So as impressive as that particular KO was, Gen 5 now need to spend unneeded seconds removing this Regieleki from the field. 6 points the difference between these two sides. Gen 5 with the advantage.
Regieleki taken off of the battlefield in the top path as they start to rotate to the central area. Kranix getting a lot of vision on the Dodrio as they retreat back over to the left side of the field. Kranix only level 11, but doesn't matter. Submission, finding the right target is going to be so impactful. They just need to find the Dodrio. They just need to find the Absol. Either of these two Pokemon, and it might spell disaster for first place.
They really got to watch Machamp, though. Although, like, the submission Expedia Machamp is kind of memey, you don't want to get CC'd by that thing. Especially if you're a priority target, because they'll just follow up with a Unite move right after. Oh, my snipe shot!
And Gen 5 launch themselves into the background. Barrage from Kranix does not find the KO. Flame sweep up against the wall, and somehow that Absol's been able to get away. Azure Spy Vision is popped. Rezu in the source, and they're going to drown in it. And now they're going after the Hooper, who goes unbound to bring this Absol back into the fray. Midnight Prance on Chelvin, who's utilized the Rebel Rousers, and all that shielding gone. Hydro Typhoon, the Umbreon falls, but look at Chelvin, still online. That Umbreon, the only one gone from Gen 5. Score though, back cap from Utah. Will he return to the Ray in time? Big flip, here comes the fly.
Ooh.
Finding their way, getting a back cap on the tier 2, flying up into the sky, and this might be the dagger for first place. Gen 5 finally finding a win on the team that sent them down to the loser side of the bracket. We will be seeing a Nouns Esports and Gen 5 reprisal in the grand finals.
First place or nothing. I think you played that.
The thing is, I didn't expect the fight to actually go that way, considering how it started. Like, it looked like Gen 5 got a good pick, but they didn't actually synergize, or they didn't, like, cohesively land their skills the way they probably had wanted to. So I can play from here, just because, like, there wasn't much going on beforehand. So everyone has positioning on Rayquaza. Jodrio's coming back from the base. Machamp is trying to look for a target. Talonflame is looking...
Very fine.
Well, they're playing defense, but they're also looking for a potential flank, I guess, out of vision.
That is an obvious back cap opportunity, but first place, do they not?
So then, the one thing I do not like is the fact, like, from a viewer perspective, I strongly dislike the camera, how it kind of, like, zooms. So, okay. First thing, guys, I don't know about you guys, but I hate this overlay. I genuinely loathe this overlay that they used for the games, because it takes up so much space. Like, this ugly thing, like, it's... In a situation like this, I feel like it cuts off so much of the gameplay. Like, get rid of this thing. They need to get rid of this ugly overlay. Like, yes, I understand the bans are important. Yeah, they want to keep track of objectives, but, like, do they really need to have this giant, ugly banner in the way? Probably not. I'm sure they can make it a little bit more simplistic. But anyways, like, you can see right here, this is the Machamp. And the only reason I know that is because the XP share. Alright? So, XP Machamp is coming in, and I know he eject buttons, but he goes in for the play, okay?
Oh my God.
So, cross chop, eject button, submission onto Zacian, and then they immediately follow up with the Unite move. But the problem is, of course, number one, it's an Expedia Machamp, so you're not doing the maximum amount of damage you could possibly do. They're also under leveled, so there's that. And then on top of that, they get the shields to mitigate that damage. So everyone kind of tries to pile on. Absol pops her Unite move to try to deter them from continuing the advance. Talonflame pops her Unite move as well. Talonflame doesn't really land on anyone significant. That right there was such a weird animation, though. So if you look at the Dodrio... Okay, so Dodrio... high jump kick, pops her Unite... High jump kick onto Inteleon, pops her Unite move, lands right behind Machamp, and then they get grabbed. And then they just get piled on by the entire team.
And they're gonna drown in it. And now they're going after the Hooper, who goes unbound to bring this
nice Umbreon shield. Nice Umbreon Unite move to steal the shield from Shelvin over here.
Back into the fray. Midnight Prance on Shelvin, who's utilized the Rebel Rousers and all that shielding gone. Hydro Typhoon, the Umbreon falls. But look at Shelvin, still online. That Umbreon, the only one gone from Gen 5. Score though, backcap from Utah. Will he return to the Ray in time? Big flip, here comes the fly. It's Gen 5!
Yeah. Zacian didn't really have much of an impact this, like, overall. Like, Zacian comes back, they get Hydro Typhoon, they get Surf, they're CC'd, they get Hydro Pump, so literally, when Zacian comes back, they are literally getting thrown around like a little Cabbage Patch doll. Just getting CC'd back and forth, and they barely get any damage off. And then they try to do the DPS on Rayquaza, but then literally Machamp comes back to grab them again, and then they just get auto attack bursted by the Blastoise. And then Talonflame went to go backcap, but then they come back. They make it back in time to get the KO on the objective, as well as the damage onto Absol as well.
Finally finding a win on the team that sent them down to the loser side of the bracket. We will be seeing a Nouns Esports and Gen 5.
Okay, but the grand finals. So this will be the last series of EU, and then it moves on to NA.
I think you played that pretty alright, to be fair.
Switching on in with the Blastoise.
Okay, Meowscarada at first pick. Absol and Gengar, second rotation, or first rotation for Nouns. Umbreon and Blastoise. Espeon and Psyduck. So Psyduck for Ender, or Indy. And we got...
But Psyduck always present. A Desu on the Espeon is also a staple of a pick. But now here on the side of Gen 5, trying to decide which type of all-rounder they're going to pair with... Oh, interestingly enough...
Ooh, a Lucario, huh? Haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I guess because they do have Scizoro, that option to go and run Wish. However, there is no healer on the sides of Nouns Esports. So, guess depending on what tune ends up going, I believe we actually saw them play that...
I assume it's a power-up punch. I mean, against two speedsters and an attacker.
And was the Shadow Ball build. So I guess with that,
it's safe to assume that, but you never know. They could go extreme speed. They might be feeling a little confident.
Yeah, in this case, I would think, as you said, it would be Hex, especially with the Shell Belt there on the held items for Toon. And I want to see how things are going to go for...
I like the fact that Scizoro's putting on Assault Vest. I mean, got a lot of special attack damage on their side. Psyduck, Espeon, Gengar.
As much as I would have wanted. So I hope to see Nouns Esports showing us why this can be a good composition. And on the side of Gen 5, you tried and tested double defender that always works out so well. Pretty exciting to see these two teams matching against each other once again, as we're going to see Gen 5 on your purple side, Nouns on your orange for your first game of Grand Finals play-ins for the final stretch NAIC coming up on your screen.
Yes, very shortly, folks, we'll see if these two teams go up against each other. But I guess going back to that, we actually have Kranix. I think this is a really wise pickup. See the little shield? That's the assault vest. And I think that is so good into Toon, who is that special attacker Gengar, to just try and negate some of that special attack damage.
When we have been seeing today the double speedster, it usually has the Meowscarada on the top side, but because Gen 5 is just running the sole one speedster, you can have that majority of EXP in the central area for the Meowscarada, allowing them to progress rapidly. Not the same to be said about Nouns.
First person POV.
Taking some damage here on the top side. Ooh, but
Ooh, my goodness. Lucario almost died. Oh, there goes Ghastly.
Down there on the opposite end, and Sazuro will punish on the side of that little Ghastly, as we mentioned, potentially.
Oh, 1 HP in a dream.
It's only going to be that first K opener for Gen 5.
Just when you thought it was all over for Sazuro there, the focus there ended up proccing and they were able to just go and survive those hits. Otherwise, it is going to be a 3v3 up in the top path. We can see in that middle section there, Desu and Lunda are also going to come and join the party.
Yeah, looking very intense here, and Gatl going very low on HP as the side of Gen 5, a very healthy Lunda in this position, has found themselves in a healthy one to continue pushing. Toon again being punished as a Ghastly. They still need so much resources and EXP to grow. Now the 2v2 is looking a little bit dangerous for Sazuro, but Inda cannot overextend too much as they're still in their empowered state and don't have that headache to push them back.
No, you just gotta play it safe, secure whatever wild Pokemon is over on your side.
So it is powered up Punch Lucario, just FYI, which is pretty much what you'd expect against this team.
They've been knocked out twice so far. Psyduck also almost gets knocked out, but that headache to just go and clutch them down.
I didn't see what Umbreon chose for their moveset.
8-minute mark, the flower trick will guarantee most of it here in the central area for Gen 5. As we're still looking at that rotation, focused more towards the now side of the central area, and this forest is getting populated by majority of the Pokemon. But maybe looking for a scramble here, a sneaky attack from Godlu. Ooh, baited out here, Inda. But they are still on a numbers disadvantage, maybe just trying to shadow the likes of Toon as the Haunter in the enemy central, just waiting for those buffs to respawn, as they're still looking to go here for the top side. 20 seconds for the objective to spawn, and they're going... Oh, Gatlu again, surviving by the skin of that teeth.
Gatlu almost got mistaken for one of those birds, but they were able to make it back to safety. But you got to give it to Nouns there to provide the eyes, allowing Toon to go and invade, secure both of those buffs. Meanwhile, they went and secured those birds. That has allowed them to reach that haunt.
I was trying to raise my chair.
There is a level 8 Meowscarada on the opposite team that they have to be wary of, but we do have Gatlu, who's level 9 here, coming to join the fray.
Yeah, the Midnight Slash is just ready to go, and they're going to guarantee it actually coming from the hands of Bruv with that Horn Leech, as they are guaranteeing that objective for Nouns Esports. Looking for a rotation to the top side as Gen 5 is matching it as well on the top side. Lucario already there to start out the objective, as Toon just desperately looking for some levels.
Well, one thing for certain is
oh my goodness, that is a robbery.
Taking that away from Gen 5, plus popping that Psychic Solid to just catch him.
That was horrendous. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, but like, you go set up for bottom lane, kind of. I don't even want to say set up because it's a 3 versus 3. Umbreon showing up late. But like, one thing I always gotta say, guys, is that if you're gonna do a play, or if you're going to try to set up for a play, you need to rotate on either rotate ahead or rotate on time, or don't do it at all. Like, technically it should have been a 4v4, but Umbreon is so slow to the rotation that by the time they show up and even like are seen by anyone on the enemy team, the objective's already gone. Like, they're not respecting the Absol. But either way, even if they were there, I don't think it would have made much of a difference, because their Nouns are just in a better position. So then now, what do? I mean, you could push, like, bottom lane together as a group, if you want to. But the safe play is just rotate top lane and then go get the objective.
The top side,
But
Gen 5 is
they don't even need to do that because TuneSlim just snipes it. Like one sludge bomb, one hex, gone. Then the team shows up.
Plus popping that psychic select to just catch him out. Nouns Esports putting the pressure up on this top path, and this is going to allow them to at least look at breaking this tier 1.
Oh, looking really nice, and the overdunk that's going to be applied there. Also, very successful for Nouns.
So if Absol didn't have max stacks now, I mean, now they do. Now they're getting their Unite energy back.
It's going to be a juicy 33. Oh, they were looking for another one, but they didn't get it. And overall, Nouns stealing that top buff is just crazy talk. Let's just hold that thought for a moment as Bruv gets completely obliterated in the bot side. But Keller, how does a Haunter, not even a full Gengar, guaranteed to get that steal? It was crazy.
I mean, it's those buffs. So, I mean, we've seen it time and time again. It has just absolutely been wreaking havoc. But not only did they secure that Regieleki, being able to secure those KOs, they are now at a hefty level 11, matching Gatlu on the Absol as well. So, while things seem to look dicey at the beginning, things are definitely turning around for Nouns Esports here.
19 seconds to go for bottom Reggie, and we know that Gen 5 is positioning themselves first. Here in the central area with Bruv, just trying to get the EXP from the wild Pokemon. But we know that who matters the most is Gatlu on the bot side as that Absol on level 11 as they're starting out that bottom Reggie. The fight on your screen still is Sazuro just buying time for the side of Gen 5. Ooh, they're still pushing out here. The Hydro Typhoon doesn't actually connect to anybody, and they're still pushing from Nouns Esports to try and get the damage on the...
So while all this is going on, it's worth mentioning that Lucario just got 1v1 by Gengar in the top lane. And they just got, like, Toon just scored 54 points while all this is going down the bottom lane.
That it was, oh my, what a steal from the side of Gen 5 as Utel was able to take that one to their advantage. Now, Nouns, they're going to continue the fight. They lost the objective, but then...
Yeah, they may have stolen the objective, but they lost the fight and they got, like, lost the points. They lost the goal.
Interestingly enough, they didn't actually do their quick math. They just went in for an absolute...
And in hindsight, the little bit of experience you're getting from the bottom Reggie, if you're dying, you're just giving it away. Or you're just giving your deaths have more value rather than you giving it away.
With another Regieleki that is going to be pressuring that tier 2 pad.
Speaking of pressuring, the Phantom Ambush goes straight in with a Hex, and look at that damage! It's just obliterating the Mewtwo! Completely KO'd as they're still pushing from the side of Nouns Esports on the top end. Regieleki is pushed back with the Hydro Typhoon, getting many members onto the air. But look at that Wood Hammer! It's just enough damage from a defender to continue pushing in the Knights.
Oh my god, did that Sludge Bomb just KO?
Many members onto the air, but look at that Wood Hammer! It's just enough damage from a defender to continue pushing.
Oh my god, dude.
Finish them at the end alongside that ped. There's no tier 2 zone. Nouns of 293 versus 45.
Can somebody please tell me why was Gengar not banned? It is just absolutely wrecking havoc there. I mean, even then, the fact that Gen 5 secure the Meowscarada up first. They're only at that level 11 where Gengar is level 13. I mean, Gatlu, level 14. Like, Nouns Esports are just looking huge right now with 50 seconds until the final stretch.
And they have been able to collect...
They should not be contesting this bottom lane. Like, I would say that right now. Like, this would be such a huge misplay.
And just guaranteeing that those levels are just quite on the edge.
Oh no, they're doing it. They're doing it. Why? It looks so lost. We lost the Mewtwo Unite. We lost the Lucario Unite. Yeah, you get this, but...
Also gets taken down, and Gen 5 turned this fight around with goals to be scored and the bottom Reggie to be taken with 10 seconds.
Oh, they're not even doing the Reggie. They're just letting it reset.
Choice to go and utilize 2 Unite moves. Thing is, they do have the advantage as Inda gets pushed up against the wall.
Oh, they're going for it. They are absolutely going for it.
Are they going to be able to steal it?
Oh my goodness.
Gen 5
What just happened?
We're ahead. It's not that game to win, but they still need to keep on pushing Gen 5 because Krenix's shield is down. Toon has to defend on the top side, but there's the Lucario going to the bottom with 50 gubbins that have to be defended. Nobody has scored on the mid-goal zones, and now Gadlu has actually taken down Lucario.
They're still losing, though.
30 points ahead.
There's points. Okay.
Oh, but look at this. Zero does have 19 points, and there is a ton of Eos energy on the ground. They still have their shield. They need to just go in for a last-minute push. Guess maybe they're waiting for that minute timer to say that they are currently behind.
Well, 9 seconds to go. Gatlu pushing through the defenses there on Krenix. And the shields are going low. They have to go on a full unit. So they're able to preserve the ones on Sazuro. First one also taken down. Krenix is very low on health while on the other side of the map. Well, Lunda. Well.
Okay, Umbreon scored. Still not over. Less than a 100-point difference.
And they are just taking down those breakaways of shields. And it doesn't even matter because the points, Gen 5 was able to score a couple more. 50 more make it into 100. And Gen 5, although close and clutch of a defense from Nouns Esports.
Damn.
Even more.
Damn. Okay, I don't need to watch the end because I already know what happens there, but...
Ready to be taken with 10 seconds.
Okay, let's play it back from that
Secure the Meow
fight.
Strata up first.
Just because that's where the beginning point happened.
Gengar is level 13. I mean, Gatlu, level 14. Like, Nouns Esports are just looking huge right now with 50 seconds until the final stretch.
And they have been able to collect most of the XP around the map. When they are ahead, they're going to the enemy central, stealing out the Pokemon, and just guaranteeing that those levels are just quite on the edge of making them on the lead. Now continuing forward, even the defender is getting melted on the Godlu's touch. Now there goes Azura into the front
So
line.
Gengar goes down. Gengar's dead for 25 seconds. Umbreon pops your Unite move on Espeon. Kill secures. Trevenant goes down to Lucario and Co. So that's 3 people dead. Now, their dead timers don't necessarily overlap with Rayquaza, but technically, Gengar's does for a few seconds. But they still need time to run back to base. The problem there is Psyduck also gets caught out, and the rest of the team, yes, they're spawning, but they're out of position. The only one that can really do something about this right now is Absol.
By the surf, but we do have Gatlu lurking about. They do have their Midnight Slash on hand. Up against 5 members though. Are they going to be able to steal it?
Like, the HP was so low, and the fact that it wasn't Absol that secured it, but Mewtwo.
But we do have Gatlu lurking about. They do have their Midnight Slash on hand. Up against 5 members though.
Like, look at that. Look how much HP that is, and that's before I pause it to an even lower amount.
Advantage as Ender gets pushed up against the wall by the surf. But we do have Gatlu lurking about. They do have their Midnight Slash on hand. Up against 5 members though. Are they going to be able to steal it?
Oh, so close, but they're not though. It's Gen. Toon has to defend on the top side, but there's the Lucario going to the bottom with 50 gubbins that have to be defended. Nobody has scored. There is very squishy. Spawn.
With their Unite move. But nonetheless...
Okay, I'm gonna grab a snack very quickly. I'll keep it playing because I'm not gonna be going long. I should be back by the time draft phase starts, so I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Damage trader every single game. You don't expect it to be that much because it just chips away with the Inteleon. Of course, you see the amount of health that gets chipped down with the snipe shot. But Lunda, with the Mewtwo Y, is just chipping away, and that's 72,000 damage. And although it felt like Toon was doing quite a lot of damage with the Gengar, it was 44,000. Gadlu, a little bit closer, 67,000. It just shows that these fights, they literally started and they ended. There wasn't much survivability. No supporters, it means that people just have that one shot, one opportunity, and when the health bars go down, there is no escape.
No, exactly. When the team fights are just ending that quickly, they instantly get melted, I guess. It isn't really reflected in that damage dealt there for the team, but I guess, you know, thing is, for Gen 5, they are coming from that low. a grand finals reset here, unless Nouns Esports, they can take these 2 matches back to back.
Yeah, back to back is an expression that Nouns Esports is very well acquainted with this season, so I wouldn't put it past them, Kello. But again, Gen 5 on that final fight, it was just crazy how close it all was. It really could have been either way, but the way they isolated Toon, and you have to take advantage of the fact that Gengar is very squishy, and that is the nature of majority of those speedsters. That's why the Talonflame has been banned so many times. It has a little bit of moment of invulnerability, but Nels also played really well early game to their own strengths. So I expect to see something similar in this game. But I want to see Gen 5 bringing some of that strength in the mid game as well, so they are not relying solely on the Rayquaza flip.
Yeah, that's always the risk. You can't always rely on actually winning that late game team fight and securing Ray to get the dunks in. I mean, the fact that even then at this moment it was 45 to 293, but we can see it was only Gatlu and Inda that were left remaining.
Man, the game already start?
They just
No way.
outnumbered them
Oh, wait, never mind.
majorly here.
I left for like 2 seconds. I'm like, there's no way the freaking game started.
To get them up into the air, and that midnight slash.
Sorry.
Was just
I went to go get a snack. I'm sorry, guys. Hey, guys gotta eat too.
Close. And if it was on the Umbreon for Sazuro, but this time around, interesting. The Blissey, the support.
The only thing I'll say about the speedster meta is the fact that I feel like the draft has become so predictable now.
Yeah,
Unless they just flat out ban every single speedster that was buffed in the most recent patch. And then if it gets let through, it's like, okay, yeah. It's either Masquerade first pick or a combination, or like, depending on what team it is and the preference, pick speedster, followed by other speedster, then everything else.
Relic ended up casting Inda on the Sableye. What do you think about this one, Soph?
I think it's always situational. It's one of those supporters, like, we have been putting them and Psyduck on a similar category with the disruption kind of style, but this one is much more situational because you don't have the protection that the passive on Psyduck gives you. So overall, it's going to rely more on the rest of Nouns than it is on Inda, personally. But let's talk about the Armarouge. Hello? Where did that come from?
Armarouge is definitely an interesting one. I mean, this is the first one that we're actually seeing here today being picked on up, especially in terms of the attacker picks. I mean, it isn't quite popular. I mean, the question is, I'm wondering if this is going to be more of that, considering they have no all-rounders.
Toonslim playing Lucario is actually pretty, pretty interesting. I never would have thought that he would pick that.
The shields upon impact. But also, I mean, Armarouge, it's passive flash fire. The special attack based damage is reduced by 20% when it is hit. So whether they're leaning more into that.
Chicken Sawaki.
Considering, well, the only special
it's white rice, chicken Sawaki, and
yeah, it's
some pork chops.
That's situational, isn't it? So
I should got a bottle of water though. I forgot.
Because we know that Armarouge has been off the meta for the moment, so we'll see if the
Adesu unable to evolve into
On to far.
in this game, in the whole event, from yesterday and from today. This is the first time the Pokemon has been picked, so it's definitely a surprise. Gatlu slashing through the opposition as Absol, not as much.
No, it was something that we have seen time and time again, but I'm really interested to see how this Armarouge ends up holding up against the team composition that Nouns have. We do have Bruv that he has reached that level 5. Adesu unable to evolve into an Espeon just yet.
Ooh, plenty of this EXP going to the side of Nouns, as it is not a privilege, a priority, excuse me, for the Lucario alone in the
It is
top
a privilege
side.
to be here, Soph.
It is a privilege, it's true. I am so happy to be here. But going to the bot side, Kello, destruction is going the way of Gen 5 as Krenix is taking so much of that HP taken away from them as they get knocked down themselves and they can continue to just back off and just take, you know, the results of what they sow.
Yeah, I mean, it's 0 points currently for Gen 5. Megu unable to get any attack weight stacks for themselves just yet, but we do have those birds spawning in that middle section. Inda making sure to just go and provide vision for their team. Scatlu is not going to risk diving on it, instead going to take that side Boltoy instead.
It is the second time, if I'm not mistaken, at least, that we've seen Glaceon in a composition here, and this is Gen 5 going for that Ice Cold Spear, Ice Shard. And we know that that is very good to just get front lines away, and considering that Snorlax is such a good front line, especially in the hands of Brav, I think it's a very good choice. What are your thoughts?
No, definitely. I think being that able to have that lockdown, shredding power from a distance, but it's just a matter of getting those icicle shard stacks locked and loaded before you actually lock on. But otherwise, we do have a little bit of a tussle up here in the top path. But that fire spin is definitely keeping Nouns at bay there.
It is, and Inda has to literally run for the hills as this little gremlin is very low on HP, but also regaining quite a bit while they are stealth. Now the bot side with Gen 5 already starting their Regirock. Oh, going straight for that diversion with Bruv and Inda. And that is just an easy distraction from Now's Esports, and they take the objective.
Yeah, able to take it down, especially with a flail lax this time around. So no experience share for that Snorlax. Normally we've seen it in that supporting position, but otherwise Inda has been locked on by those icicle shards, but is able to make it back to safety as Odesu is gonna ward off Kranix there.
Yeah, and with the start power that we have been mentioning all throughout the day. Oh, a nice KO that goes to Godlu as they are still pushing now here for Utah. They use that kaboom.
Oh my god.
Well, they explode one and get
The
exploded.
fact that Armarouge was able to actually get that kill is actually so shocking to me.
For here and there, but we have
3v2.
both of these tier 1 still available on either side down in the bottom half. It is currently 98 to 98 points for both teams. So it's just a matter of whether anybody can go and break these tier 1s before the other basement Reggie spawns.
Midnight Bronze and a continuing push here for the side of Nouns Esports, and the KO that goes to the Sableye. Nice Unite move, getting the Umbreon away from the fight as well, as they are going to try to continue protecting this Bruv with a nice block to get them away, and the Flourish to take another one down on the side of Gen 5 is managing this push pretty well. Power nap for Nouns as they're still defending this tier 1 zone. Desu's there, the Psychic Solaire is going to build it up, but they are on numbers disadvantage. Gen 5 is going to focus on breaking out the zone, and they manage to do so. The Ice Shards plus the Ice Cold Spears, one auto away from taking them down, and they don't. Now with a Midnight Slash to continue the pursuit as they are blissfully assisted. Continuing a push? No. Now reconsiders and says, that is okay.
Oops, sorry.
We will take the pad going down.
My plate hit the spacebar.
Overextending there, taking presence in that tall grass, waiting for that ambush from Gen 5, but there is 4 members down here looking to try and contest this Regirock. Bruv is trying to keep a presence as Odesu is more just hanging on back, but here comes the charge up from Toon on the pop. The aura
Oh!
And it ends up being
Too early from Toon.
Lockdown for Gen 5.
Oh, and a couple of KOs here and there as well. Nows might have taken the upper hand on the fight, but that was an objective, as you said, and a couple of KOs guaranteed by Gen 5 that do matter.
I mean, they lost the objective, but they won the fight. And they got the goal as well. So, I mean, overall, it's still better for Nouns. I expected it to go that way just because it was a 5v4. Masquerado was split pushing the top lane the entire time. But I'd be more surprised if they lost the fight. More than anything.
Maybe reconsidering re-engaging, but not at this moment.
feel like this is just a match of cats versus dogs here. Meowscarada going up against Absol and Lucario. It's just so back and forth. Otherwise, Utah is soloing down this Regieleki. Lunda has come up for some assistance. No contestation here from Nouns, though.
They can most definitely melt through this Regieleki, so it's fine. It's not that much of a threat, Kello, so I think that is okay of a move. Inder as well, just being that vision across the map that we have been mentioning all throughout the day. And the numbers are looking pretty equal.
Yeah, pretty equal, 195 to 156. We do have that level 13 Meowscarada on the side of Gen 5. Being able to just go and play these tricks, though. The double team and then the flower trick landing on them as it's a ticking time bomb. Like, that is just so
I swear, I don't know if Toon's doing it on purpose. Like, is he intentionally trying to lower his death timer, or like,
They are very sharp.
is he just getting gapped by the Meowscarada? Because like, I feel like every time he goes close to that cat in like a 1v1 or a 2v1, he just ends up dying.
Getting a null there on the enemy teams. Krenix, oh, pushing out with the front line of Bruv, having that block together.
That's a very early Umbra Unite move. That's at 2:30, by the way.
Plenty of damage, and it's a big whiff from Inder on their own Unite move, as they're going to continue to try to find some place to get back into the pit. Now Z Sports, but it's going to be Gen 5 with Megu, guaranteeing the bottom objective. But now Z Sports is trying to maybe get something out of the fight, but it's not looking very positive for them, as Gen 5 is just reeling on the numbers.
And this is where Nouns Esports ended up finding themselves the last match, utilizing those Unite moves. Two members are down. Inder in the backline is quite low, and Bruv doesn't have a Unite move on hand. So Gen 5 are going in for the shred.
And Gadlu is down. Gadlu didn't have that midnight slash because they whiffed as well, trying to get something here on the push.
Oh.
It's Gen 5, and they're going to continue to take down those Hundo burgers. It's looking so good for a reverse re-sweep on the grand finals.
I am just so surprised that happened 2 times in a row. That basement Reggie fight leading into that Rayquaza. Teams are utilizing their Unite moves, but Gen 5 being able to pick up those KOs and just flip the Ray.
I have to say, it felt like Nouns panicked a little bit on the Rayquaza.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Nouns. I feel like they're just...
in a little bit of a bad position, so they decided to use that midnight slash.
Like, this was easily avoidable.
All around today. 14 seconds for
The Toon Slim just finished respawning, so now they're all here. Absol goes in, goes out. Umbreon goes in aggressively with the Unite move. But the thing is, it's like, you don't have to continue. You can just disengage. You can just kite backwards. But like, what's strange to me is that they kept on going. Indy whiffs his Unite move completely.
And it's a big whiff from Inder on their own Unite move, as they're going to continue to try to find some place to get back into the pit. Now Z Sports, but it's going to be Gen 5 with Mega.
Yeah, and then this to me, like, just looks like they're just out of sorts. Like, unless this was just like Bruv was just trying to sacrifice himself so the rest of the team can, like, get away. But the thing is, while he's uniting here, Dace is walking so, like, he's literally walking in melee range of Utao, which is the Armor Rouge. So it's like, buddy, you're walking in melee range for someone that's literally right in front of you, that you have vision of, and then it's like you get caught out. Like, I don't know what you expect to happen. And then it just goes horribly wrong.
As Gen 5 is just reeling on the numbers.
And this is where Nouns Esports ended up finding themselves the last match, utilizing those Unite moves. 2 members are down. Inder in the backline is quite low, and Bruv doesn't have a Unite move on hand. So Gen 5 are going in for the shred.
And Gadlu is down. Gadlu didn't have that midnight slash because they whiffed as well, trying to get something here on the push. But it's Gen 5, and they're going to continue to take down those Hundo burgers. It's looking so good for a reverse re-sweep. And 550
not out of the competition. They are going to go in for that.
Toon is a good player, but he gets tilted during matches easily. I mean, there are a lot of players like that. But if you're gonna play competitive, you gotta have that mental fortitude. like, if you're playing a game professionally, obviously skill and knowledge is very important, but that mental fortitude goes a long way, because obviously your mental state affects how you're going to play the game. And, like, I don't disagree. Like, Toon is a good player, but I feel like when bad things are happening, whether it be, like, from a team perspective or individually, when things are going badly, like, just from his Lucario gameplay alone, like, it looked like he was just not playing at his, like, at the tippity top, you know? He's not playing his best. But, like, that's not to, like, shit talk him or anything, it's just, like, what I'm observing. But then again, like, it's not his fault. Like, it's a collective team thing where the team could have made better choices, and then it may have affected the result.
Hopefully, Nouns have learnt.
We have a. We're approaching the end of the season.
Okay, so fast forward just a little, because the bans are pretty much the same overall. Yaskarada, Absol, Snorlax, Umbreon, Inteleon, Adesu, Psyduck.
We have the disruptive potential of Psyduck with a little bit more
squishier side, so it's definitely going to have to be
Lucario 3 games in a row is actually pretty interesting to me.
Looking to dive onto them. I guess the benefit is it does have.
It's not like Lucario's a bad Pokemon, it's just not something that's played often anymore, until now apparently.
Absolutely. It has to be very well played, or else things could get dangerous, as we saw in the previous game. As to be fair, both compositions look a little similar in how they want to be executed, to have that priority on the top side with a Lucario, but this time on the hands of Gen 5 instead of Nouns. So we'll see how things are going to progress. And Keller, this is the start of potentially seeing Gen 5 taking the title of back-to-back champions on the online UCS, and potentially representing the region at NAIC's final stretch. Now, Nouns Esports also with so much experience on their sleeve that they can definitely bring the high competition to Thea Sky Ruins. Your champions are getting close to getting announced, Keller, and I couldn't be more excited to be next to you, casting these two teams, Gen 5 on the purple side, Nouns Esports on your orange.
Now, I hope you folks have some popcorn on hand, because I think this is about to be a fire set. I know my heart has just started racing there, but look, we had
No, I know.
previously.
Like, Luca, even though it hasn't been changed much recently, still probably one of the safest laners, and like, has the best lane secures in the game right now. Because you got Meteor Match and Quick Attack. You got CC. You got quick animation skills for secure. And of course you got the... I forget the name of the passive, but the shield when they're relatively low.
It's Utah, so we'll see how that's going to be different. 3v3 on the top side as Godlu takes some damage, falling really low themselves if they want to keep on pushing. So Zero just slowing them down with the others.
Yeah, I think this is the versatility that Gen 5 bring to the table, is being able to switch up those Pokemon, switch up those roles, and seeing if, some new spice can be added to the mix.
One thing I will say about Nouns, I've noticed this in a lot of their games, and I feel like if you're an EU team, or just like any team playing against Nouns in general, like you should pick up on this tendency that they tend to have. So whenever it's time for first Altaria, like the first Bs at 850, they always send a Desu, like, for the rotation top lane. I feel like I see this like every single game, or almost every single game. It's like, I don't know if this is just like a tendency or like something they fall into, as in like a routine, which is not bad if people don't pick up on it, but like every single time it's the 4-man gank, or like the 4-man top lane, for that aggressive secure for that neutral camp. And like, if you play against them, then like, Just be ready for that 850 mark because I feel like that happens way too often.
Switch up those Pokemon, switch up those roles.
Like right now, it's gonna be a
and
4
see
versus
if,
3.
you know, some new spice can be added to the mix here as we have 4 members of Nouns pushing on forth towards Gen 5.
Yeah, and looking good at that.
I mean, they got a few eject buttons, but besides that, like, they didn't get any
For the
kills, so
Magenta Slash.
not the end of the world.
And of course, as much of
But Ace is going for the invading on the Meowscarada.
better. Bruv is getting some chip damage onto themselves there, but doing a very good job to just keep on protecting the fort.
Oh!
Side. Oh, that was a drive-by and a half.
Not exactly sure why Umbreon was literally walking or standing in a bush with no HP.
I mean, hey, that's what Inda's doing on this surf, right? But look at this. We have Scizor, a Gossifleur, still at that level 3. Needs to try and land themselves a piece of a wild Pokemon to try and get that evolution. I mean, they do have those birds spawning at 8 minutes, but we still have 2 members from either side down in the bottom path.
It's true, and 2 members of Nouns Esports that were in the central area to guarantee that bit of XP. So, although they got the Eldegoss into that final evolution there on the top side, they did miss a couple of the wild area Pokemon in the center. Ooh. Well, they literally just vanished. It was definitely a flower trick for sure. As Utah is now going to try to get away themselves, but the sword is chasing after them, and Lunda just a little. A little frog. You know, that's just what they are. They're trying to escape, but they can't really do much. They're slippery, but not that much.
No, especially can't escape the latch of the Psychic from Inda on the side up to just pull him back straight into Toon and then being able to finish off that KO. Otherwise, when looking at the levels, we do have Gatlu that has reached level 9, has their Unite move on hand. No Unite moves for Gen 5 just yet, as we do have that Regirock spawn on in.
In a majority of these games, Gatlu has the Night Slash for the first objectives, and this time doesn't even have to use it. But it's a straight 1-for-1 trade on the top side for Gen 5, getting that Regieleki, pushing out really strong onto Toon that's going to get taken down, and they could go for a very big overdunk.
Well, there's a 0 overcap in the top lane, so.
They managed to do so. I couldn't quite catch the mathematics.
It was a clean break.
It was a clean break.
Yeah,
We got a 4 overcap on the bottom lane.
And I mean, even the Nouns answering back with some.
It was 0 overcap, but they scored, what, 55 on the tier 2?
Just to go and balloon that lead even more for Gen 5 here.
Gen 5 trying to escape at this point, but actually no, committing to a fight onto Gatlu as they now have the backup from Bruv, so things get a little more scary for Gen 5 and they choose to retreat, while Nouns Esports is rotating to the top side and getting some scores in for themselves. Meanwhile, Gen 5 will try to guarantee the wild Pokemon in their own central area, so Zero though gets caught in the middle. Oh! Wait, they missed it! There's no way! Fancy feed from Sazuro helping Eldegoss escape. Now continue to move forward with the Midnight Prawns. Now Krennic's trying to push the opposition away from their own base and back into the Pokemon Center. Toon will be the one to...
It really bugs me when Umbreon players, you try to use their Unite move for a kill secure. It really bugs me. Unless that person is like really high priority or the situation calls for that person dying, like it's not worth it. Especially because you don't get that Unite move like, you don't get that Unite move quickly either. And now they're not going to have that for the potential team fight if they try to contest an objective.
Yeah, at the very same time, both objectives, but it looks like both teams are going to the bot side. As
they hit him.
Desu takes a snipe shot to the face, into another one. And
nice hits. They're 3 for 3 right now.
No, it is Lunda. They haven't traded their roles this time around. Now, trying to get that damage on the back line, while Lucario is also doing the same. Mega is going to get taken down by that stored power with the Azure Spy Vision. Just trying to land those critical hits, very close to taking Regice, but it's the side of Nouns Esports.
Oh, Masquerada got it.
It's Gen 5 who confirms it. It was just a little bit of a buddy barrier, getting a trick of the eye. Utah trying to get away as well with that flower trick and the double team, but they're going to get KO'd. And at the end, Gen 5 got the objective, but Nouns got the fight.
These flower trick secures are absolutely wild. We've seen them. I think that was like the second or the third time that we've actually seen it. While it doesn't actually implode straight away, it just lingers on that target, and the timing ended up working perfectly there for them. But another Reggie Alecki up in that top half. Gen 5 are looking to go and capitalize on this. But wait, they have to actually leave it as Nouns are looking to pick a fight.
Yeah, bro, very well took the attention away from the enemy team. Now, Reggie Lecky very close, and it's Lunder again who confirmed the objective as the Inteleon. Krenix was doing well there on the front line.
These Umbreon Unite moves are just not it for me. I'm sorry. Like, they're very suboptimal. But, I mean, at least they're, I guess, applying some pressure in these fights, I guess. But, I don't know. Now it seems more collected. I mean, I would hope so, considering it's the bracket reset.
Does end up going in from Sazuro there.
They still seem shaky to me, though.
And the late flourish as well coming
Like, truthfully, I don't think they're playing that well. Like, they're not playing bad, but, like, I think they can play better.
As we have been having so much fighting all across the map, Tune in the wrong side of the speed flux zone as they are trying to escape. They're going to
okay, what just happened there? How did you even...
And the late flourish as well coming from Megu. Very interesting. No, actually, Utah in this game in particular.
Oh, I see, okay. So he was trying to score his 50, Snorlax tried to zone him off, but then he...
all across the map, Tune in the wrong side of the speed flux zone.
Yeah. They need to ban that shitty Hollow Whisper next turn to me. I agree. I find it too distracting. I generally find it too distracting. Plus, when I was watching one of the matches earlier today, I genuinely couldn't even, like, see some of the animations because of that freaking shiny effect. Like, when I was pausing the video, the shiny spray or shiny effect, whatever you want to call it, was overlapping with some of the skills, so I generally couldn't even see, like, what was going on.
One down as quickly as possible with 30 seconds for Rayquaza to spawn. 50%.
I personally find it annoying.
As they're still trying to take this one down, stored power. They're going to use the Midnight Slash. No, they know they have to save it, but still, Godlu guarantees the objective, and that's going to be so important for them in regard.
Okay, well, we got 15 seconds till Rayquaza, so let's see what happens here.
Gen 5 down while they are going to go into the central area. The Psychic Select has 2 up in the air, and again with the Cotton Cloud crash, they survive for a little bit longer and help out the side of Gen 5.
That was a late Unite move from Eldegoss, but I don't think that I don't think they were sure whether they want to fight or not.
It's 1-for-1 on either side. 4 members are left standing, but we have
okay, so we got the Eldegoss Unite move and the Espeon and Snorlax Unite move.
I believe it was the Umbreon who was quite low, so they do need to back on off here, Soph.
Yeah, looking interesting of a
oh, nice snipe shot on Adesu. This guy needs to reset now.
Might have to really come back to base as they are not gonna get sniped. Very nicely done of a sneaky reset. Now Bruv is going to take the front line here with Inda as there's still time for Adesu to come back, so it doesn't make that much of a difference. They're trying to get themselves in a good position. The Psychic from Inda comes in, pushes them through, and then Toon comes in and slashes them.
Wow, Lucario just got melted from auto attacks. Umbreon's just dead too. Uh-oh.
And maybe Lunda trying to get a sneaky snipe shot. The stored power will do damage on them from across the pit as they're still trying.
Escrata putting in work.
Almost bust through Bruv HD.
They don't have Unite move anymore though.
Trying to get the defenses down. It's now Esports taking down the advantage, and they're going for the win.
I don't know what it is. Like, Nouns really need to, like, stop doing this weird bottom play, like, in the last 3 games, including this one. It's not the exact same, but in the last 3 games that they played, they've funneled into some weird bottom lane play that ends up, like, very... like, it's like a very sloppy bottom lane play that they don't even, like, commit to either. So, like, we'll play from basically here. Like, this third Reggie is like the Noun's kryptonite, apparently. Okay. So, Registeel spawns. They're starting to hit the Registeel. They secure it with the Absol. That should be the end of it. Okay, like that should be it. Like Aegis Slash isn't even technically there because, as you can see, they're in base right now. All right. Hold on, where did they even go? Oh, they were dead. Yeah. So Tomb was dead from the top lane shenanigan play. So like the fact that they're playing so aggressively right before Zapdos in a 5v4 to me is just like, it's kind of like sending red flags to me. Like, yes, of course they don't want to give up Registeel for free, but at the same time, I'm surprised that Gen 5 didn't play more aggressive considering they should have known that Aegis Slash was dead. But I guess because they were also late to the objective as well, maybe they just weren't feeling too confident in their positioning.
Trying to take this one down, Sword Power. They're going to use the Midnight Slash. No, they know they have to save it. But still, Godlu guarantees the objective, and that's going to be so important for them in regards to extra damage. The fight will continue to happen, Keller.
Okay, Snorlax is lining the block, trying to zone them backwards to the enemy team. Adesu pops their Unite move.
Into the central area, the Psychic Select has two.
Lucario popped their Unite move, Eldegoss popped their Unite move, and Tellium popped their Unite move. So basically, 3 for 1 in terms of Unite moves in favor of Nouns. But then they also lose Toon again.
It's 1 for 1 on either side. 4 members are left standing, but we have Gen 5 making their way in.
Like, I will say,
we have Gatlu. Oh no, we're not Gatlu. I believe it was the Umbreon who was quite low. So they
like, Lunder is putting in a lot of work with the snipe shots. Like, he's landing most, like, a good majority of them. So at least it's kind of forcing them to reset because they don't have a form of sustain. So whatever damage Lunder lands with his snipe shots, it'll stick.
Now Bruv is going to take the front line here with Inda, as there's still time for Adesu to come back, so it doesn't make that much of a difference. They're trying to get themselves in a good position.
But yeah, then the team gets split off here. Like, this is where it gets a little questionable because here it's like, okay, now they're getting engaged on. The team is getting split up, okay? You got 1. Well, you can't see them, but you can see them on the minimap. 2 and 3. And then the other 2 are over here. So they're completely blocked off from the rest of the team. And of course, Snorlax is, you know, creating that wall between the choke point and just separating the team, which is good because at least now the rest of the team can focus on, you know, the 3 targets over here. And of course, Intellion's not going to be trying to dive past the Snorlax to try to put out DPS, so they're kind of left to fend for themselves. And of course, we already know that they use 3 Unite moves in the bottom lane, so they're kind of struggling. Yeah. Umbreon tried to pop their Unite move, last-ditch effort. Lucario just dies. The only one that has their Unite move was, what, Meowscarada?
The pit as they're still trying to push, but Utah almost bust through Bruv HD, and now they're still trying to get the defenses down. It's now Esports taking down the Rayquaza with a numbers advantage, and they're going for the win.
Yeah, and then the moment that
out on those first 2 Rayquazas in that previous set, but here comes the reset, locking it on down. It's now 227 to 267 in favor of Nouns, and this is where the tides are starting to turn. You can see Toon on the Aegis Slash still has their shield. They're diving on in and able to get in a 100 dunk of their own.
Looking really good, 543 to 227. It was really close. A detailed Rayquaza fight, Keller, necessarily played through the cracks on how you had to take those opportunities not to slip the tiles.
I mean, it works out this time, but yeah, these bottom lane Reggie fights are just so weird to me.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit worried there. When you have Utah look, and I mean, does have 7.
Oh my god, I went past the draft.
We're definitely going to expect the Machamp roaming around, Keller.
Okay, same like core team for the most part. The only change from the side of Gen 5 is the Blaziken and Machamp. Others are staying the same. Same team on the side of the Nouns.
needed there for the displacement. It's very important to talk about that when you already have that could be
secure area along with Gatlu into the mid.
I keep going too far. I don't know why I keep doing that.
To bring this into an end, but for Gen 5 to bring this into a game 3. Game 2 of Grand Finals reset on your screen.
Oh, we are going to end up sending the chicken U-Tower and the Blaziken into that central area along with Gatlu into the mid. But up in the top path, it's just that Cat trying to slice up the opponents. However, Psyduck and that Honedge are just a little bit too tanky for it to handle for the time being.
Yeah, just for the moment, we know how they can scale really well. But one thing I expect, Kello, I want to hear your thoughts on it. One thing I expect from Nouns Esports is to try to have more proactivity in the early game because they have the Absol compared to that Blaziken that still needs to evolve.
I guess, yeah, that is the benefit of having that Absol, the crit damage and early game presence that it can provide. You want to try and shut down a U-Tower and the Blaziken from getting that evolution. But the thing is, some KOs over to U-Tower could really benefit them as they're diving on in.
Ooh, really strong push here. Maybe going to commit to something more. No, the Doublade will just stay for the moment as Toon knows they can't overextend. It's an important match for now.
Oh, they're getting bullied in the bottom lane. Adasu's not even level 4. Like, they're not even... Oh, they just got level 4, actually.
Amazing, and proves out the point that we were just saying about punishing the Blaziken.
Yeah, punish the Blaziken, shut it on down and get that early level presence. Otherwise, 24 and 26 does end up going into this top goal. Inda does have 7 points, but instead of prioritizing getting it, they're going to just try and stop Gen 5 from marching on fourth.
Oh, and it looks like they are doing really well there, Gen 5, at defending that tier 1 zone. While on the central area, Blaziken is just ready as Utel is there to take the central Altaria. Now, Adesu doing also really well at getting people away from this area. So actually, we didn't have eyes on it, so I don't know who got it. So we'll see when we get to the EXP bars, I guess.
No, I mean, considering when they do have the 2 level 7s on the side of Nouns, only the one on the side of Gen 5. Potentially them, but they do have 85 points clocked up on the board in comparison to 10 points here. Another 10 seconds until those 7:20-minute birds come on up. And, I mean, well, so far we have a Miascarada online, but no fully fledged Machamp just yet.
Yeah,
You think Snorlax is muscle or fat? All muscle. All muscle. Machamp got nothing on Snorlax.
Level 9 unlock. Going to the bot side, Sazura once again doing well at just zoning people away, but have to be careful about the damage that Adesu can assert and on themselves as well. Now Lunda trying to land those snipe shots, but Gadlo has arrived. They have the Midnight Slash, I'll correct myself. They got enough XP to continue pushing, and I don't think they're even going to use their Unite move in this one. Going to take that snipe shot to the face, but they're still feeling confident to continue pushing forward. Or are they? No, they decide to be a little more careful and safe about this, Gallo. Right. Pushing out to the top side as the objective has spawned. And now Z Sports has taken that place into starting that themselves. But then Gen 5 comes through as well. The Midnight Slash, no, the coup de grace. Both of them actually to confirm it.
I like how
We're gonna have Keller back.
I like how much... Okay, this is very optimistic. Like, very, very optimistic. I like how this guy thinks he's gonna out-secure a coup de grace Unite move from Slash. Then on top of that, an Absol Psycho Cut Unite move with a cross chop. Like, this guy is so damn optimistic. I also want to think he's crazy, but like, my gosh, dude. When I see stuff like that, it's just like, brother, you're not getting that. It's not like, if you had to like last ditch effort because you know you're gonna lose the game, sure, go for it. But that was avoidable.
Pushing out to the top side, looking to get aggressive about it as the tier 1 pad has already been taken down. Yeah, going for that central area to guarantee the XP as much as possible is what they're going to go for now, Gen 5, as they have lost both objectives as the game stands. 2 level 10s and 111 for Nouns Esports, cementing their way into the late game with 175 points lead is definitely the good position for them to be. Now going to the bot side with 25 seconds to go as well. Gen 5 is trying to find an angle for maybe contesting the objective. We're still on 5 minutes to go, so there's plenty of game to be played. But if Nouns Esports take all of the objectives as we have been seeing so far, it's going to be a little difficult. They're still going to keep on pushing. 5 seconds. Trying to get that presence here for the Reggie. Bruv having the block can push them away, and Lunda has been cornered into a wall. While Nouns have decided to go straight onto the tier 1 zone, and look at Bruv is going to maybe take this one for the good cause, but the power nap says no. Full power Sayayai with Inda, and it's a supporter and a defender making it happen. They're gonna get taken down themselves, but meanwhile Nouns have secured the objective, Gallo.
Yeah, they've secured the objective, and they have 204.
So I'm gonna point this out right now. Like, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but right now it's 4 minutes. Like, there's 4 minutes and 38 seconds left into the game. All right, this support Machamp is not even a Machamp yet. It took them more than half the game to get their Unite move and evolve, and they technically haven't even united up until the point that I just saw. So realistically, unless they Unite move within the next minutes, they're basically only going to get 1 Unite move off minimum, but 2 maximum. Like this to me is like such a useless pick. I'm sorry. Like, I understand it's niche, it's gimmicky, but like I honestly don't know like why you guys think it's so good. Like, good enough to consistently pick it, I mean.
Yeah, they've secured the objective, and they have 214 points to 10 points across the board there. Only 2 minutes left to go until that final stretch. So, Gen 5...
Danny, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, and welcome back for 23 months. I appreciate that, gamer. Welcome back to Canada. Enjoy your state.
It's important not to get lost in the sauce at this point, Kello. And Nouns is, well, they're swimming in the sauce. They're not lost. They are commandeering in the sauce. They're sailing the sauce. They have gotten all objectives in this game so far, and that means a lot. They have taken down top side tier 1 as well, which means
I played Unite for the first time in months last night. Oh god.
Keep on pushing. Here on the bot side, Bruv is going on a 1v1 against Megu, forcing out an eject bottom as well, which is pretty great for Nouns. As on the top side, they're still pushing with the Reggie as well. The 3-2 formation for the
Machamp finally united, but they united Snorlax, and it did nothing.
They're going to keep on pushing, this time around, rather, they're going to try.
Oh, they got the kill on Absol. Worth.
Matter that you have the damage if you don't have the health bar and the hit points to tank it. Now Inda might be taken down as well, with just 1 shot away from Lunda to guarantee.
Bro, if Nouns lose this game, like, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna call them washed. Like, actually.
Just gotta keep on pushing, and one thing that is pushing for sure is Bruv with these blocks. Being able to just build up that shield, try and get the isolations. I mean, Indo,
like, you got over 300 point lead, you got the levels, or level advantage. Not a big one, but still a lead. So if you lose this over another bottom Reggie play, so help me.
30 seconds for Rayquaza and Reggie. It means scramble and fighting. Now Toon's going to the back line with
There's the Umbreon Unite move, preemptive, and at 230, so no Unite move from Umbreon for Zapdos, or, sorry, Rayquaza. I'm so used to Remote Stadium now, I keep saying Zapdos.
To push into the central area with 15 seconds for Rayquaza to go, and the dream for Gen 5 to get into Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they don't want to try and repeat those mistakes that Nouns did earlier on. Learning from that, backing it off, not going to go and take that fight. Instead, going for this positioning. The flower trick has landed on Toon, and they end up getting pushed on back, not once, but twice.
Ooh, but the Midnight Slash coming into the Psychic Solera as well helps so much for this fight to happen, as 2 members make it 3 of Gen 5 get taken down. And now Nouns Esports have the upper hand. Lunda going so quickly back to base, resetting and just trying to land those knife shots themselves. But Nouns Esports, they know they have to rip this one. 30%. Mega comes in. Oh, and the stun with the Psychic just helpful. And they make it. Nouns Esports with the Rayquaza.
They did it! They won!
Versus 10. They might just make it up 2-0.
Oh my gosh, Adesu has dove on in. They do end up having their shield busted by that snipe shot, but it doesn't matter as we have some dunks raining on into that home base.
I mean,
10 points to 500.
I think that was probably their best game that they played up until now that I've seen, because the other games were so shaky. So it's nice to see that they had like one game where they were in the driver's seat for a majority of the game. But yeah, when they go back to like reviewing their games and whatnot, they got a lot of cleaning up to do. I don't think it was like a definitive win by any means. Quite frankly, like, think about it like this: if there wasn't a reset, they would have lost. But obviously, because they're playing on winner's side, the losing team has to go through the bracket reset. But yeah, I mean, you know, they won, so they should be proud of that. But of course, if they're looking to be the #1 team continuously, they gotta clean up their gameplay. That's for sure. But we are finally done EU, so now I can move on to North America and see what NA has to offer. And then you guys got your mustache twins and your glasses twins.
Watch a lot of EU, the metagame all over the place. Very electric, very fun matches to watch. This is going to be a great day.
And Chef, good to see you again, my friend.
Yeah, I think this might be like a tease to Dialga in the game because we had a little bit of a time skip today, just for a little bit of a moment. But that does mean that we get like a ton of Unite into a ton of Unite with not much of a break in between, which is honestly pretty sick.
I think that's the way to go. Let's hop right into this bracket here, Zoink, so we can see where we're at here in North America and what team we think will be heading all the way to those grand finals to win their spot.
Oh, okay. So wait, so keep in mind, guys, for the live broadcast, they don't show everything, I think. Or do they? No, wait. Okay, so wait. Luminosity versus Sanguine. Yeah, so they don't show everything. So, Luminosity versus Sanguine. Luminosity wins 2-1. Team YouTube versus Team Growth. Wait, can I see the... Hold on. I'm hoping to see the link.
The most common prediction is going to be Luminosity making yet another tournament run. They have a very tough start, though, against Team YouTube. In our losers bracket, though, there's
Revelation versus Ignorance. Ignorance win 2-0. Kiss Kiss versus Nemesis. Kiss Kiss wins 2-1. Goofy Goobers. Who the heck is Goofy Goobers? Revelation versus Nemesis.
some very intense matches.
I swear I don't recognize any of these. I'm sure I recognize some of the players, but I probably won't recognize the team names. I feel like these guys change names like every other day.
This tournament, as we have we have Snorlax, who is not a speedster, but just somehow.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Spotlight right now as one
but let me change the screen.
Defenders. I know some of us were breaking down these stats. Do we know what the top 4 bands were? Or we have a close idea of that?
Yeah, the top 4 bands were Absol, Talonflame, Meowscarada, and Gengar. Gengar being the
we
top
got
one.
there.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Really nice.
All right, give me 1 second.
Obviously, this is kind of the biggest meta shakeup I think we've seen from tournament to tournament, right? We just recently had the AOS Cup, and now we throw to this, and we're seeing 4 Pokemon that we barely saw played at all at the AOS Cup. Like, maybe we saw a little Talon. I don't think we saw a single Meowscarada. So I know that there's some complaints about the meta being shaken so hard, but in some ways, I love that this tournament is a completely different texture than what we just saw up on the big stage.
Yeah, it makes the whole game feel fresh, right? Just kind of throwing a wrench in everybody's plans. Everybody has to relearn new strategy, apply new strategies, and go in different directions. You know, you had heard Ender talking about, you know, engagement supports are at a premium now. You know, Sableye, Psyduck, things of that nature. We saw Bruv running around with that Flail-Lax, which got the buffs, of course. Flail block, no experience share, just going right at them. And you talk about, you know, not a speedster, but a speedster at heart, the way it's running at the opponent right now.
Yeah, it's so fun watching everyone just have to run from Snorlax. I can imagine that the pros are maybe a little annoyed by this in some ways, but I gotta say I love it, Chef. What has been really exciting for you to watch this weekend?
Honestly, it's just been a lot of the counterplay. I mean, of course, it's very, very cool to see a lot of speedsters, but we've kind of been seeing that like since the patch started. So my big question this weekend was, what are the teams going to do to fight that? And so obviously, yeah, like the top 4 bans are all the speedsters. That's one way to deal with it. But it's kind of been the counterplay aside from that. Like we've seen some Clefable. We've seen obviously a lot of Umbreon. I kind of feel like we always end up seeing that. Good kind of like spike in Slowbro picks, just so that we can get those slow beams. Just the way that teams have decided to like play in the meta alongside the meta is always like that next step in like being a top player.
Well, Zoinks and Chef will be back with us very soon because we have our first match of the day ready to go. Gentlemen, we will see you on broadcast here in just a bit. Doob Snacks, let's take this one away. We are going to be watching Luminosity Gaming, your AOS Cup champions, your LAIC champions, the team heading to Japan to represent the West at ACL against the legendary team, the team that can take them down as well, Team YT.
Yeah, Team YT always throws, curveballs down the pike. You know, we were looking at the stats for NA's tournament so far for the final stretch play-ins, play-ins, the sequel to the AOS Cup play-ons. How could I forget? And of the top 4 picks, in terms of win rate, you had Mew up there, so you immediately
I had to
kind of Mew.
put some more water in the fridge in case I get thirsty. All right, so let me see this. Hold on.
That feels like a YT type pick.
Sure, why not? I don't really care. Let me pause it just because I want to see the teams. Teams. Oh no. Okay, wait.
Here we go, heading right into our draft for our first game here in our winners.
Ooh, Luminosity versus YouTube. I feel like I haven't seen YouTube in forever.
Your orange team. Luminosity coming off an absolute run at AOS. Obviously, they do insanely well in the in-person events, but they don't seem to lock in as hard on these online events.
Yeah, and they're going to have to, because this one's worth a decent chunk of change because of the travel award that this gets you to get to
Okay,
New Orleans.
so one thing that's worth mentioning right now, just something I noticed right off the bat, is a difference in priority when it comes to bans. So obviously, like, these bans are the same, this is the same, but this is the first time in the live broadcast up until now that Mimikyu was banned. Like, I could be mistaken, but Mimikyu is not banned once the entire time on the EU side. So, you know, there's a bit of a small difference, or a difference in terms of just bans right out the rip. Now, I don't know if that's like a target ban or if they just don't want to deal with that Pokemon, but yeah, so it's pretty interesting to see.
On their quest to keep running through these land turns.
And this right here,
YT goes straight to Umbreon.
this right here as well, big difference. So, Team YouTube, prioritizing the defender pick. You have Talon, you have Absol, you have, I think that's it. Out of, like, the stuff that's, like, available from the Speedster meta. So instead of picking a Speedster, they're just like, forget that, we want Umbreon. Prioritize that pick.
Unsurprisingly so.
Yeah, first pick over to the Umbreon. Now, we did see them think about the Slowbro here for 1 second, which would be pretty hilarious. Couple of speedsters being hovered for Luminosity. We have the Talon, we have the Absol. You sent...
Oh, and they picked them both.
Luminosity. If there's any team that's going to run double...
The Talon and Absol taken by LG.
LG can handle this.
They might grab another one. Why not at this point, right? Like, just keep all the pressure on. Immediately reacting those YT, and I think a sword is a decent way to react to this. A kilo locking.
Whether that ends up being a mistake or not, we'll see. But Talonflame and Absol just fit LG's playstyle because they just tend to play very aggressive majority of the time. So I'm not surprised that they choose to take both speedsters. Like, they're strong, but it complements their way of playing the game.
Either way, Trick Hoopa is pretty amazing on any of these speedsters as well. Slash being able to lock in Psyduck is a massive sort of not defender, but supporter tank choice that he's very good with.
Absolutely. Rounding out Inteleon and So Sad Sam on Buzzwole, which gives Luminosity the gutter pick to react in whatever form or fashion. And
Okay.
that might be a top.
So I'll just pause it right here just because this is the first NA matchup of the day that we're seeing. Yeah, so Team YouTube going for the more traditional team composition, like something you would expect to see from before the update. And then Luminosity, you have a semi-traditional team. The only difference is that instead of attackers, you just got double speedsters and no all-rounders. So they're doubling up on supports, and they have a defender, and they're going to rely on Overlord and Trainer to output all the damage. Of course, the other characters can put damage out, or like, you know, dish out some damage, but the main damage sources are obviously coming from the speedsters.
You know, it's just Luminosity is known for sort of their very different picks. They're excited to get Pokemon they think are good and work together, rather than what stereotypically you would, you know, write down on a sheet. Like, this is our attacker, this is our center, this, you know, they're ready to just grab a great squad and win with it.
Yeah, Curios on that tree. I said, you know, top path, because that's where we've seen, you know, top path tree historically, right? Kind of play the pseudo all-rounder role, and it seems like it might shape themselves in right there. But there's a world where they throw it in bottom.
You only ban speedster and defender.
Has been known to give some different looks, but what YT has put together here is a very reactive type composition to these speeds. See if it's enough to deal with these two buffed Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, that really is the question here as we take a look at our battlefield. Thea Sky Ruins is where they will be playing, as the rest of us have been hanging on old remote stadium for a couple weeks here. I mean, I think
it's been awesome.
Everybody loves it. I think the only thing that could make this, you know, speedster meta even crazier is forcing this tournament to be on remote stadium. Like, let's just throw everything at these top teams and see how they react. One thing I will say, Dupe Snacks, is I do believe the hallmark of some of you know, these teams that are real champions are their ability to react to what is thrown at them with all these changes. As we head to our first game, Team YT, your purple team, Luminosity, your orange team. These are your winners semi-finals here. And of course, these teams are playing for that invited spot to the final stretch play-ins in NAIC in New Orleans.
Here we go. Slash Gang puts pressure on early, as they're looking down two very decent early game Pokemon in, of course, the Sobble there, able to secure very, very well, but not quite enough for a Phantump, as Curios is easily getting some points in early.
Yeah, Will-O-Wisp actually is a crazy strong secure, not able to get that last one here, but they were able to get multiple stacks in early, and you saw from their items loading in, they are double stacking that tree. So you will absolutely...
Wow.
Massive Night Slash picks up two!
Whoa, did that Pokemon get buffed, brother?
Wow.
Rolling up at 5, and that was the easiest.
That is horrendous.
I've ever seen on camera.
That is a terrible, terrible start.
Level 6.5, going straight back in for some action. Electro Web on that Fletchinder as Overlord's trying to get away. Big sword coming through. Trainer might give back a bunch of experience here, doing a ton of damage on the way out, but can't close out a KO there.
Yeah, very close to getting a possible double KO once again for Trainer, but they gave up a ton of experience. Overlord now evolves.
Bro, what is up with...
being chased down the flame sweep.
Is Team YouTube okay? What's happening here?
Sam trying to defend right here, seeing if there's anything they can do to get rid of Overlord, push them off goal. The Sacred Sword comes in, big time aerial ace. They're trying to take this down. They do end up taking him down. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you're really seeing how gassed to the gills these speedsters are now since the buffs, right? Able to just hand in the pocket with half HP, able to go. Kilo goes down despite having that perfect Electro Ball, and Overlord at half HP. They're at 1 HP, and they make it back to pad.
What am I watching? Bro, it's like LG are playing against bots right now. How many times have these guys died in 2 minutes? Like, actually, I'm not even, like... I genuinely wonder, like, how many times these guys have died already. Please pull up the scoreboard, because I'm not even keeping track. I didn't think they would die that many times so quickly. Do I know who wins? Yeah, I know who wins. I managed to catch the last few games.
But there's only so many speedsters that you can take.
But like all these games, like to me, like
You
I would
know,
say up
we
until
got
like
Jay
the
looking to win
losers
this
finals, I don't know what happens.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, right? There's some point where preference does not outweigh the actual strength of an individual Pokemon, and Luminosity is definitely looking to leverage that. I think what's also going to cause some problems here is Curios on this tree, getting double stacked pretty big already, level 8, and that's just going to be tough to contend with out the gates as well, right? I mean, they have two really good Pokemon to make a stand here in the face of 5. Let's see if they can. Tree put up, put down. They are splintered and shut. Slashcan is just looking around trying to buy some time, slow things down. Here comes Trainer. They're moving in. KO Streak of 2 for Fui. Now they're going for the deep engage. A little bit late is Otter popping the Absol Unite, but Buzzwole throwing Absol into the skies and getting a KO in tandem with a Kilo there. Now Otter finding themselves by themselves. Curio steps in, putting on the curse, and they're on the chase. The Horn Leech is there for Russ. The pressure continues, but it looks like YT's in a good position for this Regirock. Slashking coming in for the support. We'll see if they can get a Trevenant Unite, and the Coup de Grace gets it.
Beautiful stuff here from YT. I mean, what a back and forth from this crew right here. And the displacement from Fui on top of how much, you know, the Volt Tackle from Pikachu was able to lock them down really set up a ton of huge moments.
This
YT.
early game is
It
just
felt
so
like they
strange to
were
me.
playing so well at that tier 1.
Like, it was looking so good for LG and looking so bad for Team YouTube's. And then when they when all of Team YouTube committed bottom lane for that 5-man push, because they decided to give up the top lane, which was fine because they were getting crapped on. Like, I feel like LG just gave back so much comeback experience.
As individuals across the map, they are, you know, outpaced, out-tempoed 1v1. But these team fights are certainly in an approach that they can take with this CC. As I say that, of course, we had a player advantage for Luminosity, and they cashed that in for a KO Streak of 2, does Trainer.
I gotta say, the combinations, though, they're playing so well together. Just a well-oiled machine, you know, setting them up, knocking them down. If that Sacred Sword would have landed from Sam in that first part of the engagement, I think Overlord does go down there. Big Pikachu Unite, Talon chasing the Umbreon right here. Here comes the Midnight Slash, and Sam just being pushed out of this fight completely by the Horn Leeches. LG is assaulting this tier 2.
Nice. Huge flame sweep, pulling 2 players off pad, and that's going to leverage into some KOs. And Talion steps in, pops their Unite move just enough to catch the fists from the Fury.
Okay, we got 25-point overcap on the top tier 2.
Almost 200 points here, Spraggles, and Luminosity is looking good. And we are playing that trick Phantom Force Hoopa right there, as we were able to see Overlord kind of take that trick, jump to the skies with a fly, get pulled right back through, and then do that surprise flame sweep in a kind of clever 1-2 punch Luminosity has put together.
Yeah, that was a really cool fight there for LG. And for as well as YT is playing together, I mean, you're looking at LG absolutely dominate some of these fights. You can see the Curse Horn Leech setting up multiple moments where you can pull enemies back to your side and just have them ripped apart by your speedsters. While Regice is going down, we see Luminosity, the Talonflame Overlord, scoring in the main goal zone of Team YT.
Yeah, 303.94, of course. 209 points.
I mean,
these two teams, and we're gonna look where they end up.
That Reggie doesn't have a lot of value for LG.
Yeah,
So they're just going to keep on snowballing their point advantage while they can.
Look at that massive fly into the flames. Midnight Slash misses everybody. Buzzwole moving in, trying to make something happen here as Absol picks up a KO. Talon right back for another one.
That was a huge kill for Pikachu, though. Like, Pikachu just got 2 levels off that level 14 Absol. I know it's a support Pikachu, but still. 2 levels is huge.
Help Curious get out of dodge. Back to the fly. Luis is gone. That was just a full health bar, 100 to 0 in an instant.
Like, if Pikachu can blow up one of the carries, which is Talonflame and Absol, like, Team YouTube, despite the point discrepancy, they can still have a chance at winning this game. It just comes down to execution.
AKA mustard experience. So if you are catching up to your opponents and KOing a level 14 Absol, the experience swing is actually huge for YT.
Slash going to be frontlining here to try and prevent Russ from going too far forward. Russ is just going to put the push. Reggie Alecki is going to sit there. This is a decent one, though, for Luminosity. They wanted to just buy a little bit of time before taking it. Effectively pushed away, though. YT's going to take it, and the counter score is already happening downstairs.
Yeah, and here we go. YT looking to get some points on the board, while at the same time, like you said, LG with the opportunity to score that bottom goal zone. 415 for Luminosity, 177 for YT. YT is going to need a pretty miraculous fight here at Rayquaza.
Yeah, they had a small hiccup in the early game, but besides that, they're doing. All right, they're kind of. Okay, speaking of hiccup.
Well, Luminosity sets a trap. They put tons of damage.
That is a very early Umbreon Unite move. That is a 230 Unite, which means they won't have that for Ray. Or, yeah, for Ray. That is also a 220 Pikachu Unite move. I don't know what's happening here.
Players down instantly. Luminosity picking a fight, setting a trap, and cashing in quickly. KO streak a 2 for Overlord.
Wow, I mean, this just looks so good for LG. They're up by so much. They just took Reggie's Steel, and they have 2 level 15 speedsters. I mean, is there a fast forward button right here? I don't know what we could do, but Team YT is in so much trouble. The amount of damage that they can output is insane. They could probably just rip this right now, take it before YT could even get into position, but it looks like they're deciding to fight.
Phantom Force trick on Overlord. You saw that using the fly to get in. They've got Hoopa to go rings unbound, pull everybody back to the middle. Slash in a hair of trouble. Sweep beating them down. Snipe shot is there. Okay, now we've got a 5v4. Is it going to be enough to fend off these 2 level 15s?
Here we go. Buzzwole moving in here, trying to find the fight. Talon landing right down. Fweeze in some trouble. Umbreon moving in, and it looks like here comes the...
Oh! The Psycho Cut Unite move claims 2 lives.
Curious buying space right on top of So Sad Sam. The fly engages there. Phantom Force back through. Snipe shots are dealing a ton of damage to Curios, but they're still managing to stand. So Sad Sam tries to go in. They're catching the receipt of a fly. Crashing on top of them is Overlord. Moving through his Otter to provide some space. We crack the Thunderstorm. Pikachu's trying to...
They're so low. They're so low.
Russ is on the chase. They're trying to find anybody here.
And they have a Hoopa Unite. So it's not even like they can...
Yeah, Luminosity able to reset.
Yeah, it's over. It's Jover. Honestly, if LG lose this, that would be the most surprising thing.
And there's one, the rings unbound. Hoopa bringing the squad through.
Coming through, popping some Unites back to back. Now we've got big stuns in the middle. They're all trapped with the Trevenant Forest Curse mark, and that's enough to get these KOs. 4 players down. It's just a Kilo to support Pikachu, who's going to get stunned. They're going to get attacked, or they're going to get KO'd, and Luminosity is going to go score.
Wow. I mean, Ray doesn't go down, running to the main goal zone right here, putting the points in. 803 to 177. Luminosity with a dominant performance, and you only have 2 bans, but boy, it feels like you can't give
Okay, it was the first game of the day. Maybe they'll play better, but when I see people... Okay. But besides the fact that they were just getting destroyed for majority of the game, and like to be fair though, guys, it's LG. Like LG is considered to be the #1 team in North America for a reason. But when they're getting destroyed majority of the game, and then on top of that, I see a team unite at 230 and get nothing done. It's like your chances of winning go from slim to basically almost non-existent. Because I see Pikachu Unite move, I see Umbreon Unite move at 230, 220, it's like, why?
Again, 177 is all that YT could score right there. It felt like they had moments. You know, they had moments throughout this, but they really just did not have the ability to take them down some of these big fights. 15 KOs for Overlord, 12 KOs for Trainer. Highest on the other side is
who knows? Maybe game 2 will go better.
I felt like Aegis Slash was actually pretty...
Tank or Umbreon in this case.
Yeah, and over to the side of LG as we get ready. Team YT is taking that second pick. Now, they lost that first game, so they had the choice there. So this is absolutely intentional. They want that second pick. Mimikyu is banned, and now Team YT gets to play this in a really interesting way because with 2 picks after that first one, they can take more of these speedsters. First ban for them is going to still be that Snorlax. This is exactly what we wrote up. Are they listening?
I sure hope so, because I'd like to see a more competitive game here in Game 2. Inteleon going to be banned, so again, cutting off, I believe it was Luis that was on that Inteleon, hitting some pretty key snipe shots. Talon, okay, we've got a lot of toys in play here. So now Luminosity can choose one of the speedsters, but YT has the opportunity to choose the other 2 of the ones that have been buffed.
Yeah, and they do decide to go with Meowscarada first. If I'm YT, I definitely want to take Absol Gengar right here. I want to get rid of it immediately. We'll see what they decide to do. And they do. Absol Gengar picked up right away. I think this is...
The team needs to pick up the Absol. They also pick up the Gengar.
They played that draft. I love this look from YT. I'm not sure if it's going to be a game-winning look from them, but I think it's a very smart way to play this.
Psyduck, Mew getting hovered, Overlord changing around. I'm not sure if I'm going Mew. I'm picking it right now. I don't think they need to. I'm afraid Luis or something might jump on it.
You know, I will let you know once I finish watching NA today. But if
Mew having the highest win rate in the tournament, and that's probably just
we'll see.
in the hands of Otter the whole time. Aquilo back to support Pikachu. Luis sliding through the roster right now.
Yeah, we're going to see how they want to run it. I think Umbreon, see, this is great, right? They're able to get Umbreon as a third pick here, so they didn't need to prio at game number 1. Aquilo on Pikachu, this hides their last pick, so they're able to make some decisions here, and oh boy, I couldn't imagine seeing Comfey come out here. You would have to switch Mew on over to Curios at that point, it feels like. Next 2 picks. We're going to see how they want to lock this in. You could be taking the Buzzwole away from the side of YT, but with Fwee and Sam already on these speedsters, I don't know if they were planning on grabbing it.
Overlord jumping onto
I have a feeling you're leaning towards EU.
Now, I'll be honest. Luis in the gutter pick. We'll see where they go. Maybe eyeing up some long range.
Oh my god, it's Mac's favorite Pokemon. It's like
finally switched up, and Miraidon, which used to be picked first in these drafts, finding themselves in the gutter.
Yeah, Miraidon feels like an interesting choice here, depending on how they want to play it. The items that are on that particular Miraidon say that this is a Charge Beam Miraidon. Overlord is going to be taking, it looks like, the Meowscarada, while Trainer actually getting the Metagross switch right here. Overlord, one of the only players that actually was playing Meowscarada sort of before it got nerfed a long time ago. I remember him running it in UCS. His Meowscarada looked pretty fantastic. He plays Flower Trick Double Team very well. However, with the new buffs, I'm not sure which version we're going to see.
You know what? I like Flower Trick still, but really you can't lose either because the character is just very, very good right now. Team YT, on the other hand, again, they are also bringing high-octane picks, and this Gengar has been the most banned Pokemon in the NA final stretch play-ins.
Gengar is always a problem. It is either way too good or not good enough, right? It's either Moist is going to make a video about it when the game launches, or no one will play it for 2 years. So we are in the point where once again a video could be made about Gengar. This thing is crazy good right now, and unlike some of the other speedsters, that a lot of speedsters have this potential, Gengar's potential to sort of KO over and over again, just the domino chain of KOs that this Pokemon can provide is absolutely insane. Even if you're doing well all match against Gengar, just one catch like that can change everything. As we head here to game number 2, Luminosity, your purple team, Team YT, your orange team. These are winners semifinals, so the winner of this is going to be heading to your winners finals here. LG 1 game away.
1 game away. You want to talk about chaining some KOs? They are definitely on YT. Going to need to do that here. Absol's early in path. That's where you want it. Buzzwole going straight at them, though. Curious following suit. A little bit of coaching, and the K opener goes to Luminosity as they...
yeah, like, every time I watch Team YouTube, it's like... Well, not even every time. This series so far, they just give them so many early kills. I don't know what it is with them. They just do not respect their lane opponents with how they play.
Now, Aquilo was, again, just trying to throw a prayer into that one, get a little bit of the experience back. Absol already resetting, going back, and maybe rotating to take some central. As Haunter rotates up and has decided to pull Aquilo with them, and they might be going to a bottom path 5-player push here.
Yeah, it looks like 5 members of YT are in the bottom path. As they move forward right here, they do catch Psyduck, deciding whether or not they want to go in, and they move in for this fight. So sad Sam with good timing on that engagement, actually dodging the headache that the Psyduck had. They're still pushing. 5 players, they got decent HP bars, and now it's just for the rest that has to contend here. Moving forward, repositions there. Otter finally rotates down. 2 players down for Luminosity. You're hoping you leave with 2 with the player advantage you have. Electro Ball chases down Umbreon, but the Electro Web down Overlord, and they're going to get knocked out by Sam. This Haunter is slowly taking over the game. As well, they're going back into a Cowboy, and now they're kind of stuck without their squad. They go down, experience back in the hands of Luminosity, and we'll see what YT does. They committed 5 players. Yeah, I mean, that was quite a fight there for YT, but they had to take it, right? With all of those players in the bottom path, they didn't want to leave with nothing. I think they did pretty well for themselves, scoring some points, but you got to give it up to Otter. I mean, one of the best Mews to ever play the game, I would say, especially here in the West. And wow, what a defense he had.
Yeah, I mean, moving in and out, you know, the Electro Ball getting KOs too is not to be understated, as the pressure that they were able to mitigate is incredibly important too. Now we're looking up top. We've got about 30 seconds until our first objectives hit the map, but YT is just going for another concerted push. Tons of damage gets put in.
Bro, why is this guy walking so close to Buzzwole? Hello?
They want to get Fui. Fui's low on HP. We're going through. Low HP is a Kilo as well. Can Slash pick up a KO? The charge beam doesn't have enough juice to get that knockout, and there's one back the other way instead.
Charge Beam's going to be really interesting in this match. I mean, they have some decent dive on the side of Luminosity, but maybe not what you'd, worry too much about, right? We don't have the Talonflame Fly. We don't have the Absol. So they're able to play at range, but there isn't a ton of HP regeneration that they're mitigating with that curse item here, as Curios just gets absolutely wrecked by YT.
Not sure what Curios was doing there. Just like, I think I'll take this Bunnelby. Nobody will care about that, right? And they absolutely caught them out. Slash is now looking at 5 players.
Oh my god, I just realized something.
Similarity defeated. And now we've got a Metagross Unite moving through. We're going to put them up in the walls, and we're going to try and do some...
I think that's the first Pursuit Absol I've seen all tournament long so far.
And now, Overlord taking the basement Reggie, going to give enough juice in the tank.
They're not playing well, but it's the first.
And protect this goal zone. We're doing it in quite miraculous fashion.
Yeah, impressive stuff right here. And you saw both players using their eject button to kind of break each other's ankles in that moment. You see Curios bounce, then you see Sam bounce right there. Very quick reaction to that. That almost went in. Be careful with that surf there, Slash. Almost pushing that into that goal zone. Midnight Slash doesn't really find anything right there. Overlord moving in with the Unite move here, just being taken down by multiple members of YT. Team YT, notice that the game is called Pokemon Unite because they are rolling as a 5-man crew everywhere they go.
Yeah, and it's working.
As soon as you say that, this guy dies.
And although the scoreboard looks weird,
I don't know if respect is the word that I'd use, but yeah, this Absol's kind of getting gapped right now.
Sam is gone. KO streak of 2 for Curios on the Buzzwole. Buzzwole has looked very strong in the face of these speed.
Bro, Luminosity came to play today. Like, they are just stomping them so damn hard.
Both games, this Buzzwole really is kryptonite for these speedsters. I mean, just able to put down so many different forms of crowd control, change the dynamic of how the speedsters want to fight. Russ looking for a moment right here. Curios getting caught once again by this coordinated fight from YT.
The scores are happening behind them, though, and YT needs to take advantage, right? They've committed everybody downstairs, but that means the rest of the map is open. Slash is looking to see what YT's gonna do. They're gonna reset. Slash at least has some vision on Fui. Oh, man, Sam missing that engagement on Trainer can't feel good because they do have Luis back in the tank behind them. Now we're popping another Unite move. Looked like out of the Metagross, tons of damage getting put down on them, and the KO is gone. Now there's 2 back the other way because Overlord finally showed up. Eject button in the middle of the Unite move is going to get 1 back. 4 players down for instantly for YT. Make it all 5. Holy smokes. Talking about turning that thing on its head.
Yeah, what a fight there from Overlord.
Jesus Christ.
Unite move, beautiful stuff right there. We saw the eject button Meowscarada Unite. I think it's an invaluable item on Meowscarada. Its Unite move is incredibly powerful, and with that eject, you can reposition not only where it's at, but the direction it is moving in, able to pick up some massive KOs as they're looking to fight on this tier 2 with only 2 members of YT here.
Yeah, well, now showing up is Sam on the back door here. We have another attempt at the Metagross Unite. We're going to see if we can go in here. Oh, Swole slam there by the Buzzwole into the back line, but it's the Buzzwole to go down first. Curios is there. The Meteors are crashing, and Miraidon is stepping up to help this defense carry through. Metagross does take care of Sam, but now Trainer has to get pushed back. 2 players down for LG. The charge beam is there.
That is a lot of experience back to Miraidon, though. I will say that. Like, what, they got...
Yeah, well, now showing up is Sam on the back door here. We have another attempt at the Metagross Unite. We're going to see if we can go in here. Oh, Swole slam there by the Buzzwole into the back line. But it's the Buzzwole to go down first. Curios is there. The Meteors are crashing. And Miraidon is stepping up to help this defense carry through. Metagross does take care of Sam, but now Trainer has to get pushed back. 2 players down for LG. The charge beam is there, finds another. 3 players down, and now it's just Otter and Slash that have to run away because that push did not materialize in the way that they wanted.
You know, I've got to say, Dude Snacks, seeing YT here, obviously they're playing into possibly the best team in the world right now. I am not shocked that they're here in our winners semifinals. This would be a brutally difficult team to beat, and even the, you know, former world champs are having a tough time against them right now. Nice double KO for the Gengar, catches 2, gets the double team right there, which is not exactly where you want to be, and he is going to go down there in the back line.
Yeah, but I mean, a decent exchange there moving forward. Gengar grabbing, I think they got both Curios and Otter in that moment. So, yeah, at least you're leaving with something. At least they're leaving with something. Whereas in game 1, they were leaving with nothing, ever.
Yeah, level-wise, I would say this is looking better for YT than it was game 1. And points-wise, it's looking better, right? They're still behind, but they're a lot closer than they were. I feel like this composition is working for them much better. Of course, not being the team that, you know, only has 1 speedster, also looking pretty good for them. As we get ready for a fight here, we have a Reggie spawning in this bottom path.
Oh my god.
Wow.
That was dirty.
Even react. I mean, poor Umbreon just getting taken to task. That was enough to scare.
Oh my god, dude. That was so...
And now they're all rotating to the middle, trying to get the position that they want heading into this Rayquaza game 2. Y2 needs it, otherwise they're dropping to the losers bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard fight for YT. They're getting ready for it right here, but it looks like Luminosity has got some super aggressive positioning. Curios could look for another pick here as they're getting far forward right now. If they decide to eject button in, we could be starting this right away. They do miss their catch there on the Umbreon. They're chasing the Gengar out, but it does peel back.
It does peel back, but Absol actually steps in. Fui uses their Unite move, that slash, and they're going to see if they can follow up here. Otter doing a great job screening in the way. Overlord cashes in. Sam is low. They have to pop their Unite move. They're underground. They're swimming for their target. They actually go in the bush. Are they going to reset? No, doesn't matter. They're going back into the action. Meanwhile, Overlord's cleaning up the trash. They're taking care of 3, but there's 4 players down. Give them all 4.
I mean, there's really not much to say, man.
Penta here is the rest of the Luminosities changing the direction where they're focusing. Here comes Overlord.
Unofficial pentakill for Overlord.
Flash on the screen. All 5 credit to the Meowscarada and Rayquaza.
I mean, I can look back at the team fight. Well, I don't even want to call it a team fight because it was just a straight up massacre. Like, I could just play it from here. Like, Pikachu and Gengar are nowhere near the bottom lane, so honestly, there's no reason for them to be this far forward. Fast forward 10 seconds, they get the Regirock. Fast forward. Okay, Rayquaza fight.
Another pick here as they're getting far forward right now. If they decide to eject button in, we could be starting this right away. They do miss their catch there on the Umbreon. They're chasing the Gengar out, but it does peel back.
It does peel back, but
So, Absol was about to get caught out, so they pop their Psycho Cut, they pop their Unite move. DPS Trainer gets to less than half, but no KOs. Tries to go for the Pursuit follow-up, just gets instantly Flower Tripped and explodes. Gengar pops their Unite move.
They have to pop their Unite move. They're underground, they're swimming for their target. They actually go in the bush, are they going to reset? No, doesn't matter. They're going back.
Umbreon tries to survive, pops the Unite move against the Meowscarada. Meowscarada picks up 4 kills.
And now Sam steps up. We might get a Penta here as the rest of the Luminosities changing the direction.
This is what you would call just a straight up team diff right here. Just straight up team diff.
I was possibly chaining KOs, but it was definitely the Paldean starter right there that absolutely crushed it here in game 2.
Gengar used their Unite move as an escape mechanism, which is unfortunate. Like, when you gotta play scared as a Gengar, I mean, like, oof.
Pokemon Unite Championship Series, here we are, the final stretch play-ins. One of these teams that wins today will lock in their spot at NAIC in New Orleans for the final stretch. We are now heading down to our losers bracket to take a look at Ignorance versus the Orange Juicers. Doob Snacks, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling pretty darn good. I mean, that was a heck of a match that we just watched between LG and YT. But Juicers, fresh off of their 3rd place finish at the AOS Cup, finally got those trophies that they've been hunting for. Are here in the losers bracket, sent down there earlier yesterday. by Revelation, and now playing against Ignorance, who has finally made it back to a top 8 from December being the last time they were able to crack that metric.
Yeah, and here we go, right into our game here. I told you this was a speedster meta, and it's a speedster broadcast as we are moving through these matches. You absolutely love to see it. First ban is over to the Juicers. They're going to ban Inteleon as well as the Talonflame. We've got an Umbreon for the side of Ignorance, and the final ban will be decided here in just a moment. Something we were talking about in our quick break here, Doopsnacks, was not being insanely surprised to see Juicers maybe moving through losers here, given that oftentimes it's their attacker play that is so phenomenal.
I agree. And who else has great play is Zugrug, specifically on the Snorlax, a Pokemon that they've played now for 4+ years. But you're giving Ignorance a lot of Pokemon that they like, and they quickly grab both of the other 2 speedsters available.
Yeah, this is really tough, right? So you have to expect, if you're the Juicers, you have to know this is what's about to like run into you here, right? Roland locking in this Psyduck, OG locking in the Zacian, and honestly, one of the biggest counters it felt like to the Juicers at the AOS Cup was losing this Zacian. So maybe with a meta that's not so focused on all rounders, OG is able to skate by and continually get their best Pokemon.
Absolutely. Is that a support Gengar? Is Screwball not really going to play this with an EXP share? Now, on the other side, Orange Juicers, of course, going back to Sableye, something that was respected so much at AOS that it was getting banned was Roland Sableye. So that's something I have to just keep an eye on here, is actually Flareon's locks it in. Zugrug might be playing an attack Snorlax here. Roland playing the Psyduck, Flareon's on the Sableye. So, Orange Juicer's going deep.
I mean, yeah, you got 2 supports.
Dude, I mean, I'm excited to
And
see
you're
it.
probably not going to go special attack Psyduck or attacker Sableye. So this is going to be a Flail Axe from Zugrug.
Are not good for a meta, and they're like, look, man, you got to play the Gremlin or something. We don't know what you're going to do here. As Flareon actually switches over to the Psyduck. Zugrug.
So we got top lane Zacian, I'm assuming, Leafeon jungle, and Snorlax bottom with Flail. And then whatever support goes down with them.
Snorlax, but at the same time, they could absolutely still be playing, heavy slam blocks, setting up some huge moments for the squad.
Man, I think if you're dropping the EXP share, you're looking to run at the opponent. So I think Zugrug is going to model what we were seeing a little bit earlier today from Bruv. Try and get big, like you said, raise that HP pool and go in straight flailing, arms waving and running right at Ignorance.
Well, you gotta, imagine when you are playing Flail Snorlax, your HP pool really helps you, right? The lower you are able to run, because we're seeing in the game.
Banned a whole bunch, but the focus has to be on these speedsters. So Snorlax gets to run wild.
Here we go, heading up to the top path right here. We see OG, and of course the little gremlin making their way across the map. I hope we get to watch that a little bit as they're going to head towards the central area of Ignorance and try to steal some of this experience away. And OG cleaning up a little as we head down to the bottom path right here to see Flareon's playing support for Zugrug, who is going to stack up.
Yeah, well, these two are used to playing together in the bottom path, used to playing pretty darn well, so I can imagine they've got decent communication. I think they're going to be okay, Cowboy, as now finally there's a pivot in the middle by Ignorance to try and cover Roland, who is just putting so much stress on them in the central area.
Yeah, they're looking for the secure right here. Another great secure.
Ooh, Leafeon got KO.
Another point over to Zugrug.
Ooh, Sableye and Leafeon both died in the jungle on the enemy side. You didn't get to see it, but it happened.
Right there. Soup Chef able to steal that one away.
I don't want to understate, in this exchange while we were downstairs, we actually saw both, I believe it was Kratos and Roland get knocked out by the Ghastly on the other side, and Absol. So Ignorance was able to get the K openers in this one and try and get Absol ahead. And that's going to be crucial. As we know, those things can take over the game if they are just a hair in advance.
I want to point out, this is the EXP share Gengar that we saw earlier, and Zoinks just messaging me in the chat saying it also has a Rocky helmet, by the way. So, we're doing things out here.
Yeah, Screwball not afraid to throw a curveball or two down the pike. A real jump.
I wonder if they're going to go... Well, I assume they're probably going to go Dream Eater.
As, we saw Flareon's trying to drag everybody's attention.
Just for a little bit of utility, but I could be wrong.
With that Mystical Fire, Sylveon going to get a KO credited to them.
Yeah, very scary right now. We have level 6 already for this Snorlax here. Biggest thing on the map, tied with the Leafeon, Absol, Buzzwole. Really tough to deal with here. OG in some trouble right now. Protein Shake just coming on up here with the Pursuit Absol, ripping through the juicers.
I mean, you're seeing what Absol can do, and now you look at Protein, they're level 7. Their only thing matching them right now is the Snorlax, Zugrug, but those two have not really crossed paths yet. So until they start to
They busted out the Rocky helmet.
Level advantage for these two Pokemon, and they need to flex it a little bit.
Here we go. Screwball looking for the KO here on Flareon's. It's going to be super annoying. Surfing around. Here comes Screwball looking to possibly hit. Look, I'm in absolute waste.
Oh, it's a Hexgar.
Right,
It's not even Dream Eater, it's Hexgar.
The Will-O-Wisp finally catching them, grabbing the berry here, and these two are just in jail right now. I don't know what they're doing.
The fact that Flareon's has full HP, grabbed both berries, never even touched Screwball, so he never had the opportunity to take the berries back for themselves. Finally, a 3v1, tons of damage put in. They're looking to score his Ignorance downstairs. Now, OG needs to take over with the Zacian, something that was so ban-worthy against the Orange Juicers. It seemed to debilitate them when they didn't have it, and now they've got a 3-person push, a quick KO, and they've got a goal zone that's going to get some damage done to it.
I know it's over, but how did he get out of that? how did he actually make his way through the entire enemy side of Ignorance? And now he's up here on this fight. Regieleki getting very low right now. The Midnight Slash stopping any more scores from happening with the 5 points do go in. Reggie getting low, and it is secured by Juicers.
All right, big wood hammer there, taken by Juicers. We're gonna have to use some KOs. Protein Shake coming alive, 3 KOs.
Damn, they were so low too.
Goes down, but not without taking the tree. And now Screwball's low, but
I don't know how I feel about the support
it's gonna put a block
Hexgar though.
Punched in the back of the head by Goop as they're moving forward here. They're doing their best, and they are slamming Zugrug around. Can't really join the fight where they want to, and maybe that's just enough time that Ignorance needed.
You know, I know a lot's been said about this meta, but some of these matches today have been some of like the most fun matches I've seen on broadcast in a hot minute, I've got to say.
Correct.
This is really exciting. So I get it. They do need to nerf these speedsters a bit, but this is crazy chaotic and super fun. And you're still seeing top teams play at an insanely high level. Nice catch there by Neon, able to get the KO and put some points in as we have Zug in some trouble in the central area right here. Big time power nap. Oh my gosh, call an ambulance, but not for Zugrug as 2 go down.
I mean, Screwball able to avoid that simply by popping their Unite move, fading back towards their goal zone, and is enough of a presence to send Roland and Flareon's running away. Roland just going to grab all the change they can. They're going to start stressing the scoreboard.
Speed share does get movement speed.
You can see here, 123.
Yeah.
Very close for these two teams, and a lot of that is because of what Neon.
I don't think that's what they're using it for, but sure.
Keeping this match close. Screwball looking for a possible 15 right here, able to get it. Scoring in that goal zone, an unnecessary hex, but a hex nonetheless, as we do have 40 points right into the top tier 2 from Roland. It looks like Leafeon's up there as well with another 12.
Aeon's positioned to get caught here, and they do. Tons of damage goes in. They're able to dart away somehow. Goop with the coverage, Screwball with the rotation over top of him, and just a Gengar's presence is enough to make the Orange Juicers react. Screwball still hanging on tight here. Finally, they go down. Moving back to the middle, Regirock is there.
Damn, look at that combo.
Slam is in. Zugrug getting
Oh my.
KO streak on 3. Regirock's getting eviscerated. Straight to score is the Juicers and gives Zugrug a
These guys just got bear pod, man.
Come on, dude. What is going on here? I mean, you're giving Zugrug this absolute raid boss of a Snorlax, and he is dominating this match here. 251, 124. OG looking very good on that comfort pick of Zacian. I do wonder if you take that away from OG, what you would get here. But of course, in this meta, there are just so many valuable Pokemon that it feels like you need to be targeting right now as we head up towards this Regieleki. Multiple members of Ignorance looking for a fight, but Orange Juicers are ready to go.
Roland looking to engage, help the engage. Humble 2-step is out. Kratos wants a KO on Goop. Can they clutch it out? They do take the Regieleki while they're getting some knockouts to boot. Moving forward, the Razor Leaf is down. Screwball now is running away. The chase continues, and they're going to get this knockout, I think, fairly easily. Credit to the Leafeon, credit to the Zacian for the Gengar. Neon is standing on pad here, looking down. A level 13 Snorlax who blocks in the Regieleki, and now they have an opportunity for a big overdunk. No, they just shut it down.
Is there any reality that Zugrug gets to play this next season?
Bro, this is so funny to watch, man.
Tournament. I mean, this
They
is
can't deal with the Snorlax.
Yeah, it's wild work, and I think Zugrug knows it, so they're trying to take advantage of this moment. So they're like, yeah, might not get this one again. Now, Scribblenut finally goes in. This to support Gengar has been a look for sure, but I haven't really seen him cashed in much value at this time. Soup goes down on the tree, and now Juicers are really taking it to him.
One thing I do like about this is they're kind of using like a lot of the build that actually doesn't care as much about having as much XP as the other, right? You've got the Sludge Bomb that does max HP damage, and you've got Hex that gives you a lot of iframes and can kind of rip through your opponents and objectives a bit. So they're definitely playing Gengar in a really interesting way here. I'm just not sure that the EXP share maybe was necessary. You'd probably still want it to have some experience.
Yeah, at least some amount. Look at that long-range Flareon's flank, the 40 Eos Energy Psyduck, as we've got 5 minutes till Rayquaza, and Ignorance is going to need it.
You said 5 minutes, but I think you mean 5 seconds right here.
Oh, look at that.
Bottom tier 2. They're going to put the points.
They're giving up Rayquaza for the back caps.
Right now, Snorlax, the one player trying to stop it here. Zugrug with the block. Ray is going to go down to the side of Ignorance, but Juicers have already scored 560 points as they can head back and try to defend right here. One shield broken.
Wow, you haven't seen that type of play in forever.
So a good look and a good read by the Orange Juicers immediately.
Like back in the remote stadium, like that. This used to happen so often, but
and Ignorance is going to have to find
it doesn't happen as
they do have a couple shields still existing, but those aren't going to be long for this world, as now the Juicers can turtle up a little bit and defend.
Yeah, now you can see multiple members of Ignorance. There's a lot they need to do, right? They need to find Eos Energy so they can score with their shields, but they also need to charge some Unite moves on their powerful Pokemon, like Protein is clearly...
Yeah, so back in remote stadium, I remember, like, people would give up Zapdos voluntarily just to get a back cap. Like, they would trade. Because you can't score multiple times, you can only score one time. So, like, if you're winning... It'd be like, okay, who cares about Zapdos? Just score. And then you would just trade caps, and you'd still be in the lead. In Rayquaza, like, on Thea Sky Ruins, people don't really do that, just because if you get the shield, you can score multiple times if you keep it. But, yeah, they lost some of their shields, and on top of that, they just didn't have the points either.
To score, and it just looks like there really is not much they can do here. Moving in with Jupiter, possibly looking for a quick score. They do score onto this tier 2 goal zone, but again, 632 to 336. There just aren't enough points. There's not enough Eos energy, and the Juicers just played that so phenomenally well. And I mean, salute to the Snorlax, because I don't think we're seeing Zug on that again.
What's it doing ranked? Back cap ignore Ray. I'm noting this.
That is a mistake.
Yeah. Exactly, man.
Snorlax was a dominating factor, and it didn't look like Ignorance had much in the way of a response to it. So if I were them, I'd eliminate it from the equation.
I know that was, I mean, when you look at that composition, it was kind of wild, a little, I don't know. It felt like a little wild from the Juicers, a little silly almost. It felt like
that support Gengar did nothing that game.
One thing
it did nothing
about the Juicers that always makes me feel like they're close, but they're not there as like the world champion team. Is I feel like they don't have a lot of moments like this where they can really switch things up. A lot of different looks that you'd see a team like LG or maybe Fennel.
Got it back cap at Zapdos? See, you're already learning from the best. Look at the pro players, man.
How skillful they are as a team and what kind of different strategies they can bring to the game. I'm really impressed with the Juicers in that game 1.
Yeah, it looked great, right? And they asked a lot of questions of Ignorance going into game 2. Can you leave Zugrug on the Snorlax? Are you just going to allow OG to have his comfort pick in this Zacian, which they are currently playing at a different level as compared to the rest of the Pokemon in their repertoire? And then you just have to deal with Kratos, who's really just kind of good on all of these speedster-type Pokemon.
He supported the other team? Who's the other? Which team?
Find when you have a tournament or maybe some results that kind of go in the opposite direction is finding the confidence to...
Snorlax not available for the Juicers. Of course, they are able to...
Okay, I really hope they don't do support Gengar again, because that shit was kind of cringe, and they didn't do anything.
Kratos has been great on Absol for a while, so this is a scary, scary Pokemon to see.
It really is. It really is. And a good way to facilitate Kratos is, of course, Flareons. Again, Ender stating.
Let's go.
Okay. Oh, right. Ignorance putting a couple wins in the column of the Gudra statistics.
I don't have his name, but the potion guys build are frying me. Bro won the match with potion XP Darkrai. I know if I saw this in my team in ranked, I'd be fuming.
And Ignorance doing Ignorance things, which I'll tell you what, I'm a big fan of, Cowboy.
Yeah, okay, so these next two picks are really interesting. Right?
Oh yeah, XP share Ninetales, boys.
We saw it actually work pretty well for the Juicers in some previous tournaments, right? I feel like, if I'm remembering right, it gave LG some trouble when they were running this Pokemon, so I could see something like this happening. Final pick over to Ignorance. We're going to see what they want to slot in here. Glaceon would be kind of interesting, although Absol does make Glaceon's day pretty miserable. Espeon, on the other hand, with that Unite move that kind of counters something jumping at it, feels pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. And you're taking a look here. There is no full heal or anything on Kratos. So, you know, that's going to be a decent opportunity for a catch. As I'm looking across the way, I know that we're in a speedster meta, but this game feels somehow less chaotic than the last one. I don't even know if that's true, but it just feels that way.
Well, I think when you don't have an EXP share Gengar, I mean, things always feel a little less chaotic, I've got to say. Flareon's right here. One thing that, you know, some of these speedsters really hate is walking towards an Alolan Ninetales, because, man, if you walk towards an Alolan Ninetales and you get face checked with Blizzard Avalanche, you are in
Oh no, never mind. It's not XP share Ninetales.
Ignorance decides to play this. This time, obviously, they were focused.
They're going the traditional attacker Ninetales.
Gengar onto that Meowscarada. They're gonna have to deal with the Absol on the other side.
Insulate Meowscarada and Gengar.
Well, here we go, heading into game number 2 here. Orange.
This is what the future looks like. XP share Ninetales. No, I'm just kidding. It was a thing before. Trust me, I've seen it all. I've seen XP share Charmander. I've seen XP share Crustle. I've seen XP share Blastoise. XP share Gudra, Trevenant, Mewtwo, Y. What else? What other stupid stuff? XP share Machamp, XP share Gengar. I've seen XP share freaking Cinderace. And I'm talking about competitive play. I'm not even talking about solo queue. Like, I think I've seen it all, man.
Real estate that you can give them, they will take. And now Protein Shake, tons of pressure being put on them by Roland, able to secure there, but level 4 and tons of damage on them. They have to run away as Kratos kicks us off with the K opener on the Goomy.
Yeah, Kratos to the bottom path right here. It can now run top if it can make it in time. However, OG going down in that top path. Roland really slowing down the Gengar. It is going to get its level 5 off of its red buff right now, and it's going to try to run to the top path as quickly as it can. Screwball in some trouble right here. The pursuit looking for a KO. Absol able to pick up one.
Now coming through is the Haunter. Protein Shake steps up, misses their engagement, gets KO'd by OG back the other way. You hate to see it. And now Goomy goes down again. So, yes, well...
The poor little tree tried to run away, guys.
Opportunity within their draft to contend with what the Juicers are doing. They need a lot of time and experience to get this thing online.
And take a look here. Flareon's almost level 6 in this bottom path, which gives you the Blizzard Avalanche combination. You get Blizzard at level 6 there. Roland just doing an amazing job of stalling this Gengar on the side of Ignorance.
Oh, I mean, that's they've just been on a time-eating mission this whole time. Going into the engagement on OG, they're going to need the support of everybody rolling in, rolling up. From the central area, going to see what kind of pressure they can put on as they try to cheekily steal the Bunnelby there and walk away.
I wonder, is there any player that gets to have more fun in a match of Unite than Roland from the Juicers? I mean, truly one of the most annoying things to deal with ever. He must just be cackling the entire time.
Okay, hold on. We had a big pursuit here on Protein Shake.
Oh my god.
And Protein, with the support of Neon, was able to turn it around and get themselves 2 big KOs and tons of experience. That's a great look for Ignorance.
Yeah, that was really nice for Ignorance. Obviously, Absol going down there is huge. They're able to secure that. That's a level 7 on the side of the Juicers, but level 7 on the side of Ignorance as well for their attacker, Espeon.
Yeah, now it's for me, I'm looking at Jupiter, right? When will this Meowscarada become relevant? OG steps in, but taking all of the damage for that is, of course, the body double of Goop. Screwball not standing in there, level 5. They'd like to get to Blastoise quickly here, getting pulled back and surf through.
I believe so. I believe so. They haven't been penning the camera much to Absol to begin with. But I know last game it was Pursuit. Yes, Pursuit. There you go.
The Juicers start to rip this apart right here. Registeel very, very low. We're going to see if we can get a secure. No, nothing from the side of Ignorance. Psyshock doesn't make it happen. We actually expend the Unite move, but you know what? It's a big objective. Juicers take it.
Yeah, right. I mean, use it, secure it. Don't leave it up to chance. Make sure you're leaving with that experience, with that buff to see where else you can find equity on the map. Goopiter going through, throwing the body double to OG. As Scribblenut tries to cut it off. Here comes Kratos. Damage being put in, surfed into the wall, stunned. Protein shake with the cover, and it's going to let Screwball to get out here. But are they going to be able to get a knockout back the other way? We're moving Gengar and Meowscar out of here. Neon pops their Unite move just to catch Roland, and now Goopiter and Protein have to seal that up. They're caught.
Damn.
Bang, bang. 3 players knocked out instantly, and that's all off the back of Roland with that psychic.
Those combos right there from the Juicer, that boom bop, boom bop, boom bop, bang. Alolan Ninetales Unite move takes out multiple members there. Beautiful plays, and you saw them, you know, steal basically the Unite from Espeon right there. They feinted like the Absol was going to move in. They didn't. They peeled back. All it caught was Roland. Amazing stuff here, and now Blastoise in some trouble. Only level 8. It can't Unite move to get away from that.
No, they do get the quick knockout as it was spinning on top. Protein Sheet goes into
Oh. So one thing, guys, when you play Hex Gengar, this is what you have to be mindful of right here. I'll show you when it plays. Second.
Trouble. Only level 8. It can't Unite move to get away from that.
Like, you cannot auto aim when you have so many people nearby you. So obviously, you know they're trying to hex the Regieleki, right? So they were hiding in the bush, they sludge bombed the Regieleki, they landed the first hex, but then, shortly after,
no, they do get
like, I don't know if they did that on purpose, but I'm pretty sure they auto-aimed that stuff. Like, they tried to auto-aim it, and then it teleported to, what do you call it? Psyduck, and then they lost their reset because they're not hitting the target with the poison. And then what's even worse is that it goes in.
Targets back the other way. KO streak of 2, credit of 2, and at least
that is rough.
Sort out Flareons before Zugrug comes in with a Horn Leech and throws in their 30 banger.
Dang, look at this right here. 251 to 0 right now for the Juicers. I mean,
not a lot of points.
Yeah, not a lot of points. I mean, when you really
not a lot of points.
It's almost double Ignorance right here. Maybe even almost 2.5 times as many points. Just really difficult stuff for Ignorance to deal with. I thought the Snorlax was tough, but I mean, really what's crazy here is this Absol. Wow.
It's possible.
Finally, the Goodra is
it's possible.
We'll see if that actually makes a difference here, because they did pick it kind of in the middle of their draft. So if it doesn't find any value now that you have it online, I don't know what you're doing with it. Regice is here. We go for the secure. It is taken by Neon. Well done. Now Protein Shake taking tons of damage, engaging into the backside. Going to try and get a KO there. Protein's getting chased down by OG. Hydro Typhoon kicks up. Doesn't really feel like it found any targets here, as now we're just spin pumping on top of the players of OJ, getting 2 KOs. Pressure is on. Pressure continues. Finally, Roland shows up. Surfs on top of Screwball. Screwball's still staying in the front line here, giving Ignorance the opportunity to retreat, but did they overstay their welcome? We're about to find out, as Orange Juicer's going to let them off the hook.
Yeah, it looks like they are. They're just going to let them peel away from that. Still not a single point for Ignorance, but actually a fight that they can feel pretty proud of right there. A nice fight. They were able to take down the Juicers at an objective. The pursuit kind of bringing them in here. Blizzard Avalanche catches, but right there, that's the Hex Gengar, and they're looking to see how they want to make this play, just scaring them away from this. Regieleki getting low, huge secure there with the final part of that Unite move. Nice stuff from Ignorance.
Now, trying to follow through and find more KOs was Ignorance, but they just leave with OG. Neon peeling back. Roland is trying to put the pressure on. As Regieleki
the speedsters on the side of Ignorance just seem so underwhelming right now. Like, I'm not saying that just because they're losing. Like, even last game is the same thing. Last time around they went support Gengar. This time around they're playing normal traditional build Gengar, but it just doesn't seem like they have a lot of like impact on this game. But getting a kill like that is obviously very nice.
Able to take down the Goodra, but that's a good trade. You got the level 13 Absol.
Yeah, just giving up the Goodra isn't bad at all there, right? Especially since it was just to Flareons. Now Flareons is again getting pressure put on them by this Pumpstoise here, spinning and using Hydro Pump. OG putting
Gengar picks up another kill too. That's huge.
Screwball not able to take care of Zug, and it looks like we're gonna get a
it's too bad they can't overcap there, but they scored 100, which is huge.
They're back on the scoreboard a little bit. Still 251 for the Juicers, but 100 points now for Ignorance. Actually, with a decent position right here. Able to take Reg Ice. Gengar's level 13. I mean, things are really coming back in for Ignorance, and it does feel like they've been slowly clawing their way back into game number 2 here. They're going to need it. 20 seconds until Rayquaza, and if they don't win this one, it's all over for Ignorance.
Quickly positioning is Juicers and Ignorance right now. We're going to see how they decide to go with this engagement. You know, we've got kind of a pseudo flank by Protein Shake. Are they going to be the ones to kick this thing off?
Yeah, we're going to see who wants to start this right here. Zugrug getting some damage put on.
Oh my damage!
Zug goes down immediately.
And now all of a sudden, Scribblenaught gets the agency to run forward. Roland is there.
They may go for the rip here.
The other way.
That less than half. Gengar popped their Unite move.
Eject on top of Flareons. They get kicked up. And now we're going to keep going through. We see the health bars going down. Roland is buckled. There goes Flareons as well. Rayquaza is there. Kratos is just going for the steal. They're popping your Unite move, but it's too late. Ignorance gets it.
Damn, Daniel.
Only down by 151. The Dex of the Gen 1 Pokemon Dex. I said that twice. That was awful.
Jesus.
To the Gen 1 Pokemon Dex as the Dex moves towards this Tier 1. That's a part of the Dex. That's 100, which is a good portion of that Dex. Another Hundo Dex into this Tier 2. That's going to be 251 to 300. That's almost a double Dex.
How many decks can we
It's still a close game. 251 to 300? Technically not over yet.
As now Ignorance, what a showdown and a catch.
Oh, they didn't get the Meowscarada. That is unfortunate.
Go, go, go. They put the pressure on, got some quality follow-up KOs. We saw Roland fall, then Flareon. Kratos just had to hang out and try and make a prayer play. Not enough. Ignorance taken here game 2. It is close, but they do have the opportunity to win themselves.
Yeah, this
game.
This is really interesting right here. They have 1 shield left. They have to watch this home goal zone, but you know, they are
Oh my god!
really close in this match. Nice big KO.
Bro!
Yeah,
this game.
This is really interesting right here. They have 1 shield left. They have
Okay,
to watch
well.
this home goal zone, but
If it wasn't okay, I said it wasn't over, and to be fair, it's only a 49-point difference. Well, when I saw that, okay, it's over now. Did they see that?
To win themselves.
Wait, let me see. Hold on, wait.
this is really interesting right here. They have 1
The
shield
Gudra saw them.
The
Gudra saw them.
But you know,
Oh my god. It's literally Psyshock and the passive 100 to freaking 0. Jesus Christ, that must feel so bad.
nice big KO right there. It looks like the Juicers are in a little bit of trouble. They are going to assault this Tier 1 goal zone.
Okay, but like, let's back up for a second. Hold on.
Is Juicers and Ignorance right now. We're going to see how they decide to go with this engagement. You know, we've got kind of a pseudo flank by Protein Shake. Are they going to be the ones to kick this thing off?
Yeah, we're going to see who wants to start this right here. Zugrug getting some damage put on.
I mean, it's okay. So here's the thing: it's not like Zugrug was super overextended. Like, I always refer to it like this. Okay, keep in mind. So when I look at the map, you just split it right down the middle. Whoops, hold on. You split it right down the middle like a pizza. Okay, just split it right down. Think of it like that. Okay, like he's technically on his side. It's just that the enemy team is willing and able to just catch him out of position. And despite him not being like that far out, he just got melted. Like 100 to 0 melted. You can't even, like, unless you have full heal or like a Blissey to like cleanse you or whatever, like he's not even able to input anything. Like he's mashing his left trigger, he's mashing his Horn Leech, he's mashing his Wood Hammer, but none of his skills are activating because he's just stunned. Like he's a dunzo, finito. Like what did he get hit with? Let me see.
Flanked by Protein Shake. Are they going to be the ones to kick this thing off?
Okay.
Who wants to start this?
Stunned by the Gudra. Stunned by, like, literally stunned by the Gudra. Stunned by the Meowscarada double team clone. Stunned by the Psyshock. There's the, I think the Flower Trick as well. Espeon hit the passive as well. And, I think Psybeam?
Getting some damage put on them. And actually,
And Gengar was there, but they didn't even get an assist. It was just straight up deleted.
Goes down immediately.
sudden, Scribblenaught gets the agency to run forward. Roland is there, puts some Psychic down. Surf back the other way. Nobody's knocked out yet. Hydro Typhoon eject on top of Flareons. They get kicked up, and now we're going to keep going through. We see the health bars going down. Roland is buckled. There goes Flareons as well. Rayquaza is there. Kratos is just going for the steal. They're popping your night move, but it's too late. Ignorance gets it, and now they're going to...
It was the late steal attempt from Kratos, I think, or the Absol. Yeah, that was...
After that, it just became go.
That was painful.
Put the pressure on, got some quality fall. Yeah, I think the Juicers are...
But I mean, all things considering,
you know, not specifically Flareons, but they've been playing...
Ignorance did a good job of getting back into the game, though. I will say that. Like, it looked like Orange Juicers were gonna run away with that game, but then somehow, like, Ignorance flipped the switch, and they're like, okay, we want to win now, guys. It's time to go.
Umbreon, obviously, a powerful defender / supporter, essentially. While you have Blastoise, that's been looking pretty good in, you know, in really any look for Blastoise. You don't see a ton of Rapid Spin, Water Spout, but besides that, just about everything you see from Blastoise is pretty amazing. Final 2 picks here to the Juicers. We're going to see how they want to round out this roster.
Man, we might see it. This is a pretty traditional OJ setup here. If we go Blissey, Tree, that in of itself, you know, says, you know, we're trying to drag this thing back to the middle, maybe play a little bit less in the deep waters that Ignorance likes to live in, and see if we can play a little bit more into our style, the traditional NA Orange Juicer style.
Well, you know, one thing that we saw that was really interesting earlier, if Flareon sits on Duck, which they looked pretty incredible on Duck in Game 1, we could see Zugrug playing sort of very similar to this Snorlax, just using Trevenant as sort of that heavy carry Pokemon in the bottom path. And we see the items being switched up right now. We've got an attack weight, weakness policy. It looks like Assault Vest on Tree. One big reason for Assault Vest, obviously, if you look at the other side of the board there, if they are playing...
I mean, just looking at both team compositions on paper, the one person I'm going to be focused on throughout this entire game is the... Like, obviously, the damage dealers are important. I'm going to be looking at the Umbreon. Because the Umbreon is going to be a crucial part in this team composition to see whether or not they're able to effectively utilize their Unite move to steal away the Blissey Unite or the Trevenant Unite, like their shield, if not, and or both. And if they don't do that, if they can at least do one, then obviously that's going to be like a big problem for me.
You are eating an entire hit of damage from the...
But yeah, Orange Juicers have a relatively low damage. Like,
and that's going to be critical, right? Because Zugrug's going to be leading the charge.
Most of their damage is coming from Absol and Zacian. But you got 2 melee users, so we'll see if they'll be able to pull it off or not.
I think Aegislash has just been very good from pre-Aos Cup till today. I think it services different aspects of the game incredibly well. So it never feels like it's a wasted pick grabbing Aegislash.
No, it doesn't at all. And, you know, when you take a look at some of the picks on the side of Juicers, one that I thought was interesting was seeing the Blissey with the special attack specs, which leads me to believe that we are going to be seeing a soft boiled Blissey. A lot of the times it feels like when you're playing against this Inteleon, you just need multiple ways to heal your team out of these huge snipe shots that it can hit you with, right? So we've got the Assault Vest so that you can have that front line eat the snipe shots, and then after that, if anyone gets...
Good old Unite Bots, good old Unite Bots.
Able to heal them as we head here to game number 3.
It's an excuse not to play solo queue for the day. But I'll be back tomorrow.
Losers quarterfinals. Both of these teams are still alive in this tournament, but in 10 minutes that will not be the case because the loser will be heading home.
And quickly putting pressure on his OG. They're trying to send OG back to the Pokemon Center here. Low on HP. That's going to open up the gate for Jupiter to get a stack in. Now slowly peeling back. And of course it's Roland. That was on a crosstown shootout mission as they are just putting pressure on whoever they can at any point in the game they can. Quickly evolving though is Jupiter ready to go.
Well, that was a really interesting decision there from Roland. I think they thought they could make a...
How's it going, Pabs? You said it has that login with Dread. It's okay. You just keep a positive mindset and it'll get better. I heard that once. It never worked for me, though.
Roland just got knocked out. There's a bunch of players stepping up here for Ignorance. 3 players to be exact. Jupiter bails out, and Scribblenaught is last. Just trying to see what they could get away with, which wasn't much. Here comes Kratos. They're gutting on top of Protein Shake. They're trying to crack these 2 swords, and they are successful with the help of OG.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. We now have Roland. They are evolved into Blissey right here. If we take a look at the bottom path, Zugrug. Oh my gosh, what happened down here? Level 6?
Jesus
Level
Christ!
5 on the other side. This is absolute devastation for Ignorance in the bottom path.
Yeah, Drizzle finally evolving.
Oh, they went soft-boiled? Boo! Where's the safeguard helping hand? Where's the easy button?
Whatever the heck they've been doing so far this game. 62-4 on the scoreline, but things feel like it's slowly.
Oh my god, look at Zugrug, bro.
Zug is coming unglued.
I mean, this is a different look from Zug.
Bro, this guy's just having a field day down there. What happened?
Very calm, very chill.
Oh my god!
Definitely one of the best in North America, no question, possibly in the world. But this is carry Zugrug. This is evil Zugrug.
I mean, it's working.
Evil Zugrug has been unleashed. All you have to do is, you just put the kid in the dark, take the light bulb off, and they just absolutely go maniacal on these 2 squads. Nice engagement by OG. Pressure on Jupiter, following up his Flareons and Roland, looking to see if there's an opportunity. See if they can bait somebody in.
Wait, what? Dude, I was focused on the train, then I'm hearing Dupe Snacks talking about turning off the lights on the kids. I'm like, what?
And that's a KO
Jesus.
on a Squirtle that has been unable to evolve. But the pressure from Ignorance they try to mount is completely cut short by the Juicers.
Yeah, really nice stuff from the Juicers. They're going to move towards this tier 1. A lot of opportunities to take this here. Jupiter can't even really act like they're going to fight at it. They know if they move in, they're going down. Regieleki, easy secure here for the Juicers. That could push towards the tier 2. We have Kratos at level 10 right now, deciding whether or not they want to go home. And this really could be a good place to push. The only problem...
Oh, Zugrug's rotating. Are they going to go for the push?
Right here, Kratos getting caught. We could have the Unite move right here from the Absol, and we do.
Yeah, and they needed that just to try and get out of jail here.
Damn.
So now
Damn.
this push, which now everybody.
Damn. Okay, Zugrug, pop off. Damn. And it went into. Sheesh. Yo. Zugrug angry, man. Hulk smash. And they got the bottom Reggie too.
As that goes straight on top of Flareons, everybody's into the action now. Ignorance is trying to hang tough, but it's becoming so difficult. Zugrug is being relentless. Maniacal Zugrug indeed,
my god!
Indeed, my friend. The pad stays standing as the Roland's still trying
Bro, if Juicers lose this game, Zugrug is probably gonna spiral into depression. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, he's legit just stomping these guys 1v9.
Now, that top goal zone left at only 14, if I was looking at that right, which means you can sneak in there kind of at any moment.
Okay.
Tier 2 and set up a lot of opportunities to win the game here. I do think they may have, like, unlocked another level here for OJ, and it's carry Zugrug. He is absolutely monstrous in these games.
Oh my Jesus, bro.
He is just standing there.
They are just not respecting the tree. This guy, how many kills does, like, actually, deadass, how many kills does this guy have? I need them to pull up the scoreboard for, like, 1 second.
As they're stepping up, but everybody knows that it's the Trevenant leading the charge right now.
Yeah, Trev just sets up so many huge moments. We have Regieleki in 10 seconds here on the top path. Obviously, Ignorance doesn't want them to take this, but they also kind of want to watch this goal zone because at any moment...
I really wish Blissey went safeguard this game.
While this fight is going on, they're positioned for that, and they're also positioned to see what the Juicers are going to do right here. Jupiter in a lot of trouble right now, uses their Unite move. Kratos has to peel back. Ooh, gets caught by the Sacred Sword.
Nice coverage by Protein. They needed that knockout here. Bliss assistance on Trevenant, their front. Another United.
Hey, Umbra. Hey, I saw that Umbreon Unite move. He didn't get the Bliss assistance or the Tree Unite. Bad Umbreon. Bad.
Trevenant Hornleech is back, trying to get Scribblenaught down. Protein Shake wide guards there. and the curse is out. Horn Leech push, and now they're just going to start A-pressing each other a little bit. As now it's another Horn Leech back. Is OG ever going to step into the fray? They've got the personnel advantage if they want it. Quickly dispatches Goopiter. Bang, they're gone. Neon gets collapsed on as well, as all of Ignorance is split up, so they've decided to work on Regieleki. Here's another Horn Leech by Zug. Snipe shot goes wide. Boosted auto.
Oh, the egg.
Because why not?
I mean, what an incredible secure there from Juicers. One thing I will say, Ignorance wasted enough time to make this not a super worthwhile Regieleki for anybody here. So given that that was secured right at basically the 4-minute mark, we will not see another one here for Rayquaza, which does shut down this game-winning play of a Regieleki walking into the main goal zone of Ignorance. They must be breathing a sigh of relief right now about that. However, they have to remember how poorly this match is going for them everywhere else. 319 to 4 right now.
They're up 315 points. God damn, bro. These guys are getting clapped.
Crazy back cap flank and let Ignorance actually take Rayquaza for free. So Ignorance really needs to shrink this lead in this next minute to really try and put themselves on even footing with the Juicers going into that final Rayquaza.
Yeah, here we go. 1 minute until Ray. Only a level 11 on our Meowscarada, just ticking over to 12 here. Our Sword also at 12. Zugrug right now, quietly almost level 14. Well, I say quietly. I guess that's not true. He's just been absolutely demonic in their face all game. Evil Zugrug is here, and he's dominated game 1 and 3 of this series.
He really has, right? Just take the light bulb off, let him run roughshod with whatever defender they want, and it seems to be working out for the Juicers. We've got 25 seconds until Rayquaza, and Ignorance is down by 315 points.
Yeah, really stressful for Ignorance here. Now, obviously, they have a little time. The Juicers don't need to do anything right now. The Juicers are in a very comfortable position. Both teams, although are not comfortable given that this is game 3, neither one wants to lose Ray here. We have 5 seconds until Rayquaza. Zugrug taking that forward position. If they catch someone from Ignorance, they can take a big fight right here.
That's a level 11 Blastoise, bro. Oh my god.
Here and sealing what they can find for the side of Ignorance. Those are the snipe shots we talked about being healed by the soft boiled.
Yeah, and of course that Assault Vest coming in. Nice long-range hit, though, but Roland is not letting Zugrug off the hook, right? They're going to make sure that they are staying with them part and parcel, as Goopiter's going to double team in, see if it's worthy of an engage there. Scribblenauts is just getting space, as we haven't engaged quite yet.
I mean, Ignorance needs to make the play, and the Juicers know this. They are in a great position here, and with the soft-boiled, the snipe shots aren't able to whittle down the defenses of the Juicers enough. It looks like this may...
They're running out of time here. They gotta make something happen. Whether it be an engage or start pulling Rayquaza, like, they gotta do something.
For the side of the Juicers.
The less time they have to work with, the worse it is for them, considering they're down 315 points.
They can just move right back.
They're trying to go straight after Zugrug put the flower trick on. Protein Shake doesn't quite get the engagement. The curse is there, and they're peeling back. Gonna pick up Speedberry.
Zugrug engages.
The Trevenant Unite move. Horn Leech into the middle. We're gonna spin to try and create some separation. Umbreon Unite is out right back on top. Hydro Typhoon.
Oh my god. They just got deleted.
The damage has been done. There, but it's not gonna be enough. Just Neon hanging out.
Bye-bye. Oh my god.
And now they're gonna start working on Rayquaza. What a showdown.
Yeah, that wasn't a team fight. That was a massacre, man.
All of Ignorance is gone.
That's right. The Juicers take a beautiful fight. And of course, Zugrug does go down, but the entire team survives.
Okay, I need to see what happened at the very beginning of the game. How did Zugrug get so fed to begin with? Like, I genuinely need to, like, play the first 2 minutes of the game back.
In the game.
Okay, at this point he's already level 7, so obviously there's something wrong there.
Look at the KO.
Peeling back, and of course
okay, so what happened? I know the camera's not panned to the bottom lane, but I just need to follow along the minimap.
Quickly evolving though is Goopiter ready to go.
Well, that was a really interesting.
Okay, so Absol's going for the first gank in the bottom lane. He decides to go into the top lane.
But instead they don't
Absol gets the kill on the Eevee. Absol picks up a double kill. Oh, so I think it was just the first gank on the bottom lane. And then after that, they just never recovered.
Concerned here. They know Roland just got knocked out. There's a
Because at this point, Tree's level 5. We still have a level 3 Sobble and an Eevee.
Bunch of players stepping up here for Ignorance. 3 players to be exact. Jupiter bails out, and Scribblenaught is last. Just trying to see what they could get away with, which wasn't much. Here comes Kratos. They're gutting on top of Protein Shake. They're trying to crack these 2 swords, and they are successful with the help of OG.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. We now have Roland. They are evolved into Blissey right here. If we take a look at the bottom path, Zugrug. Oh my gosh, what happened down here? Level 6 Trevor.
Okay, now I understand. So it was the jungle diff. Jungle went bottom lane for Juicers. Jungler went top lane for Ignorance. And then the early game presence just really shifted the lane. And then when they came back for the 3rd time, I think that's when Zugrug just started bullying the crap out of them.
62-4 on the score line, but things feel like it's slowly going.
Oh my god. That's terrible, dude. That's what feels bad, man. Okay. Next series.
But there are a few Pokemon that are still roaming around that have some.
Oh, shoot.
Yes, right.
And I mean, partially because.
Oh, Team YouTube versus Revelation. Oh, so you know what? We got some Celestial and Pigadiff. You know, it's so funny. Correct me if I know Pigadiff was on Team YouTube at one point. I think Celestial was also on Team YouTube at one point. Then you got Lunier, Dispenza, and STMNGM. I don't even know what that means,
So
but
good right now. I'm surprised we haven't seen it a little bit more. I mean, obviously we saw Overlord. Oh no, sorry, it wasn't Overlord on it. But wait, no, Overlord was on it.
He was, yeah, it was.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. I got him a little bit mixed up, but
Receiving bans have a lot of value, and Revelation understanding that Team YT really likes to rely on some of those long-range damage dealers. We've seen Lewis play a few other.
we never forget Dave. Dave is gone, but not forgotten.
Team YT locking that one in. For the time being, it looks like to counter this Mewtwo-Y Blissey, we're looking at the Pikachu Aegislash duo.
and that's going to be strong. Pikachu really, I feel like, getting a huge uptick in usage this event. I mean, partially because it's just so.
Damn.
But, I mean, we actually haven't seen the Mewtwo-Y Blissey.
Damn.
Recently, obviously, it's been
Blissey, Umbreon, and Zacian. Damn. And they got the Mewtwo and Talon. Sheesh. That's kind of toxic, not gonna lie.
Being taken in the end is pretty good. There's a chance that they could have potentially
I
gotten
miss
that
Dave so bad.
pick,
Criminal.
but-
Criminal.
So you're probably comfy picking that.
Yeah. I'm curious with the Umbreon on the field if Russ.
The Sludge Bomb Dream Eater Gengar will never be forgotten.
Do have Snorlax picking up that buddy.
He'll come back. He always comes back.
Pokemon like Umbreon, who has the Unite move that can steal away shields.
When the Unite community needs him most, he will reappear.
Team fights, which is exactly why you pick that item for those late game situations. It does have a good amount of HP recovery, but we've seen a lot of Assault Vests rising in popularity and Resonant Guard. So Russ is going to, I suppose, hear my advice and make that quick switch. And I think another fun thing is we're going to have So Sad Sam on the Aegislash. Traditional, a very, clear-cut attacker, mage-style player. Awesome to see So Sad Sam bringing some flexibility to the table.
The Aegislash is another pick that we've been seeing it pretty consistently right now, and obviously it was pretty dominant in the previous meta, and it's still very, very good. It's just so flexible, so good at kind of delaying the fights that the
New look. I think that's why we've seen it banned so much, but hopefully Revelation gives us a front row seat to why this Talonflame has been such a frequent ban, as we see it locked into the central area.
Immediately commentating, I'm going to go off topic. If anybody didn't see Brazil just now, it was an incredible moment where Masquerada, post-KO, being KO'd, was able to get the secure in a 1v5.
Oh my goodness!
Nice double KO from the side of Team YT, and those are some Pokemon too that you do not want to get out of control. That Absol has been also like a nearly 100% pick rate over the course of the day.
Yeah, what a
We got a level 5 lane Absol at 45 seconds into the game. God damn.
And then Absol actually holding that X attack a battle item, giving them a big burst of damage even in those first few levels, like levels 2 to 5. And Fui taking full advantage. Team YouTube definitely having a big push on the top side. They're going to invest their central area player in Sam there, but Revelation going to respond with a full 4-player push to the bottom.
This is extremely aggressive, and I like it. I mean, I'm actually surprised they weren't able to defend that slightly more. I do know that they're really, I mean, decently behind on levels just because of, I guess, just how many people there are there, including the center area Pokemon. But that's a pretty strong defensive comp, and they are able to kind of poke back a little bit. Snorlax and Miraidon, especially B Miraidon, usually such a good team for defending those goal zones. And it's not like it went down completely, so they're just playing safe.
Yeah, Revelation didn't have huge pockets either. Like a lot of
Jesus!
Oh, dangerous spot, huge foul play.
Wow, foul play OP.
Down that knockout. Absol gonna fall. It's a lot of experience sliding over. It's only
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, like, Absol should not be gapping Zacian in lane like this. Absol's already 2 levels up, and this is with no jungler intervention. That is very scary.
Good job of trying to say, like, okay, well, there's people here, I'm gonna try to stop as long as I can, but nobody's coming to help you, nobody's trying to get that farm, so you eventually just gotta give it up. And of course, with 3 rotating center from Team YT, they are gonna move forward in levels just slightly, and they're taking advantage of that to try to push this bottom goals on another quick KO coming from Fui, starting to really pop off on this Absol.
Oh my god!
With the charge beam. I mean, this is just looking so good for YT right now.
Yeah, Team YT building kind of this traditional dive comp in a way that we've seen a little more frequently.
Oh, you got your Brave Bird Talonflame.
A large amount of poke damage from range, and then someone to really close the gap when it comes to the Absol. In the recent metagame, we've been seeing people just do away with any poke damage and just run double speedster and things like that with the recent state of the game. But Team YT,
I think that's the first Brave Bird Talonflame we've seen all stream. Everyone's gone fly so far.
Relatively, I guess, more normal on both sides. Right now, this Reggie, speaking of his pushing in pretty far, Looney are actually getting caught out.
Talonflame's dead.
On that bird, not a chance to do anything in that fight, and we're going to see Revelation have to run away. Another KO, taking out that Blissey. This Reggie is pretty freely going to go to Team YT. They just cannot stop this damage. I mean, there could have been an attempt to steal there, but really, they weren't close enough at all. Another Unite just being popped to help them push down this Tier 1 goal zone. Certainly, this is not, surviving for long. So Team YT is going to slightly take the lead as far as points go, and they're immediately rotating up top. Perfect timing as well to get the center spawn, but then up towards that Regilek.
Yeah, Team YT with a great fight win, but Celestial on the Zacian getting a lot of points into the top side. So keeping this match extremely close, especially in that points argument. But look at how aggressive SoSad Sam is playing, essentially playing a pseudo second defender with how incredible the Aegis/defensive stats are, and they can get right in the face, but it does not matter. That helping hand safeguard are going to open up the Blissey for the secure, and Talonflame takes over everything else.
Oh my goodness.
Bro, Blissey, Umbreon, toxic.
Absolutely disappeared.
Toxic. Especially when you're playing from behind. Sheesh.
Try to solo defend as long as possible against this Regieleki, but I mean, Revelation really wants it to go in. There are going to be a bunch of reinforcements spawning just in time. Russ doing a great job of just delaying.
Oh, Absol got scared.
So that's not going to be Regieleki going in. A full retreat from Revelation, and I do think it's really smart they realize, like, okay, too many spawns are back. Immediately, they just pivoted and just backed up.
Yeah, those electric-type Pokemon, ironically, incredibly strong.
Pikachu and Rhydon together so annoying to play against.
Rhydon both having a lot of area of effect damage. You were talking about how good the charge beam is.
Well, in the speedster meta, people pick Rhydon. That charge beam is something you're going to have to get used to.
Some of those situations, that Bright Future Meteor Storm, tons of AoE, and big damage.
Oh my goodness, a ton of damage off the bat, and so now we're going to be seeing the Unite just for some shielding, and this is a pretty major fight over basically nothing at this point, but YT is going to be able to trade a 1-for-1. Celestial running away extremely low, gets hit with the heavy slam, gets KO'd 20 feet in the air for some reason, and so there's an opportunity for Team YT to push in. They've got a slight numbers advantage, but it's a very, I was going to say, tanky set of defenders for the side of Revelation, but that doesn't really mean all that much at this moment, getting belted completely off the pad. And
oh!
The plays that you're looking forward to from Russ, I think is looking great right now.
Yeah, Team YT playing with a really exceptional level of coordination. I know they lost against LG earlier, but that felt like one of the better aspects.
Bro, too far forward. You gotta respect the Absol, man.
Strong. And
Not respecting the Absol. This guy got 2 crits and Mewtwo's just dead.
Into a safeguard Blissey, right? You're picking that Pokemon specifically to try to avoid some of these stuns, but the way that Team YT are timing these engages, it feels like they're winning a lot of these situations. The big part that they have to worry about, though, is just Revelation's just raw damage numbers. Mewtwo Y, Zacian, and Brave Bird Talonflame are all so dangerous at any point in the game, and if your battle plan isn't perfect, it can fall apart.
Right, it's just the battle plans have been pretty perfect from TYT so far, and they're.
This is the last time they can unite before Zap. Or sorry, Ray.
Revelation, it's kind of split farming, which is exactly what we're seeing right now. Is this fight's going to begin? 3 minutes 30 seconds. So
Here comes the Absol.
Extremely low with the Bliss assistance.
Oh!
Possible manages to get a KO. Trades out though, not the worst trade in the world. Russ trying to hold on as long as possible, but will certainly be going down in short time. Although, almost proved me wrong there. I do like the choice to back up as Absol. That does mean that Regieleki should be going to Revelation. Not sure if they're going to try to full push it into the tier 2 again, but that's a kind of their first big team fight win.
The remote stadium came out.
Is this the first heavy slam Snorlax we've seen on broadcast today? I don't know if we've actually seen it interspersed into the rest of these fights, but either way, it looks really solid. And when you're running the EXP share on the Snorlax, you're going to be playing a little bit more of that traditional defender, even with the flail helping out with the max HP buffs. Either way, we're seeing Russ play a little bit more focus on that crowd control, and we're seeing why it's worked out for Team YT. I mean, these big fights where these chains crowd control moments are happening, that's where it seems like they're finding the win, but Revelation found a pretty solid way to split up that team fight last time. Zacian with a very far forward pressure, Talonflame with the flame sweep to try to separate that team fight. That was a good look from Revelation, but they are still falling behind on that point lead.
I do love this heavy slam pick as well because they honestly have so much damage on their team that I feel like at this point, like just even more CC could help them quite a bit. Which they already have. They have quite a bit of that as well. Yeah. But you know, there's just so much that you can do, kind of playing that spacing oriented defender, which is exactly what we're seeing in Russ.
Whoa, Snorlax!
That is a weird engage. I mean, uses the Unite to be able to survive, but nobody backed them up. It almost seemed like they were going to start trying to burn Rayquaza, but that's
Rhydon's dead.
Pigadiff actually not even going to use the Unite move. LX to try and hold onto it and just run.
What just happened? Snorlax! Who's playing Snorlax? I call you in 4K, buddy. You're Russ? Russ, what are you doing, buddy? What are you doing over here? Oh my god, this guy's trying to 1v5 the world.
Weird engage. I mean, uses the Unite to be able to survive, but nobody backed them up. It almost seemed like they were going to start trying to burn Rayquaza, but that's not exactly what's happening. Pigadiff actually not even going to use the Unite move. LX to try and hold onto it and just run away, but
two of them died without uniting, but like, goddamn, Russ, like, what's happening over here? Like, I need to understand. What?
But you know, there's just so much that you can do, kind of playing that space.
Like, okay, let me draw the line for you guys, okay? Ready? You got All-Star Gamer right here. We'll give him a nice star, okay? He's the superstar of the game. And then literally everyone else, whether you could see it on your screen or like on the map, you got one person here. Okay? You got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Buddy, what are we doing over here? I don't get it. I know you're probably kicking yourself because you realize you done fucked up Aaron, but goddamn. And then like these guys, they're like, oh my god, my defender, he's getting vision for us. We gotta save him. Like they're looking at this guy, but he's just gonna die. He's done. So he's finito. There's no saving him. It's like trying to save the Titanic when it's already halfway in the water. It's just not gonna work.
Defender, which is exactly what we're seeing, and Russ actually gonna pop in immediately. That is a weird engage. I mean, uses the Unite to be able to survive, but nobody backed them up. It almost seemed like they were gonna start trying to burn Rayquaza, but that's not exactly what's happening. Pigadiff actually not even gonna use the Unite move. LX to try and hold onto it and just.
Oh my goodness gracious! All right, we go to the next game, guys. That's what we do. We pretend this game never happened, Like, yes, it's 1-0 for Revelation, but we pretend this game never happened.
Because they don't have to run that match back, and I think
a great foul play attack, and Ho-Oh is
Okay. Inteleon first ban, Gengar second ban, third ban Meowscarada, fourth ban Psyduck, first pick Talonflame, second pick and third pick Absol and Snorlax, Mewtwo and Blissey. We got Miraidon and Pikachu, and then Ho-Oh and Zacian. So the only thing they're changing from this team is the Umbreon. So they just, like, they could have picked Umbreon, but they chose the Ho-Oh instead. And then we got the Trick or Treat bag, Mimikyu on the other side. Trick or treat, smell my feet. Give me something good to eat.
that's of course going to be the big question mark as we're going to go into
YouTube is the king of having a lead and losing Ray. Makes me so upset.
as well. Let's not forget that.
You should file
for Revelation. Be going in with double fire.
a very stern letter.
Going alongside of Dispenza into the top part of this path. We're going to take a lot of early damage despite using that X attack. It is not respected. Celestial taking it all the way to the goal zone.
That's huge. That's exactly
Team YouTube versus X Team YouTube.
I mean, you were
Yeah,
talking about
basically.
any early path with Pikachu in it is terrifying, but the fact that they were not able to win that, in fact, getting KO'd is pretty huge. A little bit of an over commitment. We're going to see potentially again, if we going down a second time, and that's going to be an evolution as well for Lunier. That is just a great start for Revelation.
Yeah, Lunier getting the KO as well, so important. Zacian gets it, it's strong, but that is an evolution that the, I believe, Fletchling into the Fletchender is going to successfully get after that knockout. Huge maneuver. Revelation is going to make the full rotate down, but Team YT close on their heels. Full five-player push into the bottom side.
Oh, and this is looking a little bit scary. Pikachu can survive a little bit, but yeah, immediately has to back up, and there's no way you're going to be able to...
Don't do it. It's a 5-person bottom.
So they will not be destroying the tier 1 goal zone. Didn't have
Fletchender, run!
more they could have scored, but they choose not to. And Celestial getting a pretty nice back cap up top in return. So Revelation's still going to be holding on.
Oh no, you're walking into them! Run! Run while you can!
Into the center area, and that's, I mean... Well, pretty aggressive is what I'd say.
Yeah, 100%. Dispenza will go down, but Lunier going to take the red buff. Electro Ball, too much damage.
Oh my god.
Sam gonna pick up a
He just gave the Trick or Treat bag a triple kill.
This Mimikyu does so much.
Oh, you guys are so generous, man.
It feels like the next dominoes are about to fall. Big push from them. That means all the experience for Team White.
Like, what's crazy to me right here, guys, like, I honestly don't even know how this happens, okay? Okay, so starting from here, okay? So you got the 3 people rotating. Obviously, the Talonflame and the Bliss, or the Fletchender and the Blissey, to be specific, they see the 3 people, alright? So at this point, the Fletchender just has to let Blissey die, because obviously, there's nothing you can do in a 3 versus 2. So you take the Spring over. How is it that you know that they're here, but somehow it's like...
100%. Dispenza will go down, but Lunier going to take the red buff. Electro Ball.
Like, this could have been avoided. They could have just walked away. But they tried to force the fight in a 3v2, and then they both died. Was it worth it? Probably not. Like, the Absol's level 5. The Zacian's level 7. The Fletchender's level 6. You just gave them more experience. Just saying.
Big push from them. That means all the experience for Team
like,
in the middle of the map with those center birds.
We start playing better when we make smarter choices, alright? Smarter choices means you play better. Remember that.
It's one of those things that maybe happened off screen. Someone just burned it. Yeah, it does look like maybe that was the case. But regardless, it was still a good invade. And right now, this could be an ambush being set up. A lot of people in tall grass, and immediately we're going to see...
Oh my god, the damage.
Sam, though, getting extremely low, just trying to run away with that Mimikyu. And, I mean, good mobility.
No, Mimikyu survived.
In time to stop that damage. Did not have that mobility up. So far, no KOs, and honestly, well, I was going to say no KOs, but since Sam getting melted in trade, we are going to see Pika Dip go down. Celestial really, really low, not able to escape, but they're just trading all over the place here. This is just 1 for 1, for 1, for 1.
Ooh, the eject button, OP.
Solo unite.
Having fun? I'm having fun! Loads and loads of fun. Yes, I'm having so much fun.
It feels like a lot of high skill Pokemon are in this fight. We watched an
Are you having fun?
Sword from Zacian, land the
Are you
KO,
playing Pokemon Unite? Are you solo queuing?
It just feels like these players have a lot of room to use their skill expression, and it's a blast to watch. So said Sam is going to use
Yeah, exactly. Nobody likes playing. Why play the game when we can watch other people play the game and make fun of them? Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm not that mean. Except on Tuesdays. We call it Toxic Tuesday.
I feel like could have definitely escaped, but was really trying to, I think, delay. Maybe for them, yeah, exactly, to hold on for while they got the Regieleki was what I was about to say, which was getting soloed up top, and they're not going to be able to defend this bottom gold zone. It only has 30 HP left on it, so even with an overdunk, which they got a 0-point overdunk.
A mall?
It's not an overdunk, it's not an underdunk, it's just a dunk. It's an exact
We don't have malls where we live.
They're still behind by
We have
taking on that tier 1 gold zone.
stores.
Lunaire in a very dangerous spot, does land a fly on the 2 targets, but still has the Unite move. Flame sweep.
Mickey 17? I don't even know what that is, I'm gonna be honest with you. I genuinely do not know what that is, let alone have even heard of it. Oh my god, Talonflame with the triple kill.
They can get a big overdunk to match that, like you just mentioned, even dunk on the bottom side. This is going to be a huge points lead for them to work with.
Pretty good overdunk, and with the fact that they did already have the, the lead, that's pretty much all you want. I mean, there's still a ton of time left in this game, and still
I'm playing the best game ever, Pogo. You live and breathe Pokemon Go, man. That is a real gamer right there. I'm so proud of you.
Overall, Revelation's got to feel really, really happy. I mean, you can just look at their levels. They've got 2 level 12s, only just barely now getting 2 level 11s on Team YT.
Pokemon Go is like your girlfriend or boyfriend that you can never break up with, truly.
3 members at once. In fact, just kind of a 2v4 right there, forcing out at least 1 Unite from that Snorlax. They are going to continue to push down, and oh my goodness, never mind. So much damage from Fui.
Oh wow!
God damn!
Carving them up right now. KO streak of 3 eventually will fall. Lunaire and GM showing up, and a weird situation for Revelation there. They kind of take that fight. They're gonna walk away with the win, but it fell.
Bro, Team YouTube fans in shambles right now. Like they're trying to manifest all their energy for the YouTube support, but like Team YouTube are here to like. Basically, you're trying to prove to them that you're the main character. Like, when you get kicked off a main roster, and then you face that team that you get kicked off of, you gotta show them that kicking you off was a mistake.
Damage numbers and everything today. This is a lot of fights, exactly like you said. It's really, really fun fights to watch. It's been for basically every single game that we've watched so far today and in EU. Right now,
like, Pika right now is probably saying to himself a million times in his head, I am the Pika Diff. I dip you guys. Remember that when you kick me off the team. No, just kidding.
But you're both like, okay, that's fine. Okay, finally we are going to see the aggression. Like I said, I think Team YT wants to at least try to do something up to this tier 1. Taking the Regieleki to prevent it from going to their own tier 2 and potentially take down the tier 1 of their own would be great, and they will take it.
Wow, but the counter score from Revelation.
It's the last time you can unite before Ray.
Up to 295 now. Rhino going to take up that KO. Big play for Lewis. That is going to be the Rhydon Unite move.
Do math.
320, so they should still be able to get it back if they're able to knock out a lot of wild Pokemon, but either way, that's a
okay, there's hope for Team YouTube, guys.
77, but again, that bottom path score feels like it's just kind of an irrelevant push now for both these teams. Either way,
oh, we.
Gonna go down here, the Volt Tackle, ensuring that.
He got in a 1v4. He still died. Goddamn, bro. It's over.
That Revelation's macro is incredible. They are not overextending almost at all. Every single time that there's a chance that they're going to lose a fight, what they do is they get value somewhere else. We've seen 2 huge back caps while team fights were happening, and that's why we're seeing them not give very much kind of rubber band experience, I think, back to Team YT. And look at this, level 15 on the bird at the 2-minute 30 mark, and they have not let Lunaire get KO'd in a long time, so yeah, just none of that EXP has really been going.
Kill the bird! Kill the bird! Where's the Pikachu? Pikachu, Volt Tackle this Talonflame right now. Talonflame just needs to not die. I need Pikachu to eject one, Volt Tackle. Bill got banned, I think? You can't make up rumors, man. What if he just quit?
The Shadow Sneak will land on a Celestial, but it's a bit too risky of a dive right now.
This is a scary initiation. Celestial being kind of the one to move.
No, Pikachu!
That work, almost taking out a
Oh my god.
And now just jumping on this right on a great eject button.
Ho-Oh! Ho-Oh, where's your Unite move? Ho-Oh, Unite move! Ho-Oh! Press left trigger! Where's your Unite? Oh, there's Mewtwo. Mewtwo's back! Good job. He's back, baby!
But Revelation knows that they do not have to be the ones to push down Rayquaza first. So they're just pushing forward, getting a little bit more XP while they can, letting the reset happen. Celestial looks like they're going to be going back to heal, and we're certainly going to be getting at least one more fight in this center area.
And I think Pikachu's standing in there's a really awkward position when they use the Unite move. I believe that Lunaire's feather was just outside of the AoE that the Ho-Oh was trying to bring them back into the battle a little bit earlier. That means the whole 30-second respawn timer for Lunaire's Talonflame is going to fall through, but they are going to jump back into this fight. They're going to knock out a few Pokemon in the central area, try to get closer to the Unite, but Fui is not going to wait for that at all.
How is Celestial just invincible? What is this? I thought that was actually...
Damn! Psystruck KOs the Mimikyu.
Able to survive, and unfortunately it's going to be the opposite way with Sam going down. And now we has to try to get to that backline for damage. Not going to happen, as we're going to see EM just do plenty of damage. Rayquaza down to about half life, but only the Snorlax left. Russ not going to be able to survive long enough to stop this.
Goodbye, Team YouTube. Guys, you need to call Dave back. Bring back Dave. Petition for Dave. They need him back. Now.
All right, LG. I think this team is coming for you rather quick. I mean, obviously, they have not at that point in the tournament, but when our final seconds count down, Revelation adding yet another name to the wild list they have found in this tournament. Revelation with a 2-0 victory and a very impressive look. I think they looked...
Okay, let's go back to the team fight though. In all seriousness, I was watching for the entertainment value, but let's do the educational value. What went wrong for Team YouTube besides the fact that they're getting stomped majority of the game? All right, Russ, I swear to God, Russ, don't do it. Don't you dare get caught out again. So help me God.
Finding a lot of Pokemon in tall grass and totally isolating that play. Russ playing still pretty far forward and aggressively. You can see they're a little farther back than they were last match. The Shadow Sneak will land on a Celestial, but it's a bit too risky of a dive right now.
Okay. Oh my God. Like, you guys need to understand. Like, look at Russ's HP. So the white bar that you see in his HP gauge, that's a shield from his Unite move. But the little speck of orange that you may or may not see, like right here where this green line is, that's his HP. Like, this guy is so lucky that he was able to get his Unite move off. But goddamn, you are like playing so far forward. Like, okay, if you can't see it here, just look at it right here. This little speck of green right here, that's his life before, like flashing before his life. Like, before his eyes, before Truck-kun decides to resurrect him for another anime. Like, goddamn. This guy is literally on the verge of death. He's staring into the light at the end of the tunnel, looking at the freaking deity or whatever that's gonna resurrect him. Like, goddamn. Yeah, but anyways, what happened after that? So, he basically gets caught out, playing too far forward, almost gets caught out, pops Unite move. Pikachu gets dove by Celestial. Now, it's not like Celestial's a bad target, because Celestial is a threat. The problem is, you still have two more threats to deal with. You got a Mewtwo, you got a Zacian, a level 14, you got a Talonflame that's level 15, you got a Mewtwo that's level 13, and to add insult to injury, even if you're lucky enough to KO any of these guys, like 1, 2, or 3, like any of them, you still have a Ho-Oh to deal with. My God. Like, it's just toxic. So you're playing from behind, you're getting dove, you have to pop your Unite move out of desperation, and you're only really hitting one person, because you can look at the Halo ring, alright? This little Halo ring, which is their AoE, you're basically only hitting one person, which is Celestial, and like, these two are just barely out of range. Barely. Like, you might tag them once or twice, but you're not hitting them for the full duration of your Unite move. But anyways, yeah, Kilo's getting dove. There is the Blitz assistance from Blissey, chasing down the Miraidon. Mewtwo actually goes down to the Absolute Mimikyu off screen.
of there, but finally, eventually
Talonflame goes down as well. I was looking at the Ho-Oh. I'm like, Ho-Oh, spam your Unite move. Like, Ho-Oh, Unite. Unfortunately, Ho only gets one of them alive. Like, you just barely out of range. This poor little feather right here. The smoldering remains of chicken, like KFC chicken dinner right here. Like, they're just sad, alright? Like, that's them. That's them. They're just sad. They're neglected. They're left on the floor for someone to pick up their remains later. They're gonna send that feather back home to their family of birds, and then they're gonna have a nice old eulogy wherever that is. But anyways, yeah, they're kind of getting wrecked right now. And at this point, you think it's over, but then Ho brings back the Mewtwo. And now you lost 2 people, you burned all your Night moves, you're still down over 100 points. At this point, things are looking pretty grim. You could, like, you gotta wait for your team to regroup rather than doing whatever it is that they're doing. It's also part of the reason why I like Energy Amp on Absol, because then, after the team fight is over, I can farm quickly to try to get a second Unite move in a relatively
bring them back into the battle a little bit earlier. That means the whole 30-second
a more efficient manner, I would say.
Flame is going to fall through, but they are going to jump back into this fight. They're going to knock out a few Pokemon in the central area, try to get closer to the Unite, but Fui is not going to wait for that at all.
How is Celestial just invincible? What is this? I thought that was actually the end of that.
Oh my gosh, Pikachu! You got your Unite move again, but you're not hitting the right target. You're hitting the Ho-Oh! And then Mimikyu's dead, Absol's dead. I don't know how Pikachu ended up in the Rayquaza pit. How did they end up in there? Oh my god, Pikachu volt tackled the freaking Rayquaza, bro. And then they got stuck. They're like, help me, Step, bro, I'm stuck. And then they just die. Russ, last man standing. And then it's just over. Well, yeah, guys, that was kind of Monka. Winners finals: Luminosity versus Kiss Kiss.
Masquerada, I think a lot of people were looking at it as the it's weird to say, but like the bottom of the top of the speedsters right now, where it was going to be like, okay, maybe this is the one we're going to see a little bit less, and it has been. But every time that I've seen it in basically every region, it has looked incredible. I mentioned this earlier. If anybody wasn't watching, there was an incredible Game 3 moment where Masquerada post KO in Brazil on the Brazilian broadcast, as we were casting right now, where they managed to steal away Rayquaza with the flower trick post KO, like 5 seconds after being KO'd, and only a Comfey was left, but they managed to win the game by 10 points because of that. Really, really incredible moment. So I'm loving everything about the Masquerada, and particularly LG's Masquerada play has been gross, complimentary.
Mr. Cloud lines up. We'll talk about Gengar only, actually. Let's go to Gengar.
Yeah, okay. No, we are here in a match, but yeah, Masquerada, one of the speedsters that, by the way, has like immediately banned. All right, so forget it. Oh, all right, I am no longer a fan of Kiss Kiss. They're making all of our talking points moot. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, so all the speedsters that we're literally talking about right now, are we going to see the Talonflame banned as the final ban? That would be funny. I expect we're probably not. It may be. Oh no, there it is. Yeah, all right. Well then, what's a speedster? I don't actually even remember.
Yeah, curious. We are banning out all of the speedsters. That is really interesting. I mean, my heart breaks a little bit that we won't get to see Bora Reach pick up the Gengar, but okay. Uguay, also known as
Hey yo, what?
Past Life, is going to be playing that Snorlax with a muscle band.
Look, it's Master Uguay from Kung Fu Panda.
Flail wax build that we have ever seen, by the way.
I love it. I love the Snorlax first pick. I feel like towards the end of the brackets, the Snorlax picks have been stronger and stronger and stronger. On the other side, of course, though, super strong comfort picks from the side of Luminosity, so they're certainly going to be happy with what they got. But wow, taking both the Umbreon and the Snorlax when there's, I mean, basically like all the tankiness has been picked, I think, on both these teams already.
Oh, Overlord hovering the Tinkaton for just a moment. Now, I don't really think it's got a great place in the metagame right now. Its early game is just so tough, and with so many strong early game Pokemon, it's not going to have a great place. But its passive of Mold Breaker doing amplified damage to shields is an interesting talking point with Pokemon like Umbreon and Snorlax in the mix. So maybe we'll see that.
Blaziken. So Overlord on the Blaziken, Trainer on the Urshifu.
I was talking about Secure.
I'm gonna assume it's the single strike, the Wicked Blow, but
Are we gonna see the big
we'll
kick
see.
now? This has been, I mean, it's been picked in a lot of the other regions. Actually, I was talking about this with you.
Oh my god, is that Lionel, Lord of the Thundercats?
Zero Aura has been pretty successful, which is surprising because it's not actually a Pokemon
Mr. Match,
Machizzle,
Machisselisa is playing Zeraora.
Brazil at least once, but I'm excited to see how that works.
Okay.
Ooh. We got a triple all-rounder team.
To try to influence like they were in their first round of their winners matchup, but Zero Aura, not a bad option. And of course, I think Mimikyu, one of those Pokemon that if you can get a full combo onto, you'll feel really, really solid. However, Oblivion is going to be bringing that full heal into the battle, and so will Machizzle. So both these players are going to be very aware of what Curios is going to try to accomplish. But Luminosity Gaming with a full-on brawl composition. Kiss Kiss with a similar option, but going with a little more defensive utility rather than just all-out self-sustain. And then, of course...
Okay, we can fast forward just a little.
Such players on the side teams are choosing within the meta and going a little Zero Aura. Obviously, you can get some like kind of just like raw damage to everybody from the Zero Aura.
Okay, so it's Zero top lane.
Yeah, I think one of the strengths of Luminosity's composition is just going to be their split fighting potential. Like, I really do feel like in any situation, they'll be good, whether it's a 1-on-1 or a 2-on-2. It feels like Luminosity Gaming.
Oh my god, Eevee's just dead, bro.
A lot better than Kiss Kiss will, who's going to play a little more coordinated and count on a lot of early poke damage from Bora Reach.
Yeah, Bora Reach is, I almost want to say, like, the most important player to watch within this game.
This is exactly why I say to get rid of stacking items to stop gameplay like that.
Whether they can stay alive, like, all of it is going to be big, big, big. But for now, we're still just playing a little bit patient in this early game. We're going to see both center area Pokemon going up top for the assist.
He was talking about me.
It's a pretty scary path. Another Pokemon you never want to fight early is going to be that Buzzwole. Even though they've got a pretty scary path on bottom as well to counter it, you still just don't want to take that. But wow, that's aggressive.
Yeah, JL trying to see if
it's Surging Strikes.
Wild Pokemon to get that level 4 evolution will not be successful, but a long path away is
You don't see this moveset very often.
In fact, a blue Shifu, so a Surging Strikes Water Bear Pokemon that will give them a little bit more mobility to try to threaten that Inteleon is something that we have been saying again and again. It's kind of a riddle they have to answer, and it's Trainer picking it up. Crazy that Overlord's going to leave one of their favorite Pokemon on the table.
Yeah, that's super surprising. I think I've literally never seen that happen. All right, 4-person push on bottom, and Uwe is not going to be able to defend that solo. So they're going to let that go in, setting up for a huge overtime because I don't know, only 5 HP, I think, on that bottom tier 1. Up top as well, it seemed like they got some points in, so LG taking a pretty strong lead, probably some stacks as well for Overlord. But I want to go back to exactly what you were saying. That is bizarre. I've like never, ever seen Water Bear not go to Overlord on this team.
Well, yeah, and it's normally because Trainer is playing the Dark Bear, right? We're normally seeing this.
Bro, this poor guy. There's the 4-level difference in the top lane, man. This guy's still level 3.
Play by Overlord on the Combuskin was so brutal. JL was able to get a small dunk, and the score didn't get them their level 4. They had to go and try to contest that wild Pokemon, and Overlord denied that as well. So we are looking at a 7.5-minute Eevee from JL. Really tough look.
Yeah, that is definitely not where you want to be. The poor little level 3, less than half of everybody else. Just give JL one hit. Okay, finally, there we go. Only went up to level 4, not quite 5. Okay, there's the level 5. So much XP, returning XP. I don't know what to call it. Gatekeeping XP.
Damn.
Huge for them is now they're being able to put
Overlord almost 2v4'd that.
For this bottom spawn, but with Otter coming down, I believe it's Trainer as well coming down. It's gonna be scary if they want to. They can get all run through by Trainer right here. Goes for 1, goes for 2, but does not get any KOs quite yet. It's just going to be spacing them out, though, as Overlord takes the Reggie for free.
Yeah, that's what Urshifu Unite move only had like a 5 combo at any given moment. Probably my favorite aspect of Urshifu is that when you use that move, you get a literal combo counter above your head. I think that's so awesome. And, well, Trainer is going to get 1 KO in that push, but I think most importantly, the Reggie going over to their side. No Smackdown, it's off cooldown right now for Curious. Finally has it back to start this fight with a superpower. Instead, an Oblivion, no full heal to respond with, is going to get trapped in that combo, and Curious is exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah, that's just been the strategy from Curious this past several games that we've seen the Buzzwole from him. Trainer, once again, really kind of playing as that front line, and it's pretty cool because it is really one of the only Pokemon that has mobility on the team, so I think they're almost playing like a poke game where they walk in and they're like, okay, well, now, you're going to back up, so I'm going to back up, and if you want to engage, then I can engage, or I can back up and then bait you and the rest of my team, and it's just really all about the mobility, so I love seeing this. My first time maybe ever seeing Trainer play Blue Bear, but
They got 3 Unite moves. There's a chance they might commit on this.
Some of these big dives, right?
Oh, Overlord's really low, though.
That shot does land onto Overlord. Things get a little risky, but they are able to walk back. Big Bliss assistance on a Curios for the major spacing in the front line, but it's Zera Aura that's actually going to be keeping up that move. Gets a Unite move off, does land a lot of damage into Curios. The surf support from Otter, but it is not enough to turn the tide of that fight.
Wasn't the cleanest play.
Finally, a little.
Wait, let me see what happened here. Okay.
Trainer played Blue Bear, but I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I'm going to level lead this.
So Zera goes in, lands the discharge, Volt Switch, also lands the snipe shot as well. Overlord gets taken so low, but he's still alive. The backline's getting surfed by Psyduck, Umbreon goes in, pops the Unite move as well. Look how low they are. So Zero was able to get the kill secure on Urshifu, but look how low Slash is before he heals. And then on top of that, Overlord is still low from before. And then they try to, peel backwards, but Curios goes in, which is just questionable considering it's a 1v4.
Not enough to turn the tide of that fight. Kiss with finally a little bit of momentum as they're able to defend against that red.
That being said, though, 217 to 33.
Unfortunately, the way the levels
Luminance don't have to start worrying just yet.
They need to clear out their own central.
This is definitely a slow game for Kiss at the moment. That's kind of the best they can do. We are going to see the 1v1 and the Unite coming out from a blow.
Oh!
They will be able to take that out. Pretty big KO is tied for their lead.
Oblivion goes for the 1v1 on Overlord.
11 members sitting down here. Trainer, though, probably going to be able to defend this goal zone. Everybody now going towards this Reggie Ice that's going to be spawning. Curios is going to get the dunk in, but a big Unite coming out from Snorlax, getting 3 launches.
There goes Trainer.
That is huge. Completely shutting down this push. Otter goes for the steal, not able to get it, but Kiss doing a great job there, specifically Uguay.
Oblivion with a very aggressive dive. Lands that Shadow Sneak onto Otter.
Nice Unite move from the Umbreon to steal the Bliss assistance away. Blissey and Overlord, Slash and Overlord go down. You would love to see in the competitive scene? Yeah, the feeling is not mutual, buddy. The feeling is not mutual. I would not love to play Pokemon Unite competitive. I would hate it. I would loathe it.
Not been able to translate those into any points in these goals.
Yeah, first level 12 in the game is going to be Zera Aura. That's pretty huge, and this is one of the big question marks as to how that Zera Aura would work, but I expect we're going to see get a ton of damage in this final fight unless something weird happens. There could be a back cap. We're going to see that down there, Otter. No, you can go for it. You'd be... Oh, they'd be safe now, but there is going to be some fighting now happening in center. Another big back cap happening up top. That's going to be some points, and some points is...
Oh my god, what just happened?
They'd be safe now, but there is going to be some fighting now happening in center. Another big back cap happening up top.
Oh.
Some points is better than nothing.
It looked like they tried... So it's hard to say just because I'm looking at the minimap. But it looks like they're... Like, I love how... Okay. Once again, I always put an emphasis on this, but I love how whoever's managing the camera, like, I don't know if it's like a person or like a program, whatever, but like, I love how you are watching the Umbreon and then the Psyduck, okay? You have one person here, one person there. But then you got 8 people over here in a nice little kumbaya circle fighting each other, and the camera, like, you have 2 cameras and neither camera is looking at the team fight. Like, who cares if they're backcapping 40 points? They're literally gonna cancel each other out. Like, he's scoring 40, they're scoring 40. It's a net zero. No one gained any. Like yeah, they both gained 40, but it's still the same score difference. Like, come on. Like, what am I watching?
Now happening in center, another big back cap happening up top. That's going to be some points, and some points is better than nothing for Kiss Kiss. But Kiss Kiss also winning a fight where they were down on members in the center area. That was a 3v4, and they get all 4 KOs. That's going to be a huge overdunk potential. Well, pretty big. A total of what, 22? Altogether on that top path, but they've got to keep going because they are still down by 150 points.
Oh, this is huge. I mean, we have level 13 Zero Aura too, so not only are we doing huge area of effect damage, Zero Aura is kind of passively healing, getting defenses from it, but when you have that level 13, that discharge plus, you're slowing any enemy within your range as well, so these team fights will be looking a little bit better whenever that Machisel Zero Aura starts getting to work.
Yeah, I mean, how cool is that we're seeing Zero Aura? But we got to see how it's going to happen in that last fight. This isn't a push here. It's a little bit of an attempt. It doesn't seem like it's going to, really get all that much done. But I think it was just really creating space to see if anybody's going to defend. So they could get this basement Reggie, which is going to be happening in just a few seconds. And we've seen a lot of fights that really are like the end game fights at the basement Reggie at the 2-minute mark. Looks like it's not going to happen this time. It might actually be a good thing for them that Oblivion got pretty much dunked back to base right there, because that meant that they backed up. They can play a little bit safer, and Kiss Kiss does need to make the action happen, but they've got some pretty scary levels on board.
Oblivion with another really aggressive engage on that Mimikyu. I mean, Lens 1 Shadowsneak decides to go in, and they almost had a chance to get away, but a great psychic by Otter on the side pulls them back, and Luminosity Gaming going to be getting some much-needed EXP from that. Still only level 12 on the Buzzwole and the Urshifu, but at least Overlord almost level 14. But Chisel finds them first, immediately going to dodge out with that full switch.
Oh, a really huge engage from the backline, kind of from Uguay, and then they decide not to really fully engage upon it. I thought that was certainly going to be how they started things off, but so many different ways they can choose to engage. Jail's going to be moving in. Oblivion was actually the first one in and the first one out, and now as well, Che-El down only 3 members of Kiss Kiss. They just walked in almost one at a time, finally getting a huge one.
God damn, these guys got annihilated.
But only 1 member left. We'll see if Uguay can delay for as long as possible. I mean, they do have the Unite left. They're really holding on. They're just making it as frustrating as possible. Can they get the steal? No.
I mean, it's over. I don't even need to, okay, but like let's see how the team fight played out. Let's break it down. So you got LG playing on the bottom side, which is very sensible. They got the goal down there as well, so it's better to play on that side because they have that to fall back to if they feel that is necessary. On the opposite side, you got Kiss Kiss playing top side, which is for obvious reasons. Okay, so I don't know what Uguay is doing. Uguay is kind of going crazy here. Like, he's playing Flail Lax, but he's kind of like running into the entire enemy team by himself. Like, I understand you're Flail Lax and you feel like you can like 1v9 the world, but the rest of your team is just not prepared for you. So then they go through the block.
Oh, a really huge engage from the
There's the overheat.
And then they decide not to really fully engage upon it.
Foul playing from the Umbreon. Oblivion actually goes in on that, which is actually...
They started things off, but so many different ways they can choose to engage. Jails from the
yeah, like that to me is just really aggressive and very overzealous. Like, you need okay, just keep this in mind. So just pausing it right here, because that's when the Mimikyu goes in. Like, you're in, this is the line of separation. Like, your Snorlax is here, your Umbreon's here, and then your 2 damage dealers besides you are over here, okay? Now, obviously, they cannot travel the same distance that you can in a single skill. Like, no matter what they do, it's going to take them a few seconds before they can follow up on anything that you're trying to do. Now, even though the defenders are relatively close, same thing. Like, they cannot close the distance of where they are to where you are. Like, it just doesn't work that way. So the Mimikyu takes the Shadow Sneak, of course, and now they're on the Psyduck. Now, obviously, Psyduck is not even a priority target to begin with, so that's why it's like somewhat questionable. Like, it's not like if you're able to nuke them right away, then they like you could argue it was different, but that's not the case here. So he takes the Shadow Sneak onto Psyduck, but then the problem is, look at where Psyduck is standing. So Psyduck is right here, and then you literally have 2, 3, 4, and then you have, you can't see them, but 5 is literally right below. So now, you're kind of stuck there, and you're kind of gambling on the fact that your team is able to respond immediately, or the fact that you can KO whoever you're targeting quick enough. But like, between Urshifu popping their Unite move and getting grabbed by Curios right here, like, they react instantly. And on top of that, just playing it back. Like, Psyduck is able to kite for themselves. Like, Psyduck has so much utility, and then you have the Surf. So you're probably forced to full heal immediately, just so you don't get instantly, like, CC trained. But full heal only lasts for so long. So you have the Surf, you have the Urshifu popping their Unite move in a second or two. Then you got Buzzwole grabbing you. And it's just like, there's so much that you just die right before you can even pop your Unite move. So Mimikyu died without uniting. You can see the green dot right there. So now your team is forced to kind of fight a 5v4. Because if they don't fight now, then chances are, like, the rest of the team is just going to get rolled over. So they're trying to make the best in the worst case situation. So Zera popped their Unite move on Buzzwole. Umbreon also died without uniting. So that's 2 people that died without uniting, which is horrendous. And now it's a 5 versus 3. But, like, what do you do here? Zera already popped their Unite move. Snorlax is Flail-lax, but they're more focused on trying to make sure that you survive rather than outputting any damage with their auto attacks. And then now, you have Buzzwole getting on top of Zera. Shifu is literally about to die them as well. And then they're just ignoring Snorlax. Like, Snorlax is irrelevant. Like, Snorlax is over here. Let's just mark it. Like, Snorlax is off on the corner over here. And then everyone else, they don't care about Snorlax. They're literally running past them. Like, everyone is focused on these people right here. And now you're just getting rolled. Like, the team fight is, like, you can't even call this a team fight, because it was just a poor engage. So now, yeah, Buzzwole dies, but then everyone else is dead. And the only person that's alive is the Snorlax. But realistically, what is Snorlax going to do against this team? Especially because, like, obviously it's Overlord, but on top of that, he's playing Blaziken with Overheat. So as long as he starts channeling that Overseat, like, he can't get stunned in the animation. And then you just end up in a situation where you were already losing, now you lose the fight, now you lose Rayquaza, game's donezo finito, and you gotta move on to the next game.
No such luck for Kiss Kiss. Instead, Luminosity Gaming able.
Not that we're gonna see it, but hey, we could.
We definitely could. I'm not too sure.
Okay, Masquerade and Absol banned, Gengar and Talonflame banned, so all the speedsters are banned. First pick on the Snorlax, Blissey and Psyduck being picked up, Inteleon and what looks like to be possibly Buzzwole.
That at all from Kiss Kiss. It will be the first Pokemon that would be different from our drafting game 1 to 2, if only that Kiss Kiss is stealing it away from Luminosity Gaming.
Interesting. I feel like that's a really heavy commitment to steal that away so early in the draft, because that now, I mean, you just know that anybody that's going to be a really easy target for that Buzzwole is just not something that you're going to want to pick. That's hilarious if they end up going the Mimikyu and they literally just kind of, yeah, they're just trading. I mean, it's Pokemon, right? Trading is a strong concept in the Pokemon franchise, so they're just playing the game how it's intended. But aside from that, we're seeing exactly the same comps, just trading 1 for 1. Will we see any difference at the end? I would like to see maybe something ranged here rather than the triple brawler, just because they do have that Buzzwole now. But okay, yeah, that works. Are we gonna see EXP share though? That's the question.
Interesting. Yeah, I think Slash and Otter will probably hold on. Hey, we can build damage duck. It's happened before. It absolutely could happen again. But no, I think Curious just going to be going with our classic damage.
Oh god, my
on
internet.
The Mewtwo Y. Definitely one of the strongest Mewtwo Y players that we have within the region. Potentially the most success on that Pokemon so far in North American tournaments. And Overlord on Blaziken and Trainer on Mimikyu are things we have seen time and time again. But I actually think the most storied player slash Pokemon combination on the roster right now is Slashcan on Blissey. I'm talking World Champions Season 1 through the entire history of the Unite Championship Series. It feels like Slashcan always finds their way back to this Pokemon and absolutely dominates in games.
I am very scared to see.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it and hope that my internet recovers, because this is just bad. Shitty Rogers internet, my god. The worst thing is, it doesn't even, like, my internet doesn't even completely go out. It just leaves it on life support for like 1 second. Or like a few seconds, and then it goes back to normal. But worst case, it stays like this. Oh my god, bro. Hopefully, it goes back to normal. I'm trying to give it a bit, but we'll see. I really wish I could go back to changing my Wi-Fi channels. It'd be so much better. No, my internet! It's so bad, bro. Why? 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 Guys, I'm gonna cry. I'm going to cry. Do I reset my router? Do I dare do it? Do I dare? I didn't do it before because my internet usually went back to normal, but it is really bad right now. Okay, I'm gonna give it like just a few more minutes. If it doesn't go back to normal, as in doesn't fix itself, then maybe we just call it. I am dropping 94,000 frames. Jesus Christ. What do I do with this shitty internet? Well, I guess my internet's just dead, guys. I think it's just donezo. It's finito. I don't know what else to do. Alright, guys. I'm going to... Hold on. Let me see if I can...